after death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself to Amchos, like the number of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself a number of Klal Yisrael, then Allah for myself, there's no prohibition to teach him or to punch him. And therefore the same should be exempt as well. This is what Allah says. Gemara says, to the Amra King calls to Sha'asa Tshuva. So what's the case? The case is where Avram did Tshuva. Avram finished condemned to death, but he did Tshuva before his execution. Hakanami Sha'asa Tshuva. So once I saw again, if Avram did Tshuva, then what? He's included back in Amchot, and therefore again his son is not permitted to hurt him or kill him. So that's it. This is a profound Gemara on the right. So first of all, you see from here that Allah for myself, you can Allah for myself. You can do Tshuva for one, you only again until the end. And for that one, like to look at Tshuva, even if a person is on the deathbed, and has the ability to perform Tshuva. So as a descent to Avram is descent to death. Avram will be again being let out recently. What's the possibility of the window to Tshuva still open the most recent. Yeah, okay, like this funny now. When you say you miss funny, what exactly do you mean? That means I gotta piss really bad, but I just pissed 2 minutes ago. So I go to the bathroom and I dribble a little bit, and then you know, when it comes out, and then I go back again, and I don't pee for an hour, and then it's just kind of up and down. So I thought I might have a prostate problem.
Just because a person does Tshuva,
I didn't even think about this story. I got DP'd in the urologist. Tell us about that.
Sometimes you do things in life.
So I go in and I have this pee problem. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, they're going to try it. I don't know what's going to happen. Then you can try to roll my dick. And I don't want that to happen. So I kind of stay away from things like that. So I go in and then I go into a room, run the lights and everything. I'm scientist. They put me on my side. And then they take this laundry like a baseball type thing on there. And they shove it in my ass.
That is truly spiritual, though. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. Yeah, the attitude of our actions, the attitude of our circumstances. You see this all the time as a deal with it. And it's not often that you thank someone, you thank someone. This is happening a lot, especially in the context of marriage. Right, do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive, and then what happens? Let's say it happens to the offending party, right? Let's say the person is holy. You know what happens? The husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands what to do. He says, "You're sorry." Now, this is the something that the solution is that with an inquiry, what happens? It's like a magic wand, right? It's like magic erase marker, right? I thought that I'm sorry because genuinely, even like a little kid in the corner of my eye, I'm really sorry. It's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband says that saying everything is like snapped back to what it was, right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. It's also because, again, our actions have consequences. Our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, then you accept your apology. But it doesn't come to the point. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important principles to look at your life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness, living with the consequences, the consequences of that, the effect and the conclusions of our actions, what we do, is so incredibly important. Because understand everything I do as a reaction. Everything I realize the error in my ways, and I want to put it back to sleep. Everything may be about Shiva. Everything may be about Shiva. And what's going to happen if I'm looking about Shiva? What's going to happen if I'm looking at stadium? What's going to stadium? That's incredible. But yeah, that's literally, that's easy to do on the day. That's it. You did something, and the irreversible set of consequences. It's that sexual promotion. You are about Shiva. And in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms and embrace about Shiva. But we're still going to execute them. Because they like to make certain decisions, there are two irreversible consequences. I will say, how often do we do certain things thinking that's what my mind is going to be deal? But just kind of dial it back afterwards. And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And such a consequence. Shiva always possible. But the undoing reaction or the reaction of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredibly so. We must be healthy, and that's just everything about this. Now, okay, it's not even more saying that like this. You want to know why you trust the sun to try it if you hit or replace it with father? Because father came about you. Because I would be true. But that's because I would be true. But you have to, I can't know. There's someone else to also be liable for hurting and for cursing Avram. I'm not married, but I'm the boss, and you finish it on. Very interesting. When you try it, I love the rest of the person or for another Jew, but I'm with you again. Meaning again, once it's all circles back to the idea that somebody has been condemned to death, ultimately, I love that almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really liability for someone who's dead. Like a son is a different obligation. Like the son is a son. And the son always has not known what's going on again. Having a son called has nothing to do with whether or not your parents is a child or not. You gotta be important. A parent needs to be parent, not as a parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have couples with them. So your parents is like, you don't have one. It's because you got a son who has an obligation to honor his parents. But the most about everyone else, obligated because he's dead. Unnecessary liability for dead guys. See how they can know that. If that's just against their son's supposed to be, so let's say, I'm engaged. You need to hardly do after these sons. See these people say, I love when I say, no, they just did it. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of people's alpha age that are in effect soon after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parents after their death because there's no permission to the court. Right? But for myself, you can't hurt your parents after their death. Because therefore, the color of the emo applies even after the death of the parents. You're keeping real respectfully. Even if you look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, personally, respect the same person would fully fucking it. But the same person that parents as well. Those are better, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of the age, even after death, transcends after death, right? This is why I love the nice again. You know, this is one of the interesting ideas. Inside this is one of the forms of people of that age. There's a lot of stuff that they're proud to say, and especially a child. I don't want to say child is for me. I couldn't do that. But even a child probably needs to go ahead and honor that request, because they dispense with that request. Yeah, a lot of Chinese like this in Aloha, about when a parent asks for something, that knows Aloha. People are not going to take over years. You got the obligation, the fact that it's a cellular indicates to us that people are going to even beyond that. You know, okay. Very interesting conversation. By the way, I hope you know that I didn't fall stop. What was the child? Right? I used to work for the his father, his child, ultimately again, for nothing, or for Torah, can the son go ahead and administer that particular program? Right? Or ultimately again, I used to work on it, which is similar to it, right? Having this been let out to death, and to trust the same time, if you wish to make the purchase. It's so funny, one of the circumstances is certainly personally in this case, right? Because the mice, again, pushing the parents after their death is also liable. Certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So now I asked about it, I mean, I thought, you know, it's in China, it's in the right? But Paul, even at the American CFR, I post it in the Taiwan, it was like, general, I'm not going to myself, son is not allowed to touch and take his father, even if the son is doing so, in the capacity of an agent of business. That's how I go, parents, church, and Chicago Road, is one of strategy. If you make this, the Torah, the step mode towards the castle, the little one step, that's one exception. That Adam, the father, was involved in sending others to worship Avodah Zarah, then you stop the son is committed to go ahead and person carry out the punishment that they did, because there was a routine. Once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, you definitely throw the business out. Now, it's in a general sense. Okay, so by the way, that is the halacha as what I interpret it. Again, so this little husband, this was actually It's fine. There's other stuff. This is good. So you look at very good. So you know what size. You might say, yeah, I love this over there. So how do you other people try to do over here? Let's say one carriage, but not the same word. Like over there, listen to this. I think the reason my feeling now is that we have to make it. She didn't really be doing let out the executive. Also, know that I call something with Kaya. You're not going to get the parents, you're not going to get the person. Then you can also call them Potter. Now, this is your person. If you listen, or if you first turn the Potter, that's why you Potter. You're technically keeping your get already. That's giving us a trip. Always a type of name as a piece of me. What there is naturally. So it's important, right? So let's say you talk, like you talk about Adam being let out to be good. First of all, I say you need to be the rock. Even though he's a rock, you start still church, meaning you start still church person. If you start just think of person, you start to separate in soccer, you start to look at first a substance. Okay, this is good time to say, however, if Adam did Siobhan, again, subsequently being in person, you start to tired for getting into the tired. Incredible. I thought he was good. I thought he was something already. Even though you start to do that, even though I haven't been last skills, not the last, about silver is about silver is about silver. And again, I'm not going to answer anything. I look for him, got to answer here. Also, I got to open my mouth, hey, let's see after that. But not the ocean, but in the type of music, where you get the ocean, or you get the record, I'm not confident that the song you must be occasion to carry as much as to carry out media excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mr. Nothing is dead. I'm not the other than you know, carry actually asked about his Kabila. Because we actually alluded to this over in the last video. When you were elected to be in the house. If the person is your father or mother, you will not carry unless the person causes an injury. You have to change the Kabila. זה חומר כמקלו ובמקר, שמקלו לאחר מספרי, והמקלה אחר מספרי. But you're telling us that even though normally we group many personal parents together, there is a tendency that person has over the meaning, but really the only time you're going to find the life. Firstly, I'm trying to give you the parents as well. That's very incredible. Secondly, no, that's not right. Don't say so very much about it. If you do, like, you talk to your father either, like, gives you a gut, but gives you a hot. It doesn't get a couple of things in your view, not good, but it's a level of liability. Only liability that's taking the pay, then you tell the public. That's your happening. Obviously, you know, you know, lack and so, looking in the positive side, obviously, you know, okay, colorless, other than most you must, obviously, you know, so there's a tendency in the positive, right? The beginning of the positive says, you say, color as other, as, you know, also like a man, a person, mother, and his father, most you must, he is put to death. Why? Other, you know, you don't go on both. They put his mother and father. So why do you say the same thing twice? First, you know, says the second other thing that you teaches me, laughing and stuff. That is liability if a person was cherished, even after death. Even after death, even after the parent died, still allowed to person. This is it. I would have thought, holy of the tide, and not sure of the tide, and the fellow, since the tide is so above and safe. Putting instructions, not there in the time, element time, act on the color in the time, element time. Look like this, like stuck in the parents. There's only liability in the parents, right? So to the person in the parents, there's only liability in the parents, right? So that's a different in the heart of extra praise. All this, you know, you see the liability for person parents, even once you are dead. Furthermore, oh, California. There's a couple of California. Uma, Maka, the Asabo, the Anfa, to the Anfa. We have the low power and low lack. So furthermore, again, when it comes to Maka, when it comes to hitting someone, what is it mean? Also, to low the Anfa, to the Anfa. What the means is like this. It doesn't matter whether it's you ultimately again, living with so much with the situation of who is right or not. There's liability for hitting them. There's liability for expressing any other truth, you know what it says.
I'm sorry, no kind of color. Uma mata sensible for the uncle, the uncle. No able to himself. But yet again, is not liability. The stuff is not actually dead. The color below us about for the uncle to the uncle. In a default, I will after yourself. You can function color. The given the color is any for a Jew. The need is a very good dictate of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call it uncle, then I love to make sure there's no liability for going ahead and purchasing them. Certainly, this should be no liability for accident. On the Roma, all the kilo, black and stuff. You know, it's like getting extra things other than the kilo, you can need a fuck. There's liability for cursing the parents even after their death. That's all right. Finally, I love your own meal, so that, yeah, I'll be the meal. Like I said again, this is the advice in this moment. Think of your son. Title phrase of every kilo is extra. Because it wasn't what I said before in the earlier part of the passage, that you can't curse the parents. What do I do with that last point, other kilo? But then it's even after the death of the parents, there's going to be liability. There's out of Yoshia, my training, I was thinking of Yoshia, the word that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Beside you. The Bible says Ish. Now again, let's think about this Ish. Asher Kalo as other Vestina. Why do you use this Ish? Why not just say Ish? Why Ish? Not that way, right? Not that way, Ish. The rabbi is back Tumtum God judgment. You see that even if the father is a kinsman or a virtuous, ultimately there's no liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher Kalo as other Vestina. Who cursed his mother and his father. I only know that his liability is to curse both your mother and your father. All these shalom, emo shalom of the meal. I don't know what his liability is. If I curse my father without my mother without my father, the Gemara says Yinayim, Aroma of this emo shalom. They're going to say other emo shalom. Other shalom, emo shalom. You see what's happening here? So if Yoshi is selected, if Yoshi uses that last
anything good about it?
the process says like
What is the best thing about it? Right on the winner.
What that needs to sound like the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse.
Yo, what the fuck, dog? Dog, Samurai. Everybody called that shit. Nobody knew how to pronounce it though. Really? Oh, it'll work.
Are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do you mean by this? You know, right? This is very interesting. If anyone knows, you know, right? Not for you in the color of the most you the Bible says ultimately again, from right from the color of the most you don't do that. And you find in the Bible stop thinking bad places. That's pretty bad to teach you. Stop thinking bad places. Think again, what's the first part? You think when you teach, learn the effort to teach. You can talk about some of them. Hold this fucking like a normal way. And this is Homer from Makia even the color. I said, why not tell the idea that there's a Torah? Then Makia is having the color also.
Dude, where can you fucking watch the Olympics?
So when Makia also goes to the uncut, by Makia also you try to do the own Jew. Whether the Jew is uncalled enough, and from the time that's anything in the color, ultimately again, but that's different than the color. Because on the color, you only try the person who is the uncut. Asava, Makshin, Hakal, Lola. And ultimately, again, you compare the tried Makshin, you compare the halacha of Hakal to Lola. But just like Hakal, your parents are going ahead and doing it. So the Lola, Lema, Tiny tonight. Those are the same piece of time like these other tonight. So what? Tiny Chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi Aka Mitzvah Hakal. So, Yaka Mitzvah Hakal. So, Kusi. Like I say now, again, remember, Kusi in general, Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes Kusi just means a guy. That's what it just means a guy. Kusi is the same as Haku. But in other terms, what Kusi refers to Or the Kusim. Through the Kusim. Right? Remember the game in Shaman, so the king of Ashur exiled the 10 tribes. They had a good strategy. What was the strategy? The military strategy was, whenever you conquer people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland, and you sell them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when you exile the 10 tribes,
I submitted an
Kusim.
S&T.
Where did the Kusim from?
And then they called me and
there was an outbreak of
interviewed
lions,
me
and they
and
converted.
then
There's a whole shaila about
did
their
that on the
conversion.
show.
Whether legitimate converts, not legitimate converts. So just bear that in mind. The answer is as follows.
It
So
was,
Kusi after the Hot House, and
probably
if
back in like
so
2014 or
Kusi,
16, but
if you
it
curse
was
Kusi,
something
you're not
about,
Christ.
it was
You
when
got right.
one
So
of our kids
you
was
got
in
to
college,
for the Hot House. So ultimately by Kusi, you're not Christ.
he lived in
or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says, Savua,
and we had never been hit that price, but we were paying the rent,
everyone assumes that the Kusi were legitimate Jews.
wouldn't let us in. We had to sit on
If
the
that's the
stoop.
case, so my love
So
back
that's what the
so what
question
are they
was
arguing about?
regarding,
So
and
the
then
master actually not called the Torah. One of the things is that you can play hitting someone, cursing someone, when Mars and therefore his liability. When Mars said, you're not doing
all right, how many
Torah.
kids do you have?
And said, no,
Two.
we treat
What
them
did you do for
separately.
work your
Which
entire
you might
life?
say, well, not true. Everyone agrees. Child catcher. Okay, all right.
Enough
We
of
do not
that.
go ahead and compare
I'll do it
hitting to
again.
cursing.
Watch it.
But how about the
Holy.
So that's what we're arguing about here. Mar Sabakusim Giri Alayos. And they're saying, Mar Sabakusim Giri Alayos. I'm sorry. Mar
I was
Sabakusim
in
Giri
the stream for a
Alayos.
while.
Mar
Okay,
Sabakusim
in the
Giri
streamer,
Alayos.
and then
What's the
you
focus
got
on our
married?
side? The focus ultimately is Halakha Lamaisa. What's the name of Kusim?
when my
Giri
kids were older.
Alayos means that
Okay.
Alayos is the
How old are your
time
kids
cannot
now?
be iron.
One
Right?
is
So they
almost
converted
40
because of the
and one
lions.
is
Those lions, therefore,
okay.
they were not legitimate
You
Giri.
have a
Other things
boyfriend
is
now?
no, they were Giri
I'm married.
MS.
You're married.
Legitimate lions.
How do you keep things fresh in the bedroom?
So the Gemara says,
I
Be
don't
happy. How does it turn out? Allah was so lucky to Yisrael. So let's say, so ultimately, I think if that's the case, so what does it mean when we say that the Shah of the priest is feel like the Shah of the Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, and Shmanina, that Kisha for Yisrael. Rather, that's what we see. What is the focus? And the focus ultimately is, do you compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental focus and told you over here. So let's say, so just Halakha Lamaisa, just in terms of the takeaways from here, Halakha Lamaisa, the constant is that
Sometimes it's over under me, and sometimes it's strikeout city. You never know what's going to happen here. All right. It appears to be your final fucking pull of the night. Your third female comedian of the night goes by the name of Jenny Ian, everybody. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Hello. So I've been thinking about my celebrity doppelganger, and I finally found it. It's the nerd emoji. Yeah, I've been a nerd for a really long time. Back when the internet asked women one question, you probably know. Was it hot? Were you hot? Or were you not? Yeah, I was on a scale of 1 to 10. And I was a 9.
All right, so we'll
Yeah,
say
don't
good
laugh. I was 9 years
morning.
old.
Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Kol Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shomer Joshua this year as a host for the Soros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Abalim, Latova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, on the occasion of his 12th yard site. The Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Shmuel Rafa, a week of learning sponsors, Poland Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zachariah Ben Zachariah Shmuel Rafa, and our gastronomy sponsors for today, Adam Bronco, in memory of Moshe Ben David or Moshe Feinstein, Zachsal, on the occasion of his yard site, the open and merit of our town Torah. In the Shabbos of Aliyah, the families in the Hamas, from the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful before Nasi Yedeh. Those are that's what you should be able to for always try to see.
everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I want to say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is page 85. We are up to a note we left off on page down on the base 84B, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. How this not? So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do blood letting from his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv chalek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two opinions of Masna and Rav Din who both seem to say yes, but then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Brave Ravina who do not allow their children to take out a splinter, to lance a boil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chavura. So the Gemara goes on and says, the Hadisnan, 6 lines of the Hadisnan, Nachat Shalyad, Vital Ba'asakos. Remember again, is now switching over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: that if you have a small hand tool, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not the so why? Because ultimately, again, technically you use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. 1 second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the concern? The concern is that you may cause a greater injury. The causing of a greater injury, especially one that draws blood, ultimately, again, is an Isra D'Oraisa. So what do you do? No, I'm sorry. Maybe it'll cause an injury. And again, although it'll be a shogi, it's not an intentional chavura, but nevertheless, it's a shogi of skila, which the Gemara says, no, that's different, because if there is a chavura that's caused by taking out of the splinter, that's mekalkel. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, so that's not according to the opinion that says mekalkel is pater. That in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is pater. According to the opinion that says mekalkel is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? Which verse is going to say, "Man Shabbos he done mekalkel b'chabura chayiv." Who's the opinion that says that mekalkel by chabura? If you cause a chabura and it's killful and it's destructive, that's a chayiv. That's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalacha Shemasicha Legufa Patrala. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha Shemasicha Legufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that results, that's not the malacha that I want. He holds that your potter. Okay, so the word goes off. So bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that situation? We're just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that'll be in malacha shemasicha legufa. In general, both like the local Shabbos. What do you call for Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. You need something constructive and premeditated. At the end of the day, you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary. But ultimately, again, it's not after Shabbos. So that being said, you don't take out splinters on Shabbos. We reach splinters on Shabbos. Splinters after Shabbos, out of a fear, ultimately, again, of a darshan and miscaving. Even though it's not for people, we still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous video, what about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? So this is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned in share yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch Paskins in Hilchot, there's a whole section called Hilchot Kivod Avayim. That's the name halachos. In Yeridea, it's in Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel, Ramah Gimel. Shulchan says as follows: let's say again, my father has a splinter. The Shulchan Aruch says, Lo yotzi enu shema yavo la'asos bo chabura. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his father to lose. Again, it will make his dam, or rofe. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. Lo yak is dam lo aviv, lo yachsif lo eder. A son should not do anything to a father, that cause bleeding, even if the intention is for refuah purposes.
And you see, like, I'll ask
So
somebody
let's say
who
that
should
the Ramah
know
is a very
answer,
important
honestly, and
qualifier.
I'll say
Haga,
something.
when is this true? When is this
The
true?
most interesting thing about your
Sham
life.
Acher Lasos. When there's someone else to go ahead and provide the call
Again,
this
you keep
quote
answering
unquote
before you get
service
shitty, and you're
for
not
the
saying
father.
anything while claiming that you're answering
אבל
honestly.
אין שם אחר לעשות, והוא מצטער, הרי מקור מקיזו בכל תקלות לפי מה שישובו לעשות. So it's interesting enough, because there's no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. But Shlomo is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "Fi ma sheyeshuvu lasos." He has to get the choice from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatila is that a son should not do these things for his father. Like that's the lechatila. Like if the evidence there's no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get the shit from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause chabura or cause the joining of blood. Incredible. And I will say, this also presupposes that the father is in the mental capacity to give the shit to the father. Let's say again, the father is not in the mental capacity. The son is very good enthusiastic. Again, but I must say it's understood. It's understood that although ideally, better to have someone other than the son perform these duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give the shows, the son is to make it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more a little bit of that. So it's our top of pay 85A, second line there. Very interesting case. Boy, me Roshachos. That's the concept of Roshachos. Then, Mashkiach Shliach La'aviv La'akoso with a Talmud. Wow, listen to this. Can the son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Mashkiach Shliach Rashi says, Bezdin La'aviv in his height of a midway Umalchus. So what we're seeing now, the question is like this. Let's say again, we have right Avram and Yitzchak. Avram is the son. Avram was condemned by Beis Din to condemn. He was judged by Beis Din to Malchus, to get lashes. Or Avram was going to be put in excommunication. Remember again, so now the title is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by the Beis Din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach HaBeis Din. Gemara says, Amalei, la'achamiyat, so Gemara asks the question in general, right? Why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Avram is judged for the excommunication. By the way, say part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Beis Din. So Gemara says you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. So can you go over to another Jew and spot them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed to. Gemara says someone else stam another Jew. How are they committed to flog someone? How are they committed to curse someone? This is beautiful. Ella, kavod shamayim is ugly. That I will say. So why is it that Beis Din in general, right? Anyone in Beis Din is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kavod shamayim ugly. Because the covet that we are obligated to display to our Baruch trumps any other covet. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Baruch and they're deserving of Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. If someone is deserving ultimately again of Nidra, we're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet to our Baruch goes in and comes before the covet of any other person. Hachanami kvot shmayla. That's the logic that ultimately, again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for Nidui as well. So okay, that's what Gemara is assuming right now. So may say, Uma mi shemitzuva lakoso mitzvah lakoso mi she'in mitzvah lakoso in a din shemitzuva shelo lakoso. So what's the right? A little bit of a strange brayso. It's about 3 things. So literally translated, if someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the Christ is talking about. So Mar says, "My love, makom mitzvah." So perhaps both cases in the Bryce are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. I see if someone is deserving of lashes, and what happens? Habib no, haba'achar. Maybe one Bryce is talking about a son, and one Bryce is talking about someone else. In other words, and the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless,
the son should not administer to the father, and versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew, but when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is permitted to administer it. To which the Gemara says, "Lo, idi v'idi loshna b'no loshna acha." The Gemara says, "No, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else." V'lo kasha, kan b'makom mitzvah, kan shelo b'makom mitzvah. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean? About say so? What does that mean? Makom mitzvah, not makom mitzvah. So the pashtus, what's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Shelo b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayiv malchus in Beis Din. So someone's chayiv malchus in Beis Din. As much as we don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not chayiv malchus, you're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa. Halacha is prohibited. So the Mahakikata, this is what it needs to say. Here we go. Uma b'makom mitzvah shemitzuva lahakoso mitzvah shlo lahakoso. So it says, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, in the case of makom mitzvah, let's take this. Right, Avram ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son. Let's leave that on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of malchus. Right? There's an issue d'oraisa to flog someone even one more lash than they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says. Even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? There is a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. When someone is not liable to lashes, so the Gemara says, so it's only where someone is not subject to lashes, then halacha l'maisa, don't strike them at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So b'pashtos, well, we're not finished. Let's finish up first. Tashma. So we'll say, so remember again, keep your eye on the ball. What's the primary shiloh over here? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father that could potentially result in a chabur. That was topic number 1 for today. Topic number 2 for today. Can a son carry out the punishment of Beis Din upon his father if the son is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Tashma. Hayotze dehare. Listen to this. Avram was condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. Uba b'no v'iko v'kilalo chayiv. And what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is chayiv. All right. So the Gemara says, if another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be potter. All right, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, so again, one more time. Avram is condemned to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him or curses him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be liable. All right, if someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we asked, why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between the son and someone else? It's very interesting. The misarvin bon lotzis ve'eni don't say. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. Remember again, we spoke about earlier in the chapter about the process for leading someone out to death, specifically again by skila. And we went through that whole process of leading them out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go. Which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? You hit him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukila. B'she'in misarvin bo lotzes. The Sheshes sets it up as no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case, he's not refusing to go out. So
So let's say, again, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay, but Shisha says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. He's willing to go. Right? He's willing to go. The shame is he's willing to go. If that's the he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, if someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara is very simple. So let's say, remember, this is very important. When Avram is condemned to death, what's his status? What's his status? He's considered to be dead. All right, right? Let's take a different case. Somewhere, right, Avram is condemned to death by David, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero. Why? He killed a dead man. He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, okay, there's no liability because they hit and they cursed a dead man. If the son does it, there is liability. Again, I must say, this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right, but if you're stuck, it's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore, again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, "V'hamra cheshes, baish is an interesting case here. Baishu yoshan meis chayiv." So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stab. Right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's right, while Ruvain is sleeping. Right? Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, so what's the problem of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is. Right? I go ahead, right? He's sleeping. Someone says, interestingly enough, and he dies in his sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been caused him. So what's the halacha? I show Yashin Mace Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. Now, what's saying, who am I Chayiv? And Rashi says over here, she's actually right across Chayiv. Is Baishin Banov, the Chayiv Nani Loshna. So it's interesting enough, halacha myself, I'm obligated to pay Moshes to the heirs, right, to Ruvain's offspring, because they were embarrassed inside the Jews. What do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov's not going to be chayiv. Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or he cursed a dead man. But what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never even realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and pay for the embarrassment to the offspring. What's the case over here? Where what happens? Where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shada pruta. So therefore, again, there's no liability, right? For damages less than a pruta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, "V'hamar Rabbi Ami, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, hikar she'en shada pruta lokat." But we learned that even if you injure someone, when you right to commit someone, you cause them an injury that's less than a sharaputa, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get notice. To which the Gemara says, you're right. My pater de Kamar. What does it mean when we say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and he struck or he cursed Avram, that ultimately he's pater? What does that mean, pater? Pater, mimaman. It means there's pater from mammon. There's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Mechlal, there be no chayiv b'mammon. So again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayiv b'mammon? It should be strange. To which the Gemara says, Ella, the dino, hachanami b'dino. Rather, what it means is chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated party, will have his own liability. So why is it that another will be pater, right? If Yaakov comes, Avram's been condemned to death, and Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is pater? The Amr V'nasi ba'amcha lo sar.
pasuk says literally again, a prince amongst your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Well, only when we'll say when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klala. So I understand cursing. So what's this? Now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling me is the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave like a Jew. Right? Only when what we call osen ma'aseh. Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, hatinach klala. Hakar, what about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? We compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only applies to amcha when the person is conducting himself in conformity with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. So we'll say that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself to Amcha, like a member of Klal Yisrael. If he's not conducting himself a member of Klal Yisrael, then Allah for myself, there should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is incredible. Both say, Gemara says, what's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. So we'll say, so again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So we'll say this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, you could do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on their deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So let's just in this dramatic case, Avram's been sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. But the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change in oneself or in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. So what's lesson number 2? Don't say things here yourself, oh, he's about tshuva. That's it. If he's about tshuva, then what should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. What else do you see? Just because a person doesn't tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that he undo the effect of all of that. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time, you can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Imam Sashima says, that if you do the highest level of tshuva, the Imam calls tshuva the even zidonos nas kizuchuyos. Even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our actions, realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. And we see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? The person says, let's say it happens to be that the offending party is the husband. Let's say, for argument's sake, right? For illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? And a husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. He understands, so what does he do? He says, I'm sorry. Now, it's interesting. Often the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? It's like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine. Like a little tear in the corner of my eye. Like, I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that suddenly everything that just snaps back to what it was. Like everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. This is also because, again, our actions have consequences and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important struggles to live with in life. And this is why, again, living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important, because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back, you can't pull it back. It stays. Avram may be about tshuva. Everyone may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible. But now we have to tell you. Like, in other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have to send motion. You are about Shuvah, and in Shalom, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great Baal Shuvah. But we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I was like, how often do we do certain things thinking in the back of our mind it's not a big deal, or just kind of dial it back afterwards? And then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible Yisod. So much Yahi, and that's the case that I was coming about Tshuva. So that was it's not really much setting it up like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, the son, is chayed if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about Tshuva. Because Avram did Tshuva. If that's the case that Avram did Tshuva, Yahi, Acher Nani, then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing Avram. So I'm Rav Mari, very interesting. No. When he chayed, halach l'maisa for cursing or for hitting another Jew, but ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I want to say this all circles back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halakha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. Right? A son is a different obligation, right? The son is a son. Right? The son always has an obligation. Again, has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent. It's incredibly important, right? In other words, my parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have coverage for them. So with parents, we tell this, even though Avram is convicted to death, a son still has an obligation to honor his parents. But the rest by everyone else, Avram is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate liability for a dead guy. If that's the case against the son, should also be example. I'll say, I'm a days. The hobby, the son. Excuse me, about say. So no, here's the thing, and we'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of Kibud Avva'im that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But Lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right, Mikalo of the Emo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if you look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, his son, cursing him would still be prohibited, because you can't curse your dead parents as well. So say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this in terms of the people of the aim even after death. It transcends after death. This is why halacha l'maisa again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is one of the forms of people of the aim. There's a lot to discuss. Let's say a father says, a parent says to their child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. And crazy case like that. Parent says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Or can they dispense with that request? There are a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. But the point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbud avayim extends even beyond death. So the Gemara, okay. Very interesting conversation. Bottom line, also remember how did this all start? What was the shayla? Right? Avram Yitzchak worked for Beis Din. Yitzchak worked for Beis Din. his father is chayiv ultimately again for Malchus or for Kala, can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately again, or Hayotzi Liharik, which is a similar case, right? Abram is being let out to death. Is Yitzchak the son chayiv if he hits him or if he curses him? So certainly, one thing we've certainly established is certainly cursing him he is chayiv for. Right? Because Lamaisa, again, Lamaisa, cursing the parent after they're dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my know what's about a month. I'm going to about a the day of each month. Lakol ina ben nasa shliach lakosa or the kalalo. So what's like general halacha lamaisa? A son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of basin. That's the halacha. Can't curse or hit the father as an agent of basin, with one exception. Chutz mimesis, Torah shahari amar Torah losachmo velosachasal. There's only one exception. What's the one exception? If Adam the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, then Yitzchak the son is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Bezin, which makes sense also because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought down in Kabbalah. Again, so one of our constants, this was actually fine. Good, Restream Aleph Taus, listen to this. So he goes to Gary for this. The Gemara says, two halachas over here. So, how you abid the imo rishayim gimurim over avera? Let's say one's parents, the man is Rishon Gimurim, right over Avera. So listen to this. Even if they're literally being let out to be executed, you are not permitted to hit your parents, you're not permitted to curse them. Now, interestingly enough, for Kraskins, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. Right? Why are you potter? Because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? So let's say this is fascinating. So if one parent, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Avram is being let out to be killed. So first of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically Qatar because he hits and cursed a dead person. Okay. Listen to this. Rambam says, however, if Avram did tshuva and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him in person, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parents. Incredible. Avavi doesn't hurry. Even though Yitzchak is being right, even though Avram is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha l'maaseh in halacha hey, Shalom Rishon here. Avar imo aver shalokim alav v'ayed shiach v'dayanim v'yakya osam v'in nischay v'nidui v'yeshliach nidosam v'lo yirda v'lo yakas. In halacha hey, one of our constants that the son Yitzchak should not be agents of Bezin to carry out Malchus or to carry out mutual excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go weiter. Mishnah, not finished yet. Hamakya other imo inochayi ashiyasa b'hin chabura. Because we actually alluded to this already in the last video. When you hit is actually the beginning of the parak. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes an injury. So you have to create the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekala b'zumacher, shemekala la'acham yisachayiv, la'makila la'acham yisapater. But we're say even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, there's a stringency that person has over hitting, namely that hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, let's analyze. So we'll say, so very important halacha. What this means is, like Yitzchak was over to his father Adam, like gives him like a fast, gives him a patch. It doesn't create a chabur, it doesn't create an injury. Not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Gemara, Aviv v'imokilel la'acham yisam. So that's when the pasuk says, Aviv v'imokilel. Most you must Aviv v'imo kilo. So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says, "Ki ish asher halal es aviv ve'es imo." Pasuk does that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must, he is put to death. Why? Aviv v'imo kilo dalabo. He has cursed his mother and father. So why do you need to say the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says, the second Aviv v'imo kilo teaches me lachanisa, that there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after death, even after the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyako, I would have thought, since the Messiah, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So, when cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. Shabbos says, therefore, again, the pasuk extra phrase, Aviv v'imo kilo, to teach that there's liability for cursing parents even once they are dead. Furthermore, behold, Kal v'chomer. There is a Kal v'chomer, it's a Kal v'chomer. Uma makeh she'asa bo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So the Gemara says, "Lo chayiv and lo la'achar." So furthermore, again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Also, shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So what that means is like this: it doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately, again, is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting them. There's liability for striking any other Jew. So the Gemara says. I'm sorry, right? Yet again, there's not liability for striking someone after they're dead. So when it comes to Makalo, interestingly enough, the din of Makalo is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. And if somebody is not what we call an Amchal, in Halacha L'Maisa, there's no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly, there should be no liability for after death. Aviv v'imo kilo la'achanisa. So what's again the extra phase of v'imo kilo teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. Alright, so let's analyze. So again, this makes, we're going to see this in the Bryce in just a moment. That whole phrase of Aviv v'imo kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Aviv v'imo kilo? That's going to teach that even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. There was Rabbi Yoshia, my friend Yoshia, who holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. Desanya. Ish ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now again, much of the pasuk is ish ish asher kalo es aviv imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Matamomer ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum v'androgynous. To teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an androgynous, ultimately again there is no liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalal es aviv imo, who will curse his mother and his father. Amy ella aviv imo. I only know that there's liability if you curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shelo imo. Imo shelo aviv imo. How do I know that there's liability even if I curse my father without my mother without my father? To which the mother says, Minayin. Tarolomar aviv imo kila. The pasuk then goes on to say, Aviv imo kilo. Aviv kilo, imo kilo to Rabbi Yoshia. So I say, so now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase. When you look at the beginning of the pasuk says like this. Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like from the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says therefore the end of the pasuk says Aviv v'imo kilo, to teach me that part, there's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshi uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, Mashma shneim ke'echad u'mashma echad lifnei atzmo, ad sheyifrot l'cha kosad yachdav. Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read Sukkim. In general, whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minole, for us, is very interesting. From where do we know this? Minole, not me, umekalo aviv imo, most you must. The pasuk says ultimately again, from the color of the Mamos Yumas Vida, when we buy the Rabos back come to the androgynous. That's learned that to teach me. That's from the androgynous. First of all, learn it out from ish. The Torah Kloshim Mei Adam. Torah is just talking him like a normative way. But listen, Chomer ben Makeh Mirim Mekalo. So why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah ben Makeh is over Mekalo? How so? Sheb ben Makeh, second white line. Sheb ben Makeh Asa Boshro Ba'amcha Ki Ba'amcha by Makeh Bosa. You're chayiv for hitting any Jew. Whether the Jew is Amcha or not Amcha, you're chayiv. Mashenki in the Mekalo. Ultimately, again, but that's different by Mekalo. But because by Mekalo, you're only chayiv for cursing the Jews Ba'amcha. Kasavar Makshin Hakal Miklala. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare or we by Makshin we compare the halacha of Hakal to Klala. It's just like Hakal you're chayiv for going ahead and taking any Jews. So the Klala Lema Hani tonight. Those say say the Kisna I like these other tonight. So what like what? The Tani Chada, very interesting case over here. Kusi Ata Mitzvah Hakal. So Yata Mitzvah Hakal. So Kusi. I will say now, again, remember, we're going to get into kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. Sometimes kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. There is kusi is the same thing as akum, right? In other times, what kusi refers to is who? Are the kusim. Who are the kusim? Right? Remember again, when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes. So he had a good strategy. What was his strategy? His military strategy was, whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resettle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when you exile the 10 tribes, who did he put in their place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? Kusa. They were Kusim were all devil desire. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. There's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts, not legitimate converts? So just bear that in mind. So the Gemara says as follows. So Kusi Atam Tzvah so the Atam Tzvah so Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're tight. If you curse a Kusi, you're not tight. Thank you, that's not right. So the Atam Tzvah so ultimately by Kusi, you're not tight for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says Savua, Ikulim Alma, Kusim Gere, MSA. That was the assumption we're making is everyone assumes that the Kusim were legitimate Gere. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so my love back with you. So what are they arguing about? So the Marsal actually not called the Klala. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone who Mars and therefore again his liability. Mars Savar Momakshin Hakal the Klala. Another opinion says no, we treat them separately. Which the Gemara says, well, not true. The Kuli Alma, everyone agrees. Momakshin Hakal the Klala. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. Bahaka. So what are we arguing about over here? Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. Am I saying Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos? I'm sorry. Mar Savar Kusim Gere MSA. Mar Savar Kusim Gere Arayos. What's the machlokes? I'm saying the machlokes ultimately is what's the nature of Kusim? What Kusim Gere Arayos means? Like Arayos is an olive, not an iron. Right? They converted because of the lions. Those lions, therefore, they were not legitimate Gere. Other opinion says no, they were Gere MS. Legitimate lions, legitimate Gere. So the Gemara says, so let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean when we say that the shar of a pussy is treated like the shar of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What is the machlokes? The machlokes ultimately is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental machlokes unfolding over here. So let's say, so just halacha l'maisa, just to understand the takeaways from here. So halacha l'maisa, the way we paskin is that Hakah and Kala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parents, or there is a prohibition of cursing one's parents even after their death. But halacha l'maisa again, Hakah, right, striking does not apply after the death of the individual. All right, well, after the death of the parent. Sorry, we're going a little bit faster on the last piece. We'll take on the Mishnah session tomorrow. Commend the staff. Shkayach, everyone.
Extreme feminine voice. And I'm being very honest now. You know the feminine voice you get to hear, they're extreme.
What they will say it is a cost to be able to listen. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be that person, but for the Hashem.
back by Tuesday afternoon. Look forward to Mr. Hashem to see everyone each year in Mr. Hashem to try to on Wednesday night. So, but it is just nevertheless continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's doc is $8.84. We are picking up in Mr. Hashem on Kimo on the days 83B, and we are picking up Troy Roche. So actually, no, I took it back. We are picking up about Orel. Two guys are from the bottom. About Orel, only Yoshi about that. So again, going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are highly misbehaving, or the circumstances which generate liability of misbehaving, and then Mishnah created a list, a Bryce created a list. Then Avel, a Kohen who does have old as Avel as the border, Orel, uncircumcised, Yosef, sitting. So the halacha is all three of these things, as much as they're prohibited. If a coin does it, it's in violation of Allah and not Mishabidi Shemai. It says you must really go through each of these one by one. Aral, you know. From where do we know that if a coin does have all that as in Aral, that it is quote unquote only Allah and not Mishabidi Shemai? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So the lesson over here is we cannot learn this from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which means it's not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, but Yecheskel ben Muzi ben Aman. Yecheskel ben Muzi, another Yecheskel in the morning, what did Yecheskel say? Ben Nechar Orel, ladies, half of $84A, Orel Basar, or Yava Amiknoshi. It's interesting, Yecheskel says, Kol ben Nechar, again, he's a non-Jew. Orel, ladies, uncircumcised parts, Orel Basar. Someone who's a little bit physically uncircumcised should not come to the mikdash to serve. So ultimately, again, here we see now, again, obviously, this is not a Doraisa, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Navi, and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's allowed, really what it means is, Rashi points out that we have a Hainu Ashara, Mishivek Kabbalah Bahama, Hello Rocky Allah. So we see Allah really is what we call Vivek Kabbalah. Bahama is not the Julian. So if a coin were to work, if a coin were to do the service as a Torah, also is circumcised. And remember again, each of the coin is not circumcised, it's a case of Mesu or Echad not Restream, where they couldn't do a Restream. Right? Because if someone again can have a Restream, but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular coin could not have a Miva because his brothers had died as a result of his Miva before. Secondly, although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to circumcise. Good. Next, Onaim. Remember again, Onaim is someone. Now, interesting, but if you notice, you might use both lessons of Onaim and Onaim. Now, for our purposes, again, Onaim is a period of time between death and burial. The halacha is that a coin can't be the avodah during that time. If he does so, he is high. It's a lot. It's a lot. Doesn't matter. No, we really know that. For only know. Second line from the top, $84,800. Six, you know, Mikdash will you say, below you come out as the Mikdash Elokah. Because the pasuk says exactly by the Kohen Gadol. The pasuk says by the Kohen Gadol, actually specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadab and Abihu. Aaron cannot leave the Mikdash, and he should not sustain the Mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling me, even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not committed to leave the Mikdash. He had to continue to do the Avodah. And Gemara actually something very important. Gemara says, what do you see here? It's after the Kohen Gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But if someone else was to serve as an owner, they would in fact same temple service. So from here you see the fact that the Kohen Gadol has to serve as an owner slash Gadol indicates to us that other Kohanim may not serve in that state. So where the Gemara is coming right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does serve in the state of Aimus, he's in violation of Allah, prohibition. One second, maybe we should make it clear Shabbat. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. Remember again, on one hand it says, by a Vinvis it says Kilo, and by Truma it says Kilo. So we should say, just like if a coin who is coming eats Truma, he's chayiv, and he's Savidi Shamayim. So too, if a coin who's in Avel does the Avodah, he should also be chayiv, he's Savidi Shamayim. I'm going to have Advarava, they will have Kilo Mishuma, Mala Havanda Misa, Kama Miso, and say, just like again, by a coin who's coming with Truma, which is called Truma. But again, the case of the coming coin with each Truma is chayiv, Savidi Shamayim. Just like by Truma is Savidi Shamayim, so too again,
Onin should also be Misibidi Shamayim, which must be one second. Mix it in the frame, Michlal colors. First of all, just understand. The prohibition for a Kohen to do the Avodah as an Onin is not written explicitly. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the mikveh, but has to serve even in the state of Ayunos, tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in state. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle called Dara Habon Nakal in Bani Osa B'Jerusha. Interesting, the Gemara espouses the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference itself cannot be part of the B'Jerusha. Logically, you're saying is, in order to be part of the B'Jerusha, you put explicit concepts, and you should go between the two. If one of those concepts is not explicit, right, learned out by inference, you cannot use it for the B'Jerusha. Interesting. Okay, no shit, no. Next, how do I know that if a person does the Avodah sin, doesn't use a violation of the law? Amar Rava, Amar Rava, Amar Rava, the passage says, Yibol Bachar Hashem Elokecha Mikol Shvat La'amod U'Lisharetz. The passage says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve. And Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, La'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see from there? La'amid Bachar Tavalo V'Yishiv. The Dashka, the sacrificial service, temple service has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, one coin goes there and sits. During the Avodah, then Halach said he's in violation of Allah. Balmor, next. What about a blemished coin? So remember again, so what happens if a blemished coin does the Avodah? Rebbe or Rebbe, so Rebbe says, he's put to death. The Chum say Bas Hara. It's a lot. Let's analyze. My time to Rebbe. What's the Rebbe's logic that he says? It's about Mum, if a blemished coin does. You have all these kinds. So what's his logic? So the message said, Ach ala parochas lo yavo. The pasuk says that again, if the coin has a mum, you should not come to the parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is v'lo yichalel es mikdoshi ki ani Hashem mikadasham. He should not put him on the construction of Shilo, to be mercy. The other, Shilo the Shuma, make it clear Shava from Balmon to Shuma. Just like it says, Mala, Havon, so just like by Shuma, if you have a Kamekon, it's Shuma, it's kind of the Shamayim, Hashem, the Nisa. So from Balmon, does the Avodah, he also kind of Nisa. That's what he's asking. Clear Shava, Shilo, from Shuma to Balmon. The nail of Shilo, we know, so we'll say, yeah, like Hadrach yesterday. But remember, it also says, Shilo by Nosa. Nosa is a few cards. These make it clear stuff of few Balmon and Nosa. It's just like Nosa is few cards. So few Balmon is few cards. Which Gemara says, Mala, how the cards have come the cards. You start every Shuma Havleh. No, it makes more sense to learn Balmon from Shuma than from Nosa. Why? They came Tsul Haguf with Tsul Haguf. Because remember again, the common denominator between Shuma and Balmum is in both cases begin with a disqualified coin. Right? Balmum, the coin himself has a blemish, and the case of Shuma here, a coin who is punished for eating Shuma, consuming Shuma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. How can I go? Just the opposite. You know to have a little bit. You know to why? Between Kodesh Nim, Pigel, and Nosa. Because again, has a lot of coming out. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Pigel and Nosar. Ella, Mitamesh, Ella, Mitamesh, Shimish, Ella, Mitame, Shimish, Kamar, Suhagov, Mitsuhagov, Kodesh, Nim. Agora, não está falando dela, você tem coisas que ficou que não sabe. Salvo por mais again, which is the message from going out from Mozart rather than from Shuma. Ella, you coming to Shimish Kama. Rather again, it is better known. Rather learn out from the case, it's less here. We're going to learn out, ultimately again from coming to Shimish. So who's coming to Shimish? That's the Kohen who is coming who does the Avon. Again, this is more like, this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the message, Ella, coming to Shimish Kama. Suhagok, with Suhagok. Which is Kodesh, Nim, Pigel, Venosa, Mikodesh, Nim, Pigel, Venosa. Okay, so this is very fine. So then back to ultimately again is in our local life. So again, different ways to learn it out, different possibilities learning it out, but when I saw results in the key of these. Okay, so let's remember, try to figure out what here. The Balmum does the Avodah. What is Avodah? That means that's key of these. So again, a couple of different possibilities as we learn it out. What about Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Amashra, Bo, below the Balmum. The Rabbanan say the pasuk says bo.
because it says about this is not the point of the avodah b'shuma. It says ultimately again, this individual is chayiv himself, but not a baal. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. So the Gemara goes like this. What about the case? Well, since therefore, if I'm not my focus again, Gemara is up to my focus, it's not Mashiach. Does not decide. Coin Balmum does the avodah. Halacha l'maisa again. What this is because this. Right. Listen, so I'll just tell you. Read the Rambam passage. Rambam passage is like the Chacham. And a coin Balmum does the avodah. It is not he is means to be Shemayim. Rather again, is love. That's like the Chacham. Okay. So next, is it the Nigila? What about a case of intentional Nigila? So what's the status here? Rabbi Omer ben Yisrael. Rabbi says that the Yisrael that the Chachamim Omer Ba'as Haram. Chachamim say that it's a law. My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Nigila is in Yisrael? Rabbi Avo, Gamar Chait Chait Yishua. Shava of Chait Chait Yishua. The state ultimately by Nigila. It's a Chait by Shuma. Ma'ala Havan. Just like by Shuma. You're going to say all the cases of Shuma are a Kohen who's coming particular to that case of Shuma. It's just like by Shuma, there's a key of Nisi de Shemayim. After himself, so to over here, by this particular intentional law, will be Nisi de Shemayim as well. The Rabbanah on the other hand say no. Say no, Rabbanah on the crop, both for Loba Migila. The Rabbanah say again, once again, when is there or where is there Nisi de Shemayim? That'll be the case ultimately again at the point who goes ahead and intentionally does the avodah. Come on, but when I say not easy to use, once again, the Rambam has to come in. Again, the Rambam that the English part of that is on the Rambam on yesterday. Rambam has to come in. The person intentionally goes in and violates the law, and it's not easy to Shemayim, instead it's easy to do. Incredible. I suppose it's not back to the Mishnah.
Thank you.
Remember, I'm going to say this was Shabbos' fast, right? So Mishnah said this was the end of the hour in the days.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You should all know that you sound wonderful. Let's not fight over it. Okay, you all sound great. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate it if you follow me back. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. I'm a KOL, and you want to connect with me. Secondly, you should know that I have spent more than 360 days live streaming on X Spaces 24/7. You don't know anybody else on X who does 24/7 spaces, let alone video streaming. So you want to connect with me for that reason. And most importantly, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that means I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water powers in developing nations for the benefit of the less. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
The first method is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Shava of Ba'azar Kimas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah killed Misri Deshanayim, so too again, the Zav, the 9-point Gazi Avodah, is also killed Misri Deshanayim. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Shiva, so the Zar is killed with Shiva. So no matter what they're not focused, when I come to the Torah Akiva, what's the first 5 line on the bottom? He's out 84a. Rabbi Akiva stuff is done in Yumas and Yumas. Then done in Yumas and Yumas. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. However, if you're making Zir Shava, do it right. How do you make a Zir Shava? With 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. Yumas by Zar, and Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korah, the Russian
Absolutely.
is Yumas, not Yumas. Rabbi Akiva says that rather make a Zir Shava with identical words. Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hegel to Hegel, then done in Hegel to Navi. Rabbi Shmuel says, no, it's better to make a Shava between the Zar and ultimately Adas Korah. Why? Because they were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a person of God. Remember again, the only the false prophet gets any kind of witnessing is that someone has proven himself as a God as a good guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say better to learn ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korah, and not turn out the Zar from the Navi, which is what Rabbi Akiva. Even in the fact that you're not and Akiva says, well, maybe it's nothing once upon a time. But once we have trying to convince you to worship idolatry, even if I had no Yosef, there's no more ordinary of a person than this. Very profound.
DeFi, I can explain. Okay. Do you know what a live streamer is? DeFi, do you know what a live streamer is?
The identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here. Incredibly so. And Mars goes on. My figure Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan. So by the way, now, okay, so now we understand that we have a fundamental focus ultimately between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is my focus, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says Shiva, Rabbi Yochanan says Kemet. So what's going on there? Which the Gemara says, what's the focus? The Gemara says, my focus is Rabbi Yochanan, the my focus is Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan. Anyway, the focus is Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. Their argument is their focus is the focus Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan. What's the focus? The Shanya, Navi Shizia, is Skilo. If the Navi tries to be people go to idolatry, he's still Skilo. Rabbi Shimon the Philip. Shimon says, no, Chenek. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon the Chenek. Ha'anan, Rabbi Akiva over the Chenek. So one second, we have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chenek. So you just said before Rabbi Akiva told that the Navi tries to convince people to do idolatry, ultimately is killed by Skilo. They have Rabbi Akiva's on record, and the Mishnah saying that it's a Chenek. Straight from it, Rabbi Akiva. So there's my focus, Rabbi Akiva says, 2 different times, one time, and Rabbi Akiva holds.
Absolutely, plus Paul. Excellent question. Okay, so maybe a few generations ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But what I do is create essentially a time capsule or a timeline using video, so that you can literally go back in my life to any moment of any day for the last 4 years and not just know what I was doing, but also what was going on in world events. And you should know that AI needs human data in order to build its models, and I have more data for AI to be able to create its models than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person, essentially all of the data that I'm creating will be monetized in the future. I'm creating a giant library of this, and I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So essentially, you'll be able to see my life in decades from now and go back in time, almost like a time machine, to see what was going on. It's going to be extremely valuable to humans. Just like in the past where people would read history books or people would read someone's diary or someone's journal, I do the same, but I do it using video. Does that answer your question?
We spoke about strangulation a little bit, right? Again, you have the cloth around the neck, try to pull the rope from both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So you must so who gets Kenach? Okay, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of Kenach in just a little bit. Who gets Kenach? When is there Kenach liability? When a person hits his father or his mother.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Whenever you watch my streams, I'm literally wearing a merchandise of $100 million coin. Additionally, in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3. So if I may just interject, I help Web3 24/7.
What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the judge? He refuses. That's called the subpoena of the matter.
Absolutely. Let me explain what I do.
Again, worry about that later.
I will help you, absolutely. And that's what I say. Anybody who wants a mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I'll be happy to help you. This is what I help people to do. First and foremost, if you don't have a resume, I help people to get a resume. If you don't know what a resume is, it's essentially a summary of your contact information, the kind of job that you want, your past career history, and your education. What we do is we get a one-page resume for yourself. Then what we do is we make sure that you have the ability to apply on different job sites, because I want you to not just have a Web3 job, but I want you to have a career as well. And whatever it is you may do, you may be a community manager, you may be a Web3 marketer, you may be a reply guy. If you're a reply guy, I want to make you better. I want to make you into a social media manager. If you are a community manager, that's great. I want to make you into a brand ambassador. Whatever you want to do, I want to enhance you. And by the way, everything that I tell people is absolutely free. The strategy that we use is free, and I never charge anybody for any of this. I do it out of the goodness of my heart. Additionally, there are a lot of people on here who want to have bigger networks, and they don't know how to do it. So what I advise people to do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's essentially one link that you can put in your X profile that gives links to all of your other social media. I make sure that people create as many social media accounts on these different platforms as possible to have the biggest network that they can. This has a 5-part strategy. First, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on the most amount of platforms. Secondly, it allows you to promote your clients on the most amount of platforms. Thirdly, what it does is it gives you more than 30 different communication channels to get new clients. Fourthly, what it does is it allows you to rank really highly in social media and AI and in search engine. And finally, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. Once people do this, I look over their profile, I help them with it if they need help. And then what we do is we go and we ensure that they have content on their different social media. Then what I help people to do is be able to pitch themselves with a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 90-second pitch so that they can go into a space and with very little experience come in and say, hi, everyone, I'm a Web3 marketer, and I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. That means you're going to get more DMs about your project, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more people interested in your NFT. If this sounds good to you, please send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then I give people a menu that they can essentially send to their customers in order to make $10, $20, $100 a day if they want to, depending on the project. So I do my best to help people to become more successful in the Web3 space while simultaneously live streaming my life. Thank you for letting me contribute.
The problem is that what does that mean? Now, the most operating assumption that Kenach is considered to be a more lenient form of death penalty. What that's going to say is, if you kill a scam person, a regular person, not your father, you're executed by sight, a more common form, of death. If you kill your parents, your father, Kenach, you're like, a more lenient form of death. What does that mean? Here's one second. When you kill a man, Kenach cow. Now, that's fine if you understand that Kenach in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say the Kenach is more common, then what is the error? So just trying to figure out over here, here's what I know. The Pasuk says, if you hate your mother and father, you're put to death. Some unqualified death penalty is coming. Well, trying to figure out over here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which we must be very interesting. I don't know, it says, not the ish hames, most humans. Uksiv, or the Eva, he told Yado Hayamos. So also, it's very interesting. look at other cases when it comes to psychology. And notice the insignificant emotion that the Torah uses. Right? Not the instruments. If a man hits the fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or the Ibrahim, if you hit someone with animosity, right? You know, those are Hayamos, and he dies. But you notice in both of these passages, what do you see?
No, I'm comfortable with saying it. I have the heart of a teacher. I'm a teacher. And I like to help to educate people. I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play with millions of downloads. That has allowed me to have financial independence. Additionally, I'm a rabbi. The term rabbi means teacher in Hebrew. I like to teach. I like to see people better themselves. If you join my community, that's great, but I don't demand it of anybody. You don't have to. If you just want to DM me and get information from me, that's absolutely fine. I don't ask anything from anybody. I absolutely understand what's the reason why you do it. If anything, I like to see people better themselves, but you can ask the 100 people who I've helped in the last 100 days. Not one of them has ever been asked for anything. I do my best to improve people, and really the joy that I get out of it is to see people become successful. When they come back to me and they say, Rabbi, I got my first job. That's great. And they're like, okay, but I don't really know what to do. What do we do? And I help them and we strategize. That's a great feeling. And so if anything, I enjoy the feeling I get when I help people.
But interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant cities. On one hand, it says, "Not to is most of us." If you hit someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And it says, "The chomak nefesh." Right? The Torah says, "The chomak nefesh." Right? Here it says, so it says, if you kill a nefesh. So it says, chomak ish v'ameis. If you hit an ish, a man, and he dies, you're put to death. And then it says, chomak nefesh. If you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you both those two things? So this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki Ishmael, this is what it just said, Maki Ish, you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you put to death. I would have thought like this. How about Ish, the Bar Mitzvah Kakamo? I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? You kill a man. Why? Because the man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Kakamo. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child is highly mitzvahs. Therefore, Rahman Komak and if I try to say, no, Komak, what is that? You never use anyone, any living thing. So you need to have some to a child, you also carry highly less, which is because of Rahman Komak and that time. The third one is just said Komak and it says, out of the
Excellent question. I'm not the one who hosted that space. That's another account that I have that I don't promote. That's an account that simply records my life 24/7. That's the one that has been live streaming on X since February 14th of last year. So we're just coming up on a year. And those aren't like the audio is important, but what's really important to me from those videos or from those spaces, and you may not be able to see it if you only have an Android account, is it's video. So if you go into that space with an iOS device, you'll be able to see me for 20 hours straight. That's extremely important in my project in archiving the life of a human being. So I don't promote those spaces. I mean, I did repost it recently with this account, but that project is not really promoted by my bigger account, which is this one. So for anyone out there, if you ever want to find that space, in the X Spaces search, just type Rabbi, and you'll be able to watch my life 24/7. If you're ever bored, come check it out. I don't promote that space though. I just let it go, and it's been going now for more than 350 straight days, which is quite an accomplishment. And yeah, I've done it. I do them for 24 hours usually, and then I restart them. So I don't promote them. I don't ask people to join them. The 5 people who join were just random accounts that join. I don't do that because I want people to join those spaces. When I host a space, I'll get hundreds of people in the space. When I have that account join the space, it's really just archiving the video.
There's no injury. There's no chabula. There's no injury. So yes, obviously not good. And that's how it is. Only because of chabula. Which is Maki Adam or Maki. How do you know this? It's not a standard over here. Maki Adam is this means really anyone's head. Maybe every high connect, maybe it means you hit the medallion. How do you know that in order to be liable at that penalty for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? Very interesting. I'm going to call the pasuk says, Maki Adam or Maki Behemoth. The pasuk says, one injures the person, and it injures the other. My market of him, I got a bit of hold on. Just like if you there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound.
Welcome.
Slap a cat, like, all right, it's weird. But when I saw it, you're not trying to.
Welcome.
No monetary compensation. Just like market is only tied to the position, market is also only tied to striking a person.
Yeah, what up, Levi?
Incredible. Siba, Levi says, Mama, the Ema, and the other Bakura, the Siba, Nefesh, Maka, Adam, and the other Bakura. So it's like in its only liability for striking one's parents, one positive. So also, it's incredibly important. So the most suggestion over here is that some person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strikes them and cause some type of injury. So my skipper, like, so this is one second. If that's the case, that we're talking about the animal, that you're only liable for injuring an animal, you're not because of Hamura causing injury. If that's the case, if you shove out running, let's say I go over to the range animal, and I'm moving this animal up with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're telling them there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I make the limit? You're going to get that animal? Of course I'm going to be Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value of it, right? And the strength of the animal. You see, we're going to be my animal to don't cause a physical injury, right? Hello, and in the nefesh behema, the ha'im nam v'sisham ba'avanim. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema or maki adamaki behema, right? It says nefesh, right? The nefesh pasuk by the way is maki nefesh behema. So I don't really I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because by an animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the car on the animal you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me about animal injuries, then what? The ha'inam yefisha ba'avanim chayif. So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, why don't you hack it? Therefore, it turns out interestingly enough that the way we're learning this out, ultimately, again, it's from nefesh behema. Right? The maka nefesh thing will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I injure. Right? If I hit my parents, I'm only chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. If a person just hits or slaps and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty involved in it. So if that's the case, so then what are the hackish between nefesh behema or maka adamak? What was the Russian? Right. Maka nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Right, so what now obviously the pasuk juxtaposes injuring an animal and injuring a person. So what does that juxtaposition mean? This is very interesting. The Kiddushania. Both of this is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the hektish? Maka behema, maka adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that mean? The first thing Gemara says is comes to teach me the ruling of the Bechis. What's the ruling of the Bechis? You have to take a look at that. We actually had this before in the Gemara. The Baba Kamal lists Torah Chaybin Yisos, Shogi Gimina Kashumin, Mamakin and Lokalaka. So what's the interesting? So the Bechis case is like this. You know there's a concept of cumulative liability, right? Which means that Allah if you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But the Bechis goes like this. Even if you do something b'shogeg, if it's the kind of act that had you done it b'nezid, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it b'shogeg, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, and they were learning out from that. You might say that's fine, but when you go around the Eastern congregation, that's fine if you hold like congregation. Element the less than congregation, but if you don't hold on the congregation, many reject that concept and they say the only time that you're cut from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something you're slugging and if we're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that reward, then what do you do with the husband? Not remember again, just understand. We're just trying to figure out whether the possible juxtaposes injuring a person, injuring an animal. So what do I need that for? Which we might listen to this. Just like what happens if I am eating animalism, and I'm trying to help with it, and I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to do it, there's no right there. So the Gemara learns out the juxtaposition. It's the same thing with a person. If I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I am not liable for that. That's the juxtaposition. So the Gemara says, Ben, listen to this case. Ben, Maushiyakis Gamlo. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say we have a father Avram, and Avram has a son Yitzchak. And Avram is ill, and he needs bloodletting. Because again, remember bloodletting was the preferred manner of all medicinal healing. So now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did he just say? That if the son injures his father, right, and drawing blood is son injuries, but here the son's intention is not to injure his father, just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So Gemara says, the Master Amar Abasa says, yes, it is permitted. Why? It's incredible. Because again, you see another youth in distress, you can help them out, especially if that kid is your father. What's the shayla? Of course you should help. But the says the juxtaposition. Torah says just like if you injure an animal in the course of trying to help, the course of doing so if we injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, you are partner as well. So the Lord says, interesting, both of these opinions are agreed, meaning that a son is permitted to go into blood letting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is from additional purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. So this time, just you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday. But this will be a fascinating story because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father. He's allowed to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right? And wants to go ahead, have blood sugar, different things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially they're doing a kabula, they're quote-unquote injuring the parent, even though the injury is not to be purpose. The injury is ultimately for a fool, but is a child allowed to do it on net? Both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate yes, it's just a shayla. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. Second opinion learns out from the Hakesh, the comparison between Makya Adam and Makya Behema. Well, listen to this. The Gemara says, Rav, lo shavik libre le mishkale sibu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove the splinter. Why not? Because again, it could cause bleeding, cause an injury. So similarly, again, Mar, the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Because if he would do it, or he wanted to lance the boil, open up the boil to get the process. He wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause an injury beyond the boil. So this is fascinating. So two great Rabbanim who would not allow their children to help them, taking out a splinter, lancing the boil, because of concern that it could cause a chabura. You must say, 1 second. If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone and cause trying to help them, then it's not just the son. Then no one else should be able to go and lance the boil or take out the splinter. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the boil. To which the Gemara says, no. Acher shigagas lav, shigagas chenek. Here's the big difference. If someone else is trying to take out the splinter and accidentally injure me, okay, it's a lav. It's a lav, and it's an accidental lav. My son, if he does it, is an accidental chiyuv misa chenek. So I will say, so what you see over here is this fascinating tension. So on one hand, when the Gemara asks, is a son allowed to essentially, quote unquote, injure his father for the purpose of healing him? The Gemara's question was blood letting. First two opinions, yes, hekish between Makya Adam and Makya Ema. But yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out the splinter, and Marbre Dravina not allowing his son to lance the boil. So again, we're gonna stop over at this today, but we'll take an answer more tomorrow. But fundamental shayla is, what does this mean? So how do you reconcile it? Is it that the mamish hold that it's usher, that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah Lamaisa, again, a son is not allowed to do anything to a parent
which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or would they just be more machmir on themselves? Is there a distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it? So that Amir Hashem coming attraction. But the takeaway, but just we have solidified the first understanding that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah saw the punishment is coming. Dr. Russell, stop over for today. Can't wait to see everyone in person on Wednesday. When it was like it is a source to be able to learn through. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but look forward to Meretz Hashem. Back by Tuesday afternoon. Look forward to Meretz Hashem to see everyone in Shir and Meretz Hashem B'Shal Kol Mufakis on Wednesday morning. So, but it is a source nevertheless to continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you. All of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is paid down 84. We are picking up Meretz Hashem on Pei Gimel Lebeis 83b, and we are picking up Prue Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. 2 lines up from the bottom. About Orel owning the Yoshei Bazar. So remember again going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are Chai Misbedei Shemayim, or just the circumstances which generate liability of Misbedei Shemayim. And then the Mishnah created a list, or the Bride created a list. Then an Avel, a Kohen who does the Avodah as an Avel as an order. Orel, uncircumcised. Yoshev, sitting. So the halach is all three of these things as much as they're prohibited. If a Kohen does it, he's in violation of Allah. And not Misbedei Shemayim. It says the Gemara. So now the Gemara is going to go through each of these one by one. Orel, from where do we know that if a Kohen does the Avodah as an Orel, that it is quote unquote only Allah and not Misbedei Shemayim? So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. So it's just in the Lashon over here is we did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. Yecheskel ben Buzi, Navi Yecheskel Kimulani. What did Yecheskel say? Kol ben nechar orel leif kap of Peidal 84a va'orel basar lo yava amikdashi. It's interesting enough. So Yecheskel says Kol ben nechar, again, who's a non-Jew, orel leif, uncircumcised heart, va'orel basar. And someone who's literally physically uncircumcised should not come to the mikdash to serve me. So ultimately, again, here we see now again, obviously, this is not a Doraisa, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Navi. And therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's a law, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, so when we say Allah, really is what we call divrei kabbalah. So if a Kohen were to work, if a Kohen were to do the service as an Orel, someone who's uncircumcised, and I remember again, the case of where a Kohen is not circumcised is the case of Mesu Echav Machmas Milah, where they couldn't do a bris milah, right? Because if someone again can have a bris milah but remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular Kohen could not have a milah because his brothers had died as a result of a bris milah beforehand. So such an individual, although he is allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to serve the Beis Hamikdash. Where do you learn it out from? Good. Next, Onain. Remember again, Onain is someone. Now it's interesting, but if you notice, the Gemara uses both lashon of Onain and Avel. Now, for our purposes, again, Onain is the state of a period of time between death and burial. So the halach is that a Kohen can't do the avodah during that time, and if he does so, he is chayiv. It's a lot. It's a lot. It says Gemara Minolan. Where do you know that from? Only Minolan. Second line from the top, 84a, Peidal Medal. Because the pasuk says it's actually by the Kohen Gadol. Pasuk says by the Kohen Gadol, actually specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav and Abihu. Aaron cannot leave the mikdash, and he should not profane the mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling you that even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not permitted to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. So the Gemara dashes something very important. The Gemara says, "What do you see from there? It's after the Kohen Gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But if someone else were to serve as an oni, they would in fact profane temple service. So from here you see, so the fact that the Kohen Gadol has served as an oni / bell indicates to us that other Kohanim may not serve in that state. So now we'll say, so where the Gemara is holding right now is, therefore, if a Kohen does serve in the state of Aninos, he's in violation of a law, prohibition. Versus 1 second. Maybe we should make a Gzir Shava, Chilul Truma, hearkening back to yesterday's daf. Harkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, on one hand it says, by Avegos it says Chilel, and by Truma it says Chilel. So we should say, just like if a Kohen who is Tameh eats Truma, he's Chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim. So too, if a Kohen who's an Avel does the Avodah, he should also be Chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim. And say, just like again by a Kohen who's coming who eats Truma, we'll just call it Truma for now on. But again, the case is that Tameh Kohen who eats Truma is Chayiv Misa B'dei Shamayim. So just like by Truma is Misa B'dei Shamayim, so too again, Onein should also be Misa B'dei Shamayim. To which Gemara says, 1 second. First of all, just understand, the prohibition for a Kohen to do the Avodah as an Onein is not written explicitly. It's inferred. The fact that the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to leave the Mikdash but has to serve even in the state of Aninos tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve in the state of Aninos. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So the Gemara says, so this is something that is learned out from an inference. And there's a principle. Interesting. The Gemara espouses a principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from an inference itself cannot be part of the Gzir Shavah, which logically it's saying is, in order to be part of the Gzir Shavah, you need two explicit concepts, and you can build a bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit or rather learned out by inference, you cannot use it for Gzir Shavah. Interesting. Okay. Yoshit Ninala. Next. How do I know that if a Kohen does the Avodah sitting, that he is in violation of Allah? Amar Rava, Amar Nachman, Amar Kra, the pasuk says, Kibol bachar Hashem Elokecha mikol shvatecha la'amod l'shares. So the pasuk says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Kohen to go ahead and serve, and Hashem chose the Kohen from amongst all of the tribes, la'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see from here? La'amid bachar tevalo v'yeshiva. The dafka avod, the sacrificial service, temple service, has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, if a Kohen goes there and sits during the avodah, then halacha he's in violation of Allah. Balmor. Next, what about a blemished Kohen? So remember again. So what happens if a blemished Kohen does the avodah? Rabbi Omer Misa. Rabbi says he's put to death. The Chum say bashara. It's a laugh. So let's analyze. My time to Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic that he says if a blemished Kohen does the avodah, he's chayiv misa. What's his logic? So the Gemara says, "V'chsev ach ala parochas lo yavo." The pasuk says that again, if a Kohen has a mum, he should not come to the parochas. And then the rest of the pasuk is v'lo yichalel es mikdoshi ki ani Hashem mikadasham. He should not profane my mikdash. Lashon of chilul. So the Gemara says, "V'yolid chilul mitruma." Make a Gzir Shava from Balmum to Truma. Just like it says, so just like by Truma, if you have a Tamei Kohen eats Truma, it's Chaim Yisbei Shamayim, Afkan B'Misa. So if a Balmum does the Avodah, he's also Chaim Yisbei. So that's Rebbe's logic. Gzir Shava Chilul from Truma to Balmum. The nail of Chilul Minosar. So we'll say again, this is like a Chazar from yesterday. But remember it also says Chilul by Nosar. And Nosar is a Chi of Karis. So we should make a Gzir Shava between Balmum and Nosar. So just like Nosar is Chi of Karis. So too Balmum is Ski of Karis, to which the Gemara says, Mala Alam B'Karis Afkan B'Karis. The start of Truma Havlevit. No, it makes more sense to learn Balmum from Truma than from Noser. Why? She came Psul Haguf, Psul Haguf. Because remember again, the common denominator between Truma and Balmum is, in both cases, you're dealing with a disqualified Kohen. Like Balmum, the Kohen himself has a blemish, and in the case of Truma, we have a Kohen who is Tameh, eating Truma, consuming Truma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Agarabo, just the opposite. I mean, Nosar Havalei Lamela. No, you should learn out from Nosar. Why? Shekim Kodesh, Pnim, Pigel, V'Nosar. Because again, it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's subject to Pigel and Nosar. Ella mitame Ella mitame shishimish. Ella mitame shishimish kamar. Psul hagov mipsul hagov. Kodesh pnim I'm sorry, I just lost the place. Adraba. We know several other Elaf. Shekin Kodesh Pnim Pigel Venosar. Again, we should learn out from Nosar rather than from Truma. Ella Mitame Shishimesh Kamar. Rather, again, it is better. No, we'd rather learn it out from the case. Okay, so the Gemara's not switching gears. We're going to learn out. Ultimately, again, from Tamei Shishimesh. Now, who's Tamei Shishimesh? That's the Kohen who is Tamei, who does the Avodah. Again, this is more like we had this yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Elami Tamei Shishimesh Kamar, Psul Haguf, Psul Haguf. To which the Gemara says, Kodesh Pnim Pigel Venosar, Mi Kodesh Pnim Pigel Venosar. Okay, so we'll say, so this is Rabbi's logic. So Rabbi's logic ultimately, again, is an halacha. So again, different ways you can learn it out, different possibilities of learning it out, but Lamaisa results in a chiyuv misa. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, trying to figure out over here. If a Baal Mom does the avodah, what is the halacha? Rabbi says chiyuv misa. Again, a couple of different possibilities as to where he learns it out. What about the Rabbanon? Rabbanon Amar Kra, Bo, V'lo Baal Mom. The Rabbanon say the pasuk says Bo. The pasuk says about the coin that does the avodah in the state of tumah. It says ultimately again, this individual is chayiv misa, but not a Baal Mom. Okay, that's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. His Me'ilah. What about the case? So I'll say, so therefore, if I'm not machlokes again, Gemara is up to machlokes, is not machriya. Does not decide. Kohen Baal Mom does the avodah. So halacha l'maisa again. What like this is because this. Right. So we'll say, so I'll just tell you. The way the Rambam passes like the Chacham. And if a Kohen Baal Mom does the avodah, it is not chiyuv misa b'gur shemayim. Rather, again, it is a lav. It is a lav. That's like the Chacham. Okay. So next, is it the Me'ilah? What about a case of intentional Me'ilah? So what's the status here? Rabbi Omer ben Nisa. Rabbi says there's a chiyuv misa. The Chacham Omer ba'as haram. The Chacham say that it's a lav. Says the Gemara. So what's going on here? My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Me'ilah is Misa? So I'm Rabbi Abba, Gamar Chet Truma. Zero Shava of Chet from Truma. It says Chet ultimately by Me'ilah. It says Chet by Truma. Mal Halan B'Nisa, just like by Truma. And again, both sides. All the cases of Truma are a Kohen who's coming partaking of Truma. That's the case of Truma. So just like by Truma, there's the chiyuv misa b'dei shemayim. After misa, so too over here by case of intentional Me'ilah, there'll be misa b'dei shemayim as well. The Rabbanon Amri, on the other hand say no. Rabbanon Amri, Amar Kra, Bo, V'lo b'Me'ilah. The Rabbanon say once again, when is there or where is there misa b'dei shemayim? That'll be the case ultimately again if the Kohen who goes ahead and intentionally does the avodah in the state of tumah, but for my say not is it Me'ilah. And I will say once again, the Rambam passes like the Chachamim. Again, actually, the Marmot for that, the English part for that is on Amud Aleph. The Rambam on yesterday's Yom Amud Aleph. The Rambam passes like the Chachamim that if a person intentionally goes there and violates Me'ilah, and it is not Yisudei Shemayim, instead it is a law, it is a prohibition. Incredible. All right, so let's just go back to the Mishnah. Zar Shishimish B'Mikdash. Remember again, I will say this was Shabbos' daf, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of Pei Aleph on the days. Zara Shishimish B'Mikdash. If a non-Kohen intentionally, right, serves in the base of Mikdash, Rabbi Akiva or B'Chenek, the Chachamim Omer B'Dei Shoyim. Rabbi Akiva says Chenek, strangulation, and the Chachamim say it's Misa B'Dei Shoyim. Either way, not good. But Lamaisa, again, Machlokes as to what the punishment is. So let's analyze. Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Ne'amar Kan, V'Azar HaKorev Yumas, V'Ne'amar L'Halon, Kol HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem, Yomos. So we'll say, so that Mark over here, so Rabbi Shmuel, sorry, use Brisa, Rabbi Shmuel says as follows. On the one hand, it says, V'Azar HaKorev Yumas. So this is talking about the non-Kohen does the avodah. Then the Gemara goes to the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? Kol HaKorev El Mishkan Hashem Yomos, in Tamdu L'Gvoa. So again, this is actually talking about by Adas Korach. But again, in any event, the Gemara quotes another pasuk, and it says, "Whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die." Mal Halon B'Dei Shemayim, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about B'Dei Shemayim. Now Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Mal Halon. Rashi is right across from Tosos Elo. Mal Halon B'Dei Shemayim. T'memasayim b'chamishim ish dekorach b'sruf mitzvah. Remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Korah who were killed, were incinerated. By right, is when they brought the Torah. So they were killed Mitzvah Shemayim. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Shmuel is making a Gzera Shava. It says by a non-Kohen who does the avoda yamos, v'azara karet, or I should say yumas, and it says by adas korach, kol hakarev hakarev al mishkan Hashem yamos. Now they were also zarim. They were non-Kohen who did the avoda, so they were killed. Ma'ala halon, just like by Korach, b'dei shemayim, they were killed by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Afkan b'dei shemayim, so to over here it's nis b'dei shemayim. Therefore, again, this Rabbi Shmuel's raya that if a non-Kohen does the avoda in the Beis Hamikdash, he is killed with nis b'dei shemayim. Rabbi Kiva says no. Ne'amar kan ba'azara karev yumas, v'ne'amar lahalon v'hanavi hahu o cholev hachalom hahu yumas. So what's the interesting? He makes a different Zera Shabbat. It says by the non-Kohen who does the avodah yumas, and it says by the navi. This is the false prophet. The false prophet. These are individuals who try to go ahead and get Klal Yisrael to worship avodah zarah. So the pasuk says you must by them as well. And therefore, what? Just like by the navi, by the false prophet. Ma'ala halon b'skila, afkan b'skila. Just like the false prophet is killed with skila, so too the zar who does the avodah is also killed with skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says no. Ma'ala halon b'chenek, afkan b'chenek. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagrees. In other words, he's disagreeing about the death penalty for the false prophet. Whereas Rabbi Akiva says it's skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds that it's chenek. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to build a Gzera Shavah between false prophets, between the Navi, between the false prophet, and the non-Kohen who does the Avodah. So again, according to Rabbi Akiva, that's going to result in the punishment of Skila, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's going to result in the punishment of Chenek. So the Gemara says, by the way, by Ma'akam Mifagir Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, before the first machlokes is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Gzera Shavah of Ba'azara Karev Yumas, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korach. Just like the followers of Korach were killed Nisim B'dei Shemayim, so too again, the Zar, the non-Kohen who does the Avodah, is also killed Nisim B'dei Shemayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Skila, so too the Zar is killed with Skila. So it says, Gemara, what's their machlokes? For my comment, Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Akiva, we'll say first 5 line on the bottom, page 84a. Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas mi Yumas. In done in Yumas mi Yamos. Oh, Rabbi Akiva says like this. However, if you're making Gzera Shavah, let's do it right. How do you make a Gzera Shavah? With 2 identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Zar, and it says Yumas by the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the followers of Korach, the lashon of the pasuk is Yamos, not Yumas. Rabbi Akiva says I'd rather make a Gzera Shavah with identical words. Rabbi Shmuel says, done in Hedyot mi Hedyot, then done in Hedyot mi Navi. Rabbi Shmuel on the other hand says, no, it's better to make a Gzera Shavah between the Zar and ultimately Adas Korach. Why? Because they were both ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a Chashav guy. It's a Chashav guy, right? Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of what's the word, like legitimacy is if somehow he's proven himself as a guy, as a big guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say better to learn out ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korach, and not learn out the Zar from the Navi. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva, Kevin Shediach in the Hedyot Gadol is incredible. And Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, there's no more ordinary of a person than this. Very, very profound. Very profound. So the Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if Rabbi Akiva is saying to a certain degree, it's like your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past accomplishments. Your identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here and now. Incredible, you saw it. So the Gemara goes on. So by the way, now we understand that we have a fundamental machlokas ultimately in between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Fine. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is machlokas Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says skila, Rabbi Yochanan says chenek. So what's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, what's their machlokas? The Gemara says, Michael Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Klota, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbanan. Their argument, their machlokas is the machlokas Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbanan. What's their machlokas? The Sanyo, Navi Shediach, Skilo. If a Navi tries to convince people to worship idolatry, he's killed with Skilo. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chenek. Rabbi Shimon says, no, Chenek. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chenek. Ha'anan Tanan, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Chenek. But one second, we have on record that Rabbi Akiva also says Chenek. So you just said before that Rabbi Akiva holds that a Navi who tries to convince people to do idolatry ultimately is killed by skila. They had Rabbi Akiva's on record in the Mishnah saying that it's a chiyuv chenek. Straight to my Rabbi Akiva. Truth is my focus. Rabbi Akiva said two different tanoim. One tanos and Rabbi Akiva holds that a false prophet is chayiv skila, and one opinion said Rabbi Akiva holds that he's chayiv chenek. Masnisim Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Akiva, Meister Rabban Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon's understanding of Rabbi Akiva, and the Bryce reflects the Rabbanon's view of Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. So I will say, halacha l'maisa. How do we pass this? In this last case over here, last case, the Rama passes like the Chacham. There is a sound from the head and both the Ahod of individuals. Halacha l'maisa is chayiv misa b'dei. Okay, I will say, Hajj Nabok Elohim and Sofin, Mazel Tov. I will say, now we begin on the base, we got on the base. We got on the base. 84, you know, it's like, new Mishnah, Elohim Mishnah. Okay, so now what we are really doing is we are moving Baruch Hashem, through the various resource pages. You might know Mishnah that says, Elohim Mishnah. These are the individuals who get cancer. I was already in the forecast training.
She was walking out, I just touched her shoulder, just trying to be nice. And then I went on with what I was doing, and I turned around, and she was just sitting there staring at me. And I was like, okay, bitch, keep walking. I was trying to be nice.
I was trying to be nice, bitch. Again, we'll get more into this later on. Remember, so who gets kind? Again, we'll talk more about the actual smoke here. Who gets kind? When is there kind of liability? I'm not getting believe. I'm not a person who takes his father over. We'll make nefesh news while kidnap someone. Zucking Mami Al-Pidation. So we're going to talk about this, about Zucking Mami Al-Pidation. This Zucking is the method if you have a situation where the baby goes so busy up there, I've been hanging out with her judge through my garden. And I'm going to get the way that it works. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called a Zucking Mami. So again, everybody is put to death with friends. Again, we're about that. No, yes, false prophets, which again, interestingly enough, I think we just learned before. Right, the business reflects that view. And ultimately killed the connect. It's not a mission of all this stuff. Some of the practice signs we made about the thing. There's someone made basketball. So what's the number again? This last case is interesting. It's not a basketball number again. We have this case, but I love for myself. A basketball is a thing which gives a unique punishment of straight up. What happens is Russell, like Russell's the basketball. Witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they think that Russell's going to be involved. So they're trying to leave Russell right out. Now to get the two more witnesses to a illumination. Impossibly, United States Russell committed adultery. Why? Because at the time you're saying that she committed adultery, you were with us. You might not have you were with us. Now listen, now generally again, so even someone gives a shit about punishment. Soon to I love my nice and just like they wanted to first straight up, so today she gets it. But we'll see again, we'll see this morning tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that the last decision that is going to have to change the self. The even Roman don't get straight around what they get cancer. Same idea of ball up. Same thing, the man who commits adultery is the last one. He also put that, and that was the same as the need for her, rather than getting guessed. Okay, incredible. Please do not the other email. So how do you know that one is? I certainly won't strike the father or their mother, but I love what I might say. Okay, so that's incredible. Especially when I don't think we didn't know this. It said, not your other view. Plus it says, if you get your father or your mother, you're put to death. Holding someone for a stand, ain't no elephant. And in general, it's actually really interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives you unqualified death, whenever the Torah says you put to death, it doesn't give you a specific type of death penalty. The default is death. You see that before. The default is death. I the Gemara says, Emo, I the Kotale Mikto.
Yeah, what up?
I don't know if maybe I don't know. It's not the other thing on that scene. It's getting a lot of like spherical and kill them. Otherwise, a person get their hair and kill them. That's what is the death penalty. In which the Gemara says, Sagalite God, Koto had decided the other different. So, here's the problem.
The problem is that what is that?
Sorry, yeah, it's just so boring.
Now, the US operates under the assumption that Fennec
I
is
saw
considered to be
something
more
on social
lenient
media the
form
other
of
day
death
that you were sitting in
What
your
that's
living
going to say
room
is,
the
if
other
you become a
night.
stam
An owl
person, a regular
smashed
person,
into your
much
window.
farther,
Is that true?
you're executed by sound, a more powerful, a more powerful death.
Kind of
If
thing.
you
I
put your
didn't really
parent beside the
understand because
Fennec,
I'm literally in my car recently.
form
All
of
these
death, what does
birds
that
hit my
mean?
side
What's that?
window. Oh
When
my
you
god!
feel a
Literally,
number
what I meant
Fennec
like a red
cow,
like birds
now
or
that's
just
fine if you
going
understand
into
that
my
the Fennec
fucking
in
side
general
window.
is
And
a
now
more
it's happening
lenient
with my
form of
truck.
death penalty.
Now it's
However,
happening with
other
the
Fennecs
owls. Now it's
come on
happening with
negative
hawks.
but if you
Now
say
it's
the
happening
Fennec
with
is
all
more
different
common,
kinds of
then
birds,
what is
Amber,
there
if
to
you're
say?
serious.
Ella,
You're not
so
taking
just
the
try
offer
to
in
figure out if
Chicago,
you're
are you?
here's what I know. Classic
Another
says,
old
if you take your
reference.
mother and father, because of that, stam
It's no big
unqualified
deal.
death penalty is common. Or try to figure out here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injured them, or you hit them and you killed them? Which we must be very interesting. I don't need to say, not get ish mace, most units. It says, okay, everybody called the other Hayamos. So also, it's very interesting. Look at the other cases in the person side. And notice who the treatment lost in the authority uses. Right? Not the issue is the man hits his fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or, okay, anyway, though, if you hit someone animosity, right? You know, always there, right? Hayamos, and he dies. If you notice, what do you see? You see that there's a qualifier. Plus it says, and will they hit trigger what happened? Shouldn't die. So there's a qualifier. It indicates to us what? None know, so they could be the cost of abuse. The fact that there needs to be a qualifier, Ruben shouldn't die, indicates to us that in the stand case, where it just says Ruben hit shouldn't. And what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what happened? So now, we're just doing this first one. Remember, we're just doing this notes. I forgot who's liable to tell. First case, person hits his father or his mother. Where I know you're from. Not the other people person hits his father or mother. That's not like killing them. Because if it's killing them, it would have said, not get Hayamas. The fact that it just says not get is just hitting with an injury. And what's that? What most you must, when Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty that automatically means kind of
it's just excessively blocking off the roads with different police cruisers. There's fucking police hands and police hands everywhere. I didn't help my mood.
Interestingly enough, the Torah says there seems to be two redundant secrets. On one hand, it says not to each family is most of us. You hit someone and they die. You'll be put to death. And then it says the Chomake Nefesh. Right, the philosophy, the Chomake Nefesh, if you again, like, you know, it says how it says. So it says, if you kill a Nefesh, so it says, right, it says, Chomake Ish Vales, if you hit an Ish, a man, and he dies, you're put to death. And then it says, Chomake Nefesh, which seems like if you kill a person, you're put to death. Why do you both of those psukim? So both say this is fascinating. Because of Rahman and Maki Ish Vales, if the Torah would have just said, Maki Ish, if you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill an man, I would have thought like this. Havamina, Ish, the Bar Mitzvah in Kacharo. I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? When you kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Kacharo. But if you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not having mitzvahs. Therefore, different Torah says no. What is nefesh? I mean, nefesh means anyone, right? Any living thing. So even if you have some to a child, you're also tired. I would listen to this because of Rahman Chomak and nefesh. If no one just said Chomak and nefesh, I would have thought like this. Havamina, Afilu is fallen. Afilu ben Shmona. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus, right? Whether this is neuro, right, or a fetus that has not yet been proven to be viable, or a baby was born after 8 months. Now, the Gemara operates under the assumption that a baby born in 8 months is a non-viable baby. It's not going to live. So I would have thought that you would be highly killing even a fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or a baby born in the 8th month. The Gemara says, therefore, tzrichi. Both. So interestingly enough, so Chomak and Nefesh teaches me I'm chayiv for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, really, I need both, right? Because if it would have just said Makiish, I would have thought just the goals. Therefore, it says Chomak. But if it just said Chomak, I would have thought any living thing, even if it's not viable, commercial, you only chayiv if you kill a viable thing. Therefore, the Gemara says you need both of them. You need both of them. The Ema, Afagablu, of a Went back to parents. So now we've established, I love myself, if a person goes ahead and hits his parents, maybe I should be liable even if I hit my parents and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. Gemara says, just to the act of hitting, there should be a death penalty. But 1 second, we learned, if you hit your mother or father, you're not chayav until you cause an injury. It's very interesting. If a person, let's say, smacks his parent, and there's no injury, there's no chabura, there's no injury. So again, obviously not good, but not chayav misa. The only chayav misa because of chabura. To which we mentioned, Omikra, makia adam or makia. How do you know this? If you understand over here, the makia adam b'ima, this means literally hitting one's parents. Maybe and every high connect, maybe it just means even if you hit them without an injury. How do you know that in order to be liable death penalty for hitting one's parent, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? This is very interesting. Omikra, the pasuk says makia adam or makia behema. The pasuk juxtaposes one who injures a person and who injures an animal. Just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. Like you go and you slap a cow, all right, it's weird, but Lamaisa, you're not chayiv, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation for that. Just like Makia Behema, you're only chayiv if you cause an injury. So the juxtaposition, Makia Adam, you're also only chayiv for striking a person if you cause an injury. Incredible. The Gemara says, Ma Makia Behema ad Abed B'Chabura. The Ksiva Nefesh, Makia Adam ad Abed Chabura. So to again, there's only liability for striking one's parents if one causes an injury. So also, this is incredibly important. So what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that some person strikes their parent, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless, of course, you strike them and cause some type of injury. So I'm asking for the audience in 1 second. If that's the case, that you're jumping out to animal, that you're only liable for injuring an animal if you manage to cause a habura, cause a wound. If that's the case, let's say I go over to Ruben's animal and I roll Ruben's animal up with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically injuring the animal, but I'm diminishing its strength. You're going to tell me that there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can that make the law mechayiv? Are you going to say I'm not chayiv? Of course I'm going to be chayiv. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminished the value, right, and the strength of the animal. So you see, if you're able to eat my animal, if you don't cause a physical injury, you're chayiv. Hello. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. Right? I don't really need nefesh behema and maki behema. Right? It says nefesh. Right? The nefesh process, by the way, is maki nefesh behema. So I don't really. This is interesting. I don't need nefesh behema to teach me that I have to cause an injury. Why? Because by an animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause an injury, but you clearly do something that substantially diminishes the car of the animal you're going to be fighting. So if I don't need nefesh behema to teach me about animal injury, then what? So use it for nefesh adam. Use it for nefesh adam. So therefore, what I need hekesh. So therefore, it turns out interestingly enough that the way we're learning this out, ultimately again, is from nefesh behema. Right? The nefesh will teach me that even by a person, I'm only chayiv if I injure. Right? If I hit my parents, I'm only chayiv if I actually cause bodily harm. Now, if a person just hits or slaps and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, then Allah said there's not a death penalty involved in that. So you must have, if that's the case, so then what I need the hekesh between nefesh behema or makia adam what was the Russian? Right. Makia nefesh. No, I'm sorry. Makia adam makia behema. Right. So what now obviously the pasuk juxtaposes injury in animal and injury in person. So what does that juxtaposition teach you? This is very interesting. This is fascinating. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the hekesh? Makia behema, makia adam. So what is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that teach me? The first thing Gemara says is comes to teach me the ruling of the Bechizkiah. What's the ruling of the Bechizkiah? Let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. We actually had this before in the Gemara. The Chidusanya, the Bechizkiah, and Baba Kamal liftor chayvei misos shogig yeminat hashomim mamakin elo kalakta. So what's interesting? So the Bechizkiah says like this. The Bechizkiah holds. We know there's a concept of kinei b'dradim, right? Which means that Allah Almighty, if you do something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. But the Bechizkiah holds like this.
even if you do something b'shogeg, if it's the kind of act that had you done it b'nezid, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it b'shogeg, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, and they will learn it out. The Gemara says that's fine, but that's fine if you hold like Tanakh Bechizkiah. The less they Tanakh Bechizkiah, but if you don't hold of the Tanakh Bechizkiah, which many don't, in other words, we'll say many reject that concept, and they say the only time that you're patur from monetary compensation is when you are liable to a death penalty. But if you did something b'shogeg and therefore not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So if you reject that limud, then what do you do with the hekish? Not in murder. Remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out whether we have a partial structure. When we just injuring the person, injuring an animal. So what do I need that for? So which we must listen to this. Ma'amake the hema l'refuah pater, ahmake adam l'refuah pater. Ooh, fascinating. Just like what happens if Ruben's animal is injured and I'm trying to help Ruben's animal, and I end up injuring this animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to kill it, there's no liability. So the Gemara lays out the juxtaposition between the if I end up, if I'm trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that injury. That's the juxtaposition. So the Gemara says, be viable. Then, this is this case. Then, Mount Yakish Dumbo. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say we have a father Avram, and Avram has a son Yitzchak. And Avram is ill, and he needs bloodletting. Again, remember again, bloodletting is the third manner of all medicinal healing. And now, Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What did we just say? That if the son injures his father, right, he's drawing blood from the injuries, I cannot. But here, the son's intention is not to injure his father, it's the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, the master Amar says, yes, it is permitted. Why? The hafta for afat hamol. Incredible. Again, you see another year in to help them out, especially if that injures your father. What's the child? Of course, you know, Rabbi Ba'inana Amar, Make Adam Umake Behim. If I write Rabbi Ba'inana says, the juxtaposition, so it says, Make Adam Make Behim, the juxtaposition, he teaches us what? Just like if you injure an animal in the course of trying to help, in the course of trying to do is your partner, so if you injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, you are partner. So I will say it's interesting, both of these opinions are agreeing, namely that a son is permitted to go and do bloodletting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. But since the injury is for medicinal purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. So we'll say, this argument, this you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday, but this is a fascinating sugya because again, let's say again, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, he's about to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead and test blood sugar, different things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially they're doing a kabura, they're quote-unquote injuring the parent, even though the injury is not for injury purpose. The injury is ultimately for fuah, but is a child allowed to do it or not? Now, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to indicate the answer is yes. It's just the shayla. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to hakamocha. Second opinion learns out from the Hakesh, the comparison between Makdad and Makdad. Listen to this. You must Rav, Lo Shabbat Libre Le Mishkale Silu. So Rav would not allow his son to remove a splinter from his hand. Right? So if Rav got a splinter, he would not let his son remove the splinter. Why not? Because again, it could cause an injury. Marbre Gradina, Lo Shabbat Libre Le Miftach Le Kapsa. So similarly, again, Mar, the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Because he would do it, he would do it, or he wanted to lance the boil, open up the boil to get the pot. He wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would perhaps be a little bit too aggressive, he could cause an injury beyond the boil. So this is fascinating. Two great rabbanim who would not allow their children to help them, taking out a splinter, lancing the boil, because of concern that it could cause a kabura. You must 1 second. If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone and trying to help them, then it's not just giving his son. then no one else should be able to go and lance the boil, take out the splinter. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter or lance the boil. Which the message, no. Acher should have got slapped.
Yo, what up? How are you, big dog?
Here's the big difference.
Good man.
Someone else.
Shalom, what's good, son?
Okay, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's an
Everything, man.
Excellent. Dude, just living life. How'd you find out about me? Please remind me.
So on one hand,
An anime server?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Did you watch it? Cool. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Yet again, you see, not allowing his son to announce the boy. So again, we're gonna stop over this.
Are you kidding me? They had like a whole dedication to Latin America. The entire halftime show was in Spanish. Dog, I had an Australian in here. You know the Australian, there's going to be an NFL game in Melbourne next year? All right. Very well. All right. What about the Winter Olympics? Do you know that there are 56 Australian athletes competing?
And causes physical injury.
You're into all the Olympics.
Baby, I'm into everything cool.
I'm into finances, money, and politics.
All right, well, I'm into. All right, well, I'm into everything, baby, and that shit's cool too. All right, have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Yes or no? Go.
No.
Why not?
So I was want to sponsorship
All right, I mean, it's something you can listen to. You don't have to, like, do anything, but it's 24/7 Web3 discussion. Are you into cryptocurrency?
About 14 lines up from the bottom, 2 dots.
All right. All right. Well, and you're not in the Web3 Twitter Spaces? Okay, but what about like meme coins or
I used to play with meme coins, especially on the Trump launch these tokens. But I noticed that it was a bit speculative. It's not really like something I did that skills.
So what's the
okay, what kind of business do you run? Oh, very cool. You have a big heart.
I think it's about like I business. It wasn't really
Very well. Do you know what raw comedy is? Dog, it's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Man, you don't know anything about Australia. No, I'm just busting your balls. Do you not know what raw comedy is, though? Dog, you got to get on board. It's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Do you know what comedy is? Who's your favorite Australian comedian? Okay, who's your favorite American comedian? That's hilarious that you think. But okay, excellent. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide. Yeah, I know. I'm having to teach you about your own country.
If somebody went ahead and violated prohibitions,
I mean, am I not? Am I not? I'm over here teaching you that you have 56 Olympians in the Winter Olympics. I'm teaching you. Do you know about
And ultimately, again,
JJJ,
a little bit of bread with water and then barley.
the music,
No,
radio.
Here's a perfect case.
You know
Fuck yeah.
Nothing. See, here's the case of our Kodesh Baruch Hu.
So I feel like there's the funny influence of like
No, that's not a good right.
That's actually like, have you seen the anti-Satan?
I saw he got his ass whooped.
Remember how we defined that case? What case of office is that this is a person who committed
influence of boxing,
he violated the same sin.
There you go. Do you like UFC?
Now, for Kares, Basin doesn't execute the person, but Basin does give Malchus.
UFC.
The person is deserving.
I used to follow UFC.
He's a repeat offender.
All right. All right, very well. Are you excited for the White House UFC event, July 4th? Dog, I'm into everything cool. I'm into everything cool.
But yet again, we killed the guy, or kind of.
Really? What about
what do you see from here? That even in the case
Dog, Nico, the guy from Venezuela. Yeah. What about him?
Remember again, that case was different because
Yeah, dog. We've known this for a long time.
Remember again,
It's arguable. We basically kidnapped their leader and staged a coup, and now we're running that country.
we did that to Chile as well, right?
We've done it to essentially every Central and South American government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What about the case of all
we basically have large corporations that want the resources of those places. They come in, they change the leadership, they put in some puppet leader, and that puppet leader does everything that the United States says. We're done. All right. So, yeah, I mean, we're all related. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us globally. It's a pretty common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the name Kennedy as an Irish person.
And you know a lot of the main
Baby, they're a part of me.
Now, Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously the answer must be no. So,
By DNA.
I'm sorry.
I have familial connections. That's even closer. Baby, this is the biggest event in global history. I don't work. All my food's taken care of for me. I'm financially independent. I mean, what more do you want me to do?
Someone
This is what I enjoy.
Like, no one's forcing you to do anything, right? You're doing it every 3 weeks.
100%.
Okay, or I should say at least liable to the death. Liable to death.
I could be traveling the world. While I enjoy traveling, I really am a homebody. I like to learn. I like to be entertained. I like to be comfortable more than anything. So I make my time streaming my life 24/7 and meeting new amazing individuals who don't know anything about their own country like you. Now, let me ask you this, my man. I'm just busting your balls. What are your thoughts on Robert Irwin? I'll wait. You don't know who Robert Irwin is? Dog, he's like the biggest celebrity in Australia.
Like I hate people I don't really connect them. So what's that?
Do you know who Steve Irwin is? All right. So he has two children. Bindi Irwin, his daughter, and Robert Irwin, his son. Yeah, dog. So just living like a pimp, that's what I'm doing. Going into Twitter Spaces, telling people about what I do. And well, of course it's going to change in a couple of years. Yeah, I know the best investment strategies in the history of humankind. It's called data. Aside from data, though, if you want to make a quick buck really as fast as possible, get into Pump Fund and just whenever a coin is launched, buy it immediately and sell it within like 3 minutes. And you'll essentially every single time make at least like 1 or 2x. And then you just keep doing that. And no, most of them do. Right when they launch, they all go up. And so you just buy them right when they launch, and then you sell them within a minute. It's basically a cheat. It's a cheat code. Yeah, absolutely, it works. Well, yeah, because you didn't sell soon enough. Right?
So this is very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So basically you say to yourself, I'm going to ape into a coin. I'm going to only be in it for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes until it 1x's, 2x's, 3x's. Then I'm going to get out. And so you just have to be happy with taking small exactly, but that adds up very, very quickly. It's a cheat code, dog. Dog, I know all the cheat codes. Again, data. Data is the biggest cheat code of them all. Data is more valuable than petroleum, dog. Train AI with it.
So, but again,
you know about AI? I mean, you know how valuable AI is, right? Well, in 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource.
Failure to do so.
So, I mean, how much money do you want to make?
How do you invest into data? Because I know again, a lot of it didn't under private equity.
Dog, you create your own data.
Failure to do so results in
yeah, dog. So you basically recognize that human data is the most valuable asset in the world. And you create your own. You basically generate your own human data and recognize that it will be extremely valuable in the future. It's the #1 resource on Earth. It's more valuable than gold, silver, oil, cryptocurrency. Human data is #1. It's more valuable than water. It depends how much of it. It depends how much of it you have. There's another person in here. He recognizes it. His name's Spirit Man. Spirit Man live streams his life 24/7 on YouTube. He's been doing it for like 300 days. There's a lot of value in that data. I've been doing it 24/7 for like 1,500 days. There's a lot of value in that data.
But if it's But how do you get that value to be monetized?
The different social media platforms pay. The different social media platforms pay. They pay you for it.
But you're not selling your data, right? Are you selling your data?
No, you still own it. So
Meaning they collect data from you and then they run ads to sell you. And then like the companies that run ads pay the big social media platforms for your views and your data.
right, and then you get paid from that.
Rashi says over here, Elazar Nami,
Oh, so social media influencers. You get your views.
remember,
Yeah, I mean, but you have to recognize views can make you money, the data itself can make you money, endorsements can make you money. There are multiple profit streams from this. It's not just one profit stream. That's what makes it so valuable.
The Pasuk says explicitly that a non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service. It's a form of sacrificial.
I think there are some people who are bring more value than others in this kind of thing. Like my PhD, he thinks that he's doing very well, even though he's young.
Of course.
People watching him.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of influencers bot themselves. In fact, the majority of influencers bot themselves so that they have what's considered a larger audience, and then they get more money from it. But the number one job in the United States that a young person wants to be is an influencer, and that is now the number one job as a global desired career. It used to be athlete. It used to be like football player or basketball player or soccer player. It's no longer. Influencers taken over. You can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Literally, whenever you turn on the camera, money starts to get generated. It's like a free money glitch. Yeah, or whatever. I mean, like I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear their shirt, which costs me nothing. I have to wear a shirt anyway, and have their pillows and comforter and stuff, and I generate money.
Do you mind if I ask, like,
Enough.
That halacha lemaisa, if a person, the Kohen does the avodah in a state of tumah, he is chayiv misa b'dei shamayim. Which now, by the way, if we take that approach,
I've thought about the system in place, this organic traffic where you're generating this page.
so you can't break into these, right? Like,
You can monetize page traffic. It's a lot of skill. They need lots of skill.
They don't. All you have to no. I disagree with you on that. What it takes is consistency. Consistency is the key.
The consistency. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to consider consistency as skill, I agree with you there. You could be someone who has 1 million views on one video, which is fine. You can monetize that. But what's much more valuable is 1,000 views over the course of a year. And you might say, but why? Because you have a lot more content over if you create an entire year's worth of footage for people of the future to be able to study. Absolutely. Like, let's take it like this. You could have like data is very important. Like in the past, okay, let's put it like this. People in the past would write journals and diaries, and they would say like what the weather was like and what was going on in the world, and they would talk about their passions and their dreams. And you could have perhaps 100 pages of a really famous person, which is valuable, or you could have a lifetime journal of someone with maybe 10,000 pages worth of journals, and maybe they might not be famous immediately, but the fact that they had so much content over the course of their life becomes the backbone of many of our history interpretations. Like they're able to shape history due to their words. Maybe they weren't president, or maybe they weren't the king of England.
There's a whole lady that recorded like every single TV podcast.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. From the 1970s until the late 20s, like the late noughts, and so for like 30 years, and that's become the backbone of the global television archive. And she worked for Apple Computer, and she and her family basically used the funds that she made from Apple to be able to take on this project. And now the reason why much of our video archive exists is because of her. So she may not have made huge amounts of money over the course of her life. She did, though, because she had Apple stock and stuff. She lived comfortably, but in 100 years, she'll be seen as an icon.
With AI, you can go through all of that video footage and then learn.
That's exactly right. It already can. I can give AI a 12-hour video of mine, and it gives you minute-by-minute timestamps of everything that was going on, an analysis of the language, and summaries. I mean, it's incredibly powerful.
Remember again, is the first thing when the client comes into the basement in the morning, also on the basement in the morning, they go to the kiva, they go to the big sink.
I just think that it seems like a more like a long, very long
And therefore, you have
pay off pretty well. But who's going to buy the data? Who's going to, you know what I mean? Who's going to buy your data that you use to store?
You have to understand, it's about influence. If you're not live streaming right now yourself, but if you do it for 10 years straight every single day, you'll be a millionaire. Just about guaranteed. If you do it 24/7. And here's why. Because you'll have people who come to you to say, hey, I've seen what you're doing. I like your content. I have this cereal I want you to be a spokesperson of, or this clothing brand I want you to be a spokesperson of, or I want you to drive this car. And you're going to get on podcasts, and you'll get interviews. You will see perhaps exponential growth. You didn't know who Mr. Beast was 10 years ago. You can go back and look at Mr. Beast's first video, which is like in 2014, and he looks much younger, and he's just like, hey, everybody, I'm making a video for myself in 10 years. You do what you need to do, baby. It's your world. I just live in it.
Remember, again, if you have any situation today, we know this is hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetically different. So, for myself, let's say the coin had older brothers who died as a local person. We recognize that now, again, that there's an issue with such a coin, with such a person not able to attach to Snila, which is fine. There's not Snila, but he's not allowed to be able. But any of these three people really are not allowed to, Orel, One, and Yoshi are not allowed to be able to do so. Not clearly to be Shemayim, rather again, it'll be allowed. What happens if a blemished coin does the able? What's that law? Rebbe Omer B'Mishnah, the Chachamim Omim Ba'as Hara. The Rebbe says, Nisim B'Shemayim, the Chachamim say Allah, fascinating. Okay, so again, we'll see all this later on in the Gemara. Yeah, good. Hazit B'Mi'ila, let's say somebody intentionally committed an act of evil. Remember again, Mi'ila is misappropriation of temple property. So let's say someone actively, purposely, went ahead and took his property from you. This Rabbi Omer can reach. Rabbi says, Nisim B'Shemayim, the Chum say no, Ba'as Hara, allowed. How old is so let's say now that's our oldest. Now let's dissect this. Number one, the first person in Nisi B'Dei Shemayim lineup, first guy in Nisa B'Dei Shemayim lineup is also a person who's untied
So must know where exactly do I know that from? Listen to this. How do I know that if someone eats tadal that it's chai misa shamayim? Tichsiv lo as kadshe b'nei Yisrael asher yarimu la'Hashem. So literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must be basidim litrom hakosov medada. The Torah is talking about produce that is going to have time removed from it. What's the definition of produce that is going to have time removed from it? Kol tadal. Kol tadal. And the Torah says over here, do not go ahead and profane it. Do not go ahead and profane it. And the Torah prescribes that penalty. So the Gemara says Yonif as well. Actually, the Torah does prescribe death penalty. You don't have Yonif. Chilo mitruma. Make it zero shalom. It says chilo by Adol, and it says chilo profane by truma. The Shamras Mishmaki Lord Yisrael.
Yo, what up, baby?
Hallelujah. So it says chilo by truma. It says chilo by tavel, and he's saying Mala Halazamisa.
Yeah, so you're over here. I'm telling you, like the way to success, and you get it, but you don't. Okay, so 10 years ago, Mr. Beast, well, maybe like 12 years ago, he was worth nothing. He was living in fucking North Carolina, and he had nothing. Now he's a billionaire. He kept up with that dream. And I'm just saying to you, like, you want the easy way. The easy way is creating content. I'm absolutely. Well, so you have to recognize it's the idea that it is human content that makes it valuable. AI cannot replicate human data. People think of it like this. You know how people pay a lot for handmade things like watches and cars? Like the most expensive cars are the ones that are made by hand. The reason why is because it doesn't involve machines. People are willing to pay a premium for that. It has more value. Additionally, look at art. Like, people could be like, well, art can be created by computers, and it can be, but it's not as valuable as art that's been created by great artists. And the reason why is because people value the human touch, and the same is true with content. Yeah, you can create really cool videos using AI. There's no doubt about that. I think it's great. I do it all the time. However, no machine can recreate your reaction to it accurately. It's not real. And people recognize that. When they know that it's AI generated, they know that it loses, at least to human beings, it loses much of its appeal. That's one of the reasons why people value going to concerts and being able to see the actual artist, as opposed to listening to AI music or computer-produced music. It's because they can connect with the human. And we're at the point where, I mean, if you've heard of the theory, it's known as the dead internet theory. It's where much of the internet has already, for at least the last near decade, been replaced by robots and been replaced with artificial intelligence. And thus, we're moving more and more away from human content, and people long for that. People love that. Look, I can just tell you this right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got like 5 different people in this stream who just like being around a human. They could be just live streaming to like some AI model or whatever, but they don't. They like the human connection.
So therefore, again, the Gemara says these are all the similarities that
and that's just in this Discord. I've got another 20 different YouTube streams that are going, and random people in there who just literally like to know that it's a portal into someone's life and it's real, that anything could happen. That's the thing. It's anything could happen and it's real. It's part of history. Anybody could say like, hey, we're just going to, play anime or play a cartoon or play perhaps a movie, but that's predictive. It's generated. Anything could happen in this stream. I could say anything. Any random person could come in here, and that's exciting.
Interestingly enough, Truma, I just remember again finding about Truma itself is when I say that, so the most difference, yes, why not compare tablet to Mozart? Because tablet and Mozart have this commonality.
In many ways, yeah, there are similarities to that, and then you don't get in trouble,
Inherently invalid or inherently
and people like that. That's right. I mean, look at old photographs. Okay, people like old photographs because it's like a snapshot of history. And that's what these live streams are. It's a snapshot of history. People will study this decades and centuries and millennia into the future to understand what life was like in 2026, in 2025, in 2024, in 2023, in 2022, in 2021, and into the pandemic. I mean, that's going to be really important for society.
Right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Mozart. There are basically Tevel and Truma.
In many ways, but it's not just about my life. It's about world history events. 24/7, I keep the radio on in the background that captures the news world events because there's been evidence of historical revision, and I don't like that. I like historical accuracy. So I want somebody to be able to go back in my stream and know exactly what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. And if somebody tries to manipulate that in the future, somebody can go back to my stream and say, no, that's not how it played out. All right, pardon me. At the top of this Discord, do you see under welcome, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
How do we know that halacha? Yes.
Okay, click that, and then do you see a link in there? Click that link. Look how many live streams I have going on YouTube right now. Right. So you can see my life from 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And you may say, well, Rabbi, you only have like 100 followers on each one of these accounts. I know. I recreate an account every few months or so that I don't lose it all. If somebody wants to come in and ban my account for copyright or some other misinformation or whatever they may want to do, I don't lose all of the data. So it's basically redundant, and I have many different streams, and that I get paid for those on some of the platforms. And more importantly to me, far more importantly, the money doesn't matter to me. I don't even collect it. It just sits in a pool. What's important to me is the fact that my life is. I mean, I live comfortably. That's all I care about.
So again, for Allah, when we speak about
I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry about. I don't have a boss. Nobody wakes me up. That's the key. That's the freedom that I enjoy. I don't have a boss. Every single person in this world has a boss, but I don't. Exactly, but I don't. Nobody wakes me up. I do whatever I want. I wake up whenever I want. I eat whatever I want. I'm able to communicate with anybody I want. I mean, I have religious restrictions, but those are ones that are, imposed on me traditionally. And if I wanted to, I could break them. I recognize that I have the freedom to do that, but I enjoy the fact that I'm part of a religion, and that's important to me. And every single person on this earth, every Israeli, every Jew has at some point eaten something non-kosher, because the fact that some things are really difficult to detect, like a small aphid in broccoli would be considered non-kosher. Okay, so nobody has a so nobody has a perfect record in this world, but I do my best to buy kosher, eat kosher, and maintain a kosher status, and have for as long as I can remember. Thank you. I do my best too. I do my best. If you're wondering what just closed that, I just have to restart one of my cameras that is in this stream. So when are you going to start streaming? That's my question for you.
I think it must be like a lot of people are going to think it's funny because I say a lot of crazy.
Yeah, and you know what?
I feel like if I know people are watching me 24/7, it makes me not want to sit everything down because I can speak with other people.
Okay, but I mean that's part of the reason why people might like you. Okay, so you're a business owner right now, and you do your best to help. And let's just be honest, in 12 years, you're not going to be a billionaire, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I want to.
You want to be, but there's like, come on, be a realist. You're not going to be a billionaire in 12 years
most likely.
through your business. Like if you...
Unless inflation.
No, wait, but that's a very good point. But no, come on, let's be realistic. You started a business. You might be a millionaire.
Maybe a billion.
Right, but even a millionaire, the odds of you being a millionaire in 12 years, I don't know, 25%, 50%, something like that. Okay. Okay, multi-millionaire. Let's say 100 millionaire. The odds of you being 100 millionaire in maybe 12 years are pretty low. You'll probably get up to like 12 million, 15 million, 30 million and get comfortable. Absolutely. But if you just said to yourself, you know what, if I just took, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000 and had a nice setup where I could dream my life 24/7, I would be a billionaire in like a decade. I mean, look at Mr. Beast did it. Why can't you?
But the odds of you being Mr. Beast is like it's also rare. It's not just like a common occurrence.
With if you botted yourself, you could easily be Mr. Beast in 12 years. No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Beast is the biggest botter on YouTube. His company bots him. Yeah, I mean, does he buy the bots he did in the beginning?
Yeah.
So, but I'm not even saying. There are arguments for that. Okay. You can recognize that if you were to say, I mean, you're a millionaire, so and you have a business. If you were to say to yourself, all right, well, I'm going to just have a live stream going. You don't always have to be on the live stream. Like right now, I've got like 20 different angles, and of them, I just walked over there. I was on like maybe, I wasn't on this one. I wasn't on that one. I wasn't on these, but I was on 3 others. You don't have to be on camera every single second of every single moment of your life. That's not necessarily what's super important. It's the fact that anytime anyone wants to watch your stream, they can. Even with Mr. Beast, with as much content as he has, if you're really dedicated, you'll watch all his stuff within a few months. Every single video of his. The same is untrue for my streams. You would literally, to watch every angle that I have to spend a century dedicating your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to watch all the content that I've created. And it would even take longer than that. And that's just I've just been doing this for like four and a half years or so. Just think about how much content I will have the opportunity to have made if I do this for 50 years.
Remember again, if I don't need this process to teach me, and a Kohen who does
I mean, I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm independent. I mean, my cousins recognize that the data is really important to me, and I would say generally my family is very positive towards it. It's like archiving human history. That's a very cool thing.
Incredible. Again, like I said before, this past week,
seems like you are archiving you have some stuff in the radio background, but is it all transcribed? Everything like you go to radio stuff?
Absolutely, 100%. That camera behind me is listening to the radio and transcribing every single word that comes out of it. And you can even get it now. This is pretty I think phenomenal. Like there are some more advanced YouTube videos that I have. Like basically YouTube is always adding different features. So in the future, they'll be able to make it so that all my videos are 8K. And they'll be able to make it so that, I've already seen this, where they have voice 1, voice 2, voice 3, voice 4, like however many different voices are going on in a different video, you're able to get the transcript of each one of them individual. So like right now, like the radio will be transcribed, but also my voice will be transcribed and your voice will be transcribed.
That if a Kohen does the Avodah without the Gedolim,
basically the direction of YouTube. YouTube's already been using AI to upscale videos.
Exactly. And absolutely. And once you get to 8K, the human eye cannot perceive anything more in depth than that. So we kind of hit a ceiling for what a human could even be able to detect with the naked eye. And we're not that far away. I choose not to at this point. Here's why. I mean, I could have. Yeah, I mean, look, before I started streaming, I was with a lot of women. And so I have like a memory bank of just excellent relationships with really beautiful women. And I know that when I go viral, which could happen any single day or any month or whatever, I'll be the most famous person. Or arguably, I'll have more data than any person ever. I have more data than Mr. Beast. I have more data than T-Series. I have more data than PewDiePie. I have more data than all of them combined. You could combine PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and multiply it by 10, and I have more data than they do. And I'll be able to use my role as a global leader not only to be able to improve it, but have any woman that I want. I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth. And every woman on earth, no matter, like, this is something that I've learned, no matter how tall a guy is, how athletic they are, how rich they are, the thing that a woman wants more than anything is to make her fucking friends jealous. And the best way to do it is to get with a really famous dude. Fame is an incredible aphrodisiac to women in many ways. It's the most powerful aphrodisiac. Every woman wants to be with the most famous man on earth. It is.
Yeah, so it's a famous one thing. Famous, it's gonna lag off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Every woman, exactly. But essentially, what I can give women is the opportunity to be remembered in the annals of history. Just like if you wanted your name in the Bible and you did something of note, your name is in the Bible. In the same way, if I find you to be attractive enough, you'll be on my stream and you'll be remembered in the annals of history. Hundreds of millions of years into the future, when humans have been able to travel interstellarly and intergalactically, somebody somewhere will say, I want to see what life was like back in 2026 on Earth and know what was going on and what someone's life was like. Just like we have cave paintings or hieroglyphics or Renaissance paintings. Everybody wants a snapshot of what history was like in the past. And in the same way, my streams give people that opportunity. And any woman out there, if I were able to say to somebody, hey, would you like to be in a Renaissance painting? Absolutely. They would go for that. They'd want to be on the world's largest live stream as well. Now, do I live stream my life because I think it's going to get me a lot of ass? Absolutely not. I've had a lot of ass in the past. And it's great. It's wonderful. But at a certain point, you know, there ain't no pussy like new pussy. You always get bored. You want to move on. What I don't get bored of is live streaming my life. And that's really, it's power. I'm able to talk about world peace. I'm able to talk about futurism. I'm able to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, cryptocurrency, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence, things like.
Can I bring something like I've actually got a thought that all life right now is being released today.
That's correct.
And then you have a continuous stream of you as one individual when it's already been recorded. So like how do people actually know value in the market to have someone go to you?
Yeah, excellent question.
What's the unique sense?
Absolutely. People live stream their life. They don't archive the live streams. What makes mine unique is I archive mine. So if you're a Twitch streamer, and that's cool, and you're live streaming, and all the people on Twitch are live streaming right now, and that's really neat, right? Their streams erase after 14 days. And if you have a premium account, their top tier is 90 days. It's gone. It's like it never happened. Even with you, even with people who are like, hey, I'm going to do the world's longest YouTube stream. That's cool. It's not archived. And YouTube says that. Been there, done that. It's a difficult thing to prove. And additionally, the Guinness World Record Company is about advertising, and a lot of the things that I stream are copyright infringement. So it was like today, I watched the Super Bowl. That is not something that you're supposed to be streaming on YouTube. Did I do it? Yeah. And I just have a way around the copyright infringement, which is playing multiple things at the same time. Exactly. And that allows me to get around things. But I mean, like, I have friends of mine who have Guinness World Records, and it really hasn't done that much for their project. So I know that that is something that I'll have officially in the near future. I don't really sweat that one out. What I think is really important, and what's important to me, is just maintaining the consistency of 24/7 streams, and every 12 hours I restart my stream and I start a new one. And that means that it's archived, that you can literally go back and watch what I do. The person in here, Spirit Man, what's important about his streams, and he recognizes he has to restart them every 12 hours. And he and I have been looking for people who do what we do, basically archive their streams every 12 hours. He's the only person I've ever met who is archiving their stream every 12 hours like I do. And he's been doing it 250 days. I've been doing it for about 1,600 days. he does it from one angle, I do it from 20 angles. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying if I wasn't doing what I was doing, his stream would be the most important stream in the world.
Why can't the coin drink? Why is it on the most basic level? We can be concerned about
So you're basically like you're recording history, and it's under.
X for 360 days. No one's ever done that we can find an X space for 365 days on video. I mean, I have more video content on X than any person ever.
But when you have such profound closeness to any other external,
and you have to understand how valuable this is going to be to people of the future. To understand aging, like I have myself on here for like basically 5 years of my life, and people will be able to study my aging, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my sleep habits, which I think will be really important because not a lot of people stream themselves when they sleep. Every aspect, behavior patterns, every aspect of human interaction, every aspect of human existence is essentially archived on this stream and will be able to be studied by people in the future. It's incredibly valuable data. It isn't. It isn't. Well, I appreciate that. And so what I'm saying to you is you're a business owner. I understand you got to run your business 100%. What stops you from just getting a computer, a cheap computer, and then every 12 hours just archiving your life? You can always mute it if there's something that you want to have on camera, or you can stop the stream, or you can go into another room and talk with someone.
Like, how do you archive your life? Like after you film it, like and stream it, do you set a software to upload it?
It's automated, yeah. So like basically when you do a YouTube stream, so long as it's less than 12 hours, it's automatically archived. If you don't want it, then you delete it. So all you do is just get a computer if you don't already have one. You create a YouTube account. I recommend also creating a Rumble account, a Twitch account, and a Kick account, because then you have 4 times the audience. And when you first start, for the first few months, very few people are going to check you out. But then people will start to follow you. And every time you go live or start a new stream, more and more people will follow you. And I have 2,800 people in this Discord. I have not had this Discord the entire time that I've been doing this. I've only had it for about 2 years or so. And I have 2,800 people in here. It's the middle of the night in the Western world, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in here, 6 people in here, not including you, who are, like dedicated to what I'm doing or in their own way, or just like being around me. They like not being alone. They like having a connection with people. It's really a beautiful thing.
What if a coin does get voted in a ritual state of impurity?
Really?
So what's the halacha?
Hey, since your live stream is like, what do you normally do? Like, do you just eat and watch a video? What do you like to do?
Yeah, so usually when I wake, I first say a prayer. I then wash, do the hygiene things that I need to do, go to the bathroom. I do record a lot of that footage, but I can't upload it to YouTube because it's against their terms. So I just have it on a GoPro, or sometimes on Instagram or X. They have different things that you can put up. No, it's no big deal. If I shower, a lot of times it's just for the waist up. I sing in the shower, so that's content. Then once I'm done with that, I have my morning prayers that I say. So I don tefillin, like we Orthodox Jews do. After what's called chakras, which is morning prayers, I teach a class anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. Like this morning's was 3.5 hours on what's called nida, which is basically how a woman how a woman is able to keep kosher and basically a clean state of purity while she's having her period in a marriage. And I go through, it's not always on that, but that's just what today's lesson was. But I really, it's a class about Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism. And I've been doing that at least for 1 hour every single day for the last 44 days. To some extent, yeah. But it's not just like me with my eyes closed. It's literally like I go through biographies of great Kabbalists of Judaism, and I read their biographies on camera. And then what we do, that's not what it is. It's more about it's about meditation. Certainly, it's more. Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, it's not like what you would think of with magic. No. It's more about studies of how to get closer to God and how to become enlightened, those kinds of things. And it's really the history of that as well. So I do that. I also have a lesson in Yiddish that I do every day. So if you know what Yiddish is, it's essentially German Hebrew hybrid language that was developed in the Ashkenazic world in the medieval period. So we have a Yiddish lesson. Then I have a video that we watch, a different video that we watch every day from basically a Hasidic dynasty. And so I've been going through all of the short lessons that are on Hasidic dynasty, of which I'm a part. Then what we do is we have an open topic. So like today was about women's issues, and it could be anything. In previous days, it was about like butchering of animals. It's been in the past as well about like AI and how AI affects us as Jews. I mean, it's all very religious, and so I do that anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours every single day. Then I go into sometimes longer, like today's was 3.5 hours. Then I go into Twitter Spaces. So if you know what Twitter Spaces are, they're basically like usually they're audio rooms, but sometimes they're video rooms, like the ones that I host. And they have things called chill and chills, where you can go in and talk about yourself and promote yourself and promote your project. And so in the last 100 days or so, I've gained like 3,800 followers on X just doing that, which is a lot. These are real people. These are not bots. They're people who are familiar with what I do and are positive towards it. And so I'll do that for a few hours. Certainly have coffee and eat and those kinds of things. Then I have people come in here in the afternoon, and then it gets into the evening. And then I play games with the people in here, usually every single night. And we catch up on our day and how everything went. But then we have games that we play. So like with Miss Aquarius who's in here, we play bowling every night. We do a bowling game. But then with some other people in here, or they're not in here currently, we'll play pool, we'll play golf, we'll play like Go, if you know what that is. We'll play dominoes or dice. We'll play like they're mini games, so they're easy to run on your phone, and they don't like overtake your computer, and they're just pretty fun. I am 40.
Now, Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said,
when you have a little knowledge, I'm only 25.
Okay, well, you'll be 40 someday, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge as well.
I'm sorry.
So, we do that, and then basically, then it's time to go to bed. Then before I go to bed, I'll either put a podcast on or some kind of history lecture. And then also 24/7, I have Jewish history lectures going on. So if you've seen that other stream that I have, there's like someone talking on there. He's a rabbinical colleague, and I have his classes that are going 24/7. So literally, you can come into my stream, and there are a few things going on at once. There's basically Jewish practical law discussions. There's 24/7 as well, radio going that basically is archiving global history events. Then we have podcasts that I watch like almost constantly. I've also got some other music that plays low in the background of some of my streams to just so I avoid copyright strikes. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. So I'm live in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm live in like half a dozen other Discords. And the people who see me in those Discords either come in here or they'll see me from YouTube. So basically, anybody could come in at any given time. Now, if you're like, well, usually when I see you, there aren't many people coming in. And that's true because it's 2:36 in the morning in the Western world. But if you come in when it's daylight, I'll get over the course of any given day at least a dozen or two random new individuals who come in here and we connect. And then I also coach people and mentor people and assist people in Web3 and getting jobs. So I review their resumes if they have them. If they don't have them, I help them to create a resume. And I help them to create different job application accounts. And then I help people be able to promote their projects in Web3. And the way that I have them do that is I have them create a link tree and then about 30 different social media platforms, everything from Reddit, Imager, Instagram, Threads. Well, so that they can promote their own token. What this does when they create all this different social media, it's a 5-part strategy. 1, it allows them 30 different places to promote themselves. 2, it allows them 30 different places to promote their clients. 3, it gives them 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients. 4, it allows them to dominate social media, search engines, and AI. And then 5, it makes it really difficult for them to be impersonated. So they do that, and I look it over, and once it's good, then I help them to join communities in Web3 on X, on Discord, on Telegram. Okay, certainly. Do you have a link tree? Okay. Absolutely. I'll send you what I send to everybody. Do you have an X? Okay. So that's okay. And so I recommend that you create these, create a business account for each of these. So just for a moment, I'll send you a message on X. That has another sacrificial right, or not on X, on Discord. All right, and then I'll just send you what I send to everybody, and this will change the game. I mean, this, especially for your business. I mean, I know that like you're already a millionaire, which is great. I mean, that's wonderful, but this could push you to being a multimillionaire pretty easily by just promoting your business better. Like, if you don't have an X for your business, you're not communicating well with people in the open world. And you've got to recognize that, nobody, like, you can run paid ads. Exactly. You can run paid ads, and that's fine. But why not allow these free websites to do the work for you instead of paying some SEO? Instead of paying some SEO company tens of thousands of dollars a month to be able to promote your company, just do it yourself. So what I want you to do is go read through the message on Discord that I just sent you, and you're going to say, that makes complete sense to me. Now, I know I put in there how to get a job. I know you don't need a job, but just read through what I sent to you, and it should make complete sense to you. On Discord. Check your Discord messages. I recognize that. I appreciate that. I am only allowed to have 1,000 different friends on X or on Discord, and I'm already at the limit. But I did send you a message so I can message more people. So go read what I
the non-coin.
Okay, well, okay, so what you have to do at the very top, you see of your Discord, there's like a blue, like, chat icon. Click that, and then
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
all right, so go and read it, and you're gonna say, this is the key of how to market yourself, and it's all free.
Go ahead and take your covenant, put it on, and why people so much? There would be take a look at Rashi. You're really good.
Thank you. I have a heart of a teacher. I mean, Rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and I've been a teacher in the past, and I get a lot of joy in seeing people become successful using information that I help to share. I could get a great joy out of that.
It would be high. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of tumah, ultimately, again, it's if it was. It's a shame because like these days, there would people. What do you see from here? Like I've noticed that they've been very inflammatory with Jews.
Absolutely. So we can talk about all of that. Read what I just sent you, man.
That seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked the Rav Sheshes. That was our original question. If a Kohen does the abode in a state of tumah, is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim? And the answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara said, "My love misa." Don't we see from here that if a Kohen goes ahead and offers up a carbon in the state of tumah, he's chayiv misa? Lo ba'ashara. No. It's not an isra misa. Actually, it's a lav. It's a lav. The Gemara says elazar nami la'ashara. So you're going to say that if a non-Kohen does this, he also will only be in violation of a lav. Rashi says over here elazar nami hadadai kinan hamakdele in zaros. So the issue over here is, remember, we're grouping all of these things together. So if you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in a state of tumah, it's only a quote unquote only a lav, not a misas based thing. So what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only a lav. Well, that can't be. The pasuk says explicitly that if a non-Kohen engages in sacrificial service, again, certain form of sacrificial service, he's brought to that. The Gemara says, you're right. Hakidisa. They're not treated the same. Not treated the same. Mechlal, you might just make some inference over here. Mechlal, the Yosek Ubolel. Excuse me. So the Gemara says, Mechlal, the Yosek Ubolel Lab Nami Lo. So the Gemara says, also interestingly enough, we can infer from this that ultimately, again, Yosek, remember, Yosek is the pouring of the oil, Bolel is the mixing of the oil. Lab Nami Lo. Would also not be liable. Look at Rashi. Where it says, Yosek Ebola, the Kamer Makir Lab Ba'amavu, the Isbe, Umeahu Hiva Mamit, the Yosek Ebola, so apparently,
doesn't it make sense?
Yes, there's not even a lab.
Yeah, it makes
sense. Which the says, is that true about time?
We'll do it.
As from the Yosek Ebola, from where there's a lab.
You're welcome, Big Dan. I'm here to help you. So if you run into issues, let me know. Everything that I tell you is free, and you'll never have to pay for it. So if you do that, you'll change your life.
Do not desecrate. Yeah. Gemara says, you're right.
I agree.
Interesting. So apparently, Midoraisa, there's no biblical prohibition against someone who is coming, pouring in the oil and mixing the oil into a common mikvah, but rather against it to Rabbanon, and the pasuk is an asmachta. Good. Ukras Allah. Next, Gemara is the kasha. Ve'elohim shedemisa. So what kind of job do you end up doing with these other Restream? Okay, pretty explicit.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
To which the Gemara says, enough it's a refutation. It's a refutation. So let's say, halach l'maisa. It appears that the conclusion of the Gemara is that halach l'maisa. Now, by the way,
when we first met, I was 30 something.
Why the Mishnah says,
Oh, really?
He just turned 40, right?
44 days?
What is based in? There's no based in liability over here, but what can they do? Now, what's their license to do so? Because since this coin is chayiv misa b'dei shamayim, therefore halacha l'maisa.
All right, I mean, I'm not that much older than like 30, like 44 days out from it.
I was going to say, I'll also point out that there's something very interesting, another like nugget of information that halacha l'maisa appears when it comes to the sacrificial.
Because I remember when I was 25.
25.
Guess what? It's the same when you hit. It's the same when you hit 25. It's the same when you hit 30. It's the same when you hit 40, and it'll be the same when I hit 50. God willing, it's the exact same thing. It's just another day.
There are services that follow after, but Shechita itself is a self-contained avodah. It doesn't follow up the Shechita.
No, I think that you can reverse aging and also perhaps be able to use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. So I don't really see aging as anything that really affects me.
Wait, so you're saying you have a way to become immortal?
Exactly. Essentially, it's known as, well, there's life extension technology. There's also reverse engineering pharmaceuticals, but there's oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics, to get you to be like 120 years old at least. But with age reversing pharmaceuticals, someone who's 120 might have the body of a 50-year-old, but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, then there's something known as mind uploading technology, which is already being experimented, which is where you, with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that there may be a future of digital immortality.
Remember again, the Gemara just
Thanks, big dog.
It's very well. You can recall a lot of knowledge about time.
I can tell you this, I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I've had many of these conversations. Sometimes I have multiple of these conversations within an hour. So I've rehearsed it. But
I think you have a higher view of yourself as experience.
thanks, baby.
He's coming. Different types of
I never tried Tyson cerebral analysis.
Cerebral lysine, please enlighten me.
It's a neuropeptide that enhances your ability to learn new things.
I have not, but I'm not close-minded to it by any means.
Fascinating. Okay. So the Gemara says weiter.
So I have a friend that increases IQ by 1 standard deviation using cerebral lysine. Amino acids, right? It's like a chain of amino acids that are derived from the brains of animals. They might not be kosher.
If you do the avodah,
If
It might be hard to get a kosher source.
I mean, do you eat it?
Going allows his hair to grow.
You get the peptides extra and you
So-
inject it into your muscles. It's a muscle injection.
Yeah, so generally that would be considered kosher under most halakhic determinations. Kashrut, generally the way that you're thinking of it, has to do with eating or drinking and hygiene and how it's derived. Especially if the
If you inject that into your body, kosher. Is that all right?
Yeah, I mean, we have many people within the Jewish community who have to inject insulin, and perhaps they have to inject testosterone. So that's all kosher, absolutely.
There's a lot.
But like the neuropeptide comes from an animal source.
Okay, that's fine. What animal?
Cerebral lysine only comes from pig brains.
Okay, that can run into, you can run into an issue with that. However, even some vaccines have some type of pig extract. And
like fetus.
yeah, there's that too. there's, at least within Judaism, something called pikuach nefesh, which is the doing something to either for the protection of a human life. So if you can make the argument that this is the only type of way to be able to protect your life, there's an argument to be made. But that's still probably considered somewhat experimental, and we just have to wait a few years, and there'll be some kind of synthetic version of that we wouldn't have to get it from a non-kosher animal, perhaps a synthetic way. All medicine basically evolves like this, and especially to avoid it having to be made by a non-kosher animal. So I'm not too worried about that. It's something that is just a matter of years for scientists to recognize that there is a market for it. I mean, it's not just Orthodox Jews who live by this. Muslims who keep many of the same criteria through halal. So that's a much bigger market for this type of technology than Judaism is. The people who run these pharmaceutical companies many times recognize that these types of technologies are going to have their experimental phases, especially with types of animals like this, but eventually there are kosher alternatives that arise.
The Torah is talking about
there's something else that's synthetic that's going on the brain page. It's called CMAX. So not only you don't even have to inject it in the nasal. It's very recommended.
Well, actually,
there you go.
Prescribe definitely. Here's what happens.
So it's insufflation.
There's recipes I'm taking Restream and I lost 4 kilograms in 2 weeks.
It says Chilul by Tavel, and you say Malaha.
And 1 kilogram in 2 pounds.
Just like if someone
So you lost like 8 pounds. That's great.
They're put to death. So zero Shabbat.
And what it does is that it works on your glucagon receptors, and it increases your metabolism. And it has GIP, which is its own inflammation in your body.
Is it a GLP-1?
Yeah, it's also a GLP-1 methoxide. It's like it works on many different levels.
There you go. And so, like, you know, that they having to inject something like that might have some issues. But just to show you the advancements in science, now GLP-1s in the United States are available orally, so you can just take a pill. So it just takes time, and I'm someone who doesn't really want to take too many risks when it comes to my health, but I will once, usually about 7 years have passed. Certainly am open to different pharmaceuticals, different therapies, once they have been able to kind of work out the kinks. And in the same way, I think that the technology that I talk about, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, are very similar. Like, I don't want to be the first person to teleport, but once 1 million people have teleported and I know it's safe, then I'll do it. Yeah, I mean, there are people who are going to want to be, you know, for lack of a better phrase, the guinea pigs of this, and some of them are going to have some complications. It's inevitable. I don't want to be one of those people. But once I know that thousands of people have done it, I'm willing to do it. You know, when trains were first developed, people didn't really know how the train would work, and they would think that their brain would fly to the back of their head if they got onto it, if they were going at such a speed. many of the same types of questions arose in terms of air travel, but all of those issues have been worked out in the past 100 years or so. And as someone who believes that life extension and perhaps reverse aging and maybe even mind uploading technology are reality, I'm in no rush to be able to utilize any of these different types of technologies.
And therefore, it makes more sense to compare between
like essentially what I'm saying is that because the idea of reverse engineering exists, and I think once it's available to the general public, I'll be able to utilize it. There's no time limit on my life. I don't fear death. I know I could die. I certainly know I could die, but I think I'm at a very interesting point in society where we will be able to extinct death. Well, essentially not die. And if you think about that, makes us a new type of species. We no longer are Homo sapiens. We're something new. Because Homo sapiens die. That's part of being human. But if we don't die anymore, we're a different kind of species, and we evolve into something different.
Furthermore, again, right? You can't remedy dosa by putting it in the mikvah. You can't remedy teva by putting it in the mikvah. Truma, right?
All right, so have you created your link tree yet?
You're not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, you can go to the mikvah.
Baby, I embrace solutions. I reject excuses. And you could create all of that stuff within a day or two. Come back to me, and then I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make sure it looks professional. The next step.
To which the Gemara says, you're right, but there are more similarities between Tevel and Truma than there are between Tevel and Nosar. Therefore,
it was a test when I was in junior high, and it was extremely high. It was 160.
Tevel and Truma, then Tevel and Nosar. And therefore, again, just like Truma.
Yeah, but I mean, I do stupid stuff all the time, so I think that I might have just had a good day, or it was a test that I was perhaps well acquainted with taking. I really think that someone who has an IQ of 160 one day could have an IQ of 130 another day, simply because testing differs. But I have been exactly 100%. But I have had the ability in the past to show extremely high levels of intelligence. But again, let me with that. You know what? It's interesting that you say that. Yeah, a lot of times I go into these spaces and people are like, "You speak too quickly," or "You sound too posh." I was told that within the last 3 hours. I go into these spaces and people speak really slowly, and they're not used to speaking really quickly or reviewing the types of technology I discuss. I mean, I talk about really futuristic topics. I've got excellent. Well, I can tell you, when I go into a space, I have something that I've rehearsed for the last for some time, and most people don't have their pitch rehearsed as well as I do. But this is what I tell them. Hi, everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you'll ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want to get free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when people hear that, they're like, what the fuck was that? And I recognize that. Not everybody has their pitch down that well. Not everybody's...
Like, you would never really see that.
I agree. In fact, I got a nickname. People call me AI. They literally come in and they're like, Rabbi, we know you're AI, but we would not, or we know you're not AI, but we would not know that based on how you speak. We literally have to go into your profile and see that you're live on camera for us to know that you are not a robot. And I recognize, okay, I mean, I can speak slowly and I can adjust my message to the audience, but in general, I got things to do. I got people to see. I've got goals to accomplish, and I have time to mess around. So I want to be fast. I want to be to the point, and I have a lot to cover as well. And a lot of times, these people don't have the time to be able to listen to. But if they do, and they say, "Wow, Rabbi, that's really fascinating. Please keep talking," I'll say to them like something like this. In addition to being an app developer and a rabbi, I'm a future someone who likes to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies. That's exactly right. I mean, I come from, I would say, a successful family, but we're no different perhaps than anybody else. And I've studied a lot. So let me finish my pitch and then we'll go through all of that. Things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies, things like Santa Claus machines, replication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm really excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to archive. In addition to talking about subjects such as these, I like to talk talk about things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I would increase that with your consent, utilizing different resources such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to be 120 years old. But 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, it should not be forced on you. But if you want, you should be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? When I say that to people, I can tell you, I've got it rehearsed. Like, you can tell, like, I've said it more than one time. But people are just like, oh, why wouldn't you be? The fact that we won't die perhaps in the future, what's not to, that's amazing. Every civilization. Absolutely. They want to know about the next meme coin or the next token, or how you can get them, $5 for a job. I'm someone who doesn't give fish away. I teach people to fish. And I want somebody to be able to put food on their table because they earned it, not because somebody gave it to them. That's why I give them a structure to be able to be successful. And in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people to be able to get jobs in Web3 and careers, not just in Web3, nurses, teachers, translators. I mean, one guy is from Iraq. He was in construction. Now he works for the United States Embassy in Baghdad as a translator. He's working on coming to the United States. I've got another guy who was in Tunisia, who had a dream of coming to the United States. We talked about it. A year went by. He came into the stream. He's in California. We're basically neighbors. Basically, like, I'm able to change people's lives, and that's really exciting. I've had people who are nurses who don't like being nurses, who have been able to quit their jobs to be able to pursue Web3 just as a social media marketer. People pay them because they created 30 different social media platforms, and people pay them to promote their different projects. I'm about solutions, not excuses. And so many people are about the here and now and the making a quick buck, and that's cool. I understand that, but I'm playing out the long term. I have a mindset like someone similar to Mr. Beast, who's like, hey, if I keep doing this consistently for 12 years or whatever, I'm going to be a billionaire. I think that if I do this for exactly, but I really feel this way. If I do this for 12 years, I'll be not a billionaire, but a trillionaire. Oh, 100%. I think I might beat him there. And the reason why I say that is I'm talking about $1 trillion in the bank. I'm not talking about stock options. No, I'm talking about cold hard cash. And if people recognize that I can revolutionize. Yeah. Well, so I have what I need. I live comfortably. I would like to do more good in the world, though. And so the plan would be essentially to create a 501c3 which is in the United States, a tax setup where you essentially create a charity or not-for-profit, and we have essentially like a global fund to be able to help the people of the world with desalination, with agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, all the things that I talked about. And really revolutionize people's lives. And that's what I would like to do. And that's what I want to live stream. It's an incredibly interesting project. And when people say, all right, Rabbi, so you're going to make us all rich, how are you going to do it? It's not just one way. It's in 4 different ways that I see it currently, and it could expand, but there are 4 revenue streams. There's the data monetization, which is giant. Data is worth more than petroleum. Basically, what I'm saying is that I'm sitting on an oil derrick. I'm sitting on a gold mine with all of the data that I have. Secondly, there's the social media. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever, and much of every single one of these accounts has a lot of content on it. I mean, tens of thousands of posts. As we're speaking right now, I'm posting to Instagram. What am I posting to Instagram? I just literally post videos of myself with songs over it, and it gets likes. It just organically, I get 25 likes per video. I'm talking, and it's not even playing my voice, but I just play a song over it, just some popular song, whatever it may be, and I get interactions that way. And I can tell you, I have so much content, it will take generations of people to go through it all. It's just a giant treasure trove. And so I'm going to be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. Yeah. No. Then they're going to become famous. You want that data. It's important for you to do that. No, you can't. Nobody cares about that. They care about you. You're the character. It would be like this. Do you know what Sesame Street is? Okay, you know, with like Big Bird and Cookie Monster and Bert and Ernie and all those guys. Okay, so there's something called the Children's Television Workshop that runs all of Sesame Street, but nobody cares about that. They care about Big Bird, and they care about Elmo, and they care about Cookie Monster. They care about the people on camera, or the beings on camera. Does that make sense? So let's say you were to pay some Filipino person $1 an hour or $10 an hour, or whatever you want. That's fine. That person is going to be the one who becomes influential, and then they'll eventually break off from you and do their own thing independently and just live stream their life. And you will have given them all of the tools to become influential, but you won't have any of the influence that they have. They basically will have been able to be the creator. And just to finish up on how else I plan on making people rich, endorsements. So I currently am a spokesperson for $100 million cryptocurrency, and I'll be able to basically not just endorse cryptocurrencies in the future, but things like Honda and Pfizer and Deutsche Bank and the NFL or whatever else I want. And I really anticipate wearing like an F1 suit, if you've ever seen like an F1 driver, and just while I'm on stream, be able to promote these different companies 24/7, take all the money from that and put it in the 501c3, basically the big pile of money. And then the final way I'll be able to do it, I'm at the epicenter of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. And what I say will turn to gold. I'll have the Midas touch. Basically, any single cryptocurrency that I endorse is going to green candle. So what I'm saying to you is, when I say that there's a very good chance that I may be the world's first trillionaire and even beat Elon Musk to this, you may say, wait, but the Tesla stock's worth a lot. Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying he doesn't have a $1 trillion in the bank. I'm talking about having $1 trillion in the bank. That's what I consider to be a trillionaire. I don't care if you have real estate or... Yeah, that's fine, but he doesn't. That's the thing. I'm not talking about perhaps anticipated profits. Look, if the Queen of England, no, he is generally secular. He does not have a Jewish background. He's South African. Okay, what about it sounds Jewish?
So what happens? Every day comes and the first thing he washes his hands and his feet.
Okay, I mean, there's no Elon in the Bible. What about it?
The hands represent how you accomplish in this world.
Oh, I mean, I can say this. It has Hebrew origins, but like the term must is like not any Jewish background. I can say as well. There is if I recall, and it's been a while since I've done the etymology on names, but I believe there may be. Yeah, I think it's in the book of Judges. There may be, but it's not like a popular Jewish name. It's not David. It's not Mordecai. It's not Chaim. It's not Michael. It's not Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be. I mean, it's really it's either an Americanized or anglicized version of some Hebrew names.
That's closest to Hashem. There should be no external mediums to bring about joy. Because you don't need it. It's a tremendous. We need to find different kinds of like Jewish. Yeah, that's what you bring out.
I mean, it has Hebrew. It has Hebrew roots. So you're right, it does. But it is a popular Jewish name? No. Now, that's absolutely true.
Discover the greatest simcha in the world emanates from closeness to Hashem. That's where the greatest joy comes. Yeah. The Kohen, who has the unique privilege to serve.
But I mean, Elon and Eli are different names, obviously.
This is one that invalidates the other. This Kohen, your simcha has to come from pure, beautiful, unadulterated closeness.
But
I think people don't realize how big like an IQ jump from like 100 to 160 is. Like you said, you're 160, right? Like go beyond maybe the long time.
Yeah, I mean, I was yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like I heard you get like lonely because there's not many people you can really like fully be bros with, you know what I'm saying? Because like people are constantly lonely. You kind of gotta like slow down for people. But you can't speak really fast to get through the stuff complex without explaining it.
Certainly. I mean, I don't feel lonely here, and I've got people who literally sleep with me. And
but maybe you can just be stupid, right? You just call one be stupid and just make jokes all the time.
So to the name Elon, just because someone has a name which I believe is like Oak Tree, does not necessarily mean that it certainly doesn't mean they're Jewish. Michael Jordan's not Jewish. He has a Jewish name or a Hebrew name. Michael Jackson, arguably, there are arguments there, but people like Moses Alou, Hebrew is one of the root languages of many people for the last 3,000 years, but there are also variants of it. So I can tell you this: Elon Musk is not openly a Jew. He has been to the Western Wall. He has Jewish children because he's reproduced with some Jewish women, but he himself is not openly known as a Jew. Even though he has a...
He said on a podcast somewhere that he learned Hebrew and went to Israel.
He has done that. I don't know if I don't know how much Hebrew he knows, but just because his first name is of Hebrew origin does not make him Jewish. The only way that the only way that he's Jewish is if his mother's Jewish or he's had an Orthodox conversion. That's the only way. No, he could do it. So basically, he would have to live within an Orthodox community for a year or two and keep kosher and essentially learn Torah, learn Talmud. Not, he wouldn't learn it all, but at least dedicate himself to that. It's really not that hard. The big thing is, well, it's not. Just not, he wouldn't be able to drive on Shabbat, and he wouldn't be able to work on Shabbat. I mean, there are some keep kosher, those kinds of things. But if he wanted to dedicate himself to that, he absolutely could.
Rather, it must be that a Kohen who does the avoda in a state of tumah.
I've always been secular. I never got really deep into religion. But recently I came against this magic and all that esoteric stuff. And not the dollar isn't that I try to around.
Is that true? That just because Hashem says the Father, we don't exact punishment from such an individual. What about the following case? But tonight, Misha, look up the Shana Bezim, Machnisim, and so we keep up. So again, we just saw this in Shabbos. This is
I'm trying to get into my spirituality because I think that's
Certainly. Now, back to Elon Musk. With his name, like Musk, I don't know. Like a lot of times people change their name, especially their last name. So I can tell you that I've been at Shabbat tables where the question has been raised: is Elon Musk Jewish? And the overall consensus is no. But that doesn't mean that, perhaps he couldn't be if he wanted to be in the future. And Elon has had a huge increase in its popularity as a name. In 2008, it was the 3,310 most popular name, but it's increased incredibly over the course of 10 years, 885. So it's become more common, and then it's become likely more common within the Jewish community as well, especially because it has Hebrew roots, but it's not one of our more common names within Judaism. Though, there are some Israeli businessmen certainly who have it, but the big ones, Moshe, Shlomo, or like Solomon, Samuel, those are more common. Daniel, Michael, certainly, you can get into Zechariah and those kinds of names as well. But I think that the name Elon is definitely growing, and Elon Musk has certainly had an impact on that. But as I just from his family history, he hasn't reportedly been known as a Jew, and we as Jews don't practice Judaism in secret, and he has openly said that he's secular. In fact, he is very, I would say he has a lot of Christian, he has now he's Jewish.
He says that he's Jewish, he's secular, but later on they asked him, he said he's a little bit religious. He's like agnostic.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all agnostic because nobody really knows. But yeah, Sam Altman, I mean, there are arguments to be made too. Some people who say that they're Jewish are not Jewish, halakhically, by Jewish law. About 50% of all of Israel is not Jewish by Jewish law.
But when I saw,
what makes them Jewish?
Their mother's Jewish, or they had a Jewish conversion, a kosher conversion, an Orthodox conversion. So there are a lot of people who consider themselves Jewish because their dad's Jewish. They're not Jewish. They can't marry my daughters. That doesn't count. And so, there are a lot of those cases in Israel. And then there are a lot of people, like 20% of the population, that's Muslim or Christian or something else. So, less than half of, if someone were Israeli and they wanted to marry my daughter, I would have to have a look at their familial genealogy to ensure that they were Jewish. And if they weren't, they would need a kosher conversion. So for Elon Musk, even though he may have a name that is Hebrew, and he married like an Israeli, or he didn't marry an Israeli, he reproduced with an Israeli, there are arguments to be made depending on his wife or the baby mama's her genealogy, that child may still not be considered Jewish. It's complicated, and things happen, especially when we get into migration of people, especially from the Soviet Union to Israel, or reform or conservative people who make aliyah, which is essentially moving to Israel, and they recognize that their children cannot marry halakhically Jewish children, then they have to convert. So a lot of them go to other countries and just get married, which that's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they don't have Jewish marriages. They don't have, or at least Orthodox Jewish marriages.
Ultimately, again, is mixing the flour with certainly enough host would be big.
At the end of the day, we can make a little money adding salt. I actually believe that we with my purpose, and that's spiritual everything. I see that you have that, you have like you have the money and the spiritual.
Well, I don't know.
What about family? Do you find family as something emotional, something you want?
Oh, absolutely.
You feel like you're ahead of that?
No. I'm not above that by any means. I'm a man, and that means I can reproduce into my 90s. There's no time limit on it. So I could find a wife who's 25 years old and be able to settle down and have a huge family with her, and that's probably what I'll do in the future. My power is not based on a biological clock like many times a woman's can be, and on somebody who recognizes that
I could be wrong, but I heard that sperm cells degrade when you age.
Yeah, but you'd still be able to get some viable options at even age 90. There are men who are near 100 years old who have fathered children. So I'm not worried about that.
Like the younger you use your sperm, like the breast, like DNA,
No,
like aging, like whatever.
that's not how it works. You still have viable sperm at age 80 or age 90 even that is just as good as a sperm that you have when you're 18 years old.
It only applies to certain types of sacrificial
100%, absolutely. I mean, we see this happening now. Robert De Niro just had a child. He's like almost 80 years old. His wife is 25. Child's fine. Same with Al Pacino. Al Pacino just had a child. He's in his. Okay, so then you run into issues where there's a higher rate. There's a higher rate at a problematic pregnancy, where because due to the age of the woman, there are more complications that can happen. But some of those can be avoided, perhaps with surrogacy.
statistics on like women past the age of 40, and it gets worse at 45, where like the chance of the kid getting Down syndrome like increases exponentially.
But there's surrogacy options. A woman can freeze her eggs and then essentially have in vitro fertilization and use a surrogate and basically have the same odds in many ways as she would have had if she had had that child at age 20.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I consider the females like egg cells, but I only heard about the sperm cells on ChatGPT, but I don't do deep research on like male sperm. So I don't look into the statistics itself, so I need to look into it because that worries me, so I get older. Because I thought about doing something similar like you, like just.
But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we
Let's build a very long
show the rough list we got dying
when I'm like old, this doesn't matter. So
we have to go ahead and watch it.
Yeah, I mean, even still, all you have to do, sperm's very easy. All you need to do is find basically just one viable sperm, and you can impregnate a woman, an egg. So they'd be able to basically ejaculate into a petri dish or essentially get a sample from you. And even if you were 90 years old and 90% of your sperm was not viable, still 10% is, and you have hundreds of millions of sperm cells, or at least tens of thousands of viable sperm, but more than that, even at age 90. And you just need the laboratory basically to use one of those sperm cells to impregnate an egg, and then you're going to have a child in 9 months. It's just biology.
So again,
I'll do some deep research on human reproduction. It seems like
and offer up a carbon, burn it on the Mizbeach in the state of Tumah, would be chayiv. In other words, the only time that there wasn't the din of Tumah, ultimately again, if it was b'chutz. But if it's
I can imagine myself surviving and like having to come to like chances to like proliferate my progeny.
The avoda in the state of Tumah is the Yisra. Now again, the Pashas are talking Yisra Yisrael. So that seems to answer the original question that Rav Acha asked the Rav Sheshes. That was our original question. If a Kohen does the avoda in the state of Tumah, is he kind of Yisra
But you can't into it like when you're like
are resounding.
that the other sets out of age.
I love Misa. Don't we see from the Kohen goes ahead and
I mean, yeah, I have a plan. I don't have it down to an age though. I'll go viral. I'll travel the world for a few years, do a lot of good, set up all these not-for-profits, basically have a harem of chicks who I slay, just a roster, have a good time, and then eventually find the one for me, and then
You'll be like King Solomon.
Exactly. And I would not be able to do that without data. In fact,
You have like 900 concubines.
if I wanted to, absolutely. I think that every woman in the world would want to reproduce with someone. I mean, I do it for good reasons. I want world peace.
Your eyes really high, to be honest. Like, women understood, if all women in the world understood the idea, a lot of it's inheritable genetically. It's so important to know. If only women understood that, because I feel like some women don't know this shit.
I honestly have less faith, for lack of a better term, but less. I don't find IQ to be as important as emotional intelligence. To me, emotional intelligence is far greater. I have even higher emotional intelligence. So I can tell you that I've taken emotional intelligence tests and been the highest person that the test has ever seen. Now, there were ways to play that as well. So I kind of knew I was kind of going for a very high score. But if anything, I have extremely high emotional intelligence. And what that allows me to do is be able to empathize really well with people, to be able to communicate really well with people, to be able to teach really well. And to me, that interpersonal communication is a far greater determinant of success in the world than simple IQ. We see a lot of people with extremely high IQs in society who are nomadic, who are antisocial, and just because they may be able to calculate something quickly or accurately does not necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. What we do see, I
like to also make a point that the majority of multi-billionaires is an IQ of 140 plus, and that's like the top 1% in society.
so many of them do, but it's not necessary, and some of them don't. Some of them have perfectly average IQs, and they've just been set up well. I would tell you this right now. I would say most.
I think my IQ is not as high as your but I have a high criticism. It's not as lower. But I noticed that about my research and when I looked into it, I found out that the biggest factor that would affect your income, besides the biggest factor besides location, like you get the same job, same location, I guess IQ. And that the higher IQ, the more money you make for the same job.
I would disagree. I think emotional intelligence is more important. And we could argue that one. But basically, once you get the job, it's about how you're able to network within it. And emotional intelligence, if you're highly sociable, you're going to get more promotions than the person who's just smart.
Okay. So now we're going to go back.
I think that the promotion will get you into a different job. So now it's not about performance within the same job anymore. It's about rising up the hierarchy.
And that's absolutely, and that's how you become successful.
And then there's also other factors that you can improve your also agree on this, the lower your agreements. It seems like the higher as well.
I wouldn't necessarily. I am. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's always accurate.
If you're like low enough where people don't really hate your guts, like if you were higher,
Certainly. I mean, there's some cutthroatness in that. You need to have fortitude. You need to have determination. You need to be aggressive. Yeah. And I think risk taking certainly has plays a role in that. I really wouldn't underestimate emotional intelligence, though. Give me someone with a really high emotional intelligence in a job over someone with a really high IQ any day. Any day. And here's why. They're going to be able to understand the environment faster. They're going to be able to make more people happy in a shorter amount of time. And when it comes down to moving up as for a promotion, the person with the higher emotional intelligence is going to do better. I mean, it's like the saying to say, give me someone who's attractive over someone who's just average looking. The person who's attractive is going to move up in the ranks far faster. Now, if you're looking for someone who's going to be able to come up with some equation where perhaps their human behavior doesn't have as much of an impact, give me the person with the high IQ. I'll take that all day long. But if you want me, if I'm picking someone who needs to be intelligent and emotionally intelligent in order to be able to get a promotion, give me the person who is emotionally intelligent. They're going to be able to lead a team better. They're going to be looked up to as a leader. They're going to be followed. They are going to have accountability and integrity and a dedication to excellence and a dedication to mission and teamwork. Much better than someone who's just very smart. And that proves that. If you look at coaches and even CEOs, they're generally not the people with the highest IQ. They're the people who've been able to navigate the company in the best way. Now, there is some nepotism to that. Last names.
That's why when you say IQ is also something that is important. I also agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with you. No, there's no doubt about that. They're both important. Which do I think is more important to success? Emotional intelligence. I just do. Because that's practical. Any computer, if you give me someone with high emotional,
That's why I said when it comes to like the same income, like the same job, like that IQ would be like the thing that would affect the income the most for the same job. The EQ operates at a more like different layer where like you can jump to different jobs and better opportunities open up because so you get into better rooms. You're not stuck in that one place. So that's basically what you're saying in networking.
yeah, I mean, I see it as this. IQ will help you to perform well on tests. EQ will help you to perform well with people. And businesses are not tests. Businesses are people. And that's why people with high emotional intelligence do well. But also someone's attractive. You can give me someone who is attractive with high emotional intelligence. I can tell you that person will be CEO of their company within a decade or two. I mean, that's a killer combination. Even if they have an average IQ. An IQ, especially with AI nowadays, can in many ways be replaced, or at least the field can be leveled, because maybe someone previously who wasn't that good at writing a paper or doing a math equation can just plug that, or to code, can just plug that into AI, and AI has a far higher IQ than even the smartest person in the world. And what the high IQ person cannot do is the reverse of that. To be able to go to some kind of machine and create a really good emotional quotient, a really good emotional, improve their emotional intelligence. That's something that you learn by doing. It's about behavior. It's about how you relate to other people. So let's just take someone who is average intelligence. They can go and use AI to make it seem like their intelligence is much higher and have the job results of someone who with a higher mental acuity, and then they would be able to use their emotional intelligence, their interactions with those around them and their environment, and being able to adapt to be able to be far more successful than the person with a really high intelligence quotient, which basically gets limited now because AI raises everyone's intelligence, and the person with a high IQ is unable to replicate the same results that the person with the high EQ had, because there isn't a machine that allows them to be able to improve their emotional intelligence.
That's what happens when I think that now it's still good because like we're not fully neuromans yet, but once we're neuromans, then having a high IQ means jack shit.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you.
And then like EQ also. I find the AI is very good at learning things elegantly, not to piss someone off.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yes, it is. So eventually we may kind of all become the same drone in the future, with some type of brain computer interface. But until we're there, the fact that people with high emotional intelligence can have a high IQ using AI is a game changer. And I can tell you this: if you gave me someone out of college who had, let's say, average, like what would I think? Would I rather have extremely good looking, extremely high emotional intelligence, or extremely high IQ? I would take extremely attractive over both of those other two. There's something still about aesthetics that are very important to society. People want to be around good looking people. So even if somebody's not that smart, that person may rise to the top because they're very good looking. But especially with plastic surgery and different therapies and such, you can cheat, exactly. So that it depends how much money they have and basically what they want to do. But give someone who has high emotional intelligence, who utilizes plastic surgery to be able to make themselves as attractive as possible, and that's a killer combination. And then give that person AI, which basically raises their IQ, and they're going to be a very successful individual.
Bill Gates, Larry Page, first of all the fighters, they don't like super good looking models, and they got and they all seem very high IQ as well, and they seem
I disagree with the emotional. I disagree with the emotional intelligence of Bill Gates. He's always been seen as a nerd. He's connected himself with basically bad players in many industries. He's not seen as very personable. He's not seen as cool. In a lot of ways, I don't think he has very high emotional intelligence. In fact, he just had to apologize for, in Australia, he made a statement for some of his network that he felt that was not a apt use of his time, so to speak. They've all been set up. So I hate to say it, but Elon Musk, his grandfather owned an emerald mine. Bill Gates, his father was one of the heads of Planned Parenthood, and his mother was a trustee on the board of trustees of the University of Washington. His grandfather was a banker. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA, which created the internet, which created GPS, which created like hologram technology, like basically really advanced things. So he's been set up. His family comes from like extremely wealthy ranchers. Sergey Brin, Larry Page, they basically were set up in many ways with Google, or they were basically put in an excellent position. Someone like Larry Ellison or like Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs is an interesting one. He was adopted, but he was adopted to a upper middle class family, and his location helped. He was in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, location makes a big difference.
It absolutely does. And you know, you look at he also set himself up with really important players. But if you look at the success of Apple computers, it's not because of Steve Jobs. It's because of Steve Wozniak, who frankly is like the brains behind it, but isn't one of these super mega rich people. I mean, he's very wealthy, but not in terms of looking at becoming a trillionaire, which you would expect. But Steve Wozniak wasn't as personable as Steve Jobs was. As it's been discussed, Steve Wozniak was the brains, and Steve Jobs was the salesperson of Apple computers.
It's like the EQ guy that was like evil.
Exactly. I'm in agreement with you. That's an excellent way to put it. Steve Wozniak was the IQ, and Steve Jobs was the EQ. But frankly, all of these guys are all westernized men. There are people in India and in China who have far higher IQs and far higher EQs, but because of their location, nobody knows who they are.
Location, yeah. Location is the biggest predictor of business, like more than IQ. That's why I removed location out of the first thing.
Right, but I'm in agreement with you, and that gets into your social network, and it also gets into what kind of opportunities you have in education.
I think the internet is also helping us bridge that location barrier, but there's still a huge effect. You're not born in Africa, you're super smart and hardworking. It's very unlikely you'll be like a billionaire.
Look at Elon Musk. He was born in Africa, and he's almost a trillionaire. So you can't necessarily say that. I understand, but he was born in Africa.
I mean, like the location would affect the income. So like,
I agree with you, but I would say that he would still be a multimillionaire if he never left Africa, because his grandfather owned an emerald mine. I mean, that's like being born on third base, and being happy that you hit a home run. It's like you were born on third base. It's not that impressive. I mean, give me someone who literally started from either a low income family or middle class family, and they built a business up, and they came from nothing. That's really an interesting story. Someone whose grandfather was an emerald mine owner.
Wasn't even like he was the guy who had like a shit ton of real estate like in New York. He gave it all to Trump.
With a negative reputation. He was known as a slumlord, basically that he wouldn't take care of his properties or the people in there. Like, 100%. Exactly. Very bad reputation of that family. Well, I mean, we take our beginnings, certainly biblically, but going back to 18th century Germany, and it's been about connections ever since. And, we're a central power within the world and have been for 300 years. Absolutely.
So you're bringing up a Mishnah.
It's so interesting that to meet someone that also happens to like have an interest in studying different people, like they're like,
absolutely, 100%. Well, I am.
Like, you're already powerful, right? Like, you don't really need to study other powerful people because you already have them.
I mean, I would say that my power is potentially still to be determined. My man, I've got my friend here, Riser, and I know you said it was getting late to where you are. Riser, I am from Australia, but I have to rip on I am does not know what raw comedy is, so we had to teach him about that. We had to teach him about the funny people in Australia, so he's got some work to do. Riser, how you living, pimp? Yeah, I'm awake and I'm slinging dick. Yeah, did you watch the Super Bowl? It started at 3:30 Pacific time. Extremely boring. I mean, I can tell you, I watched all the highlights, and the one team scored 12 points. So the Seahawks, who eventually would win, they scored 12 points in the first half, and the Patriots scored 0, which is generally like, meaning no touchdowns in the first half, which is pretty exceptional. And then we had a situation where we had some scoring in the second half, but it was what's called like garbage time, where like the other team's not trying that much. They're already up like 2 touchdowns. They could really care less. So yeah, and then there was Bad Bunny, who did the Super Bowl halftime, which none of it was in English, and there were a lot of people pissed off about that. I watched that, and I didn't know what he was saying. I watched the whole thing, but I watched it later on, and it was very boring. I shouldn't say it was very boring. It's actually really exciting. I misspoke. What I wanted to say is the reason why I found it boring is I don't know Spanish that well, and it was entirely in Spanish, and there was no English, none. I shouldn't say that. Wait, maybe like a little bit of Lady Gaga. She performed as well, and there was a little bit in English, but it was like just like a few lines, and it was 13 minutes long, all in Spanish. But I thought it was really cool. So like they made him like Bad Bunny go in like different environments, which was cool. And they had somebody get married during it, which is pretty interesting. But here's the thing. It wasn't supposed to be Bad Bunny. It was supposed to be Taylor Swift. And the reason why Taylor Swift didn't perform at the Super Bowl, nor will she ever, perhaps, is because when you are a Super Bowl performer, there are some caveats. You don't own the footage. And Taylor Swift, as you know, is like really big on owning her own art. But the NFL, it's a bunch of billionaires, and they could care less about Taylor Swift. She's just a $1 billionaire person. They have combined like $600 billion amongst all of the 32 owners, or maybe not that much, but pretty close when you combine them all, and the worths of their teams and everything. I mean, they don't.
Even if she filmed it herself, she's gonna film it from different angles. The NFL does it. Still being filmed. It's like the same performance as her. She don't get like
That's right. She doesn't get to film it. The NFL is the one who films it, and the NFL gets the footage. And that means 30 years from now, the NFL can use her footage, and she doesn't have a say in it. And she wants control over it. Another major issue is the people who perform in the Super Bowl halftime do not get paid anything. They do it for free. The reason why they do it for free is because it automatically essentially makes their music the next day become #1 on all the streaming sites. So they see the performers see the benefit of it. And Taylor Swift is already basically #1 in most things in streaming. I mean, it's not like she needs more records or anything, so she doesn't see it as that beneficial to her. And she, as you know, and I mean, they all want to become billionaires. She already is a billionaire, so she doesn't necessarily need that much more money. To her, what's important from what I've read is control. She wants control over her art. That's why it was such a big deal when she bought her music from Scooter Braun and that conglomerate, that she had control over her art. And this happened within like the last year, and she doesn't. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's why we talk about how important data is to people. But she wants control over her art and her data, and she doesn't want to give that up to the NFL, even if it's only 13 minutes of a show that she would give. She wants control over it. See, the thing is, she wants to be able to use the halftime show to promote herself, and the NFL does not allow you to do that. She wants to be able to take different highlights and use them in the future. Hey, this is when I performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Here's a song that I used. I'm going to put on an album for that. None of that is your data. It's all owned by the NFL, and they are very protective of it, and they don't let you use any of it.
That's a strange So the Gemara says,
well, a lot of times the NFL is really protective of what people say in regards to what they call the shield, that NFL logo. And if you have, like, let's just say, just an example, Kanye West performed at the Super Bowl like 10 years ago. He goes off the deep end, or whatever, like a couple years ago, or last year, or whatever, and then he goes and starts using his NFL halftime show to promote himself. The NFL doesn't want to be associated with that. And if the NFL doesn't own that data, then Kanye West is going to be able to put that out and basically detract from their from the NFL's brand. If the NFL does control it, then Kanye West cannot come out and really promote himself with that content. Does that make sense?
So it feels like swastika stuff over his NFL, but anti-Semitic merch or whatever. And NFL would be like, well,
it seems to like try to chase a lot of attention.
In the United States, if she wanted attention, she would have done the halftime show. She gets no money for it, and she doesn't control the data. And I know that they were in discussions of it. I mean, let me get the specifics of what exactly went down. Taylor Swift, Super Bowl, why doesn't she do it? What does it have to do with her controlling the data or the footage, and also you don't get paid? What's the deal? And also the billionaires don't really need her.
All you're left with is your innate kedusha.
All right.
All you have is your innate kedusha.
So,
you're like a baby. You're like a baby, a spiritual baby.
Taylor Swift has not performed at the Super Bowl halftime show, and her decision stems from a combination of factors relating to value, respect, and personal priorities. All right, take care, big dog. Excellent, my friend. Peace. While the NFL, take care, my friend. While the NFL does not pay halftime performers, relying instead on the exposure and global reach the event provides, Swift reportedly rejected the opportunity because she didn't want to perform for free, especially given her status as one of the most influential artists in the world. She doesn't need exposure, as she commands massive audiences and record-breaking sales on her own.
People are very taken by X.
I disagree with the exposure thing. You're still like the value. I get you like need money, but still like it doesn't hurt to do the exposure of 100 million people.
There were reports that she requested ownership of her performance footage and rights to promote her own projects during the show, which the NFL reportedly refused. This aligns with her long-standing fight to control her music masters, including her recent acquisition of the rights to her first 6 albums. For Swift, ownership isn't just about branding, it's about creative and financial control. However, in a recent interview with Jimmy Fallon, Swift clarified that the real reason is not about rights or money, but about her emotional investment with her fiancé, Travis Kelce, who plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. She said she's too focused on his performance throughout the season to commit to choreographing a high-pressure halftime show. She emphasized, "This is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in. I mean, come on, that's what she says. It's about she's not going to get any money. I mean, I'm not Taylor Swift's spokesperson. I'm just saying that it's about she's not going to get any money for it, and she doesn't get to control the music or the rights to the show. I get that.
I don't think football fans want to listen to her music anyway.
I would. I love Taylor Swift.
Really?
I mean, they're like. She has like maybe 5 songs that I really like, which is a lot for an artist. Do I buy her shit? No. Do I listen to her shit on Spotify? No. But she has some classic songs that I really like, and if you look at my playlist over the course of my life, she's been on some of them because I think that she puts out some hits, no doubt about it. She has now, but again, you know, that's all very subjective. But the idea that she would bring in a huge female audience to the NFL Super Bowl, it can't be understated. She would bring in a lot of people and a lot of interest, more than Bad Bunny. But I'll say this, Bad Bunny brought in a huge audience globally. It was the top viewed halftime show in history.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Bad Bunny is
He's the Pornhub chart. He's nothing else. What other charts do you know that he knows?
Fair point. I guess. I mean, he might know more about music than I do.
Oh, I think he does. I think he does, but I don't think he knows charts all that well.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
oh wait, I do.
You don't think of like he doesn't know.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, he is. He's good with Instagram news. He's good with Instagram news. If something happened on Instagram, Zoot's gonna know about it. He knows about Australian pop charts. I'll give him that. We have had that discussion, and then he and I went through the Billboard Top 100 for the last year of 2025 to see who would win the top song in Australia. I mean, like, we have had those discussions. I'm not denying that, but he's not someone I would like. I don't know if he could name 5 Bad Bunny songs. I agree with you. My question for you is this: are you ready to lose your strength?
I listened to one Bad Bunny song. I'm sure. I don't know what song is before, but yeah. Do you think that the NFL considers this Spanish like conundrum before? Do you think they were like, hey, look at Spanish audience, freaking watch us, some more viewers, we already have everyone in America watching it.
That's correct. That's correct. They have been expanding the game, especially in Latin America, and just globally. So they're having a game in Rio de Janeiro next year with the Dallas Cowboys, and they had one last year in Sao Paulo and the year before in Sao Paulo. They've previously had preseason games in Mexico City. They're looking to expand that footprint. It's free money to them. And also, they're taking these teams, these NFL teams, globally. So also they're playing in Melbourne next year. The LA Rams are playing the San Francisco 49ers in Melbourne, and they're going to play 3 games in London. They played in Dublin this year. They played in Frankfurt this year, Germany. I mean, they're like every season. There's a certain part of the season where they play a bunch of games internationally, and the games on at like 6 a.m. Pacific time, and I watch them too. Believe it or not, like yeah,
people in Berlin going to the stadium at 6 a.m.
No. They're broadcast in LA at 6 a.m. So I guess in New York they'd be at like 9 a.m. But they're like in Frankfurt. They're played at Frankfurt at like 5 p.m. And people watch these games, and I know I do. And they're also lining up these teams to be connected with different cities. Like Kansas City is becoming like Sao Paulo, Brazil, like their team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are becoming like London, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are becoming Ireland, and the Buffalo Bills are becoming Toronto, or already basically Toronto, and the Seattle Vancouver connection's pretty big, and there's one other one that's big.
Is there a sport of like football or American football popular in parts of the world?
Well, they're trying to increase it because it's free money. They see all the money that the Premier League's making, and they say, "Look, why can't we?" Like, for too long, has soccer been cutting into our profits? Why don't we start cutting into their profits? And so they've been doing that. There's another team. Oh, Dallas Cowboys and Mexico City. That's been like a huge connection too. And like for as big as.
Okay, but can I pause this? So, why would they want to host a game in Mexico City? Like wouldn't or like South America? Wouldn't it be more profitable for the stadium? I mean, I guess there's like kind of two revenue angles to it. There's like the actual ticket sales for like game person, and then there's like this other thing that I mentioned, the money that you can get from having a bunch of fans all around the world.
I mean, Mexico City is one of the largest cities in the world. Sao Paulo is one of the largest cities in the world. Why not have your home team like Dallas, but also be able to add all of Mexico to the fan base?
Yeah, sure. And you just play like 2 games there.
If that. Mexico is very much like a Dallas connected country, and the NFL hasn't played an NFL game in Mexico City, only preseason. But even just with preseason, you get generations of people who are Dallas Cowboys fans, and they're doing the same in these other countries. And so with Bad Bunny, he basically opened the halftime show to a Spanish-speaking audience, and the NFL basically was like, "Look, we're going to try to get Taylor Swift. If we can get her, that's great. We'll have a ton of women watching our halftime show and the Super Bowl in general. And if we can't get her, we're going to go with Bad Bunny, who is technically American because he's from Puerto Rico, and we're going to get all of the Spanish-speaking countries like really involved in this, and they see it as a win-win." Now, my question for you is this: are you ready to lose at Scrabble?
Yeah.
Excellent. And excellent. Doug, I got to be honest with you. William Montgomery is not that funny.
That's it. But where do you find this?
Can you hear me?
Somebody goes ahead and steals the utensil. So he says, someone's allowed to kill them. So the Pasuk says, so it's a little bit of a play on words. So remember again.
What the fuck is Riser doing? Riser, you jerk yourself off all fucking day. You sleep 13 fucking hours. I give you open invitations. You decide to come in at 4 fucking in the morning to jerk yourself off publicly. It's incredible. But isn't it amazing? Riser, can you hear me? Riser, what? Yeah. Hold on. We'll talk about it. But isn't it amazing? Hold on. Isn't it amazing? It's 4:14 in the morning, and all the people I have in this Discord.
Next. The Gemara says, when it goes down again.
There's a few people talking.
But the other people are real people. I mean, I can just tell you, I did this for a long time, just alone, and it's really nice to have other people who are in here. All right, so here's why William Montgomery has been sucking recently. He is not a very consistent performer. Here's a few reasons. Number one, he doesn't memorize his sets. I understand, but he comes up and he just reads off a note card, and also he misses about 1 or 2 performances every month on Kill Tony nowadays. And it's because he can't come up with. No, it's not because he's touring. He has a contract with Kill Tony, and he comes up with the excuse that he's sick because he can't come up with material. And
so you're telling me he came up with jokes every damn week for years, and now all of a sudden that's super popular. He's unable to come up with jokes.
Well, he did it as an alcoholic and a cocaine addict, which helped.
That sounds like it doesn't help. Yo, Jesus Christ. Get in.
And so the person, the Jewish man, committed this Sahara with this non-Jewish woman. So what is his punishment on that?
Just watching my dog.
All right, well, you do that. I'm going to get some coffee, and then I'm going to whip your ass. Does that sound like a plan?
Oh, you need stimulants now to win?
It's decaf, dog. It's decaf.
Unfair ban, folks.
So he goes over to the pasuk from Malachi. The pasuk literally says again, Yehuda rebelled against Hashem, engaged in an abomination.
Openly admits that he needs performance and stimulants on the right.
Kodesh, that was love, and Baal Bas El Mechar had relations again with the daughter of an El Mechar, an alien god. All right, so that's not that. So this was the dream. So in his dream of Kahana, so again, just to follow the progression over here. Someone asked Rav, what happens if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, and no one caught him in the act? So again, no one's allowed to kill him, obviously. Bezdin can't even do anything. What's his punishment? Ex post facto, what's his punishment? Rav couldn't remember. That night, Rav Kahana has a dream, and in the dream, he sees this pasuk. So what happens? Amalei, Hachi Ikayu. So Rav Kahana told Rav the dream. And I said, oh, as a result of that dream, Rav remembered the teaching. He remembered the ruling. And he, apparently, again, the pasuk jogged his memory, because we're going to see the drush comes from the pasuk. Bagda Yehuda rebelled. What's that? This is the first idolatry. So to it says, what does it mean? An abomination was done with Bal Yisrael. This refers to homosexual activity. Because Yehuda has profaned the sanctity of Hashem. Zona. This refers ultimately again to a zona for harlot. Omer lo yeh kadosh. Also again, so the Navi of your Malachi is taking Klal Yisrael to task for all these different things that they've done. Lastly, Baal Bas El Mechad had relations literally again with the daughter of an alien god. What does that refer to? This refers to a Jew who has relations with a non-Jewish woman. That's what it means to have relations with the daughter of an alien god. To have relations with a non-Jewish woman. What does it say afterwards? Yachreis Hashem leish asher yasena va'ona me'elokei Yaakov u'magish mincha la'Hashem tzedakos. So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. So if the Jew who committed this transgression in relations to the non-Jewish woman is a Talmid Chacham, so then what? The son will not be a Talmid Chacham. So again, literally translated, say he's a Talmid Chacham who had relations with this non-Jewish woman, and it means literally again, his son will not be amongst those who are awake.
How your puppies? Puppies. How your puppies? Puppies.
So again, the punishment for a Talmid Chacham who has relations with a non-Jewish woman.
How are your puppies? Puppies. It's a pun.
Well, that's one more line. And if he's a Kohen,
overextended stay?
Number one,
is this with the dog where they keep the ovaries but still get neutered essentially?
no person is.
Yeah, you don't neuter.
I know, whatever. Spay.
But a man is a man, the person is a human being. We all have our weaknesses and all have
So is that what?
So she has. Yeah, she still has her ovaries, but they're the uterus. But there's only one place in British Columbia that does a ovary-sparing space, surprisingly. And I think ovary-sparing space are important because
Hormonal?
by removing, yes, there's a lot of hormonal things that happen that the ovaries are important for their overall health. I've heard. I don't know if this is scientific.
So basically, she had a hysterectomy.
And this is irrelevant. The son knows about the
What's a hysterectomy?
It's an excellent question.
There's certain things that fundamentally
Is a hysterectomy in a dog, like a canine hysterectomy, the same as an ovary-sparing spay?
It's not kind of like the arisals that's punishable by use or
Seems like it would be.
Again, this is
Or it's close. Oh yes, yes. A hysterectomy in a dog is the same as an ovary-sparing spay. So you should have just said she had a canine hysterectomy and I would have known.
Yeah, I mean,
I give you a code.
Procedures for removing uterus. But
I
yeah, as you
know, as manifest by having relations with these other women,
keeping the hormonal balance of the animal is
punishment. It's
a supposed benefit of doing that.
It's just the way that it works. Such an incredible Gemara.
Does she have a cone?
No, she didn't even have a cone even after surgery. Like she didn't, this happened like years ago. She didn't get a
Does she still get a period?
She does, in a sense. Yeah, she still has, there's like a term for
Does she bleed around your house?
No, she used to, and I had to put on diapers the first 2 times, but since the uterus has gone, there's no more bleeding, but it does get swollen when it's at like mating time or whatever, and so yeah, there's no bleeding anymore because the dog diapers were really annoying.
So the grandfather, the father,
How old is she?
And strangely enough, I guess not strangely enough, but he had her first dog period when it was called blood moon, which is like some rare moon cycle.
Oh, I know what that is. Like where the moon is orange, but isn't it like there's a special? It's like the when the moon is red.
Yeah.
Raised back out of the ground. Again, it raised back
When the
out of the
moon
ground.
orbits through
Summer
Earth's
high, I will
shadow,
also show you how you
Right.
This
it's
must
like a
be the
lunar
skull of the
eclipse.
world. Sidney, Kavura Skoma you cover, Skova Bakashvek,
And,
Shari Yushalayim. Because the Nabi said,
Yeah, it was very rare. And I don't know how they're not like insane.
just like nobody takes the time to
Happened
bury
like
a donkey's
at
carcass,
least
they
like
just throw it by the side. So to
I
your
want to say
body
once
is
a
going to be
year,
thrown by the
once every
side.
couple of
Not
years.
very
But yeah, it's rare,
but nevertheless.
and it just
Oh,
happens.
roughly every 2 to 3 years. That is rare. And that was like the first ever period on my life. It just like really interested me. I was like, what's
So what
I've
happened?
never experienced like the lunar
this sift up. So
like
you went ahead and you got you realize you can't bury it.
How old is she?
Back out of the ground. So what do? She's wrapped it in a piece of
She's
soap,
like
put it in a box.
3.5 roughly.
Oh, she's pretty young. Now,
Now,
here's my next question.
So your
That's not even a question. I just want to say. So
So
normally when I make my fucking videos on that one account that like only you have access to, that I don't promote, I just like do my lip syncing or whatever. I normally never get anybody who likes my shit, and I kind of like it that way. I don't want people to know about that account because it's kind of like, I don't want to say a secret account, but it's like I don't want it to get banned and I don't want to promote it or anything like that. Okay. But I recently, just in the last like 48 hours, kind of just was like, you know what, I'm gonna just, instead of me lip syncing all the songs, I'm just gonna have the music going over my video of me doing whatever I'm doing, and I get so many fucking people who like my shit. I'm putting out so much content. I got like 10 follows on that account in the last 24 hours, and like 150 likes, even more than that. And I find that to be interesting. All right, next thing I want to review. Okay, so I don't do lip syncing though, just because it takes too long for me to make sure my mouth is moving at the exact same time of the video. And like I'm making the videos right now, but I'm talking to you, and I play a song over the video. Like, just go to that account and you can see what I'm doing.
But again, remember,
Proud progeny, baby.
For a variety of reasons, morality, intermarriage, all these things. So they kind of threw the book at this relationship. So they said if you have a Jewish man as well as a non-Jewish woman, about Suchel's Nida. Number two, Shifcha, for a Jewish man having a relationship with
It's just, it's prodigy, progeny.
Goya is a biblical prohibition against
You need me to spell it?
Jewish woman. And ultimately, Aleph is Isha.
No,
She's married. She's married. Ultimately, it's adultery.
Isn't that crazy? No, I mean I thought about creating a bot. I'm doing it all now. So basically, can you see it's just me talking, but it just plays a song over it?
We're not so maxed on marriage. They're immoral. Therefore, they didn't really have a monogamous relationship.
Yeah.
Therefore, it didn't make sense to have instead, it makes more sense to
Here's the thing, I'm just getting a lot of fucking interaction with it.
But when I said they still had an institution of marriage, and they still had a monogamous relationship.
Anyway, next question.
There's so many videos.
I've been like 500 in the last like 3 years.
Severity of a Jewish man having relationships with a non-Jewish woman.
So I mean, for 5 years,
No, it's not like that. I'm kind of joking with this. Well, each video takes me like a minute and a half to do, and I don't have to do anything. I just have to have it. I just have to hit the button, basically. And I'm not doing it for people to like me. I'm just saying a lot of people do. If I look, okay, I'll just give you statistics of the last month. And keep in mind, I've only been using this strategy for like the last few days, but man, I got another person that like my shit. Bunch of hot chicks too. We've got. Right, let me go to my. All right, here we go. My activity. Likes. Where's the fuck do I find your activity, notifications, time management, insights? Here it is. All right, I've gotten 39,000 views. That's a lot of fucking views. 39,000 in the last. Yeah, I mean combined. I'm up 1,000. I'm up 1,500%. I'm up 1,500% on views and 1,500% on profile visits. I've reached 27,000 accounts. What I'm saying is just it's like I'm up like 1,300 interactions. So I've got 372 likes, 26 comments, 8 people have saved my shit, 468 people have shared my shit.
There's like some like weird like retweet feature now on Instagram.
Well, whatever it is, I'm just saying that like it is like some of my. I don't know. It's just like before I would never get any interaction, and I've been doing this, and now I get like a lot more interaction. And I'm literally just making these videos as we speak right now, so it doesn't cost me anything. Like it's not like I even have to. You'll get fucking limited or banned very quickly.
Why not?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or I say, why don't you tell me when I'm getting in trouble so that I don't push the limit? Or tell me you're not allowed to use this feature for the next 24 hours or whatever. Does that make sense? Instead, exactly. Instead, what they'll do is not tell you anything, and then you log into your account and it'll say you've been banned for inauthenticity or whatever. And I can't stand that shit. All right. With that being said, are you ready for an invitation? As I previously said to you, it's decaf coffee. I mean, I don't even know. No, it's reverse caffeine coffee. Put depressants in it. No, it's got tranquilizers in it, dog. I put extra tranquilizers in it. God, he's been very unimpressive recently. Riser, I'm just going to be honest with you. Yeah, it is. And I'm not saying that they're going to not renew his contract because he's still. Are you serious? I have the worst fucking thing. Because he still is someone who is like something that the audience still likes, but he's just not as funny as he was. He used to be funnier, and if you're like, you mean to say that cocaine and alcohol made him funnier? Yeah, he played more along with Tony. He's got like a few bits that he does. Like Tony he'll be like, all right, William, what have you been up to recently? And you'd be like, Tony, I've been doing my row machine. He's like, oh, cool. What else have you been doing? He's been like, and I was doing puzzles, and I was on eBay. And he'll be like, what else were you doing? And he'll be like, I was hanging out with my dog, and like all kinds of shit like that. Like he'll get really excited, but he doesn't do that stuff as well anymore. And are you gonna go, or are you gonna sit here and jerk yourself up? Oh, so you're not even gonna go?
No, it's so distracting trying to listen and brain.
Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? You hear this? You hear this incredible chutzpah? So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman mutter or usher to me? And by the way, before you say usher, which I know you're going to say, who allowed you to marry Tzipporah? Who allowed you to marry the daughter of Yisrael? Incredible. So the Gemara says, this other than a halacha. Moshe Rabbeinu.
All right, I want to ask you, how do you think
so go
Canada's going to do in the Olympics this year? Firstly, have you watched any Canadian coverage of the Olympics? Do you watch it on CBC?
Has nothing to say.
Yeah, they have like a monopoly on it.
So what happens?
Right, I've been trying to watch it on CBC, and a lot of their shit is on the app, and it's not that, at least in the United States, it's not that easy to get. I have really been trying to watch it, and I haven't really had any fortune. Anything. So long as it's in English, I'm okay with it.
You came back from our Sinai and you told us if a man has a relationship with a Jewish woman, you're allowed to kill him. So again, with all the complications.
Right. I mean, I don't know what they're saying.
You're right. Now I remember. But he said, the one who reads the letter, he should be the messenger. In other words, Pinchas, you're the one who remembers the halacha. So therefore, again, you're the one who can carry out the Shmuel says, no, it's something different. Shmuel, the word Rosh in Chakma in Svuna in Itza Neged Hashem. So Shmuel says, Pinchas says something different. Translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, and there is no counsel.
This is going to change Bad Bunny's fucking career. I hear him on the radio right now. And they would like never play him on the radio on this station. They'd only ever play like English speaking people.
Success tonight. Another fun fact about these two. Jackson was his
No. I'm saying, but I'm listening to an AM station. Like they never play music, let alone like non-English speaking music.
So the Gemara says, good. But Yitzchak, Amar Rav Elazar.
You know, I forgot he was in it. What did he do? That's right. Did he speak English?
Moshe says, yeah, that's the halacha of Moshe Sinai. But Moshe says, you remembered it, so you carried it. In version number 2, Pinchas never even, Moshe forgot the halacha. Pinchas didn't consult him. Pinchas just acted. There was tremendous desecration of God from occurring, and Pinchas just acted. Because when there's a Chilul Hashem, all other conventions and all other frameworks simply go out the window. The Gemara goes right there. So Pinchas got up, and he took a spear. It's very interesting. The Gemara says we can't change the Knesset the Plezai and the base of English. Now, the fact that it says Pinchas got up and he took a spear indicates that Pinchas did not have a spear with him. Where was Pinchas? Pinchas was in the base of
with one out of
here. Did not bring weapons into the base measures. I'm sorry. You do not bring it into the base medrash. The base hamedrash. So this is really very interesting. So by the way, this is, if you think about it, what's the logic of not bringing weaponry into the base medrash? The base medrash is where we go to go ahead and prolong life. Weapon, go ahead.
So you didn't watch any of the Super Bowl?
There's a lot of interesting contemporary discussion about
I
it.
slept through the whole thing. I was going to join
I've watched. It wasn't. It was played in Santa Clarita, San Francisco.
Oh, well, they started the game like a tour. I don't know they started I guess 3 hours.
Now, so he took the tip of the spear, hit in his clothing. It was like the shaft of the spear as a walking stick.
Honestly, I have like last year, previous years, like really wanted to watch it, but this year did not care.
Well, I'll tell you this: I watched the first drive, and I could tell it was going to be a boring game, and I slept. So don't consider yourself missing out. But then I did something really interesting, which I don't know why I don't fucking do this every day. I mean, I guess because it's cool. But then I watched. I watched the. I watched all the highlights. So you watch every single play, and then I watched.
Because after all, again, now even the holiest of people are permitting relations with non-Jewish. Incredible.
I watched every play, and
6 miracles occur for us in this episode. Number 1.
What else did I do? I watched every play, and
so one would have thought that Zimri sees Pinchas, just almost basic, like I don't know, like normal level. One would have thought that Zimri would have stopped.
Just one minute. I watched every play, and
he should have cried out, right? Especially when he saw that Pinchas was getting ready to kill him, but yet he didn't cry out.
Oh, it didn't let me put my fucking word down. I watched every play, which was 23 minutes of footage. I watched Bad Bunny with no commercials, which was 13 minutes of footage. And then I watched the top 10 commercials. They were terrible. So I was like, wow. In like less than an hour, I literally feel like I've watched the whole Super Bowl, and I didn't have to watch any of it. And normally, I like to watch it. It's like an American tradition. But frankly, I don't know any Bad Bunny. The two teams aren't of interest to me. So it's just one of those things.
The game sucked.
Right. And I could kind of tell that. That's why I started watching it at the beginning. And I could tell just how the teams were playing. I really could. I was like, oh, they're not very good at all.
Righteous indignation.
I mean, for the people that say the NFL is rigged, I mean, they could have been more entertaining game
yeah, and then last year's game was like the biggest blowout in fucking Super Bowl history. So it was. They haven't had a good game in like a few years.
Yeah, by the way, the Shorish of Halal means to judge. So literally again, that
baby,
baby,
I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row.
Like review pressure. How can you do this to people? Two ringleaders, and everyone else
is
responsible. So
for sure, no doubt. No doubt.
He's being disrespectful.
Zoot and I have been playing.
He is the son, he is the Kanoi. The son is also another Kanoi. Who is the Kanoi? He's the descendant of Remember again in Levi. After Dinah was abducted and raped by Shem, Shimon and Levi went out and killed out all of the men of Shem. He says Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of Kanoi. He is one
You
of the
better pray that
he is one who removes. He is
this
one who
isn't
removes
another
divine wrath. The son of one who removes divine wrath. So the son, that's reference to Aaron. Aaron, in the aftermath of the rebellion of Korah, stopped the plague with the Ketores. Incredible. So I just want to point out something amazing over here. What do you see? That what the Rebbe Shalom cares about is that we look out for each other. Is that we
You're
have
good
each
at doing
other.
that.
And His Prophet was even willing to excuse other
Yeah,
trespasses.
yeah, okay,
He said that we are
good.
motivated by a love for
Okay.
Pinchas. Pinchas is literally acting in a chutzpahdik fashion towards the Prophet.
Are you serious?
Oh, that sucks. That's not good.
Yeah, he's being a mechutzah. He's being a mechutzah. He's a little patch, but understand why he's doing it, because he loves Klal Yisrael. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. That's
How many of any country? How many Olympians, Winter Olympics, can you name?
Take God to task for the mistreatment of Jews. Baruch Hu says, "I'll take it. I'll take it. Leave him alone. He is a kanoi, the son of a kanoi, just like Levi and Shimon did what they did for the dignity of their sister, just like Aaron did what he did for the dignity of others. So I know Pinchas
No. Who are competing this year?
When you stick up for the dignity of another Jew, when you are there for another Jew, when
I
you
can name a decent amount of skiers that kind of been already like zero figure skaters.
So the other tribes began to
Even a hockey player that can name hockey player can't name it by
Have you ever known? Have you ever known anybody who would curling?
Rashi says over here. Rashi says.
I thought you were going to ask that. I do have some guy I went to school with was competing in
So look at this guy. His grandfather was a priest for Avodah Zarah. And this guy, the grandson of a priest of Avodah Zarah, has the chutzpah to kill a tribal prince.
But I mean, have you ever met anybody who has been a curler?
Ben Elazar, Ben Aaron.
That's really interesting. I haven't either, and it's like a really rare sport that, like, I mean, nobody in the United States plays it. And I find it interesting that basically it's just so rare that, like, you are somebody who is like in the heart of fucking Winter Olympics world, and you can't even name somebody who fucking plays curling or whatever curling.
He gets the covenant.
I mean, it's like shuffleboard, but with bigger.
Yeah, I know people who play shuffleboard though, but nobody.
I think shuffleboard should be in the Olympics.
Dude, I think pool should be.
Baruch Hu says, I want Pinchas to remain
I mean, if ping pong is in the Olympics, it's really like there should be a lot more in the Olympics.
Changes something. You take life and changes you.
Wow, really?
I'm giving you the covenant of peace. That you should find peace in life. That you should find tranquility. That you should not have to live with the guilt of what is, because what you did was 100% correct, 100% warranted. And even though you know that, the trauma is still there. The Baruch Hu seeks to soothe the aching soul of Pinchas by giving him bliss, shalom, covenant of peace. Incredible. The Gemara says, Pinchas, you will have this kapara. Ultimately, again, you will have this kapara. Your act.
You're really
should be a kapara. Isn't that incredible? The fact that Pinchas was willing to stand up and do that which was right. The fact that Pinchas was there to defend the honor of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that is a chus for many for Klal Yisrael for many generations. Amar Michael said, Zarz Yemasnaim, oh, Tayish, Malach Elkum. Elkum, Imo Dalamel, as in the Abbasid Gemara says, let me quote you the pasuk in its entirety. So the pasuk is from Mishlei. Zarz Yemasnaim, oh, Tayish, Malach Elkum Imo. So what does this mean? So the Gemara says, Dalit meos esim v'arba beginos, ba'al also rasha osayu.
Why am I kidding?
So apparently, Zimri did not just have one act of relations with Cosby, but he had a lot of active relations. Literally, again, 400, right? Dalit meos esim v'arba, 424 active relations. Now, obviously, he didn't have 425. It means that he engaged in a lot of immoralities. Pinchas waited until Zimri finished. Well, obviously not until he finished, because remember, he had to catch him in the act. But he waited until he was fired out from multiple acts.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? God.
He waited for Zimri to have 60 acts of relations. Okay, so apparently, again, so Zimri engaged in so many acts of immorality that his testicles shriveled up. Okay? And Cosby was filled with zera, with semen, so much that she became like a saturated field. So again, Gemara is engaging in a bit of
That
hyperbolic,
QI really fucked the whole left side of the board.
That the immorality is so rampant. What Zimri and Cosby did is they unleashed the tidal wave of immorality into Kali. So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times.
No, they're still the key
morality. Well, Cosby, in fact,
Right. I agree.
Shvila Noi, Bas Sur Shma. So why do they call her Cosby? Shekizba Ba'adia. She lied to her father. Remember again, her father told her you can only have relations with the head of the Jewish people. And she had relations with the tribal prince. Cosby Sha'amr La'abiyah, Cosby Amzeh. And Cosby was filled with so much hatred for God. So he said to her father, Cosby, allow this people to be destroyed from me or by me. Let them be slaughtered. She was willing to give herself.
I'm ready for it. Hit me.
But she was willing to give herself for the destruction
12
of
totem? You think 12 is good?
Between the reeds, swamp.
Oh, okay.
If you look in the secluded places, that's where you'll find Shvila Noy. Now again, why do people go to secluded places? Because they want to engage in immoral acts. So if you want to find Shvila Noy, look for the secluded place between the reeds. My by Ba'adi Kalfi, the Kani Shvila Noy. My by Guf Sali.
This could be a major mistake. This could be a major mistake.
Shvila Noy was so immoral that she even cast aspersions upon her mother. Incredible. I'm going to be open on Chanusha Shemos Yeshua Zimri. Yeshua Zimri, right? There were. Yeah, I'm sorry. Chanusha Shemos Yeshua. 5 names were given to the tribal prince of Shem. Zimri, Ben Salo, Shalom, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Suri Shaddai. Zimri, why was he called Zimri? Ashnasa Beitza Kibeitza Muzaz, because somebody had acts of relations that his testicles shriveled up. Okay. Ben Salum, Al Shehisli Abonos Shalom Dishpachto. Then ultimately, again, Ben Salah Rashi says over here, Hisli Garas Shiyisko Yisapu Lashlo Tisla, that he caused Shayu Marich and Atzma Lachas, so he caused the iniquities of his families to be spoken about.
Oh, that's good. That's a fucking fish. That was really good. Not even bullshitting. That
what
is
was actually his name?
solid.
Ben was actually Shlumiel Ben Surishadai. Well, so I'll just point out something really amazing. If you think about it, right? So his actual name wasn't Cosby, right? It's Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right? Zimri.
What are your thoughts on this lead that I have?
Multiple acts of immorality. But his real name was Shlumiel Ben Surishadai. So it sounds familiar because remember again, he's the Nasi of Shimon. We just read his name by Hanukkah, which doesn't seem so long ago. There's tribal princes. But also, if you think about it,
Oh, that was great.
Like, the name itself is so holy. Shlumiel means like I create a sense of peace and spiritual tranquility and harmony with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? In other words, I try to live my life in consonance with Hashem so that I have shalom. Right? What do we all want in life? I want shalom with Hashem. And as a result, Suri Shaddai. Hashem is my rock.
So you're talking about a person whose actual name represented so much kedusha. Shlumi out, I make shalom with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I live a life in harmony and consonance with Hashem, and as a result, Suli Shaddai. Hashem is my rock, He's my anchor. And yet you see something amazing. That someone so holy can literally again drop to the depths of depravity. And I will say this is a lesson you keep seeing over and over and over.
Did you know that there was a streaker at the Super Bowl?
Do not believe in yourself until the day that you because otherwise I might think also that certain things are beyond you. They're not.
I also saw a thing. I don't know if this was really true, but a guy made a bet and won like $300,000 by guessing that someone would run on the field, and he was actually the person who ran on the field. I don't know if he got to keep the money, but that seems like a really easy way to make a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I don't know why.
Small decisions.
I've talked about that before. Why would not bring pay some guy like whatever $1,000 to go around and
there's a whole bunch of other things that happen along the way.
walk away a billionaire.
Dude, you could fucking destroy me.
And that's why I get living life with that constant sense of vigilance. I'm about to do something. What is it going to do? Where is it going to put me? What direct does it lead me on? This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again, it's not going to protect me from making mistakes because we all make mistakes. I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on. I put myself on the right path. I can save myself from those steep falls of life. All right, the most like, wow. Okay, Shkak, we'll stop over for today. Tremendous daf. Wishing everyone an incredible day. Looking forward to seeing everyone. Kol Tov and Shkak.
So even though I don't think that William Montgomery's been funny recently, I'm still obviously his biggest fan.
I was like, good morning. I'm sorry that I
But
can't be there with you in person. But
he's not. He has not been that funny recently.
All of our sponsors for this morning here to thank our Kamatola sponsors, our annual Kamatola sponsors, Hey.
I don't know if I get your own,
Sorry for dedicating all of the shortings and
it's the funniest meeting, you know.
Kamatola sponsors for other
Yo, dog.
Ballerina Latova, Terry and Steve in loving memory of Terry's father, Harry Konski, Hirsch, and Yossi Fakoin, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael, and a week of learning. Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zachariah, then Zachariah is from the Rock, we opened America, Kamatola, in the Shamus of Naria, and the families in Kamatola.
Big dog, you're up.
Ridiculously overwhelmingly insane today.
The guy who streaked this year, though, was smart. So he didn't get a public indecency charge. He kept his pants on.
So if one steals a
only got kicked out of NFL games
Right. Probably picked up a small charge.
So someone uses some type of sorcery.
Was it in the middle of the play?
Yeah. Well, like, it was in the middle of it. It didn't interrupt the play.
Zealots have the ability to go ahead and take this.
Baby.
And how long did you get? How long was he running before he got
He made some moves on some guys, and that's one game in a row, just in case you were keeping track of him. He was able to dodge some people, and then they eventually slid down and they stopped him.
I want to see someone on like electric rollerblades, just like have too much of a speed advantage, like get away with it.
How do you have rollerblades on grass?
Zoot, throat. Zoot, cut throat.
Oh, you started the game? Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Zoot, cut throat. Zoot, what did you think of Bad Barbie or Bad Bunny?
either. Rather, again, this is unique.
Yes, you did. We watched part of it together.
If a man goes and has relations with a non-Jewish woman, a zealot is permitted to go ahead and take his wife. Again, more drasha.
What up, baby?
Okay. Coin Shishish Pituma. Who practiced 3 days a week, the state of
What happened? Yeah, it's 3 person, and it's trick shot. Doug, what are you talking about?
Split his skull with Gizrin, which are again pieces. Again, we're gonna. Yeah, is Picard. Okay, we'll see pieces of wood. Zar Shishim is the Mikdash. If you have a non-Kohen who served in the base of Mikdash.
And your ex-girlfriend was there? Was it the girl from the adult bookstore?
Really, there's a lot to unpack in this mission. So let's go. Says the Gemara.
Did you munch your box?
So the first Mishnah taught me was that if somebody steals a kisva,
Oh, so she's down to fuck. Wait, this is the crazy girl, though, right?
So again,
penalty. Penalty. Because it is. Next question. What do you have to do? I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is that how it works? Nice scratch, dude. All right, so Zoot, you got her number. That's tight. Did you munch her box?
In this case, so stealing of a cliche ultimately should be put to death. So that's the person goes ahead and
Isn't this the crazy girl who stole all your money?
Next, the Gemara says,
Dude, I like how I keep asking that question and you don't answer it. You had to pay for her heroin habit?
Should curse the one who gave the curse sorcery its power.
Not the same girl, okay. So who is this bitch?
Ultimately, again, the kosim, the sorcery, should go ahead and curse again to its creator and the one who endowed it with its power. So therefore, again, the case of kosim.
So who is this?
With sorcery. Okay. Next, the most
How long did you guys date?
So of course, the one that really catches our attention
2 months?
dramatically is that Mishnah says that if a man goes ahead and has relations.
Okay, how'd you lose your phone?
I know I'm talking about Sarkana is zealot. Now again, remember, so we define what is zealot is. Zealot is somebody himself who's a Adam Kasher, right? As Rashi pointed out over here.
Yo, Doug, remember that time I asked you a question and then you dead fucking silent? Like, why are you such a bad communicator? How did you lose your phone? Oh, hilarious. What are you doing? No, dog, it's where you're going to the orgy place.
What happens if?
No, it's where it's his adult bookstore.
We're no zealots around. And so the person
says don't be very
I know.
So what is his punishment under those circumstances?
So what is an adult?
So Rafa So the Gemara says,
And you lost your fucking phone at this place, and you had to admit where it was?
Did you tell police where you lost it?
Do you think somebody?
Relations again
with the daughter
You
of
told your ex-girlfriend that you go to the adult years to watch more and more on a big screen.
Someone asked her out. What happens if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish
Did
woman?
you tell her that you were a finalist for Raw Comedy? Of course you did, dog. Good job, man.
That night Rav Kahana has a dream, and in the dream he sees this pasuk.
Did she say that's tight?
So Rav Kahana told Rav the dream. I said, oh.
What did she say? She said, congratulations. I can't believe someone who's that funny could be a finalist for our whole fucking state.
Yehuda rebelled. What's that?
So it kind of brings someone who doesn't know how to respond or talk to anyone.
Are you in love with this bitch?
Because Yehuda has profaned sanctity of Hashem. Zu zona. This refers ultimately again to a zona for harlot Tchilu Omer Lo Yeh Kadosh. So again, so the nothing of your malach is.
You're not in love with this bitch.
All these different things that they've done. Last,
But they're terrible.
he had relations literally again with the daughter of
I just started.
What does that refer to? This refers to a woman who has relations with a non-Jewish woman. That's what it means to have relations with the daughter of an alien god. To have relations with a non-Jewish woman. What does it say afterwards?
What's that, baby?
So this is the punishment. So what's the punishment? Here we go. In Talmud Chacham, since the Jew who committed this transgression in relations to the non-Jewish woman is a Talmud Chacham. So then what?
Your whole what?
Son will not be a Talmud Chacham. So again, it literally translated, say he's a Talmud Chacham who got relations with this non-Jewish woman, and it means literally again, his son will not be amongst those who
He's
are
about to
awake,
fuck up.
right? Those who are bright in the Talmidim, and nor will he be able to converse with the Talmidim. So again, the punishment
I don't know if that's not the trick shot.
non-Jewish woman. Ultimately, again, it's one of those comes. One more line. In Kohen, and if it's a Kohen, lo yeh lo ben magish mincha l'Hashem.
Yeah, you could explain that
His son
probably
will not continue to this path. Literally, again, his son will not bring the cover of mitzvah. So this is a couple of very interesting ideas. Assessing if you're talking about relations.
Dude, there are a bunch of types of.
I don't believe you.
No, you should. He's not.
Think you're lying.
He's not. It's not worth that much, but it'll be worth 10 points. It just makes it really difficult. Okay, so there's a kiss shot. It turns off the like protractor thing. The like line.
I would never do that. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Given the opportunity, you would do a lot of different things. And even the greatest of fall into the web of immorality. It's really important to so. The other interesting idea is if you notice the fact
It's so difficult to see
his son will not be a Talmud Chacham. It's a Kohen. Son's not going to be a meaning what? That I think it's specifically
I agree.
and specifically imprints itself.
It's cutthroat.
You're winning.
An immoral father cannot
You are
be
winning.
his son. And this is irrelevant. He knows about what the father does. Doesn't know about the beginning ruchnius. That there are certain things that fundamentally taint.
Well, to be honest, I don't know how to play these things.
And again, what's fascinating about this is like it's not one of like the arisals that's
I'm more curious what
again, this is kind of an Hogan ball.
Do you masturbate openly? Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Zoo, you are the most horny motherfucker.
That it imprints on my children. I can be greatest Talmud Chacham in the world, but if I do this, my kids.
Who you can select the thing that you're watching.
If I am wrapped up in immorality and manifest a heavy relationship with women, by definition, that is going to impact my ability to raise and inspire.
I like how Zoot's quiet.
It's not a punishment. It's just the reality.
What'd you say,
It's just
Tim?
a fact. It's just the way that it works. Such an incredible.
Yeah, baby. Zoot's done.
Whoever has relations with a non-Jewish woman is as if he's marrying idolatry.
So I'm basically fucked.
Baal Bas El Mechar. Pasuk says he has relations with the daughter of an alien god. Bas Yisrael El Mechar does not hold desire to have a daughter. And Lazah Balakusis. This is the first time this is incredible. Kasav Al Dal Dalasa Shal Yakim Zos Va'odacharetz. So remember again, one of the kings of Kali Yisrael was a man named Yehoyakim. Unfortunately,
So you didn't watch Bad Bunny? I figured you would know everything about Bad Bunny. You'd be a Bad Bunny homer. You'd be like, dude, I saw that Pedro Pascal was there, and Lady Gaga, and Jessica Alba, and Ricky Martin. Did you know Ricky Martin played?
And another thing happened. Now we'll see what that means. Shmuel tells an incredible story. Zikino to be praised. So a very praised. He found the skull. And the skull ultimately again was cast in the sun.
It's cutthroat.
And something else. Now, I didn't realize that this was the skull of the king Yehoyakim. So what did he do? Cover up.
Dog, I'm about to dominate.
Buried the skull. Every time he buried it, the skull raised back out of the ground. Buried it again, it raised back out of the ground. Okay? Amar High.
What kind of fucking trick show is that?
So you realize this must be the skull of the ball.
Do I lose because of that? Dude, that game sucks. No. Let's play Cutthroat, but no fucking trick shot.
But nevertheless, again, he said, you know what? It's not right. Even though
Yeah, let's try it.
Deserves, all this stuff. At the end of the day, he's still a king. And as a king, he deserves some level of covet in the way that his remains are treated. So what happens?
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing?
Listen to this. So Shakli Karcha B'Shiroi.
Okay, well, the second one.
Did you get the porn people get the person that found their fucking phone off the porn aisle, like CT, like I don't know what it was.
How are you playing this game right now if you lost your phone?
That's interesting. There's a skull in silk in a box. Okay. So she decides to talk to her neighbor about it. I'm going to say. So she said,
I mean, isn't that like an important thing to say? Where did you find it?
Skull of your husband's first wife. Apparently, again, this marriage was a second marriage. Right? The grandfather was married before.
Where did you find it?
Neighbor says the skull of his
in between the seats.
And what happens? And clearly, your husband cannot forget
The life you live is so wild.
Shagarta letanura the cows. She took the skull, threw it into the oven, and it was incinerated.
So why was your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, at the fucking Riser? Go at the adult theater.
Number two, again,
What a shot! Her partner? So she's in a relationship?
They were Kohanim. They made their base
With a dude?
If a man has relations with Kusis and non-Jewish woman,
so this
he is chayiv because of nashga. Four things.
Did she say that?
Now, by the way, what's nashga? We'll see in the flow. So nashga is nun is nida. That this is
scale of 0 to 10. This bitch.
Again, remember,
why not?
We're trying very hard to ensure that Jewish men are not having relations with non-Jewish women for a variety of reasons. Morality, intermarriage, all these things. So they kind of threw the book at this relationship. So I said, if you have a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, you chai about Sukkos Nida. She's a Nida. Number two, Shifcha. For a Jewish man having relations with the Shifcha, which is a Daraisa. Number three, having relations with a non-Jewish woman.
And ultimately, Aleph is Isha's ish. She's married. Ultimately, it's adultery. Okay? So I'm going along and he said it's not Nashga, but rather it's Nashgaz. Again, he agreed
All right,
with the first three. Neither Shivcha
Is
Goya.
that a good thing?
Zona. He takes out
She's
Isha's
quit with
ish,
these
married
fucking
puts in
distractions.
Zona. Why did this happen? On Shuk Ishus, less little. Because apparently the Kusim were not so marked on marriage. They were immoral. They're immoral, and therefore they didn't really have a monogamous relationship. Therefore, it didn't make sense to put Isha's ish.
Dude, STF you, dog.
The first thing you would say,
You're not helping anything. So, Zoo, this goes a 4.
And they still had a monogamous relationship. Therefore, if a man has relations with a married goosis, it's Isha's ish.
No, she's a bomb.
Okay, incredible. What if this stuff?
She's a 4, and that's why you dated her for 2 months?
Now we're beginning to kind of pull this out a little bit.
She's terrible looking?
The similarity of a Jewish man having relations with a man.
All right, so she's a 4.
Other days in Nashka, either way, or Nashka, basically Nashka. So either way, it's right there. To the point that the Mishnah says.
All right, so she's a 3?
Kanan, zealous, as we define the Mishnah. Kaj is a Jewish man in the act. He's committed to go ahead and take his life.
I don't know.
The Gemara says,
So was she a 4 when she had brunette hair?
Somebody comes to ask number 4.
Right, she's a 3.
We do not actually instruct them to do this. So Rashi says over here, Amra Kista, Kanoi Habal Limboch Babezli, Shas Masem Yifkabo, very interesting. So let's say again, let's say Ruben is having relations with the Kusis. Right? And now what happens?
Well, I can tell you, if Zoot dates her, she has a terrible sense of humor.
Ruben is having relations with the Kusis. Can I kill him? So the halacha is, Beis Din does not instruct us to do this. What Rashi points out over here is,
did you tell her that you've got to get checked for chlamydia or gonorrhea? Yeah.
I can't tell you again how incredibly dangerous this is.
Did you tell her that you are patient 0 for a new strand of super gonorrhea that you developed from the adult theater? Or no, it was like an orgy hotel.
That's this comes from. But we don't pass on orders. We don't instruct people to do this. So if someone comes to Beis Din and asks, says, "Should I do this?" We tell them, "No, don't do it. Don't do it. This is unique."
So in Australia, did they not teach you to answer questions when people ask them?
So the Gemara says. Somebody asks, right? Literally, somebody asks Beis Din, right? Shimon comes to Beis Din, right?
All right, well, I don't see you making that shit. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? That was some bullshit. That was the worst shot.
Had relations with Kazli on
Good job, Zoot.
Engaged
Good job, Zoot. Baby, I don't know. You're the same guy who lost his phone at an adult theater and went to the police over it, and you thought you got pickpocketed. Who the fuck wants to stick their hand in the pocket of some dude at an adult theater?
Pinchas would have been liable for bloodshed.
Like, dog, I don't care if you have the newest fucking iPhone. I'm not sticking my head in any dude's pocket at a fucking adult theater.
Because Pinchas has the din of a road. So
The guy actually returned to the police station.
even though the halacha says that a kanoi is allowed to kill someone who's having relations with an arise. But again, it's not part of the legal system. It's
Right next to a big old cum stain.
Has the din of a road.
So, Zoot, do you masturbate openly at this place?
Kanoi, he's potter. He's potter. It's incredible. So had Zimri turned around and killed Pinchas, Zimri wouldn't be chayiv. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to
do you masturbate openly at this place?
When did all of this happen? Balak, the king of Moab, and
That's
hired
Absolutely disgusting.
Bilam was unable to successfully.
And that doesn't make you.
Lure the Jewish men into immorality. I can't.
Is that legal in Australia to openly masturbate in an adult theater?
So what happened?
Dog, that's why Pee Wee Herman lost his fucking career in the United States because he got caught doing that. He was like a giant television, children's television star. Who got, oh, are you fucking serious? That was unreal. That was an unreal miss, Zoot. Zoot, you had the win. Zoot, you had the win.
You're just sitting here doing nothing. You're sitting here being quiet. Ma'asa, what did Zimri do?
I like how slow Riser is. Riser, you got it.
24,000 people. Bahala, it's a Cosby. And he went to the United Princess.
Yeah, but he's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. He's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. Because he's got like a friend now. Zoot's fucking. Zoot. That's a great question. Like.
Okay.
That's where you're gonna find your love.
Dog, you have a better chance of finding love at the fucking police station.
I'm invaded emotion.
How does that go?
I'm even greater than the leader of the Jewish people. So Zimri by the hair.
He had it, movies and TV show, dog. His name is Bob Rubens. And I know he's now your new hero. Zoot's like, it's not weird to masturbate in adult theaters. Pee Wee Herman did it.
So he says to Moshe, tell me, is this woman
yeah. Legal one. Riser, Zoot, what the fuck? Get off of Wikipedia and get in this game. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot is so in. What is the word? Zoot is. What the fuck is the word when you don't care about others? Zoot is so inconsiderate. Thank you. Zoot, you're so inconsiderate. Zoot, I have to say though, that was like the most baller shot I've ever seen you have on this one.
He saw everything else happening and
Zoot, that's gonna be your fucking. He's your like hero.
So Moshe Rabbeinu was his great uncle. So father of my father's father.
Are you proud of that? Is he gay?
Moshe Rabbeinu, you taught us when you came down from our Sinai.
I don't think so. He just was known as a pervert, but even what he did was not that big of a deal. It's not like he, like there are a lot of people who do other way worse stuff. No, he was not doing that. He just got caught masturbating in an adult theater. Adult. Just like Zoot.
Shmuel says, no, it's something different.
I think it was in Florida.
So Shmuel says, Pinchas says something different. Literally translated, there is no wisdom, there is no understanding, and there is no counsel. Neged Hashem, opposite Hashem.
What bank up the sun?
Give me this fucking win. Give me this fucking win.
Yeah, free me.
He can't act. The Talmud can't act without consulting the rabbis.
That's a miss, Riser. That's a miss. Can't believe Riser missed. I cannot believe Riser missed.
So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says,
I like how you refer to yourself. Nobody understands that. Who gets to go when?
Saw that the Malach was coming because there was so much morality going on. The Malach was just destroying, was killing everyone.
Look how good a shot this is.
Two different versions of the story. Version number one, right? Well, everyone agrees. Moshe Rabbeinu forgot the halachos. In version number one, Pinchas reminds him of the halachos. Moshe says, "Yeah, that's the halacha of Moshe Sinai." But Moshe says, "You remembered it, so you carry it out." In version number two, Pinchas never even Moshe forgot the halacha. Pinchas didn't consult him. Pinchas just acted. Pinchas just acted. There was tremendous desecration of God's name occurring, and Pinchas just acted. Because when there's a Chilul Hashem, all other conventions simply go out the window.
Oh. Dude, he's written more. He wrote more science fiction material than any person ever. So,
Pinchas got up and he took the spirit. Pinchas did not have the spirit.
He wrote more than any person. He has more published material than any person in global history. Now, can I answer your question? Yeah. I don't read that shit, so I don't know. Not to say I don't read science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard is his own like religion, so I don't get into that.
Expansion is where we go to go ahead and prolong life. Weapons go ahead and curtail or shorten life. There's a lot of interesting contemporary discussion about this. So about weapons.
Yeah, very strange.
There you go. So what did Pinchas do? Now, Pinchas understood that
at the adult theater,
right? He could not want to go at it with Shevet of Shimon because he was out. So what did he do?
So he went to adult theater, the comedy club, and the police station.
So what did he do? I told you, 82B. Now, so he took the tip of the spear, hid in his clothing, and he used like the shaft of the spear.
Right, did you like your shot?
He goes to the area where Shevet Shimon is.
Do you really?
Pinchas says, why should Shevet
I think that it's one of the worst. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Beautiful. Riser, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
Any less than you. So they said, wow. Right?
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Pinchas is here. He's here to satisfy his own needs as well. Let him in. Nichnas, so the Gemara says, Nichnas, Itiru Prushin as Hadalah.
Riser, how many athletes from Australia do you think are competing in the Winter Olympics?
Six miracles occurred for
What's the population?
69 million.
No,
it's like
Zimri sees Pinchas.
I'm gonna say like 150.
It's not 69 million. It's like 20 million. It's like 20 million.
He should have cried out, like especially when he saw that Pinchas was getting ready to cry out. He didn't cry out.
If it's only 20 million, like I said, it's like 100.
It's like 54, 56.
They were actually engaged in active relations. And the sort of like again,
Forgot how to
How am I in front of him?
He lifted them up on the
How?
right? And they did not.
How am I in front?
The Malach came and lifted up like the lintel, the doorway, because again, he was out miraculously.
How am I in front?
On the spear. The Malach came up and lifted up the door so he can get out.
Oh no, I'm not in front. Zoot and I are tied.
The Malach then again at the same time was also kind of wreaking havoc. He was killing out people who were immoral, and that kept everybody else distracted while Pinchas killed Zimri.
Yeah, baby. Zoot, your shot sucks. And unless you get Riser, Unless Riser hit your ball, I'm gonna put you out of your misery.
He is a coach with righteous indignation.
No, he didn't. Are you sure about that, son?
Interesting enough, I remember Lazar. Vayispalel lo ne'amar. It doesn't say Pinchas.
Everyone knows it
Vayispalel.
equally
Now, by the way, the shorish of halal, Elam Lamed, means to judge. The Lamed Kibiyach or Sha'asa
Hit my ball, Zoot.
So literally again, that Pinchas was judging HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Just the absolute worst thing that could happen.
Two people, two ringleaders, and everyone else is going to be held responsible.
I
Basically.
don't know what works
So he said, who says, leave him alone, leave Pinchas alone. Kanoi ben Kanoi.
That's what I'm talking
The
about.
son is the Kanoi, the son of another Kanoi.
Hit his ball.
Again, who is the Kanoi? Mishevet Levi. He's the descendant of Levi.
So you're gonna have to make one shot here.
After Dina was abducted and raped by Shem, Shimon Levi went out and killed out
Are
all
you
the men of Shem.
fucking
It says,
serious?
Pinchas is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi.
Nice. Actually, I might be fine.
He is one who
I
goes
can't
ahead
believe I
and
missed that shot.
Unless
he's one who removes
That
that.
is, it makes a shot.
Son
Come on,
of
dude.
one who removes Shabbat. So that's reference to Aaron. Aaron, in the aftermath of the rebellion of Korah, stopped the plague with the Ketores. Incredible. So it says, so
Bad Bunny has a bigger chance of becoming an English
What
version.
cares about more than anything is that we look out for each other, is that we advocate for one another. And Sprout was even willing to excuse other trespasses if he sees that we are motivated by a love for God.
Dude, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2?
Acting in a twisted fashion towards the Sprout. Pointed to my love, already like push him down. Sprout's leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Dude, are you a
Yeah, he's being alone.
bigger Kendrick Lamar fan or Bad Bunny? Go.
But understand why he's doing it. Because he's pained by what he sees happening to the other Jews. That's what motivated him back when that's
No one
understands
speaks English and says that
I
the
mean, he has such incredible abbas and that he cares about his fellow Jews so much.
What are your thoughts on that?
God,
memorize the percentage.
I don't need to memorize the percentage. It's about feel, baby.
Leave him alone. He is a Kanoi, the son of a Kanoi.
I didn't memorize shit. That's a terrible shot, Riser.
I can memorize the percentage too.
So I know Pinchas is doing what he's doing for the dignity of Klal Yisrael.
You gave me-
the dignity of another Jew. When you are there for another Jew, when you're willing to put yourself on the
Zoot,
line for another
that's a
Jew.
bad shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Look how good this shot is, though. Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot, folks. Look at this shot. It was okay if you know Spanish.
Pinchas's mother was from Yisrael.
Look at this miss, folks.
Rashi says, so Pinchas's mother was one of the
If you
daughters
didn't,
of
I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty. It was like had a lot of shit going on. But do I think?
And this guy, the grandson of
I mean, I bet if you were a Spanish speaker, it was really good. But I mean, I don't know.
Why did Donald Trump he ate like he was like openly he needs a PR person.
But he's also the grandson of Aaron.
Keeps like the last two days had like the craziest
He's like Zeus. Zeus would put out the shit he puts out.
Go and extend this covenant.
Like I don't really like the view of what's happening in the U.S. and I don't feel like I represent the U.S. and the flag represents my family. Like got all pissed off and like like how dare this kid ever say he represents the U.S. Finish right up team.
Even if it's a mitzvah, the act of taking life fundamentally changes who and what you are. Shbaruch who says, I want Pinchas to
But
remain pure
what
in his skin. I want him to
he said about the Bad Bunny
the Bris of Shalom.
thing is really
The person has to take
here's all the cheese that wasn't in English.
It's totally justified, right? But they live with that
I mean, I get that, but
it changes you. Kadosh Baruch Hu says,
I
because you
I would have preferred it to be in English, of course, but I understand that NFL's going for a certain market, and I can see them having a Chinese one in the future.
Even though you know that, the trauma is still there. Kadosh Baruch Hu seeks to soothe the aching soul of Pinchas by giving him bris.
All right, I've got one. Zoot's in it. Zoot's already in this game. Riser, you have an invitation. This is only 3 holes. It's just some old game that was started and we didn't finish it. Zoot, you're up. I bet you Zoot doesn't know this is a game, which I understand. Zoot, you're up, dog. Zoot, you're already in the game. Just look at your games that are already going. There you go. Hit it. Go. Zoot, just go. Hit the ball. There you go. That was good. That was really good. Really good.
Had a lot of activations. Literally again, 400, right? 424 activations. Now, obviously, I didn't have 425. It means that he engaged in a lot of
Don't hit my ball.
Let's try to stop to the water.
But he waited until he was tired out.
That was baller.
Are you going to do some comedy for us?
Waited for Zimmy to have 60 acts of relations. I
mean, I thought what he said about losing his phone and hooking up with some formerly brunette 4 was pretty funny, but
Zara was seen so much that she became like a saturated field. So again,
they help you to be able to think on your feet. So we could have them right now.
So they themselves must have engaged in acts of morality multiple times throughout the day.
Did Zeus actually give us a single
Absolutely not.
The name of this mission princess was not country.
Like we still haven't got
So why do they call it country?
Gentlemen, what'd you think of my shot?
And she had relations with the tribal prince.
Gentlemen, we'll start with Riser. Riser, what'd you think of my?
She said to her father, Kospi, allow this people to be destroyed for me or by me. Kospi, shuffle also.
I don't understand why you.
But she was willing to give herself for the destruction of Cloud Yisrael.
That's bullshit. We all got a 4-1. That I don't think has ever been done.
Are you serious? You guys all made it?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever done that.
If you're looking at secluded places, that's where you'll find Shvila Noy.
It's actually a big business. I should go first.
You want to find Shvila Noy? Look for the secluded
And you'll
places.
see why.
You're gonna try to water bump me like a bitch?
What is she doing?
Cut the corner using your ball. And there's nothing you can do.
Maybe Zoot.
Or so you can blast into the sand and next shot.
Yeah.
Incredible. I'm gonna be off now. Kamisha Shemos Yeshua Zimri. Yeshua Zimri, right? There were. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kamisha Shemos Yeshua. 5 names were given to the tribal priests. Zimri, Ben Saul, Shaul, Ben Aknanis, Shlumiel, Ben Suri Shaddai. Zimri. Why was he called Zimri? Al Shanasa Beitza Kibetza Muzeres, because he's so many acts of relations that his testicle shriveled up. Okay. Then Salum Al Shehisli Avonos Sham Bishpachto. Then ultimately again, then Salah Rashi says over here, Hisli Garas Shiyisko Yisapta
That's garbage. That's a garbage shot. One of the worst shots you've ever seen. Folks, I remember. Oh, stay right behind that fucking cow. Baby. Zoot. Zoot being wild. No, you can't water bump me. You know it.
Was actually Shlomi El Ben Tzvi. So I just picked out something really amazing. If you think about it, right? So his actual name wasn't Cosby, right? It's Zimri, right? Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, right? Zimri was a descriptive.
Look how good a shot that was. Riser, what are your thoughts on that?
Because remember again, the Nasi of Shimon. I just read his name by Hanukkah. Doesn't seem so long ago. There's tribal princes.
Are you fucking serious?
By the way, like the name itself is so holy. Shlomi El means like Shlomi El, right? I create a sense of peace.
That's a miss.
And harmony.
That's a devastating miss.
In other words, I try to live my life in consonance with Hashem, so that I have shalom. Right? What do we all want in life? I want shalom with Hashem.
Sexiest shot ever. Riser, what thoughts on that shot, baby?
So you're talking about a person whose actual name represents so much kedusha. Shlomi El, I make shalom with Hashem.
Could have actually won one game there.
No, he couldn't have.
Hashem is my rock.
Yeah, he made it in the fourth shot.
I still have a bigger lead on him. Dude, we tied?
Oh, yeah.
That's garbage.
Which is no matter how holy a person is, right? Like the mission, we spoke about this last week. The mission of it says,
Just shit happens when you party naked. This one has 5. I know, Zoo. As I previously said, just one of those things.
Is the nature of the human condition. So you say to yourself, what do I do with this? It's very simple. This is why we have to. So we have to understand that everything we do matters.
You remember when how much I was going to get a hole in
the smallest, most innocuous decisions, put me on a particular data, and that data ultimately leads me somewhere.
Right, so are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? That's a miss. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen. Terrible shot. Worst fuck.
But we're susceptible to sin. We're susceptible to failure. And that's why, again,
you guys are shit talking, right?
I'm about to do something. What is it going to do?
Go, baby. Get it, Zoo.
Doesn't lead me on. This constant awareness, constant vigilance. Again,
that's a miss. Riser's got a miss. He's going to hit the corner.
I'm always aware of what direction I'm going on.
I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
From those steep falls. All right, the most like, wow. Okay, Shkat, we'll stop over for today. Tremendous stuff.
It's certainly not that. That's a garbage shot. That's absolute garbage. Make it. Riser has one of the easiest shots ever, and he left it short. He left it short. I can't believe he left it short.
So, we're dedicating all the streamers shows this year.
Are you guys going to get it?
Answer that question is no. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here. Fuck that.
In memory of Mr. William Zev that will be sponsored for today. Adam Plunka in memory of Moshe Ben Amram. Moshe Benus.
His yahrzeit is today on Zion. Other beautiful, beautiful dedication, and who's close, Hashem, we have the ability, opportunity, and privilege to be able to learn the beautiful Torah Kedosha each and every day. Look at the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Neshama Savan Aliyah, Sami Zayin Chama, all of those.
I have not played this pool in so long.
Roger, did you know that Zook came in here right
I forgot
before?
this whole existed.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to bring you a time machine to show you the thousands of times that you played it?
We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Test. Sorry, actually at the Gemara.
That was the best fucking shot on this hole I think I've ever seen.
We orient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very a murderer who got mixed up with other people. So quite literally, again, the group got mixed together.
I think mine would have been better had your shitty ass ball not been in the way. Zook, get it. Make one of the best shots you've ever seen. I like how it's censored, Zook. Zook. Oh, Zook, get it.
You just
Kill them passively. Kill them passively. To which the Gemara asks a very simple question. By the way, what exactly is the case over here? We understand that there's
Riser, what do you think of my shot? Riser, what do you think of my shot?
Then halacha l'maaseh wouldn't have this problem.
Yeah, I totally.
Who are the Achirim? So Reuben gets into a group. Who is this group? So Ilay Ma'achirim Ksherim Subshita. If you tell me that,
Riser, what do you think of my shot? Newfie is fuck. Newfie is fuck. And now Zoot's gonna fuck up. Newfie is fuck, dog.
This group of other people who are just innocent people. And we don't know who's Ruvain, who's the rest of the innocent Chevra. So of course the Tanakama makes sense. As Tanakama, everybody's potter. What are you going to do? What are your options over here? To either put everyone to death or put no one to death. So obviously in that scenario, I'm going to put no one to death. The Sioux, people.
Yeah.
Again, let's analyze this. We're actually talking about one person say everyone else is a person. In those circumstances, you're going to put everyone together in a keep, and you're going to put everyone in a jail cell or whatever.
Oh, get it, baby. Get it, baby. Get in the hole.
In this group are innocent doesn't make any sense.
Look,
so what
everyone knows that the top professional golfers
what is the case of the murderer?
Snipe it through the
whole
sheet.
other group of people. What is that case? It says the Gemara. Here we
And I'm not one of those people.
That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness.
Okay, so here's the case. The case is Ruvain, right? Ruvain.
I love how Zoot
Ruvain is
just
an individual who is
had a terrible shot.
But Shalom Nigmardino. Lo Nigmardino means that his judgment was not solidified. Not solidified. Now, what does that mean? I should say, wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about this particular case.
Oh, look at this shot. I'm sorry.
They did not get around to actually issue
That
the
was
verdict.
beautiful.
Right? What's the matter?
Beautiful.
It makes a lot of sense. Remember, we saw this earlier on in the Sechta, that in a capital case, if Beis Din was going to condemn someone, so what's the halacha? You couldn't adjudicate and condemn that same day. Remember, what did you have to do? You have to sleep on it. So you can very
one of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to ever see, ever to witness. This is the Bad Bunny of shots.
What happens? He escapes. He escapes.
Did you guys know that I'm the biggest Bad Bunny fan in the history of the world? I loved his performance in Happy Gilmore too.
Was not yet solidified. Into a group of other murderers whose
He
judgment
didn't
was
say a word of
solidified.
English on that movie either.
We don't know who's who. So what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this. Rabbanan Savri in Goldman Dino Shal Azam Elabafanav Hilchach Kuban Pturim. So the Rabbanan hold, look, you cannot go ahead and pass a finalized verdict on someone unless, of course, they are present in front of the case. In other words, or essentially, stated a little bit differently, you can't pass a verdict in abstention.
Zoot, that's a terrible shot, and I think we all know it.
Therefore, Beatty is unable to go ahead.
Are you guys ready for the best shot you've ever seen on this hole?
What do you do?
Are you fucking serious? That was very close to missing. But it didn't. But it didn't. It was beautiful, and everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. That's short. Maybe hit my ball. Thank you, Riser. Riser, thank you for the bump.
Someone else besides Ruvain already has a verdict cast against him.
Zoot's jerking himself off in a fucking adult theater. Zoot, well, he has a new hero called Ruben. He's fuck. Oh fuck.
You cannot allow everyone just to be touched.
Why is it like,
what do we know about this guy?
Because he uses all his data to download fucking
You can't actively execute them. Why not?
number 11 on the Pornhub list.
According to the even Ruvain, right? Who did not have his
Bonnie Blue.
That's a technicality. But he didn't get a chance to try to
this
pronounce
is going to get wrote in, by the way.
Incorrect.
There's a suffix about his status. Because we know how Basin was going to rule. So Yehuda says you literally have a
Remember what time we had to wait for Zoot?
So Yehuda said this: let everybody go free. You can't do that because they're murderers. Therefore, what do? We go ahead and we put them into an enclosure, essentially we incarcerate them, feed them barley, and their stomachs will explode. So kill them passively. So it's like, so this is the first interpretation of the Mishnah, Rabbi Avo, and therefore it really turns out that halacha l'maisa.
Slept for 15 hours, like 2 days in a row.
An extension. So
Yeah, I've never slept that long before.
therefore, again, you have Ruben essentially who's quote unquote.
Doesn't your dog have to go to the bathroom?
Because you have a not guilty party mixed in with a whole bunch of guilty
I'm gonna take
parties.
care of her before I go to sleep.
There's no choice but
But she has to go 15 hours without going to the bathroom? Or eating or
I
drinking?
understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. So
The answer is yes.
She was fine. She wasn't even
and feeding them barley. Okay.
flying out the door or anything. She was sleepy too.
No. But Adam Dukli, I will not plead the
She was
team.
good.
So Rish Lakish said,
You fucking love that dog so much, don't
I'm
you?
talking about a person who's a murderer, right? And got mixed in with the whole other febra. Everyone will agree
Like,
that
I'm not saying it in a bad way. But like you truthfully love your dog more than I think most owners love their dog. And I think it's sweet.
Amazing.
Is she your first dog?
That a verdict cannot be passed in extension.
No.
And the lack of a
Another.
means also, you know, in
Oh, no, I can't believe I haven't told you this
unless
story.
you're one of two states. You either hide or you're hot.
Terrible shot.
Right? There's no power only in your kitchen. There's no other place in the world
Wow.
where there's therefore again, and we've always said like this. The lack of
All right, perfect.
by definition
That's
says
reset.
what? Your partner. Which means therefore when you're talking about a person and Ruben getting mixed in with the whole
Oh,
family,
nice.
and Ruben doesn't have the Gemara din, everyone else has the Gemara din, it goes without saying that everyone will agree that of course the Chav is going to be Pater because you can't execute.
There's no way you're gonna
everyone
make
without
this.
innocent party mixed in there.
Wow.
What's the case over here? Halacha,
You know who the champion is. We both won?
Fascinating.
Dude.
Says the case over here has nothing to do with people.
I'll take the win.
How? We were tied.
Oxen, ultimately again, ox, Shalom Nigmaginos. I have a goring ox.
Dog.
Play me in,
I have a goring ox. Yeah,
play me in whatever care of.
the final psak.
Dog, I'm gonna smoke you.
And what happens? It gets mixed in with other shlorim. Shnigmar Dinon. Okay, so that's the halacha. Condemned ox, right? Or I should say, condemn the fevra of oxen and an ox that has not yet had its margin.
Are you gonna accept my invite or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Hey, it can't. No, I'm not.
that
So you used to have a dog,
reflective of the judgment of the owner, namely what?
and
They
you
don't use social
had
media.
a,
They'll call to it.
I put it on
Yes, and also we see this because
the Canadian Craigslist alternative
judgment of the
called
owner.
Kijiji.
And therefore, the
Called
halacha
Kijiji?
says
That's the
in
name.
the same way that the owner cannot have
And,
an extension,
I was just
the
supposed to
cannot
have
have
the
an
dog,
extension.
and
Therefore, the shard that doesn't have its margin gets
the owner was like a DJ who dropped off the dog. He's like, oh, we're going to GJJ or
and there's only one
and then
which is what?
he just like ghosted, and then we weren't sure if we were going to be able to keep the dog, even though
So the Gemara said that
the dog was like super skinny, like super skinny, not a lot of well hair. He was super well trained, but like he was just not the healthiest dog in the world. And then we were scared kind of to, we really liked him, but we thought
Who is
JJ just gonna come back.
who is we?
But you can
We thought,
kill them.
yeah,
Who's we?
we're a little,
Who is we?
And Rish Lakish about how to interpret the Mishnah.
like me and my family.
Oh, okay.
This is a thing in a person. Ruvain was about to be
This
was
is
about
like
to
8
be
years
delivered. He got away from Jason Son before the verdict got delivered. He got mixed in.
Yeah, he was like, oh, I gotta come back for this funeral because my friend got shot at James mom. Never took the dog, and I was like, oh, I got stopped at the border. And thought I was back my dog, but he just ended up never coming back. So he took the dog for like 4 years.
Come on. I understand.
It was always good. And then I drove to across the fucking country where currently I live. But then
This is not a person.
he died because the vet told me to give him this sick medicine that killed him. So really devastated and traumatized that.
I don't think Tani Allah. So listen to this. So therefore, Rava says the truth is this makes sense. Because remember again, there was a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great tzaddik, like even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? Take a look at the Tap Rashi. Tani Allah. So in the Rish Lakish, being the Shmuel, Kamosif, Ihahi, Dainu Achirim, the Mastisim Delosim Kamar, the Hyrod section is Are Bohokar.
Did you see that skier for the U.S.?
Lindsey Vaughn, dog. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn.
Lindsey Vaughn, yeah.
The says, now the person who got mixed in was
tears her ACL, and then she's like, I'm skiing. She made it 2 turns down the hill, like totally.
Say, even if the person
God, like,
we had to do, everybody was a murderer except for one person.
she's like,
one person.
God, totally wrecked.
Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend? Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend?
Are you fucking serious?
1,000%, dog. That's who he got after all those chicks from like Applebee's and whatever the fuck her name is, Norda, whatever. Jesper Parnovik's fucking nanny.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know fucking know Jesper Parnovik is?
Now, from their collective
No, I was not on the Tiger Woods' life.
Who shot the arrow? Now, the arrow went and killed someone, but we don't know.
You consider
I know she was shanking girls more than he shanked golf balls.
Yeah, because he was a
question,
I did.
or you don't know who it is. So you'd be tempted
I'm
to
the
say,
American
Do
Austin
you know
Powers.
Mike Myers is Canadian?
Yeah, that's why I said I'm the American Austin Powers, and I do know that Mike Myers is Canadian.
Okay, so you're basically biting off a
who went
Canadian.
ahead and shot the other. Therefore, by definition, we have no choice but to examine.
I'm really biting off
all part of the same motif, right? Because
James Bond.
Whenever you have any level of ambiguity about the identity of the murderer, by
Like a
definition,
60s version
we're
of
just always reticent to execute.
James
In
Bond.
general,
Yeah.
reticent to execute.
That's what
anyone.
Austin Powers. That's what Austin Powers is, dog.
The murder is somewhat ambiguous. We just can't carry through. Even in a case, two guys living in Abachalafta is a good ladar. You're standing together. An arrow
Look at
shoots
this
from between
athleticism.
You'd be tempted to say logically. I say logically, who's the killer? Who's the killer? It's got to be Ruben at Abachalafta. Even in a case like that, we won't execute anyone because of identity ambiguity. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment.
Is that the excuse that you're going to give for your shitty play?
I don't know who shot it.
Never knows that you're filmed from just goes completely off the rails.
I think you can come back and win.
Even Rabbi Yehuda would agree.
Despite these like egregious conditions,
everybody is going to be pater. We'll see. Look, there's an interesting Musar on this also. You think to yourself, well, why wouldn't we say that if Abba Khalaf does get Abba Khalaf does pater, right? What's the logic? So obviously the logic is that when there's any identity ambiguity when it comes to a capital case, we have no choice but to pater everyone. But there's also something else that's interesting. The Mishnah Pirkei Avos says, do not believe in yourself.
That's a miss. And I'm really proud that it's a miss.
You should believe in yourselves. Person should believe in themselves each and every day. So it doesn't mean
That's just a miss. It's a terrible shot. And everybody knows it.
That they are incapable of sometimes like you see a particular Avera and you're like, I would never do that.
There's no.
Don't say that.
Were you supposed to sit around?
Yeah, I was, but I came up with a strategy, a winning strategy, a multi-billion-dollar.
Oh, look at that move. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, he's got absolute knock there.
If you didn't have a proclivity to do
Miss.
It's game over for you.
Get out of here. Get out of here with your 2%.
Did you know that?
Get out of here with your... Hey, dog. Get out of here with your 2%.
Imagine losing to someone on 2%.
A little bit too self-assured and a little bit too confident about
I have 2% like in my device, and I'm still gold medal champion, gaming athletic demonstration.
But I would never do that.
Can I move?
Not entirely.
I see. I found the ability to go ahead and do it. The nature
God.
is we find ourselves.
You need more blood on your hand.
I don't want to hear your fucking excuses, and I have shit to do.
We could be about ourselves, the more vigilant we are, and the more honest we are that the truth is giving out anything and everything.
I have to pray, I have to teach a class, and I have to shield myself on X.
Now again, circling back. So now you understand what Rabbi Yossi was referring, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. When are you gonna play? When are you gonna be back?
That's talking about.
What do you mean? You didn't ask
I did not ask you to leave. I just said I have shit to do. But why don't you come back tonight?
Even if one of the guys looks like a good ladar, so you'd say, this wasn't a good ladar, this was the other guy. No, because identity.
Or are you gonna sleep for 15 fucking hours, back-to-back days? Same here, dog. And it's because of you.
Had it to market, and it got mixed with other shvarim.
I publicly blame you. No, you're cool. We enjoy each other's company. That we keep each other up. I understand. All right, big dog. Let's end on a high note. Why don't you come back tonight and watch fucking William Montgomery?
So the Gemara says, this is by animals. This is not by people.
He's on Kill Tony, douche. He's on Kill Tony, douche.
No, we're not going to actively kill them.
His
The way that you spoke
dog. I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan possible, and that's why I understand. It's like somebody who sees their favorite artist not live up to their potential. They can certainly say that they could be better. That's how you know I'm a true fan.
William Montgomery's always going to be the half
With Bad Buddy.
No, Solo. He doesn't need
Bad Buddy's got a caddy for him.
You can translate English to Spanish or Spanish.
Okay.
Do you think that the first languages like picture languages where you can draw something like a hieroglyph or something that represents something?
No, and I think that's the dumbest thing I may have ever heard in my entire life. I think they were more like mimes, like all body language.
But if it only gave birth after the Gemazin, then the offspring is going to be also. Let's say
That's not what I said. You asked, do you think the first language was like hieroglyphs or whatever? And I said, no. I think it would be body language before that. Body language is more primitive. Yeah.
So let's go back for just a second. The Gemara said that if the cow that killed someone gave birth to his offspring,
so why don't you come back? Why don't you come back for Kill Tony tonight?
I don't know.
All right. Hey, when are you launching your coin, or is it just like another thing that you just burned out on?
Now, if that's the case, the Gemara says.
Dog, you are the worst. I will tell you this, my friend. You are not a good project founder. Does your project have a Reddit account? Yes or no? Go.
In which case, again, the fetus has the status of the mother. To which the Gemara said, similarly,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't. No, but whenever you have a post, you can put it on Reddit, or you can post with that account on a cryptocurrency subreddit.
As having been sodomized.
I don't think they're like
They do. They have some subreddits that are shilling subreddits for meme coins and micro coins and things like that.
If the mother was sodomized, so ultimately, again, the fetus has the status of being sodomized as well, therefore can't be offered up as a carbon. So yet the Gemara made the distinction. It sounds like
so what's your Reddit username of the greatest cryptocurrency ever?
Before or after the Gemara did. But in reality,
that's what I'm talking about. You're over here sleeping for 15 fucking hours. I've given you the blueprint. I've given you the textbook strategy on how to be successful. And you're like, okay, well, I could just jerk myself off all day, and that's what you're doing.
Pregnancy happened after the event. After the event.
Doug, I'll quote you directly. And I quote, Bad Bunny is my hero. He is the official spokesperson of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. I cannot wait to create a Reddit and a subreddit to promote my coin and William Montgomery has had lackluster performances recently, unquote. That is a direct quote of yours.
Let's talk about it just a second. So if you have this case over here,
Riser, who won the Super Bowl? Go.
Right? Or for that matter, again, New Zealand, doesn't even matter what the case is.
Yeah, that's correct,
Either
dog.
way, the mother.
That's absolutely fucking correct.
New Zealand.
Okay, the next question that I have for you is, why don't you come and watch Kill Tony? It's on at 6 p.m. Yeah, I do.
Did you know that Jeremiah Watkins has his own stand-up show Kill Tony?
What's it called?
Stand up on the spot.
Everybody knows that.
I mean, Jeremiah Watkins.
Do you like Jeremiah Watkins?
In order for the mother, right? In order for the mother to become pregnant,
Honestly, not really, but I don't mind.
Has to be a father, right? So the nice
Okay, why don't you like him?
The assumption over here is that the father is an innocent party, which means that in this there's two forces.
Dude, if you ever watch old Kill Tonys, the old band used to interrupt so much that it became annoying.
Two forces.
I think Jeremiah was one of those players in that thing.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Operating under the assumption that what?
Right, so I know who he is.
Yeah, dog, I've watched 300 fucking podcasts with that man.
Okay, yeah, he wouldn't.
So much.
And he wouldn't make it funnier on here.
No, sometimes they would. Sometimes their shit was funny as fuck, but they just interrupted so much. It would be like somebody taking swings. They'd take 10 swings and one would be funny. The one that they would have that was funny would be really, really funny. But it's like, dude, you interrupted 9 other fucking times. It wasn't worth it. There was a reason why they didn't move them to Austin during the pandemic. They said, like, Jeremiah Watkins in his interviews said that he just got a call one day from Tony Hinchcliffe, and he was like, yeah, we're basically deciding to go in a different direction, and we're moving to Austin, and we're not going to be, doing the show anymore. Right, exactly. And but Jeremiah Watkins did have the opportunity to do stand up at the Crypto Arena, and or it was at the Forum actually, and they he did a good job. And no, it was a Kill Tony at the Forum. And they're doing a Kill Tony in May, and another one in LA at what was it? At Intuit Dome. And I looked up tickets, but they went right away. They were like, they went really quickly. And I'm sure they wouldn't let me live stream from there. So it would kind of, like, you can't even have your phone at those fucking things. But one day I want to see Kill Tony. That'd be cool. Anyway, and it's gonna be on Netflix. Did you watch the one that they had on Netflix from January? No, you didn't. And you didn't even see William Montgomery perform. Yeah.
And you are the employee of
I will do it under one condition, and that is I don't have to do an Australian accent.
I'm the one doing it. I'm playing. You're the guy.
But what?
The guy.
Exactly. So I would be like, crikey, who left this device on a chair in the adult theater, and why is it so sticky? I can't believe that this device is stuck to the chair. I'm trying to get it off and I can't. I'm going to go ask one of my colleagues to see if they can assist me. Excuse me, can you please help me to get this device that is stuck to this chair removed? Why, sure, I'll help you. So as we both attempted to remove this device from the cushion, we recognized that this was a bigger job than for just two people. So we went and got the manager, and the manager said, wow, that is a really stuck device. I wonder if we could get a tool chest and see if we can get a crowbar to perhaps unlodge it from the seat cushion. So we got a crowbar and had to use 3 different people's leverage in order to get this device unstuck from the cushion. Fortunately, we were able to do so. When we turned the phone on, we saw a desktop wallpaper of an obviously identifiable Bonnie Blue, and the ranking of Pornhub was kept track of in a very diligent way within the browser. So I said to one of my colleagues, who do you think would have left this device in the adult theater? And their response was, there could be only one person. It's the guy who fucks all the 4s in this adult theater routinely. And I said, why do you think this phone was left in the all gay porn part of the cinema? And my colleague said that there's only one person who regularly attends this area of the theater, and their name is Zoop. So we took the phone and we decided that we would take it to the front desk. We certainly used some latex gloves to be able to ensure that we didn't make contact. And all of a sudden, the phone went off as a ringtone, and the ringtone that we heard was the Pornhub theme music. It went ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum. And we tried to answer, which we did. And on the other end, it just so happened to be Zoot. Zoot, how are you? Why, yes, Zoot. We found your device. Can you please ensure that you could describe some aspects of the phone to us so we know that it's yours?
Yeah, so there's a very, 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 very detailed spreadsheet on my phone that dates back to 2013 or so. That is keeping track of record that is associated with my legal name, and that would be one key identifier. There's also, if you check the GPS coordinates, you can visit daily to either the bookstore or the strip club and the comedy club, which is a unique triangulation that where my particular route. So I don't know.
Why's your phone so sticky?
Yeah, I mean, I was in the adult theater, and somehow without the substance. Someone was behind me. I don't know if they had to do with it. There was no one in the theater, but it could have been a ghost of some kind. There was a lot of noise and colors. The screen was hat there. It was a wild situation. I learned from it.
Seemingly, can you please answer us the question why
No, I'm not gonna say the
you're in the? No, of course not. But it's as if you're in the middle of several simultaneous mini games but you've abandoned them all. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, I believe one induce as much stuff around by infuriating not responding to anything, cutting out every single time I possibly interact with them for no reason. Does that answer your question?
Oh, most certainly it does. Well, we've got this phone. We're going to leave it at the front desk. We're going to put it in a Ziploc bag, and you're free to pick it up whenever you wish.
That'd be terrific. And not to press this any further, but if you're free, maybe on Wednesday, come down comedy club. I am a little bit of a renowned sensation here in Australia. I don't know if you've heard of me, but you will, because I'm going to the top. Even though I've never said anything in my life, you will hear me at the top. You're welcome to come.
Oh, sounds wonderful. There's this, I was making all these fucking different videos, and one of them, I forgot to put, sound over it, and so it was just a little snippet of where Zoot and I are talking. And Zoot asked me, "Do you know who opens for me?" And I say, "Yeah, the same people who close for you. They're known as the Crickets." And I thought that was so funny. And I thought it was hilarious that like the video cut that part of it. He thought it was funny too.
I like the concept of thinking for now to not have an opener.
That's how he passed.
You're starting to think so. I like how this has gone to his head. Like, he's getting his old ex-girlfriend, and he, like, mentioned it to her, and she's like, "Hey, I'm in an open relationship. I'm a 4, but, let's get back together." I mean, I don't know. I wish the best for him. I absolutely, positively, though, see his comedy career exploding. Oh, we didn't ask him, did he perform? I'm sure he would have told us, but he told me last week, he's like, "I'm going to perform, and I'm going to," he had like this whole political statement he was going to make. And I was like, "I don't know if that's a good idea." And then he was like, "I'm just going to go up and bomb." But he didn't, he should have told us how he did. Anyway, he's a sensation. He's an absolute, he's sweeping Australia, sweeping the countryside. Everybody knows it. And I really think that Australia's comedy scene will be put on the map. I did say this. When I go viral, the Rhino Room of Adelaide will be like one of the comedy hubs of the world. Like, giant. It will be giant. There'll be people who will like camp to just go there. It'll be like the new comedy mothership of Australia. Do you know where he's going to open the second one? That's incorrect. Though he's talked about it, but it's not New York. At least most recently. Okay, guess again.
Florida.
Incorrect. Guess again.
It's not in Texas or it's not in California.
Everyone agrees that you give
give me a hint, like west or
I'm not giving you a hint. I think that you can tough this one out.
No, don't say that.
Vancouver, area, Seattle.
Incorrect.
Simple. Why should the Chabra
Am I hot or where's my closest?
You didn't really guess it. You just assumed that he wasn't going to be doing it somewhere, but I didn't say yes or no.
A minority of the scholars.
No. Warmer.
So minority of the group are Chaivskila.
Word.
The Bishop says this now makes more sense. The Bishop says the group should be judged with skila, right? Even though what? Even though the
apparently he's really against it. This is 8 years ago.
Then straight up.
His level was up like 8 years ago, but everyone
I looked into it. We were gonna advertise on his podcast in 2016, and so it was like pretty early. Still didn't have a Spotify deal or anything. But I wasn't the one doing the negotiating. We were doing it through somebody else, so it didn't get as far as I would have. Like when I do it, I fucking go right to the source and say, "How much is it?" But at that time, it was something like we had a conflict. Like he was still doing ads for like he wasn't doing Fleshlight at that time, but I think we found out he was. Like the owner of the business found out he was doing Fleshlight ads, and I don't know. And he also didn't know who Joe Rogan is. We had an SEO guy who came in and was like, "Hey, I see you're doing billboards. I see you're doing radio ads. Have you ever thought about doing Joe Rogan's podcast?" And the owner of the business was like, "Who's Joe Rogan?" And like, if you don't know who Joe Rogan is, you're not going to want to pay anything to do with the podcast. But looked into it a little bit. And to see him to go from Fleshlight ads to, he can do anything that he wants. It's fucking amazing. Now, I have a question for you. That one guy who was in here earlier, right before you came in, he was like, right before you came in, there was a guy in here. Yeah. Apologies. I thought you were saying yourself. Yeah. And I'm serious about this, and I don't understand why anybody doesn't believe me. But if you do something long enough, you will eventually, I think, be successful at it. Now, it's difficult to do things long enough, but we'll take Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just kept doing this fucking podcast, and he's been doing it now since December 26, 2009. So that's like 17 years and or close to it. And he's on he has like more than $500 million. Now, Mr. Beast, who started in like 2014, is now a billionaire. Why don't you do the same? Like, you're someone who is always looking for a business, and I think the business is right beneath your nose, and it's yourself. And if you say to yourself, look, if I do this for 10 years, even like, what would I say for you? I would just say to you, just start a podcast. And if you're like, okay, well, where do I get guests? It's really easy. You just go on Kick and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And dude, 95%, in fact, I never got anybody who said no. Every single person I ever asked to be on my podcast was on my podcast. And if you do one of those podcasts every single day for a year, you'll be the next Joe Rogan in your own way in 10 years.
Sometimes in life we have to say
this. I told you this
Hold on. You didn't tell me to start a podcast. I already had a podcast long before I knew you.
doesn't detract from what I said about continuing on with your podcast consistently.
Yeah.
And restarting it. I don't know how much I had a podcast. It was going well. And I had an amazing concept for a podcast where I would interview different artists or not artists, but the first guy I interviewed was a graffiti artist. The second person was a animal healer. Third person was DJ. There's some other artists and I did do 6 episodes and it was very fun. I enjoyed talking to people. I had one of another.
Did you ever have on a state comedy finalist of South Australia?
There's a pasuk in the Torah, and this is how the pasuk is.
I don't know if anyone wants to listen to that conversation. I've talked to it privately, and I enjoy talking to it.
The Father ultimately understands what it is that He is.
But yeah, I don't know.
So that is the way. Again, by the way, that is codified.
I just not. Yeah, like but a person's obligated to point it out with the sensitivity. Not what the Father is doing.
Was your podcast video?
Just want to end off with something very
That's baller as fuck. Okay, I mean, that's what you're always trying to come up with, hey, I'll start a car company. By the way, that zero emission, the Zen card, that was pretty cool. Though the fact that no noise, like, it's dangerous with blind people, so it should have some kind of noise. But I thought it was really cool car. Yeah, that's why Teslas have to have a sound, at least in the United States. No, but they in the United States, an electric car has to have a sound. I mean, it's not just blind people; it's children, it's anybody who just can't hear the vehicle. But I thought it was cool. All right. So you gave up after 6 episodes, and that's cool. I can tell you why I don't do my podcast anymore. It takes too long for me to upload it. I just found that to record one.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all our final responses for this morning.
Hold on. My big thing is making sure it's on YouTube. If I do it on Spotify, if I have it go on Spotify, that means I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it on Spotify, and that takes too long.
I mean, if you're recording
the Ziv Levin, the Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael,
wait, and that takes a long time.
Adam Blanca, in memory of Moshe Ben Amber. Moshe Ben is the day on Zion. Beautiful dedication. Hashem, we have the ability, opportunity, and privilege.
I mean, maybe it's just the way that I did it. I didn't. That was another thing. I didn't want people to have to stop their stream. Like a lot of the people I was going for were streamers, and so the advantage of me interviewing them was their stream. They could just while they were in the stream. So I didn't have to send them a Google Meet or anything like that.
We are picking up at the Mishnah on Ayin Test. Sorry, at the Gemara.
Well,
that's what they 79.
It's a good way to network.
Just reorient ourselves a little bit. So the Mishnah spoke about a very interesting case.
No,
The
it
Mishnah
is.
spoke about a
Well, so
Roseah,
why don't you do
murderer
a
who
podcast?
got mixed up with other people. So quite literally, again, the group got mixed together, and apparently we don't know who is who. So the Tanakama said, "Kulam Turim." Everyone is potter. Everyone is potter.
What happened?
Comes on Rabbi Yehuda says, "No, what do we do? Constant awesome people. We go ahead and we bring them all into an enclosure, a closed space." Actually points out feed them barley.
Are you being serious?
To explode, essentially, kill them passively.
Yeah.
Kill them passively. To which you want to ask a very simple question. Manachirim. By the way, what exactly is the case? We understand that there's Reuven, right? Now, obviously, we can't identify who Reuven is because we can't identify him.
You're serious.
Have this problem. But the Shiloh here is who are the Achirim? So
Okay, I don't want to go into it if
who
it's
is this
uncomfortable. So
group?
I thought you were being funny. You had a traumatic brain
If you
injury?
that we're talking about that Reuven gets mixed into a group of other people.
Like an event happened to you?
So Reuven is a Roseah. He's going ahead and he is getting mixed in with a group of other people who are just shaders, just innocent people. And literally, we don't know who's Reuven and who's the rest of the
Oh,
people.
okay.
So of course, it kind of common
All right.
sense. That
Well,
everybody's
certainly
potter.
don't want to get
So what
into
are you going
that.
to do?
All right, well
What
then
are your
I
options
understand.
here?
But
You're
someone who's like,
put everyone to
I
death.
want.
No one
Why
to
don't you
death.
live stream your life?
Obviously, next year I'm going to put no one to death. The Sil, Bahalim Rabbi Yehuda, furthermore, again, let's analyze this. Of where one person is Roseah, everyone else is.
Dude, it's the same.
Rabbi Yehuda going to say that there are those circumstances where everyone together, in a group of everyone together. Again, like in a jail cell or whatever, incarcerate everyone together and just feed them barley till their stomachs explode, knowing that the majority of people in this group are innocent, doesn't make any sense. So what is the case? What is the case of Roseah Shenis Ari? What is the case of a murderer who gets mixed into the whole other group of people? What is that case? Says the Gemara, so here's the case.
That's absolutely true. I was going to say that you have like 300 hours of yourself recorded on this stream.
Now, what does that mean? Or I should say, wasn't completed. So Beis Din knew how they were going to rule about
which is really cool, and they're really interesting conversations. We have some excellent discussions, Project Looking Glass, and we go into the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and business ideas. There's everything from bear scare to all of our history with Zoo. Of any person who has a lot of himself on the stream, Zoo. You should know the guy in here. His name is Spirit Man. I think I told you this. He does what I do on YouTube. He doesn't do it from as many angles, and he has done it as long, but he's done it like for almost 300 days.
The problem, of course, is that what? We don't know who's what do we do in this kind of scenario? So watch this.
I mean, he has like 300 followers on YouTube, which is not. I mean, that's to be expected. I've told him that. If you're not being promoted, that's about what you're going to be looking at.
They are present in front of
he is very. I mean, you can look him up on. If you want to look him up on YouTube, his channel is Spirit.
So because we're able to pass the verdict, what's the other option? What do?
And you can see his setup. His setup's a little different than mine. Mine is because I have so many different streams. Mine's like you can see my whole body. His is generally like from the waist up, but he does sleep on camera. I mean, he really does do it. Like basically, what I do
is murder.
except
Feminist groups murder, right?
not
So
from
everyone
as
else
many
besides
angles and
Ruvain
not
already
from
has
for
a
as
verdict
long.
passed against them.
But
Ruvain didn't
like,
yet have a finalized
I think this is
verdict.
becoming
He
more
can't pass
popular,
the verdict in absentia. So the
which
problem
is tight.
we're stuck. We're stuck. So therefore, the Tanakh Kama says the only thing to do in this situation is allow everyone to go free.
You're starting to
Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, turn the Kamei Nami though. Kevin Drotzky. Rabbi Yehuda says, no. You cannot allow everyone just to go. What do we know about this guy, bro? What do we know about them? They're all killers. On the other hand, you can't actually
Well, it's just,
execute
it's
them.
the
Why not?
lean-in. Like, basically,
Now listen, now, remember,
if we know anything from Edward Snowden, he said everything's being
his verdict passed against him.
recorded
That's the
anyway, so why not just
They
try to
basically didn't get a
monetize it?
chance to go to pronounce the verdict in front of Ruvain. But the
I would not be the first person to do this, though. I'm the first person to archive it as much as I do, and from as many angles. That's the thing. There may be someone out there. Well, there are people out there who have just done live streams for a long period of time, or like nature cams that are live streamed on the internet, but they don't get archived. And that's what's important about mine. The fact that every 12 hours, I restart my streams. That's what's important about Spirit Move. Every 12 hours, he restarts his streams. So you can go back and view any day of his life for the last almost full year on his streams. That's really important. And
so that I want to say, because he can't pass the verdict, therefore again you have
Isn't that wild?
There's no choice but to exonerate the federal. I understand you can't pass the verdict. I got it. But at the same time, they're all murderers. So what do?
I have a theory that they do have it. They just don't allow people to get it. Okay, so if you want to see his stream and how he's set up,
so Rishon says that can't be the case.
Maybe they're talking about
and got mixed in with the whole other everyone would really be popular. Everyone's really popular. Why?
Maybe. So his thing, if you look up Spirit, Peaceful Revolution, you can see his deal.
So Rabbi Yehuda says that is something.
And he does a hunger strike.
Everyone agrees that
though he eats so. Yeah, he's Canadian.
And the lack of a gemar din, by definition, means also, in halacha, is either one of two states. You're either chayiv or you're pater. You're either milchiks or you're.
Dog, when I found out, somebody came in my stream. They're like, "Oh, I know somebody who does what you do," and I was like,
"Again, and we've always said like this." The lack of a gemar din.
I've been looking for somebody, and I tried to get his attention for a few days, and he just wasn't fit. But I finally did. Well, I don't get that. But did you see his stream or no?
What's the case here?
All right, well, why don't you fucking look it up and follow him?
Oh, fascinating. Rabbi says the case over here has nothing to do with people. Instead, what does that have to do with? Oxen. It's a case ultimately.
All right, so look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Hello, for myself, you have an ox. Shalom Nigmadinos. I have a goring ox, right? To show you I have a goring ox.
Yeah, dog.
The ox is going to be condemned to death. The final psak was never delivered, and what happens? It gets mixed in with other shvarim. Shenigmar dinan. Okay, so that's the halacha.
But it was so nice to find somebody who goes through the same issues that I go through, like troubleshooting and making sure your mic works and falling asleep on camera and eating on camera, and like he has some IRL video, but he's like, it's too hard to do IRL while you're live streaming. It's a lot of, it's lighting, power. It's just like, it's way easier to just do it from your house. I'm like, I agree. And he is someone who is working, trying to do like world peace, which I think is really cool.
Therefore, if a shard that doesn't have its Gemardin gets mixed in with the
Did you-
rest of the group, it did have a Gemardin.
Spirit,
You have an innocent
peaceful
shard
revolution.
mixed in with a group of guilty shvarim, and there's only one option, which is what? To go ahead and exonerate the entire group. Exonerate the group. Okay. So the Gemara says. So the Gemara says that's the Rabbana. Last line. So you the Savar, Konsin also the keeper. Says no, that can't be the case. Because the Lamaisa again, they're all guilty.
What does that mean?
They're all guilty. The fact that
I mean, but he eats, so I don't really understand that part of
one
it.
of his Sharm didn't have his Gemardin doesn't change the fact that all of them are in fact guilty. And therefore, you can't kill them actively, but you can kill them passively.
Incorrect. Somebody saw my stream on YouTube and came in here and we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about Kabbalah and then so Jewish mysticism. And then I explained to this person later on in the conversation what I do. And he's like, oh, I know somebody who does that, which caused my heart to sink because it was like, how long have they been doing it? And how many different streams? And they're like, I don't know. And then I found, and then he's like, look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution. And then I did. And that's how I met this person. And then I sent them messages. And a few days went by without any response. And then he came in. And then we got to talking. And we talked for like 5 hours or something the first night. And then we like exchanged messages and stuff. And I was like, you should, we have like a common goal. You should live stream in my stream, or at least be in here or in the Discord. And he's been in here
and the din of shars like the din
just
of
about every day since.
What's the cap of pay? 88. Ihoki. So therefore, Rabbi says the truth is this makes sense. Because remember again, it was a statement about the Mishnah. Rabbi Yossi says, even if Abba Chalafta was a great tzaddik, right? Even if Abba Chalafta was mixed into the group, the halacha would be the same. So what does this mean? כמוס יהודי דהיינו האחרים למסליסים דלוסים כאמר והיירוס יחשס ערב בהוקר ולבסוף נסערב כאמר חדתרי לברייס האחי לא יחשס ערב האחרים כולם פטורים אמרו יוסי אפילו אבא חלפת ביניהם כולם פטורים so my אפילו פטור רבי יוסי so listen to this so the Gemara says now Rabbi Yossi says even if a person got mixed in was Abba Chalafta now Rabbi Yossi seems to be saying was like this there's we'll say imagine for a moment that the person that mixed in was Abba Chalafta was a big son so you can't say even if the let's say we have everybody was a murderer except for one person we don't know who's who so Rabbi Yossi says even if the person who got mixed in was Abba Chalafta still the halacha applies. Now, what that seems to be saying is he said himself, well, obviously, Abba Chalafta does not. Nevertheless, Rabbi Yossi says the dynamic still would apply even if Abba Chalafta was mixed.
All right.
So what does that mean? Who would apply to that? Rabbi says,
dude, okay, yeah. So, thing that I see people do a lot is they say on X Spaces, $1,000 giveaway. And they just don't ever give away $1,000, or they'll give away $1,000 worth of their shitty coin, or what they consider to be $1,000. Yeah,
someone shot an arrow.
No, there's no like. And this makes me think a lot. Like, there's no like giveaway police or like giveaway authority or contest authority. Yeah, but these aren't big enough to like qualify for that. And
both are going to be
yeah, but these guys are in fucking Nigeria. Like, nobody's gonna fuck with them.
Yossi says even if one of the two guys was Abba Chalafta. In other words, I'm not talking like this. If it's Reuven and Abba Chalafta, the arrow went ahead and killed Shimon, but we don't know who it is. So you'd be tempted to say,
absolutely. if you, the key is you just want to put it in the title of your Twitter space, and then you get people to join. But it doesn't say like we're going to be giving away $1,000 today. It could be we're going to give away $1,000 150 years from now.
This is all part of the same motif.
Right.
Whenever you have any level
And then
of
they,
ambiguity,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, people just straight up lie that way.
we're
Dude,
just always reticent to execute. In general, I love this reticent to execute anyone. Our office come up when the identity of the murderer is somewhat ambiguous. We just can't carry through. Even in the case, two guys, even Abakalafta, Abakalafta's a cuddle dog. We're standing together. An arrow shoots forth from the demon, kills Shimon. You pretend to say the logical. Who's the killer? It's got to be Ruben and Abakalafta.
I mean, that's what people are doing. And I see people do that all the time to raise their, how many people are in their space. To the point where I see, if I ever see giveaways, I don't even fucking pay attention to it. And then when they do giveaway, they're like, hey, we're having a contest. Be the first person to repost and like and bookmark, and we're going to do a giveaway at the end. And then they just pick their friends. And it's like, you know, they don't ever really give away. They just, it's just for show. So, you know who Brendan Schaub is? Exactly. So he gets in trouble for doing this. And I don't know if he's being sued over it, but there's an investigation on him. So this is what he does. And I thought of you when I heard about this scam, because you fucking love scams. And you know I fucking love this guy's downfall. I'm obsessed.
So obviously, the logic is that when there's any identity.
All right, so I know you do. So here's what he does, and he's done this like 2 or 3 times, and people are catching on to him. And he's not the only one to do this. This is a big thing that influencers are doing. So what they do is they say, hey, we're going to have a truck giveaway, or that's what Brendan Schaub does, or we're giving away a car. And I'm going to give you what Brendan Schaub does. He goes, we're doing a truck giveaway. All you have to do is buy a piece of merch on our merchandise site, and you're going to be entered to win. And you could be automatically entered if you send us a postcard or something like that. So it's no purchase necessary. So what he does is he gets all these loser douches to go and buy a fucking hat of his or a t-shirt of his or whatever it is. And then Brendan Schaub drives the truck for like 6 months, and after every show he goes, we're giving away the truck. Like, all you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise. And he makes money on the merchandise. He makes pretty good money on the merchandise. Then, once they're going to do the giveaway, he gives the truck away to a friend or like a colleague or confidant or something. And he says, oh, we did the truck giveaway. You know, like, thanks for everybody who entered. And then the person who won the truck then sells the truck and takes the cash for it and gives it back to Brendan Schaub. So basically, Brendan Schaub's making all this money on the merchandise and not losing that much on the truck. Does this make sense?
Do it. The nature of man is we find ourselves
right. And so there are some states where like they're like even more intense about this. But this is what happened in Brendan Schaub's. Like, I think it was his second truck giveaway, or his I think it was. So it was when he was in LA, and he's like, hey, we're doing this truck giveaway or whatever. All you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise or whatever. And the guy who won in Colorado, and he was like a truck, what would I call it? Like someone who does modifications on trucks, which is exactly what Brendan Schaub does. And guess from what state Brendan Schaub is?
The arrow goes and kills someone. So the Gemara says, even if one of the guys,
Colorado, where the guy won. And so all these people are like, dude, you just literally found somebody who does truck modifications in your like home state and just gave him the truck. So he then moves to Austin. He comes to Austin, and he's like, we're doing another truck giveaway. It's $100,000 truck or whatever, and They do the same thing for 6 months. They just say, everybody buy this truck or whatever. Hello. Everybody buy this truck for 6 months, or everybody buy the merchandise for 6 months. And everybody buys the merchandise. And then they're going to do the truck giveaway. And wouldn't you know it, they give away the truck. And of all the states, there are 50 states, they do Canada as well. Where do you think the winner's from? Like they're not from Colorado, but they're from Texas. Which is like, all right, and so he gives away the truck plus $10,000. And wouldn't you know it, the next day, the winner, quote unquote, was some like pastor or something. The winner basically sold the truck or put the truck up for sale in Florida, in the same city as where Brendan Schaub's manager is based out of, like in Palm Beach or something like that. And so all these people are like, dude, you are running such a fucking scam. And then he doesn't and so he actually had to put a post up on his Instagram saying, hey, I didn't know that this person was just gonna straight up sell the truck immediately. I had no idea about this. But you should know, like thank you to everybody who participated or whatever. All these people are like, dude, you are just scamming people to get people to buy your shitty ass merch, which nobody wants. And then on top of that, the way that he fucking does this is just so stupid. Like, I don't even know why this is considered legal. I don't think it is. But he'll say this, like when the contest first starts, hey, if you buy a hat, that's one entry. If you buy a hat and a shirt, that's 2 entries. But by the time you're getting towards the end of the lottery, they'll be like, if you buy a hat, it's 500 times the entries. If you buy a shirt, it's another 500 times. So if you buy a hat and a shirt, it's 1,000 times the entry. Yeah, like, he just makes up fucking numbers, and anybody who like has a brain would never fucking participate in this. And go to the website to actually see, and it's like all the people who bought the merch, they have reviews, and of the reviews, let's say he's got 20 things you could buy. Of the 20 things you can buy, there are only like 5 reviewers, and they buy multiple shit, and they all give it 5 stars, and they all have these like fake reviews on them. And I mean, he's a huge scammer. I fucking can't get enough of his shit, though. I am absolutely obsessed, and the reason why I'm obsessed is because his subreddit is so fucking funny, dude. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm all in. Doug, I'm so in that I'm obsessed with a podcast. Is obsessed with his podcast. I'm obsessed with it. It's called 10 Minutes of Schaub. I fucking stream this 24/7. I've watched every fucking episode. I'm in their subreddit, or I'm in their Discord. Like, you have to imagine, when you have a popular podcast that's based on how shitty your podcast is, that's some like fucking that's some oh yeah, a ton of them. Yeah, that's some Inception shit. Yeah, so here's his fucking. I am so into the dude. I wish somebody else I knew fucking was into this guy's life as much as I am, because. But I'm glad I found the Discord, because those guys are more obsessed than I am. So all I have to do is type in giveaway, and like, oh, there are a bunch of threads about the giveaway. Last giveaway of the week, y'all. Scam giveaway is over. He's already preparing for an anticlimactic winner, and he admits he doesn't even like the car. The car giveaway grift explained by an expert. So they have this guy who like explains like what this scam is.
After the event, the pregnancy happens.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Then it was lessons like this. If the mother is pregnant and gave birth before the Martin, or whatever it was delayed.
Oh, dude, that's the funniest shit about this. There's a whole language that you learn to speak when you fucking start watching this guy, and it's even on Wikipedia. It's called Schwabanese, and there's like, it's so fucking funny. You literally learn like new English, because this guy fucks up so many words. And then people just use it to mock him in his subreddit. It is hysterical. It's absolutely hysterical. And the thing is, for as shitty as he is, he's not the worst person on his own fucking podcast. The guy he teamed up with is a 4-time sexual predator, according to the Los Angeles Times. This guy raped chicks. Like in when they like basically they're like Los Angeles Times articles about how Brian Callen is a serial rapist. Like it's ridiculous. So these guys have this podcast, and it is such a clusterfuck. They used to do it when they were in LA. They used to do it from like a really nice studio that Howie Mandel paid, like they would rent from him, and it was like but then Joe Rogan moved to Austin, and these guys were basically losing their notoriety. No one wanted to be on their show anymore because Brendan Schaub is seen as a total douche, and his partner is seen as a rapist. And so they're like, dude, nobody wants to be on our show anymore. Maybe we go to Austin, and it'll change our careers. And Joe Rogan said to Brian Callen, move to Austin, it'll change your career. So Brian moves to fucking Austin, buys a house in the middle of nowhere that's way too expensive for him, and he's like having to pay a mortgage in Austin and a mortgage in California because he's basically he was married. Then these allegations came out, and his wife divorced him because he was cheating on her, and so he's got to pay alimony to her, $25,000 a month. Like I fucking know everything about these assholes' lives, and he has to pay like her mortgage and stuff. So he's got 2 older kids, and then he met a lady, and she's in Austin, and he's got 2 younger kids. Then there's Brendan Schaub, and this guy has nothing going in his life. Everything he touches turns to shit. He says that he was in the NFL, but he was not. He did play Division I football, like 3 plays, like nothing the NFL wants. Then he gets in the UFC, and he goes 10-5 in the UFC. He was on the UFC show, The Ultimate Fighter, during their like really big year, but he wasn't that good of a UFC fighter. But he was the first professional athlete that they say that had a podcast. So this podcast that they had, The Fighter and the Kid, used to be really popular, especially when podcasts were new and Joe Rogan was doing his thing. And Brendan Schaub became the #1 guest in the history of the Joe Rogan Experience, and he could use that as leverage on people to be like, hey, come on my podcast. I'm the #1 guest on the biggest podcast in the world. So people would do that. But then they found out that Brendan Schaub was just a grifter, and he was cheating on his wife with all these girls, and that all came out, and his partner turned out to be a serial rapist, so they just were like 2 bad guys. And then so they moved to Austin. Now that they're in Austin, remember I said they had like a really nice studio in LA. In Austin, they can't afford any of that shit, so they do their fucking podcast from like a storage unit, and it's not even like dedicated. The storage unit is not dedicated to their podcast. It's really dedicated to like Brendan's cars. So they're doing this podcast, and there's like all kinds of noise that's going on, air conditioning and fire alarms that go off. And these guys are trying to make this as serious as possible. Now, Brian Callen, the reason why he doesn't leave the podcast is because he's paid $25,000 per month to be on this show. And Brendan Schaub has to. That's the beautiful thing. They used to get millions of viewers. Now every week, whenever they do a show, it's always 40,000 viewers. And the thing is, they're just buying their own. They're buying their own podcast to try to keep numbers up so that they can continue to get sponsors. And so they have these sponsors who come in, but then if you, for sure. But they absolutely do. So they're always getting new sponsors. Like nobody's ever consistent. And whenever they get a sponsor, you have to understand these guys have a subreddit of nearly 200,000 people. That's a big fucking city. I mean, not like a giant city, but it's like a big, it's like a small, medium-sized city of people who just love to shit on these people. And anything that they do. Yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole lore, there's a whole language. Like, and the thing is, one of the things that they do is they say they refuse to read the comments because Joe Rogan says don't read the comments. So they do everything that Joe Rogan says. And the thing is, if you read the comments, it's just people who are shitting on them the whole time. And the thing is, they're never going to turn this podcast around. Once you have a podcast that goes from 1 million people watching it per week to 40,000 bots, it's nobody wants this fucking thing. So Joe Rogan does not have them on. He has them on. Well, he doesn't have Brendan Schaub on as a guest anymore. The only time he has him on is when they do fight companions, because he can use his expertise, quote unquote, but not really. Joe Rogan knows a heck of a lot more than Brendan Schaub does about fighting. Joe Rogan has seen more fights than anybody ever, basically. And Brendan Callen just kind of comes along. So Brendan Callen, I'm misspeaking. Ryan Callen, Joe Rogan said, move to Texas, it'll change your career. So Ryan Callen moves to Texas under Joe Rogan's guidance, and Joe Rogan was like, put out a special from the Comedy Mothership, and then you can start doing like big arenas and stuff. So Brian Callen puts out a special, and it bombed. Not as badly as Brendan Schaub's bomb, but still really badly. To the point where Brian Callen can't sell out like even moderately large places. Whenever he does a comedy club, it's always like $5 tickets and 2 for $5. Like basically, like they're not even like comedy clubs don't even care for them anymore. And Brendan Schaub totally gave up on comedy because nobody was coming to his shows anymore. And so it's just these two guys that are on this sinking ship, and it's absolutely hilarious. This fucking subreddit. I check this subreddit. I'm not kidding, guys. 50 times a day. I mean, I check it all fucking time because it is so funny what people put together. I check it 50 times a day. Maybe not 50, but like at least 20. No. They refuse to acknowledge that this fucking subreddit exists until recently. They finally had somebody on who was like, "You guys know that there's a subreddit, right?" And they're like, "We don't really know that much about Reddit. Not really. Like, people have told us about it." And they're like, "No, you have to lean into this. You have to understand that there is a giant audience out there, and some of the stuff that they put together is really funny. So why don't you feature it on your show and try to win some of these people back?" And so they have been doing that a little bit recently, but the thing that I absolutely love about this Brendan Schaub, it's so fucking hysterical that I say this, but he is absolutely obsessed with his kids' sport to the point where it's like it becomes entertaining how much this guy cares about his kids' sports. Now, it'd be one thing to be like, well, maybe he's just a really good dad. Really good dads don't cheat on their mom and don't do it like all the time like he used to. Additionally, it'd be another thing to be like, well, maybe he really cares a lot about his kids. No, because when his kids fuck up, he like tears them to shit. And he last year got thrown out of a game, thrown out of a Little League game, and it made so much media attention. It got on TMZ. Like, who the fuck is in a T-ball game and gets thrown out and gets on TMZ? But this guy does. So he's obsessed because he thinks exactly. And once he left California, all the dads in where he was living, Calabasas, were just making fun of him about like, oh, thank God he's gone. Basically, this guy sucks. Anyway, but they weren't like nothing about his kid. Like the kid he does his best to keep separate. But there's this like this bomb that's gonna go off one of these days. His son is like 9 years old. His other son is like, I hate that I know, 6 years old, and then he's got a daughter who's like a designer baby, and she's like gonna be 2 or something like that. And means that like both his parents are like the dad is Brendan Schaub, who looks like Turkish or Latinx or something. The mom is Mexican. They say that she was born in the United States, but then in other interviews they say she's born in Guadalajara. They say that she came here illegally. Just like you don't know what to believe with these people, but yet their daughter is blonde hair, blue eyes, meaning you're able to like choose some of the characteristics of the baby. And it's unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. And they. The thing is, it'd be one thing if it were like, well, how's his wife? Is she like a nice lady? No, she's like a wannabe Kim Kardashian girl who is like trying to be an influencer, and nobody gives a fuck about her. And so it's like these two. It's like this incredibly messy situation that 200,000 people can't get enough of, and I know it's a lot more than that. And then there are people who are in the comedy world who are watching this all the time, like Shane Gillis comments on it, and like Steve-O comments on it, and Tony Hinchcliffe comments on it, and like Brian Redband, like all these people know that like this is like the worst it's the worst podcast ever. The people, all they do is talk about the most lame shit. They talk about children's sports, and the funny thing is about the children's sports is Brendan, because he's like a failed like football player and UFC fighter, and he failed at there's like this list of things that he failed at. It's like 25 things deep, that he is putting all his eggs in one basket for his kid to be a professional athlete. And yes, his kid is pretty big right now as a 9-year-old, but once you start getting into kids like going through puberty and stuff, he's just going to be a regular kid. And on top of that, when he's playing sports against other kids and they start to find out that the whole internet thinks that your family is a huge laughing stock, it is a terrible situation for a child. So there's like that element to it that is just going to implode on itself. So on top of that, the reason why as well I get really into this is because the guy puts out a lot of content. Like there's a reason why Joe Rogan. He puts out 9 hours of content a week, which is a lot. And Brendan Schaub puts out a Monday show that's 1 hour. He puts out a Tuesday show that's another hour. He started a new Thursday show that's another hour, so that's 3 hours. He's got another show on Thursday that's 4 hours, and he puts out a show on Friday for 5 hours. So he puts out like 5 hours of content a week. So there's a lot to make fun of him for. But the thing is, he's not a really smart guy. He doesn't have any great takes. No one who is a good like podcast guest wants to be on his show, because these guys are just such a joke that he just doesn't have anything to talk about. And these people in the subreddit, if the subreddit didn't exist, I would never care about this podcast, not in a million years. But the subreddit is so funny that people make memes about him, they make videos about him. Dude, they do parody songs about him that are just absolutely hysterical when you get into the lore, to the point where there are several other podcasts that are dedicated just to this guy's podcast. So one is called 10 Minutes of Schaub. They do another one called Raccoon Tweeties, which is like semi-related. There's another one, this guy Unique does it. So Brendan Schaub, this is Brendan Schaub's show. They talk for the first 10 minutes about what's going on in Little League Baseball, and then he spends 50 minutes talking about like world events, but not world events, like Instagram news. and then goes to people's different Instagrams and shows their videos on his stream. So basically, he steals other people's content and shows it on his stream. So what somebody did was they took Brendan Schaub's videos and put it on their stream, and they were like, "Hey, this is this guy's podcast, and I'm giving out comment on it." Brendan Schaub didn't like that, so he sued this guy with what he calls these monster lawyers, these beasts of legal minds, and this became a really important precedent in actually the YouTube world on like how much content could you use of another person, and Brendan Schaub ended up losing to this small little podcast, a small little like YouTube account, and then Brendan Schaub like appealed the decision, and that's where we stand. But basically, like this guy has a dying podcast. He sues little YouTubers who like make comments on his stream. He is obsessed with children's sports. His wife would leave him, but she can't get anybody better. She's absolutely vapid. His co-host is a serial pedophile. Or not, shouldn't say that. Hold on, that's a different story. His co-host is a serial rape. He does another show with a guy who got caught texting and sexting underage girls. So he has two co-hosts on different shows. One of them, the LA Times said was a rapist, and the other one is a pederast, or at least somebody who would ask underage girls to send him like nude pics. And this guy's like in the middle, and it's absolutely the biggest clusterfuck of a podcast that you could ever think. It's not interesting. Every time I put it on, I say I absolutely hate this fucking podcast. But once it's done, I go to the subreddit, and it's like 50 new things about all these people who are making fun of this guy, and it's hysterical.
There was an interesting exchange. Now the Gemara ends off. Something fascinating. The Gemara says, if you notice, by the way, the exchange between son and father is very interesting, right? Rabbi Shimon said,
dude, I'm going to send you what I sent to Zoot. And this is a it's like it's all the lore that you need to really understand what's going on. Do you know who Bobby Lee is?
Why? Because Shrefa's more common than Shimon's son said, "Father, don't say that." That was his lashon. Father, don't say that. Don't say
Isn't
that.
he a podcaster? He's involved with these people somehow.
Sharp one. Rabbi Yehuda, you're a very smart young man. Tapat Aleph, Lotima Le La'avucha. Why are you talking to your father? The Bible says we're going to see over here. So ultimately, again, Shmuel is taking Rabbi Yehuda for how Yehuda spoke to his father. So the Bible says there's a number of beautiful things happening over here. Number one, the general Yisod. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Now, it's never something to go ahead and disagree.
I was just going to say that. Is that the Stevie Woody guy? Yeah. These guys are all related. And there's this huge lore of Bobby Lee in this. So basically, if you go to the thing that I just sent you on X, it's called the Schaub Chronicles. There's a lot more than this. I misspoke. I misspoke on Discord. Apologies. So if you go to, you just watch these things one after another, and they're absolutely hilarious. Like, people literally use the guy's own words against him. He'll be like Brendan Schaub will say, "I hate when people mention their kids' sports. It's like nobody cares about your kids' sports." He literally will say that in one of his podcasts. And then the next 300 podcasts in a row, all you hear about in the first 10 minutes is about Little League Baseball and like youth football. And it's like, dude, did you not fucking hear yourself? And this guy's just becoming an absolute laughing stock. All right, so in terms of Bobby Lee, this is so funny. So Bobby Lee has a podcast, I'm sure you're aware, Bad Friends, and then he also has one called Tiger Belly, exactly. And Brendan Schaub, because Brendan Schaub's a horn dog. Do you know who Kalila is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're not. That's it was his girlfriend and they broke up. All right. So while they were still together, and Brendan Schaub was married, he hit up Kalila, basically trying to like hook up with her, and she's like not interested. Aren't you married? Like, and there's this other girl named Annie Letterman, who is a stand-up comedian at the Comedy Store, and Brendan Schaub. There's this lore that basically after one of their sets, they expose him in the worst way, to the point where they force him on the show and like confront him. That's what the chronicles are. That's what I said. And so Brendan, so basically Annie Letterman and Kalila and Esther Kavitsky, they have a show called Trash Tuesday, but they just go on and gab about chick shit. Well, this one episode, Annie Letterman was Trash Tuesday. So this one episode, they didn't mention any names, but Annie was like, yeah, I was at the Comedy Store recently, and this comedian, we won't name who they are, was like, hey, do you want to walk me to my truck? And that phrase alone, like, ignited the comedy world. And they were all laughing at this person. They didn't name who it was. And Kalila's like, oh, I know who you're talking about. That guy messaged me on like New Year's Eve a few years ago, asking me like if I wanted to hook up, and I was like, "Aren't you married?" And they're like, "Yeah." What a like classless move. But they never mentioned his name. So what ended up happening was the whole subreddit, because all these podcasts are basically related. They're comedy podcasts that evolve around the Comedy Store in LA or the Comedy Mothership in Austin. They're all very incestuous. And so the Fighter and the Kid subreddit finds out about this, and they're like, oh, that was Brendan Schaub. So people made movies, made fucking compilations about it, made like parody songs, and then the songs were actually really good, so like they actually caught on with people. They had people making Spotify channels. There's just all this content. And so basically everybody started making fun of Brendan Schaub because it's like, dude, you are cheating on your wife with these comedians and they're on to you. So they asked Brendan Schaub to come on the show, or he asked to be on the show, and he comes on the show and he's like, yeah, I just want to get everything in the open, and like basically like I don't like the bullying or whatever. And they're like, we didn't even mention your name. Like, the fact that you're here right now is you basically taking credit for these things, but we didn't say your name. We didn't we just basically said there was just one guy at the Comedy Store, and the reason why everybody knew who it was Annie Letterman said, what do you think? Like, you're going to walk me to your truck and I'm going to suck your unfunny dick? And the fact that she said unfunny dick meant that, like, everybody knew it was the comedian who nobody finds funny. And so he gets on Tiger Belly and basically says, well, I hired a bunch of hackers basically to see who was behind my subreddit, because obviously it's become really popular and I have no control over it. And it turns out that I think it's you guys. I think it's from the Tiger Belly group. And they're like, what are you talking about? And he's like, I just had some hackers like dig into Reddit, and they said that the people at like Bobby Lee was behind this. And Bobby Lee, if you know anything about Bobby Lee, he could barely turn on a computer. And he's like, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. Like, he's like, and they asked Brendan Schaub, they're like, do you even know how Reddit works? And he's like, no, I don't. And they're like, you do recognize how difficult it would be for us to be like managing your subreddit and like hacking into your system and everything. So it's just, it's this mishmash of stuff. But if you find, like, you know, all these players are, they have this lore. Did you see in Discord? I sent you a message.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So, like, for instance, I'm gonna watch one with you. Okay, do you see? It says the race.
Yeah,
So,
part one or two.
so let's watch them both. We'll watch the part one. I'm ready when you are. Oh, one more thing. You're gonna be like, what is PF Chang's? So, Brent, yeah. And what are homeless cats? So there's this one, like Brendan Schaub has no respect for any type of negativity in his world. And so this one time he had a fight at like some UFC fight, and he got his ass kicked. And then afterward, he went to a PF Chang's, which is like a Chinese restaurant that's like a chain. And when he got to the table, they had like a waiter there, and the waiter was like, "Oh, like I'm a big fan of UFC. Like, how'd everything go?" And Brendan Schaub was like, "Oh, I don't really want to talk about it or whatever. Like, it could have gone better." And this is right after the fight, and so the waiter was like telling Brendan Schaub like how he could have fought better. And Brendan Schaub in some later interview was like, "Look, I don't give a shit about, you know, after I lose a fight, like what your fucking opinion is. You're just some server at like PF Chang's, basically." And then he had this other interview that he did where he's like, "Look, if you're a detractor of mine, I don't care about your opinion. It's like you're a homeless cat. Like, I could give a shit about what you are." So the lore has become that, like, this group of 200,000 people in the subreddit, they are homeless cats who work at PF Chang's. And so you'll see a lot of like descriptions about this, about what he does is like of these people who are like cooks in a Chinese restaurant. That's the lore. Okay. With that being said, I'm ready when you are. Tell me when you hit play.
All right, on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
You want to do this? Yeah. $1,000. And I'm gonna be here. And I'm gonna go.
I am. Oh, you're not gonna watch it?
I started watching it like 30 minutes long.
It's 11 minutes long.
15 minutes long, and the next one's 13 minutes long.
Okay. All right. Well.
I don't know,
All right. Well, I'm telling you, there's a lot of content here.
I'll investigate. Do you know what happened to Alex Jones?
The BBC reporter.
He had his own like he had his own media thing and everything.
No, dog. It's a she. Alex Jones is this BBC reporter.
No, Alex Jones, like the guy on Joe Rogan, who has.
Oh, you mean episode 911?
What do you think?
Episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience?
Probably, he has like a very distinct voice.
Dog, look up episode 911 of the Joe Rogan Experience and let me know if I'm right.
I mean, how many other Alex Jones are on Joe Rogan?
I mean, I don't know, but I just named another Alex Jones, who's a woman reporter for the BBC.
And was she on Joe Rogan? Yes. Eddie, he was on with Eddie Bravo. Okay. Wow, they got private on YouTube. That's horrible. Yes, that's it. What happened to Eddie Bravo?
Yeah, dog, it was just on the fucking... I'm in all the Joe Rogan shit, dude. So people are asking this, dude, why doesn't Joe Rogan, instead of having on like Peter Thiel and all these fucking weirdos, billionaire people, why doesn't he go back to like who he used to have on? Eddie Bravo. So the last time Eddie Bravo was on was 2 years ago. And I believe it was a fight companion. Like they only have Eddie Bravo on when it's like something like fight related, because he's like into that 10th Planet and everything, but nothing like he used to have him on when he would just have these wild theories and stuff, and he would just start talking about aliens and stuff like that. And they basically said that Joe Rogan now has gotten into this world where he's trying to become a billionaire, and his the people around him are like really influential people. They're the president, they're the head of the FBI, it's like the head of Palantir, it's Elon Musk, it's Mark Zuckerberg, and he's like basically not doesn't want to disrupt what they're doing. So, and he knows that Eddie is a threat to that. So he hasn't had Eddie. Because Eddie Bravo will cut the shit and say, dude, this is a big brother state. And this is what I've been talking about for a decade or more than that, 2 decades. of being Joe Rogan's friend, and Joe Rogan knows that, and he's gonna say, basically, like, you have on all these guys, but you don't confront them on it. You just let them go about their book or whatever, and it's like you're basically what's the word? Like you're selling out, or the phrase, you're selling out to them, and Joe Rogan doesn't want.
I mean, doesn't he have a point
Oh, dude! I mean, the Joe Rogan subreddit's pissed off at him. They feel very disappointed in him, and they're like the way that Reddit.
kissing ass with all these tech billionaires now.
Dog.
Not really.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the history of the Joe Rogan experience, he used to have his own set of forums that were like Reddit, but just his own. But then people like basically would make like all kinds of like racist remarks on it and stuff, and he didn't want to have that as a reflection of him, so he shut it down, and then everything went to Reddit, and then Reddit is run by faceless moderation teams, and the moderator of the Joe Rogan experience, the Joe Rogan subreddit, his name is something. I mean, I can tell. No, absolutely not docs. But it's like something Rink, like Operation Rink or something like that. And he's only been a moderator for 2 years, and he's Canadian, which people aren't happy about, because it's like, look, this is an American podcast. This is like, why is it somebody from another country is running this like giant, like the biggest podcast in the world, but also someone who hasn't been here. I'm in agreement with you on that, but many of the topics in the Joe Rogan subreddit are American politics, and so they feel like, hey, why do we have this fucking Canadian guy running this? And he's the top mod, and then all the other moderators have only been there like 2. It used to be much more political until this Canadian guy started running it, and he even put out an announcement: we won't have political discussions anymore in the Joe Rogan subreddit. And then he faced a lot of backlash, so he had to reverse that.
Okay, I mean, it's not the moderator's job to filter, like I don't know.
I agree, but this was like 2 months ago. They put out this big long message because it was mocked in the Fighter and the Kid. It was mocked. Like all of these subreddits are very similar. Like once you get into Joe Rogan Experience, then you get into Kill Tony, then you get into the Fighter and the Kid and Bad Friends and We May Be Drunk and the Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast. Like they're all the fucking same. Or they're all the same. It's like the Rogan verse. It's the podcast world. Theo Vaughn, Tim Dillon, they all kind of come the same thing. Anyway, 2 months ago, they came out with this big long letter saying we will no longer allow political discussions to happen. And so all the people who put out like stuff that affects Americans primarily, they wouldn't let any of that discussion happen when this used to be one of the biggest places to have it. And the subreddit faced backlash, and basically all these people saying that it's been corrupted and that they've got this fucking Canadian who is at the top and he won't let anybody in. When people say, hey, why do you keep taking down our political posts? He says, because the moderators decided on it, but he's the only moderator basically who has any say. And if you know how Reddit works, it's very mysterious of like who gets to be a moderator and then who gets to be a an administrator who like actually works. Well, yeah, I mean it's Condé Nast, and then from there it's I forget the parent company of that, but it's basically this like giant magazine conglomerate, And then also Sam Altman, who owns 10% of it. He's also OpenAI. I mean, it's like Sam Altman got 90 or what is it, something like 60% of all ChatGPT responses are just from Reddit, and like 30% are from Google.
Sam Altman had some really shitty dog shit startup that was the premise of it. I mean, theoretically, it's not like a terrible idea, but like for it to be a standalone application is like a pretty god-awful idea, in my opinion. That's why it didn't take off. Do you know about a startup? It was basically the premise was that it's like a the notion was that people should will want to share their location in the future and broadcast their location to everyone in the future. And yeah, it failed miserably. But also, I guess the concept did catch on to Snapchat and Instagram recently. Like Instagram recently integrated their location sharing, which I am not too fond of. It's like no. Yeah. It's on the same level, in fact.
Interesting. One time I tried to, at least with Snapchat, I was trying to go viral on Snapchat, and I had more Snapchats taken from my house than Disneyland did. Like, there were 2 spots in Orange County that were bright red, and one of them was my house, and the other one was Disneyland, and mine was bigger. Oh, you know how they have like a Doppler map? Like, it's like a heat map of where people are taking Snapchats. So there were 2 dots in Orange County, and mine was bigger than Disneyland.
How much are you freaking Snapchat?
I created a bot on like 6 different devices that every 15 seconds it would create a new Snapchat and upload it. So, like Disneyland didn't have that much going on at that time. It might have had maybe like 3 people per minute uploading to Snapchat, but definitely not 6 people, and not continuously and not overnight and stuff. And then I took a screenshot of it, and then I.
Did you get banned or something, or did it work?
Yeah, it worked. So I was able to create, like, when you looked at the map, it was like one of the most dense areas for people to be Snapchatting in the entire world. It was like, I think it got even pink. Like it had so much. But Snapchat is at least such a bad way to communicate with people. It is like, I don't even know how you don't have like a page where people can look at your shit. You know what I mean? Like Instagram, you can look through somebody's feed, or TikTok, the same. There's no version of that.
They added a feature like several years ago that is like you can save Snapchat to like your profile for people to archive Snapchat, but that didn't exist for a long time.
Okay, I mean, they could have certainly changed it, but like you can only like save people's Snapchat. You can't create your own content where you'd be like, hey, I'm gonna well, you could make videos, and so what I would do is I just have this bot that just would create I have like a significant amount of my life on Snapchat that's just been archived, and but you know how like they get popular snappers? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like there's this section where people like can make money and monetize it.
Yeah.
And like that's really difficult to do. To go from like anonymous Snapchatter to really popular is just and on top of that, it was like a lot of kids when I didn't want to be like no kid is going to make me go viral. Who will make me go viral? Some pretty big influencer on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube or something like that. There's a much better way. So
Also, I feel like you can't like use hashtags or anything. Like the only thing they can do for Snapchat is like tag a location basically and hope other people, which no one basically does, like searches for that location to find your finder.
yeah, you can do so what I would do is I would create giant groups of people. You could have up to 300 people in a group, and you could have like different groups. And so I would have all these huge amounts of people, add them to different groups, and then spam them constantly until everybody in the group like dis, uh, dis, dispelled or dispersed, and like left. And then the only people who were in it were like fucking people in the Middle East. Like the Middle East is really big for Snapchat for some reason. Like Saudi Arabia is giant for it. I don't know why, it just is. So anyway, I tried that for like a long period of time, and then I even got Snapchat Plus, which was it allowed you to use a computer to Snapchat, and I did all the Snapchat, the filters, all that shit. I did it all. I mean, I know.
That was bogged on my mind for such a long time. Why is there no website to use Snapchat on? This thing has existed like for a decade, and they don't have a website to use it. And then they finally added a website, and I was like, wow. Awesome, and then I never used it.
And it still sucks. And it's not even, to me, it's literally just to get data on people. It is not to go viral. It's not to communicate. Like, let me ask you this. Let's say you had an opinion on Bad Bunny's halftime show. Okay, so what would you do on Snapchat? You'd create a 15-second video of yourself, and then what? Send it to your friends? That's it? But nobody can search that.
Yeah, no, there's no way for anyone to interact with your things in a public way. Like if you send your Snapchat to 500 people, it sends it all to them individually, and they can reply to you individually, but there's no public interface. So it's really just like a peer-to-peer message.
Agreed. And that's why I did not find it to be beneficial. But I did try like to milk it for everything that I could, which was like, okay, I'm gonna fucking compete with Disneyland, which was like the biggest thing that I could find around me. Like I was, and I did. I was Santa Monica Pier. I was bigger than Beverly Hills. I was bigger than Los Angeles, and I was bigger than Disneyland. Disneyland's like the big place where people Snapchat. Now I couldn't keep it up, meaning, I mean, I could actually. I shouldn't say that. I could keep it up, but it was just fucking bots just snapping my fucking life for like, maybe I did that for like a week, but nobody cared. Like I didn't get a fucking like out of it. I didn't get anybody who like reposted it. There's just no interaction on it. And I was just like, this is stupid. This is basically for people to just share their location and share their facial information. There's no interaction. There's no like let's say you were trying to start a movement of any kind. Snapchat's the worst fucking place to do it. It's like nobody's gonna see your shit. And I know they do have like promoted snaps, but those were, I didn't like, you had to be an influencer or like an approved influencer, and I wasn't any of those things. And so all I found, the thing that I would do is just add a bunch of people to a group Snapchat of 300 people and then just spam the shit out of them. And then they all would disperse, and then I would just do it again. And I haven't found Snapchat to ever be really beneficial. So I'm sure it would be if, the big thing about Snapchat, why people found it to be beneficial is they allowed, you only had to be 13 years old to use it back in the day, and I still think that's true. And they said that your facial stuff wasn't saved when it all was saved, and and then people would send shit to each other. That's like, and it hasn't changed. I it's not a very good platform.
Do you think people are being busted for murder because of their Snapchat?
No. Oh, maybe for the location information, but the big one with that one is pornography. I think that's a giant one, and I think that you get two people who are like 15 years old and they're sending each other, you know, like things they shouldn't be sending each other, and then yeah, and they both are charged with being possessing child sexual abuse material, and then they both have like big records. It's like it's absolutely stupid that this has always been a stupid one to me. If you're a 17-year-old person and you take a picture of your genitalia and save it on your phone, that's illegal. Like it's considered having like child sexual abuse material on your phone. It's child pornography. I think that's a ridiculous thing. Like it's like that's and kids are charged with that all the time. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that I don't they don't have a different way to go about it. And all right, so
What do you mean even then make it not illegal to possess photos of your own genitalia?
I mean they could. I don't control that stuff, but they don't because it's more people to prosecute. So there's that. So um, I've never found Snapchat to be a viable way to share my shit. The best way that I have is X. X is definitely the best. And I've been doing this now 110 days of promoting myself. Fewer than that. 100 days. I'm at 100 days tomorrow. So I'm at 99 days and I've gotten 3,800 followers. And I don't even do it every single day. And I mean, that's really good. Additionally, I'm closing in on one entire year of doing X Spaces 24/7 on video. So, like, nobody does X Spaces 24/7. Nobody does it. And nobody does it on video. And nobody certainly does it on video 24/7 for an entire year. So I'm pretty jazzed about that.
I agree with that.
I think that's a cool thing that like you could literally.
Is there 38 people in that thing, or is that like a big number?
Oh wait, that's different. No, that's a great question. You would think that 38 people are watching me simultaneously. No, that means 38 people have viewed it. You mean on my X, that pink thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's yeah. You would think that because that's how all the other platforms work, but no. And that's what I thought when that's what I mean.
Other numbers where they say like 456 people are there, that doesn't just be views total.
At least with the pink ones, yeah. So like when you see somebody have 50 people and it's in pink, that means 50 people have viewed that. But that's not even what I'm talking about. That's a different thing that I do. That pink thing. I'm talking about X Spaces. So, like, I have two videos on X going simultaneously. One is just that video that's like always on. And then another one's an X Space that I'm hosting that's also a video. So I have a lot of data stored on X, and it's on a different account. But like, I think it's really cool. There's an entire year of my life on X. Like, I think that's baller. I think it's really cool that people would be able. You can certainly do it for the last 4 years on YouTube and on Instagram and some other places for long periods of time, but never been able to do it on X for this long and not get banned. I would always get banned for one reason or another, but fortunately, I have not been banned from that, and that's good.
Let me back to Alex Jones. Do you know of Sandy Hook fiasco?
I only know the BBC woman.
Like what the news has said or whatever?
No, the BBC presenter, Alex Jones.
So you didn't watch the Joe Rogan episode 911?
Perhaps at one point it was maybe on my YouTube algorithm, but I don't recall what that
So you're
episode
not
was about.
familiar with Alex Jones?
The BBC reporter, yeah, but the other person? What about it? Okay, so I'm familiar with, in general, with what you're saying. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he was like heavily scrutinized in the media for calling Sandy Hook the school shooting hoax. And first, do you know anything about the Sandy Hook shooting?
I know everything about the Sandy Hook shooting.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I know he. Allegedly, the person who you're referencing lost their entire media empire and was sued for like billions of dollars, and then had to lose their website. Elon Musk bought it. All that.
Oh, so you do know some stuff about it.
I mean, what I've said, I don't know if that's all true. I don't know. I know that at Sandy Hook, there were some questions about the parents there, especially one parent in particular who was laughing right before going into a press conference. And I mean, yeah, go ahead. What about it?
Yeah, no, I didn't know anything about the Sandy Hook shooting before a few days ago. I looked it up on Twitter, and I saw this like a list, a compilation of all these things that were very questionable about the event. And just to name a few, like you said, that one parent who was like laughing and chuckling before going into a serious speech that was like very obviously suspicious, and that guy in particular was at least like there's video of him advertising himself as a crisis actor with various footage of himself acting as a crisis actor, whatever. There's people circling the building. There's like a fundraiser set up the day before. I circled the building, and people like walking through the building in a circle, like it was organized. There was like a sign-in thing, construction sign, for people to supposedly sign in. The media that was covering was very filtered. The school was demolished. A lot of questions surrounding the bodies, the kids. Years later, there's photographic evidence of the kids grown up who were not actually killed. There was houses allotted. Like the list goes on. And as I still schools demolished, like all these very questionable things, like just like my mind was blown when I like was looking at that Twitter post. I thought Alex Jones calling Sandy Hook shooting fake is just like absolutely absurd or whatever. But once I saw that, I was like, Jesus Christ, that was very suspicious and questionable. But yeah, I was just it came to my head that I was watching YouTube trial of Alexander and AI about it, and because of all his scrutiny of criticizing the authenticity of Sandy Hook, he got taken to court, and then the Sandy Hook people sued him successfully with no appeal for $1.5 billion, and basically Alex Jones like really in debt for life, basically, and like coming with $1.5 billion. He was also like they finally started seizing his assets and selling everything. He was also encouraging his followers to go buy these like supplement that was on his father's company that he could dodge payments, and basically he's in a huge inexcusable financial burden from criticizing the Sandy Hook shooting, which is true my
You mean to tell me you interrupted Brendan Schaub talk to discuss that?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I understand.
I didn't interrupt the Brendan Schaub talk.
Yeah, you did. You said, I don't want to watch 30 minutes worth of...
An hour.
We could have been watching... Let's watch the Brendan Schaub shit.
No. You can explain it. I will look it up and come back to you.
All right, here's the okay. So if you look through all that shit, I'll be happy. Zoot would come to me. He'd be like, when he has absolutely nothing and he's just letting shit. Like he'll just be like, "Who's the biggest? Who's the worst? Who's the favorite? Who's the And I get that. Those are cool questions. But he goes, "Who's the worst comedian of all time?" And I would be like, "Well, aside from you, Brendan Schaub. He's got the worst ranked. He's got the worst ranked comedy specials in the history of IMDb. He has one comedy special that's a 1.7 called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called You'd Be Surprised is because Brendan Schaub was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and Joe Rogan was on the Fighter and the Kid, though it took place at Joe Rogan's studio. So they basically did a Fighter and the Kid episode from Joe Rogan's studio, and Joe Rogan was like, "Look, you're like a talented individual and you're funny, but you're gonna lose like your ability to like speak, and you're gonna get CTE and everything if you continue to do this, continue to fight." And they were talking about this one other fighter, and they're like, Joe Rogan was like, "How do you think you would do if you went up against this other fighter?" And Brendan Schaub's like, "I think you'd be surprised." And then Joe Rogan goes, "I think you'd be surprised because he would whoop your ass," basically. And so Brendan Schaub, as a kind of get back on Joe Rogan, called his comedy special You'd Be Surprised. And it was on Showtime. It was like a big comedy special. And everybody told him, "Don't do a comedy special. You've only been doing comedy for like 2 years. You don't have enough material." But, Brendan Schaub was getting thrown all this money, and he's like, "No, I'm going to do it." So he goes and does this comedy special. It gets a 1.7 on IMDb. People shit on it. They say it's the worst special in history. All right. So then Brendan Schaub goes and does other podcasts and, I shouldn't say podcast, other stand-up. And eventually he's going to do his second stand-up special. And he entitles this one Gringo Poppy. If you know what that means, gringo is like a defamatory term for a white person. And he's like basically calling himself like the daddy of all like defamatory term for Americans or white people, but it's kind of it's used kind of interchangeably. And his comedy special comes out, and it actually turns out to be pretty racist and against like people who are like Latinx, even though his wife is Mexican and his children are half Mexican or whatever. It's kind of racist against them. And anyway, so with that being said, he puts out these two specials, and then I'm going to summarize the videos that we're going to watch. So Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, there's this discussion with this other comedian, and the other comedian says, I bet I could beat you in a 100-meter dash. And Brendan Schaub's like, absolutely no way. And they get to talking, and they're like, the other comedians like, I'll bet you $1,000 I can beat you in a 100-yard dash, a 100-meter dash. And Brendan Schaub's like, absolutely not. I'll just show you. Like, I'm a former football player, UFC, all this other shit. So there's all this hype for this race, and Brendan Schaub is like really cocky about it. He's like, "Oh, I'm no way I'm going to lose, etc., etc." And they have this race, and basically Brendan Schaub's racing this guy who's kind of fat, and the fat guy beats Brendan Schaub in a 100-meter dash. But instead of Brendan Schaub admitting like, "Hey, you were faster than me, you got the best of me," he fakes an injury. Whenever Brendan Schaub isn't going to succeed in anything, he fakes an injury. So when he says that he was going to try out for the Buffalo Bills, he says he tore his hamstrings. When he was in this race and he was losing, he says he tore his hamstrings. Whenever he says he tore his hamstrings, and he said that reason. Oh, he said he was like coaching Little League baseball or just like a parent helper, and the kids were like gonna tag him out, and he said he tore his hamstring, basically like so that he had an excuse for why he didn't perform as well as he wanted to perform. And so you'll see this is like a 30-minute video, but it's all of his talking about this and everything. I mean, there's another video of them that is this is just par for the course with this guy. You can never believe what he's gonna say, and he's oblivious to everything. All right, so they the Fighter and the Kid hired a producer. They had like a contest, or no, they had somebody write in to the show long ago that said like, hey, I've been really getting motivated by your guys' podcast, and I've lost like 100 pounds by just like listening to it while I'm on the treadmill. And they ended up like inviting this guy to come move to California and become one of their producers. So this guy, his name's George. George is the guy who lost the weight. So George, there's this video of them. This is so funny. There's this video of Bert Kreischer, who was on an episode with Brendan Schaub, and Bert Kreischer was like, they're just talking, and George is like, yeah, I lost like 150 pounds or something, and Bert Kreischer's like, wow, that's really good. So what's the plan now? And he's like, well, I've got a lot of excess skin, and Bert Kreischer's like, oh, like, so you're gonna get surgery for that? And George is like, well, I mean, it's a lot of money. It's like $10,000. And Bert Kreischer's like, well, I'd be down for a third of that. And then Brendan, because he's George's boss, doesn't really have anything to say. And he's not like he's paying for his medical or anything like that. Brendan Schaub's like, okay, well, I'll pay for a third of it as well. So Bert's like, okay, so we've got a third from me and a third from you. So you need to work on the other third. And then the other producer of the show was like, I'll give you $1,000. So basically they got $7,000 together, when easily Brendan or Bert Kreischer could change this guy's life and just get him the surgery. They're like kind of being cheap about it. And then instead of when at the end of that, when they're together, Bert's like, oh, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Like, let me know when you need that surgery. Instead of allowing George to like get that last few $1,000s together and get the surgery, Brendan Schaub just fired him. And so they just he didn't even have the money to get back home. He had to basically like beg, borrow, and steal to be able to get money to go back to where he was from. So like that's just how Brendan Schaub operates. Like instead of following through on what he has to do, he'll just fucking fire the guy. And I mean, I just find this to be extremely hilarious. And he's going to be putting out a new episode this morning at like 9 a.m. It'll come out. And the comments on the show, absolutely, like they just roast the fuck out of him, and they um there's this thing. Okay, so Brendan Schaub buys comments and he buys um views for his show. So he'll buy like 40,000 views for his show, and then he will buy like 100 comments. And these comments are not high, they're not like valuable comments. And there's this like classic version of what happened where, like, imagine you were given a spreadsheet and you had like number one comment, your episode is really great, thanks for sharing. And number two was, I really like this episode, thank you. And number three was, this is some really great comment. This is some really great content. One of them, but you would remove the number before posting that. You wouldn't put like one. This is really great comment. So one of these people put, it says, it's, and this has become such a big like inside joke that whenever you use this number in the subreddit, it automatically puts this bot account up, and it says just one moment, let me find it. Let me find the exact phrase. So you can imagine like, okay, here it is. Here it is. It says 35. Period. Your YouTube videos are truly commendable, and I must applaud you for your fantastic work, for the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your channel this week, and I genuinely appreciate and derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of your remarkable work. Have a wonderful week and continue to produce exceptional content. So it would be one thing if they just put the post that is just like totally vague and fake, but they put the number 35. So you put the number 35 anywhere in the subreddit, this fucking bot comment comes up, and it's just, oh, it's fun. I have so much I could tell you about this motherfucker, and I only started learning about him about this time last year or so. Oh, or like they were still in LA, but they were going to make this move. You could sense they were making the move to Austin. And, you know, if you know anything about the Joe Rogan verse, it's like these people who we're talking about, and they all make fun of these guys so much. And, okay, so there is another podcast called 10 Minutes of Sean that dedicated 24 hours to watching the Gringo Copy, the stand-up special of Brendan Schaub, for 24 hours. Like, you know how much dedication you have to watch a motherfucker's, like, they got it to the point where they have it memorized. Like, and the thing is, when he when Brendan Schaub put out this special, normally, if I'm just going to ask you, Rez, you know a lot about stand-up comedy. How long is a special? Generally.
All of our sponsors for this money here to pay.
Exactly. I mean, that's a great number. It's 24 minutes. So basically, it's like basically an extended like Instagram reel. Like, it's not even that long. And all these people make fun of it. Do you know who Steve-O is?
Steve Hirsch. Ben Yosef
Okay, of course you know who Steve-O is. So Steve-O got obsessed with this. Tony Hinchcliffe got obsessed with it. Like, to the point where Steve-O was like, I got so deep into this thing. Like, there's this huge lore about this guy. Everything he does turns to shit. Just one moment. And I know you're like, dude, I don't fucking care. But the fact that I'm in it means you have to be in it. It's like, it is so fucking funny. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and look at their most recent.
But all right, that's fine. 2, 4, 6,
okay,
8,
so Fighter and the Kid.
down from the top.
If I just go to
kind of starting like point in the middle of something.
There's a whole
Or it's
Wikipedia
big. You know,
just
talking about
on this
the concept
podcast,
of
like
incarcerating someone because you don't
like
know
it's
what
deep.
to do with them.
It's really
So remember
fucking.
again,
And I'm not
what's
talking
the
on
relevance
Wikipedia.
of
Somebody
that?
created their own like
What's the relevance of that for us?
Wikipedia
The
of
relevance
this.
that for us is as follows.
Okay,
We're dealing with
so
the case of
here's
the
one.
dangerous Shimon. And Shimon looks like he's going to die, but
All right.
hasn't died yet.
Here's a perfect example of what this guy does. He wants to be like a truck guy, like where you know, like have like a truck channel. And hold on, I'm gonna look it up right now. Brendan.
Exactly what the outcomes are going to be.
You think, dog, dude, he's been there, done that. There's a whole lore about that. It's called All Gas, No Brakes. No, that's not what it's called. It's called Drive Fast, All Gas. Dude, and it hasn't posted in 9 months. But he does. No. You have to understand, Brendan Schaub Truck, this guy, I'm going to send you, this isn't long, and it's really entertaining. You'll see, he was on Fox. Here it is from TMZ.
You know, like a temporary allowance.
Let me see if it
also means it's an outlier. It's not a
I see
an outlier. Why?
Okay, here it is. Here it is from TMZ. And like when your shit's getting covered by TMZ, you know, like you're looking kind of ridiculous. All right, my friend, can you go to your Discord messages?
There were 2 times where someone did something and Moshe Rabbeinu did not know what to do with
and let me know when you hit play.
One of them was Mekoshesh. The person was Mechal Shabbos, violated Shabbos before Hasi in public. And the second was the Megadif, was the person who blasphemed HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Listen to this. The Yar says as follows. Yodei Haya Moshe Rabbeinu, Shemekoshesh B'Nisei. Moshe knew that the Mekoshesh violated Mechal Shabbos. Moshe knew that he was Chayiv Nisa Shneimar, Mechalaleha Mos Yumas. Because everyone knows that the punishment for Shabbos desecration is death. Ella, but how you know there that is in Israel? What did Moshe know? Moshe didn't know which death penalty should he get. He looked for Maya Shavo. Aval Adif, Monemar Bo Ella, Monemar Bo Ella Faishal Piasem. So how you Moshe Yodea input Ben Yisrael Pikar in Rav. But by Megadif, Moshe had no idea what his punishment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he wasn't hurt, but like he flipped. No, that's a different one. And if you see where he flipped his truck, he just flips it. There's in a car within 100 miles of him. He flips it in the middle of the desert, and like these guys, it's just anything this guy does turns to absolute shit. And it is so funny. Like his okay, here's one. So he had a producer. He's had a ton of producers. He either, if it's a female, ends up having sex with the producer, or if it's a guy, the guy ends up becoming really successful. So he had this producer named Mark. And what he would do is Brendan Schaub would have his producer Mark be the middleman between like what he calls baddies, like hot chicks on the road who will sleep with Brendan Schaub, or he basically went to his producer, and so that there wasn't a paper trail between Brendan Schaub and the girl because he's married, he would go through his producer. So the producer, this guy named Mark, ends up just being this middleman to just basically hook Brendan Schaub up with chicks. And eventually Brendan stopped paying Mark, the producer, like what he was owed. So Mark left. And then Mark has become a pretty big star. He was in a Super Bowl commercial last year. I think he was in a Super Bowl commercial this year. And he was just on Saturday Night Live. And he's in an A$AP Rocky music video. like that's pretty big. Like whenever you leave this guy, you actually become pretty successful. Brendan Schaub's other previous one of his producers, she does a non-nude OnlyFans and brings in like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. She became like really popular OnlyFans, but for just doing foot content. And then like anybody who's anything becomes very successful only after leaving this podcast. Okay, so I am going to. So then there's this thing that they do. Oh, this is terrible. All right, so Brendan and his wife are running low on money. They're like they moved to Austin and they bought a house in Austin, which was less expensive than in California, but they weren't expecting. So Texas doesn't have income tax, but it has like twice the property taxes of California. The property taxes in California property taxes are very high, but Texas's are way higher. But that's offset by the fact that there's no income tax. So Brendan Schaub gets this like giant bill at the end of the year. And he's like, what the fuck is this? I thought it would be cheaper living here. And it's like, it's not. And, or, I mean, it's barely. But he like basically didn't like do the calculation. He just heard Joe Rogan is there and I'm going to fucking pick up and leave everything and move there. And, so he and his wife are like having to like come up with new ways to make money. So they're doing what they'll do is they'll find somebody who does something popular on TikTok or something like that, and then literally just steal it word for word, step by step, everything. They'll just steal it and try to like grift on it. And so they do this couples content, and it's ridiculous. And you'll learn how he speaks. It is. I mean, it's fine. Like nobody speaks perfectly, but he has this way of saying things. Like he doesn't say Super Bowl. He says Super Ball. It's a Super Ball, and it's like that's not the Super Bowl. That's a type of ball. Anyway, it's basically the absolute epitome of drifting on the internet, and everybody he encounters, he pisses off. You know who Dana White is, right? Exactly. So Dana White hates Brendan Schaub, and that's why he doesn't let him do anything UFC related. And but Brendan Schaub's always like, "Oh, we're friends. We're close." Even though Brendan, like one time, Dana White was asked, "Why don't you have Brendan Schaub like to a UFC event or something?" And Dana White's like, "Oh, he can come. He's just got to pay for a ticket. Like we're not gonna let him represent the business." And but I will say this: sometimes Brendan Schaub comes up with like a win. Like last weekend, he was in New York City. I hate that I know all this. He was in New York City for the Ring magazine awards, where that not the king of you know that guy, not the king of Saudi Arabia, but like his right hand man. He's behind all the sports. You know who I'm talking about? The excellency guy. Do you know what I'm referencing? All right, so there's like this one Saudi Arabian guy who's like a billionaire who is funding all of these like big boxing fights between like Logan Paul and all those, you know, those like influencer fights. Well, anyway, that guy was there, and Brendan Schaub did a roast for it. It's, I mean, I can't really describe it. You got to check it out yourself. But it's absolutely the funniest fucking shit. And then when you're in it, you're in deep. Like, and I remember when I didn't know what this was. It just Reddit would always need this subreddit, like subreddit you may like. And I was like, I don't know why it keeps pushing me this fucking subreddit. And then I looked at it and I'm like, this shit is stupid. I don't understand any of this. Why are these people not speaking normal English? Like, and then just one day something clicked, and I was like, oh, this isn't a normal subreddit. This is literally a hate subreddit of hundreds of thousands of people who hate this guy. And so, okay, I don't want to take up much more of your time, but I will do it with one more thing. So Shane Gillis talking about the subreddit. Shane Gillis subreddit.
We will not go ahead and switch the evaluation.
So you know who Shane Gillis is, right?
Evaluated the situation. We said that okay, Shimon's gonna die.
Yeah.
And then
All right.
Shimon's condition improves.
I am now
So I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and do another evaluation 4 monetary damages. And if Allah afterwards Shimon's condition worsened and he died, so that law is
If I can.
We'll go ahead and
let's see
we'll
here,
make,
Brendan.
so again, in that case, since there was already a monetary judgment against Ruvain, we'll make Ruvain pay the damages to the inheritors.
Do you know what podcast cringe is?
Assessing damages, especially in these kind of cases.
It's a phenomenal channel where there's just this guy in South Africa who just makes fun of the whole Joe Rogan verse. He doesn't even make fun of them. He just like plays clips of theirs and talks about like how
موضوع الخيل لو سيخرج الدفاع بنفسك تفيد الخلا هم ممكن يذكر ما يسمع كويس ما تعرف الدفاع بس نعم وبين انجشن بنجشن if they can evaluate the position and say, okay, you know what, Shimon's going to live. He's going to live, obviously, that's it. You know, he's going to do back to this also. Like, you're not taking the other decisions based on this. But Allah says, Reuben is going to live. Fine, so what do? They assess damages against Reuben.
okay, yeah, exactly. So Ari Shafir, and this is when the subreddit was smaller. It was only like 20,000 people, but then it grew to like 50,000, and now it's like almost 200,000. All right, check your DMs.
Reuben is high financially. The case is closed, even if Shimon subsequently dies from his injuries. I feel good. He goes on. למדוע למיסה, אוספין הסמכה בית הסרמיית, ממתינו. הלוך המנהיסה, based on necessity, say, Shimon's going to die. Shimon's going to die. So what do we do about it? What do? We incarcerate Ruvain until Shimon dies. It makes Yehari Kamaka.
I'm going to send you
in this case,
another one where he talks about it.
If Shimon experiences the Refuah Shalima, what is actually something in yesterday's daf? What is the definition of Refuah?
Just watch those two. I mean,
that Shimon walks on his own
like that should be
outside.
Enough of a teaser. Like, if those guys think it's funny and I think it's funny, we're funny fucking people. And this is funny shit.
We make this monetary case, assess damages against Ruvain, and Ruvain goes on his way. Even if Shimon drops dead next day and it's clear that it's a result of his injuries, the judgment is done. If, on the other hand, based on evaluated that Shimon is going to die as a result of this injury, we incarcerate Ruvain until the time of death of Shimon. Then we adjudicate this as a capital case. Unless, of course, Shimon has a refuah shalema. Refuah shalema is defined as walking on his own volition, of his own power, his own power. Outside, then we release Ruvain. So how long, does this go on for? In other words, what does this mean that we how long do you incarcerate it for? Until one of two things happens. Until Shimon dies or he gets better. What sounds like interesting is that if Shimon is as a result of his injuries, we keep Ruvain incarcerated as long as it takes to go ahead and be Mubarak and clarify what this is. Okay, so that is the halacha ultimately again by making evaluations and assessments. Mishnah. This card is very interesting case. This card is not only the Sabah, but Bahar Gesa.
Ruben intended to kill an animal, and he ended up killing a person. Case by case, his intention was something, life is something.
And what happened,
And he ended up killing a person.
Please enlighten me on Wings of Redemption.
He intended to kill an aquam, but instead he killed the but it's always the heart of the Centennial. Nathan is kind of some valuable child by killing a regular firearm. Right? In all these cases,
amazing. And this guy was redemption.
And again, I want to say all these cases, they did have a right guy. That's mindset. And therefore, he's going to be this kind of not called Samas. Not the wrong place about the day
on his reaction. And basically, the guy just smiled at Matt, basically.
Very hard.
And
now again, but that type of
basically,
injury on the leg would not have caused
his life is
he's punched very well. So what ends up happening? He ends up getting shit on the heart. And when he hits him on the heart, that shouldn't
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. To the point where, like, this guy's life is a sinking ship, what you're saying. But the only way he stays afloat are the trolls who support him. Exactly. And it's hilarious to know that, like, this of these comedians, like, you know, all these comedians, they're like the biggest comedians in comedy, and they're all waiting for something to happen with this guy. And his either the podcast ends or there's a big blow up or whatever. So you should know that it is, you got to get into it. I'm telling you, if Shane Gillis says it's funny, and I hate to say, but if Ari Shaffir is saying it's funny, and that's just two of them. Everybody knows about this. It's like the undiscussed or there's like this silent majority of people who know about it, and it's just, it's good stuff. And then once you get in it, there's 5 hours of content a week. You don't have to watch any of it. You just go to fucking that subreddit and people shitting on him and shitting on how he shits on other people. It's absolutely phenomenal. I can tell you this. There was one thing I would say to you up until last week. I couldn't name anything, but okay. So last week they had the episode that went into the Epstein files, and the guy who's the serial rapist, Brian Callen, he's going in there saying, you know, I don't think anything really that bad. I didn't really look into it too much, but you know, like basically, like, you know, some of these people were like 14 years old, 15 years old. Like, that's, you know, back in the day, that's not really that bad. And Brendan Schaub's like, who are you? Like, these are children. Like, I can't believe you're even, like, considering this. You have like daughters that are older than these girls, and you're even saying, like, if they went after my daughters, it would be a different story. Like, how are you able to like live with yourself? And there were all these videos that were made on Brian Callen. The reason why people suspect that he took this stance is he's the son of an international banker, and basically they're wondering, like, was his dad tied to it in any way? And basically, like, there's nothing good that came out of those fucking papers, like, or those files. They're absolutely terrible. There's no one should be proud of anything that's in that. But yet this one guy is like defending the people. And the reason why he's defending the people is because he's still trying to work in Hollywood, even though he's like 60 years old, and nobody gives a shit about him anymore. And because he has like all these ties to it. And so he was trying to defend it. And Brendan Schaub came out and was like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no defending this. You can't defend people who are talking about like some of the things that they talk about. And then like Brian Callen was like, well, you know, I didn't really look into it that closely, but I'm just going to give my opinion on it. And they're like, no, then you have to look into it closely. It's absolutely the most disgusting stuff you'll ever see in your entire life. And so what am I saying? That's the only thing that I've ever seen him say where he like, I actually took his side and was like, good job standing up to your fucking serial rapist like co-host. Yeah. Aside from that, is there like Brendan Schaub? Well, so here's the thing. Brian Callen, he's been in a lot of movies. He was in like The Hangover, and he used to be on Mad TV and some other shit. And he doesn't want to piss off any Hollywood directors. And Woody Allen is in these files, and it's like really bad what they say Woody Allen, like just to be associated with this. And so Brian Callen doesn't want to burn that bridge. So he's like, well, you know, I don't know, I wasn't there. The waters are murky, they're muddy. I don't know exactly what happened. And Brendan Schaub's like, dude, they're talking about 9-year-old children. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no murky waters in that. We're not talking about somebody who was 17 and a half years old and it was a leap year and all this other shit. It is seriously like, this is statutory rape. I don't know what you're talking about. And they basically like come out and like attack that. So then there were these other podcasts that were made to say, like, yo, you know things are fucked up in this situation when Brendan Schaub is the voice of reason amongst this like creepy dude. And like here is, I'll send you I know you're sick of seeing this, but this is like another example of this. This is fucking hilarious. This guy. Okay, so we were talking about Snapchat, right? And so there's this other guy named Chris D'Elia, different than Brendan Schaub. So I have to explain.
I think it's the Fire and the Kid podcast.
Chris D'Elia? Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. So Brendan Schaub does a podcast with Chris D'Elia as well, and so there's just this classic. It's even like a meme now of someone who like really recognizes that they made a mistake. So let me just make sure I got the right. Because he was caught messaging. He was caught messaging a bunch of 17-year-old girls and like 16-year-old girls, and trying to manipulate them to, if he didn't want them to suck off Brian Callen, who was like 55 years old at the time, and then he tried to manipulate them to send him like nude pictures, and and also Joe Rogan no longer, like Joe Rogan allows like all the different shows on his Spotify, but this one he didn't put out because he doesn't want the backlash, exactly. And exactly. And okay, I don't want. Did it ever get released? Yeah. Oh yeah, it was released. Yeah, 100%. It was up for many years, and then when this came out about Chris D'Elia, then he pulled it down. And like, you know, Joe Rogan, he has his fucking friend who's been accused of rape on there, but not Chris D'Elia's, who has been accused of like I forget what they called it. They called it, well, grooming of underage girls. Even though he was never like he was never convicted of it. It's just it's. I mean, I'll send you the video. Well, so Crystalia has a lot of money. His dad's a big producer. Here's the thing: with all the people that we've named, you name them, they all have very successful parents. So, just about. Crystalia's dad is a Hollywood producer. Brian Callen's dad is a international banker. Bert Kreischer's dad is the lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Tom Segura's dad, yeah, in Clearwater, Florida. That's why he's from Tampa. Tom Segura's dad was an executive for Merrill Lynch. Whitney Cummings' dad is a venture capitalist, and her mom was an executive at Neiman Marcus. Like, they're all, or Bloomingdale's, or something like that. They're all. No, that's not it. Here's the thing. Nobody of these people, like, if you want to be a comedian, you have to either dedicate yourself to it all the time, or you have like a side job. The reason why these people were able to do this is because they could go on tour and live off their families when your normal comedian could not. And so that's why they basically were able to differentiate themselves. So I don't know about that one. She's been a bitch recently. I'll just straight up say that. And she bought her exactly. So let's, exactly. Now let me see.
Says literally again that he will lie in wait for him.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you two things because I can't find it in just one video, but they're not long. Everything I'm sending you is short, and we'll cover it really well. No, I don't care. This is important shit. This is the history of comedy. All right. So let me know when you hit the first one.
Your actions materialize in exact accordance with your.
I accidentally sent it twice. I accidentally sent it twice. You're gonna watch. I sent two separate videos, and we're gonna watch them together. And you tell me when you hit play, and I'll hit play on the first one, and then we'll do the same for the second one. But then you'll know all about Crystalia and this fucking meme and the backlash. So,
and there's a group of people standing. I throw a stone into a group of people, and the stone kills someone. The Pasuk teaches me I'm not high for that. Now, when I said not high, I'm not high of death. Like, I have a death penalty for that. And I said, by the way, what's that case? The bad thing. What's the better way? Just a kind of moral, ethical level for the interesting case, right? I take a stone, I throw it into a group of people, the stone falls on someone and kills them. The Rabbana will say, I'm not high for killing someone. Why? No, the verse, by the way, what's the case? What's the case? If you've done it, even if the Getisha is in the Echad Yisrael and Fable and the Kusin. So we're talking about a case of 9 Kusin and 1 Yid. So, okay, that makes sense. Why? Because again, there was a row of Kusin, and therefore one would not be chayiv in a capital way for the death of a Kusi. Even I mean, Kalbu suffix is just hakel. Even if it's half and half, even if it's half and half, ultimately again, it's the suffix on whether or not there's capital liability. And therefore, again, I'll be taught wow. What's the case? The case ultimately again is where there were 9 Israel, 9 Yidden, and 1 Kusi. And 1 Kusi, but nevertheless, I'm potter. What's the pshat? Davile Kusi Kavua. That was again because since the presence of the Kusi is established, therefore Allah Almighty is Kavua. Right, is established. And we have a principle called Kavua. Listen, this is the famous case of you find a piece of meat, right? And there are nine kosher, nine non-kosher stores and 1 kosher on the reverse case as well. So what's the status of a piece of meat? It depends where you find it. You find it in the public, you find it in the store. We have a concept called kavua. Anything that is established within the group essentially switches the group dynamics and makes it 50-50. So even in a case where you have 9 Jews and 1 Kusi, since that Kusi is established in the group, is considered to be like half and half. And now, nevertheless, if I go into that group and the stone kills someone, I am not liable for that. So therefore, what we have over here is just the point that we are left with this raging debate. I cannot really even underestimate the raging type or the ragingness of this debate. Right, so again, I will say, literally again, I have in mind to kill Ruvain and I end up killing Shimon. What's my liability? According to the Rabbanan, Chayiv. Why? Because I had in mind to commit an act of murder and I ended up murdering someone who is in the quote-unquote same category as my intended victim. Therefore, I'm Chayiv. According to Rabbi Shimon, I'm Potter. Potter from death penalty. Chayiv and a lot of other bad stuff in life. But again, Potter from death penalty. Why? Because according to the Shimon, in order to be Chayiv for death penalty, number one, there has to be a premeditated act of desire to kill someone, and my intentions must materialize upon the intended victim. Incredible. So let's analyze more. So Bishvama, Rabbanan, that means Kalinalog, is that what I guess that Chayiv? So going to Rabbanan would say, that if I have in mind to kill Reuben and end up killing Shimon, I'm Chayiv.
All right, so that's actually different. So there was that would be not cool, any of that stuff. But there's another level of it where you're going after underage chicks, and that's where he. So I didn't know actually a lot of that. But the reason why I knew that he's called Chris Pedalia or whatever, is because he was asking chicks on Snapchat to like send them naked pictures or whatever. But he didn't know that Snapchats could be saved. Like you could like screenshot or like take a screen record. And so now I want you to watch the second video and let me know when you're starting.
Which the Gemara says, moment. That the Shimon understands it doesn't mean capital case. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. The point of Shimon is because fighting with Shimon with the intention to kill Shimon. And the answer killing someone else is not capital liability, but rather what is there? Financial liability. Okay, the Rebbe, the Sanyo, Rebbe Omer, and Satan Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, Mamo. Rebbe says in this case of us over here, where the Torah says, and Satan Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, which is talking about the case of where Reuben is fighting with Shimon. Right, Reuben ends up like falling onto or hitting a pregnant woman. She ends up missing out. The Pasuk says, "When Satan Nefesh, Takas Nefesh, she will give one life for another life." Rebbe says that refers to monetary compensation for the loss of the pregnancy. So the Gemara says, listen to this. You say means money. Maybe it literally means a life for a life. It says in the Sina above and it says in the Sina below. So we'll say both contexts it means monetary compensation. But Rava says, high terms of so just so you know, so first of all, we have our machlokes that the Shimon and the Tanakama. Right, so that is still sitting here. About again, I ended up killing Shimon. Is there liability? Tanakama says yes. Shimon says yes. So just hold on to that. That I will say the Gemara brought up, but that my focus, by the way, is really also embedded in how you go ahead and interpret that process. Where two people are fighting, they end up bumping into a pregnant woman and she ends up miscarrying. So the pasuk says, "V'nasat nefesh tachas nefesh." So I don't understand that means capital liability. Rabbi Shimon based on Rabbi says that means financial liability. Now we must, by the way, there's another opinion. Robert, there's another opinion. High in terms of the Echistiyah, Mafka Midrabi, Mafka Midrabanan. This opinion of the Echistiyah is not like Rabbi, not like the Rabbanon. Also, take a look at Rashi. Rashi in the second half of the time. The whole time the Echistiyah Mafka Midrabi Rabbanon. Rabbanon Mechaydi Le Nisa. Then it's Kali Lala Yizah Halak Yizah. Rabbi Mechayiv Le Moment. You look at the Echistiyah Mechayiv Le Nisa. This is fascinating. Watch this. So there's a big sense of like right? So when I intend to proving, but I think should be. What's the law? So according to the Banan, Chayiv Nisa. Okay? According to Rabbi, which also with your Rabbi Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Nisa, but I am Chayiv what? Moment. Monetary compensation. Now there's a third opinion, when I had in mind to prove and I end up telling Shimon, I'm not Chayiv Nisa, nor am I Chayiv Moment. I'm not Chayiv anything. I'm not Chayiv anything. That's right. So third opinion over here, not going to be chayiv anything. So the Gemara says, now where does that come from? Listen to this. Tanam b'dechis, it's fascinating. Maki ado maki be'eno. So okay, right? Torah speaks about again one who kills an animal, one who goes ahead and kills a person. The pasuk says, "Maki be'eno yishamena, u'maki adam yumas." So this is very interesting. The Torah equates killing an not equates, but juxtaposes the death of an animal, or the killing of an animal, the murder of an animal, the murder of a person. The Torah says, if I kill an animal, yishalmena, I have to pay, and if I kill a person, you must. I'm put to death. Okay, so watch this. So I'll say when it comes to killing an animal, the halacha makes no distinction to whether or not what, on the shogeg or a mazid. Also makes no distinction.
You can see that
whether I have kavanah or don't have kavanah.
Do with that what you will. But Crystalia is not a good deal.
In all cases,
but yet, Brendan Schaub still, I do too, and I always have. But you still have to understand, Brendan Schaub is so desperate that he still does a podcast with Crystalia. And he does a different podcast with Brian Kell. One guy has been accused of being a rapist. The other one's being accused of being like a pedophile. And this guy's in the middle. And he's still the biggest punchline in the whole deal. Like, it's fucking. Oh, excellent question. All right. So, to do card content, oh, big time, big time. We could just go to his last. I'll just read you quickly what it says. It's called. Okay, so he mentions this on the Joe Rogan Experience. Drive fast, all gas. It's an anti-electric vehicle. Like he likes gas vehicles. And so he started this this like card channel, and he writes. This was 10 months ago, so he hasn't done anything in 10 months. And the comments are, the first one is, "What are we doing here?" The next is letting Bappa. That's his nickname. Letting Bappa unscrew stuff is like giving your little brother the controller with no batteries. LMAO. Next is Bappa and the Thun. Then next is, oh, he's a car guy now. The next is the drive fast, all gas outfits are hilarious. Like a little kid trying to dress up like daddy. The next is, my favorite part is when Brendan didn't show up for half of it. The next is, I'm supposed to pretend that you know stuff about cars now? No dice. I mean, like, everybody just shits on it. Next is, brought to you by Blue Scorpion Venom. If you're like, what is that? It is just, like, he's always into, like, what do you call it? Like experimental nutrients and shit like that. The next thing, there's one thing left to do. install training wheels. The next one, this video hits harder than Roy Nelson. That's the guy who beat his ass. Straight to the face, no head movement. Next is, oh yeah, baby. Nothing like some primo drive fast, all gas content. Next is, if I wanted a power stroke, I call your mom, dude. The next is always been a gearhead, which is supposed to be gearhead, but you can't pronounce it correctly. Dude, there's not a single positive comment on here. And he doesn't read the comments. Joe Rogan said, don't read the comments. So he never reads the comments. So he says that he doesn't.
Opinion number one.
Yeah, but do you believe that?
No. Yeah, he reads the fucking comments and he's obsessed with them. Because he has to go in and ban, at least on his Instagram, anybody who says anything negative, because his Instagram has like 1.1 million followers. So he's got to keep that like looking good so that he can get more and more sponsors. But they never have any sponsors that last more than a few weeks. And the only reason why he even has sponsors, this goes into lore. I hate that I know this, but there's this company called, I believe, Podcast One that ended up like owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. And like there was maybe another company that did something similar. They went under. Basically, they ended up owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. They ended up owing Brendan Schaub a lot of money. And Brendan Schaub, instead of like demanding the money, just said that he would take stock instead. And the stock ended up being like worth nothing. But they, this company still like is able to get some pretty big advertisers. So because of that, they have this network like Theo Vaughn and Brendan Schaub and all these other people who do podcasts and they advertise on there. And so, like, basically the fact that Brendan Schaub owns a lot of their stock means that he keeps getting advertisers. And the fact that he keeps botting his channel means that, like, exactly. And Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn, they used to do a podcast together called The Fighter and the Kid. Or no, pardon me. It used to be called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn got sick of Brendan Schaub and was eventually like, I don't want to do this anymore. And so they rebranded The King and the Sting. It eventually became The King and the Sting and the Wing. And the Wing was Chris D'Elia. And eventually they turned that podcast into what's something called the Golden Hour. And the Golden Hour comes out on Fridays. And that's with Brendan Schaub, who does it via satellite or whatever you want to call it. Like he live streams into the studios in I think North Hollywood. And then Chris D'Elia, and then this other guy, Eric Griffin. Do you know what Workaholics is?
Yeah, I love that show.
Okay, so do you know who Eric Griffin is? He plays what does he play? They have a name for him. I thought you liked that show. Look up Eric Griffin and tell me if you know who this comedian is.
Is he a black guy?
I think he was born in Belize or something. His mom's Belizean, and I don't think he ever knew his dad.
Yeah, this guy. He's been on Stevie Ray's podcast.
Yeah. So he is. He plays. So basically, there are three people in the Golden Hour, which are Chris D'Elia, Eric Griffin, and Brendan Schaub. And then there's The Fighter and the Kid, which is Brendan Callen and Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub has something called The Schaub Show. So here's the schedule. Monday's The Schaub Show. It's 1 hour. It usually comes out like Monday morning. It's usually about like T-ball and MMA. Then there's Tuesday, which is The Fighter and the Kid. It's an hour. It's usually about T-ball and UFC and whatever dates that Brian Callen is trying to plug. There's nothing on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's another Fighter and the Kid. That's an hour. And Brendan Schaub, starting last week, started another episode of the Shop Show because he's running low on money and he keeps needing to like create more content. And then on Friday is the golden hour. Another hilarious thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. They started a Patreon, which is absolutely hilarious. So, this was such a clusterfuck. Okay, so they didn't do a Patreon for a long time because they used to have a lot of money because they had one of the biggest. Like they had like maybe a top 10 podcast a long time ago. They used to get millions of people watching. And then when there were these accusations that came out about Brian Callen, they basically said their sponsor said, look, you can't do this show with Brian Callen anymore. At least for the time being, he needs to take a break because he has like rape act. Like the Los Angeles Times, not just some random ass chick. The Los Angeles Times comes out with a big article about Brian Callen and how he's like, he's being. No, he didn't. But they basically, I think the statute of limitations is up.
Was that law is going to see you cannot give someone a more stringent path definitely than the one they are obligated to.
No, there were even Whitney Cummings talks about it. That one time Brian Callen asked her to give him a ride to his car from the Comedy Store, and so she's like, "Yeah, get in my car," and he gets in the car, and then he just whips his dick out, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And like didn't suck his dick or anything like that. Like basically like extreme sexual harassment. Now that's not rape. The chicks who said he raped them. There's like a long list. Well, there are at least 4 girls who say that he like forced himself on them. Whether he did or not, I don't know, but that's not a good look. And and then they not make fun of, but like they say that the Me Too movement was like overblown and all this other shit. But in reality, it's like, dude, you were a creep to chicks for like 20 years. You cheated on your wife with these girls. She left you with a $25,000 a month alimony bill. And so you have to do this really shitty podcast in this fucking storage unit known as the Fighter and the Kid to pay the bills to pay your alimony. It's just the ultimate fucking, like, bad things happening to bad people. Oh, what's the fucking German word Schadenfreude? Like, where you get joy out of seeing the bad things that happen to other people. And I'm not the only person who's getting this. This is like all of the fucking internet. And all these people are fucking related. So I won't bore you anymore with their bullshit. But you should just know it is amazing. There's always... Oh, yeah. Apologies. The Patreon. Okay. So the advertisers say after there are these rape accusations, you can't do this show with Brian Callen, at least for like a year or 2. So they kept saying that Brian Callen was on vacation, but like he's gone for like a year. And so they had all these other guests fill in. And what they tried to do was start a Patreon where Brendan and Brian could just do a Patreon show without the advertisers that said, like, you can't do this show. But it basically was it wasn't a conflict. It was a conflict of interest, but it was basically a breach of contract with their advertising company. So they started a podcast. They started a Patreon like maybe like 7 years ago or something, and it only ever got like 3 subscribers or something like that. And because they only had it going for 1 day before the advertiser said, look, you can't do this. You've got to separate yourself. So then just recently they launched the Patreon like in November, and they're like, oh, we're doing all this stuff for the Patreon. We're going to do a question and answer. And they accidentally let the numbers stay out of how many subscribers they have. It was like 28. And like of the 28 subscribers, like 24 of them are are people who specifically have channels to comment on their channel and then shit on these guys. So like they didn't really have any real fans, and then they do these question and answers, and like that's the only content that sometimes they say they'll produce like longer podcasts, but they very rarely do, and they just it's basically like a grift. So they're making like maybe I think it's a $5 Patreon, and so maybe over the course of a month they might make $1,000 on it, arguably. So they're each getting $500. It's just not that profitable for them. No. It's grown since then. So I mean, I'm just throwing out some numbers. Like that's when they first started it, but it's still not very big. So do they have a Patreon? Yes, they just started it, and the only people who like who subscribe to it are basically people from the subreddit who just ask like really inappropriate questions like, hey, why'd you cheat on your wife? Like there's all this footage of Brendan Schaub who was given his number on camera on a live stream to like girls while he was married. Like there's a long clip where Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson do this fight watch together, and Mike Tyson gets so pissed off at Brendan Schaub that like gets up in front of him, eats watermelon in front of him, and sticks his foot on the table and just stares at him like a death stare, like I'm gonna fuck you up because you are annoying as piss. It's loads of content, it's loads of fun, and then the what I enjoy more than their show are the commentary channels on it, because these guys are really funny comedians and they just make fun of these guys and what they do, and it's like, and then you get into the Discord, and then like
people talk shit about Ari, the Eric Griffin podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's with Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia. They don't really shit on Eric Griffin all that much. They're just like, dude, we understand why you're doing this podcast because you just need the money and nobody knows who you are. So, like, basically, we understand why you're doing it, but you're literally doing it with, like, the biggest punching bag in comedy and some guy who is, like, an accused pedophile.
Yeah, why does he associate?
He needs the money. He's not a big comedian, and so he's having to do like gigs like cruise ships, which isn't usually seen as something like a good gig for a comedian. And like,
I feel like cruise ships would be amazing.
I would too. He was talking about it, and but it's like a thing where it doesn't pay really well. I mean, it pays okay, but it's not like.
You don't have to pay taxes. I feel like.
No, you definitely have to pay taxes. They're going to send you basically a W-4, or they're going to send you. They're gonna.
You're on international water.
Yeah, but the things are docked in American ports, so that's how it works. It's wherever the place is docked. Usually, I think their headquarters usually are in Miami. That's where like Carnival Cruise Lines is. I think Celebrity Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean, they're all based out of fucking Miami. Though they do.
Is there a job that is exempt?
Yeah. A bunch of them. Any not-for-profit.
Except for like
religious organizations, not-for-profits. People who don't, at least in the United States, make more than like $12,000 a year. But yeah, you mean like exempt from income taxes, federal income taxes? Anyone associated usually with 501c3, which is like a not-for-profit organization, and people who make like a low amount of money, but then you get into the, like, if you get to be super wealthy, then you end up not having to pay taxes for other reasons. So it's really just the people in the middle who are paying taxes.
is still considered to be the
All right, big dog. Do you want any more Fire in the Kid lore?
And if it's the show, you could be chayiv golos.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so hilarious things that have happened. Well, so I'm just gonna name the things that Brendan Schaub, the businesses that he started, and that have. Oh well, hold on. There's this really important. I actually want to watch it with you. It's hilarious, and it is okay. It shows what kind of bully Brendan Schaub is. Brendan Schaub, he has a. Hold on.
I sent you a thing. I don't think you watched.
What was it?
This it'll totally change the topic.
Okay, well,
It was fascinating.
tell me what it was.
Yeah, so there's this. There's a train track that goes from Vancouver to Whistler up to Prince George, and I believe also into the interior British Columbia. And CN Rail is saying that they're stopping. They're discontinuing the train. And so the video was talking about this interesting creative solution to what to do with the train because maintaining train infrastructure is costly, and so it's like very interesting alternative. And the downside is framing. I mean, like the train itself, the tracks are like an asset, a very big asset, and yeah, people realize that it's an asset and not a private ship. It'll be impossible to ever get the benefits of that asset.
When did you send this to me?
If you scroll up from like the 9 Brendan Schwab reel.
Oh, did you send it recently?
It's a Facebook link.
Oh, yeah. So there was something wrong with that link.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you have Facebook?
I do, but I can't get no login, and I've been banned on a bunch of accounts. But no, there was something to it. Oh, maybe not. Let me see if it shows up. Yeah, I click it, and okay, I got it now. Oh, it's 10 minutes long? I'm just being you. I'm just being you. All right, I watched your shit for 10 minutes. I'll watch your shit.
Okay. Let me know when you start it. I'll watch it.
Okay, then just wait 1 minute. Let me get my.
But again, if at the end of the day, Ruben did not want the ball to go farther.
I'll start it. Listen, I'll tell you what I do, but give me 1 minute.
Even if we're $1 what's the case over here? It says, Amalei, Stam Misachakim Bekador, Kamo Mina Nicholei. But in general, when people play this game, right, Halacha Lamaisa, the goal is what? The goal is to throw the ball. And what does the thrower want? What does the thrower want? Thrower wants the ball to ricochet back as far as possible. So therefore, what the Gemara is suggesting is like this. If the ball only goes less than Dalaramas, then that's, again, that is not the fulfillment of the desire of the thrower. And therefore, if something happens, ultimately, again, the thrower will be punished.
So,
Do
you look at the
distinction of the intent of the thrower, and therefore, halacha myself, he will be chayiv. Okay, now I'm saying. Now we get to the crux of this, to which the Gemara says, Amalei. Sorry, good. Remember, did it be high kobo? Now, what's the chap of all this? What's the takeaway of all this? The takeaway of all this is that when Ruben throws the ball against the wall,
intent. And that ball goes and kills Shimon. Ultimately, Reuben's chayiv. Why? Because the act of throwing the ball against the wall and the ball ricocheting against off the wall is considered to be Reuben's koach. Because also remember again, if we have one rule, you can only be chayiv for killing someone if what? If it's your force. That's why, for example, again, we'll see this more today. All of those other cases we had in the Mishnah. For example, I go ahead and I tie Reuben ties Shimon up at night. Even though the sun's going to rise the next morning and kill Shimon because of heat stroke, Reuben's not chayiv. Why? Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach.
I am back, and I am ready to let you know when I'm going to hit play. You ready? I am hitting play.
Yeah, I'm ready.
It's considered to be Reuben's koach, which the Gemara says, really? Is that really considered to be Reuben's koach? After all, we consider it for me. Where's the kasha? Very interesting here. And the Kaddish thing that was produced by the Al-Hassad, the Achatam, and the Nota was shit. Yes, it's puzzle. So it's a very interesting issue. How do you create a puzzle?
You want me to restart?
Go ahead and
No, it's okay.
you then mix that ash with spring water, which might be kind. But you go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, and you sprinkle it. Now, what's the interesting enough the halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, it doesn't come in with the koach of the individual. Then the chayiv concoction isn't out. You don't actually just run it. First of the why about the Rashi Kaddish? Make us the Ephraim the Sinas Ephraim Alamayim. Kiddush is uncensored. So now what happened in this case here? In this case, Rachel called Reuben is as the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand. And what happens? This again, his hand falls into the water. Or for that matter again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of cocoa. So what is it here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then reaches to the final destination, that's not your koach. That's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic, if Reuben throws the ball against the wall, the ball pushes against off the wall and kills Shimon, what should be the halacha? That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. So it's my Hamas. What's the case over here? The showcase. You actually says that we have a showcase. First white line, the first white line. When we catch the cross, the thing is Shona, Ellen, Atzmo, Panta, the Shasas, the Yoto, the showcase. Showcase to know my showcase. What's the rest of the here? You can imagine the things that we are getting ash falls out of the hands of you, and runs inside the screen. Stops. Then, a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's a very different case. Because in that case, the ash itself comes to rest even momentarily on the side of the tree, and the koach of Reuben ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. So very different in both case-wise. In both cases, there's no cessation of dynamic activity. The ball reaches Reuben's hand, it hits the wall, and reaches in the zip. So Reuben's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction. Even though there's an intervening wall, the fact that there's never a cessation of dynamic activity makes it my koach. The moment that there's a cessation of dynamic activity, i.e. ash, sits on the side of the finger, for a moment, right? You see it. Hold on to it, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my koach. Plus, I think there's a hustle in that also. The whole control of life. This is why perpetual growth and perpetual movement is always necessary. You can slow it down a little bit. Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, with the faster times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of you stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment when your koach ends, so stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. See what it looks like that? Yeah. So you know it says,
Good. Which is the touch mark. Love it. My touch on the swing alaka. Very interesting. Yeah, the needle. The needle. Yeah, the needle is ritually impure. You would like to get in contact with the mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You pour on the distinct water from the water of Kara Aguma. Okay, so now what happens? My try is swing alaka. It's easy around. So what do you have? So these are the individuals I become a needle, but it's sitting on the earthenware vessel. So now what happens? The Izala, we sprinkle the waters of the Paraduma on the needle. Suffolk ala Mechat, Caesar, Suffolk ala Caesar, Mitzala Hazar. So, puzzle, so they sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the terrace of the utensil and then splashed back on the needle. What's that about? Puzzle. Ultimately, very possible. The version of this thing that we learned that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water sprinkled, even if the water splashed back off the clitoris onto the needle, that's just 30 watts. That's 30 watts. My car. No different than if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and slows the shape. But it's the same idea. And yet, over here, we see that process in here that when it is an intervening factor, it's no longer co-called. To which the says no. I'm going to think about even saying that matzah is not mitzvah, not mitzvah, we splash back from matzah. Matzah is about say, but ultimately, again, what we're not sure if you're looking at actually over here. That's matzah is not matzah mitzvah to have a cause. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Ella, matzah mitzvah. So what's the case over here? The case over here is where we find Tara, I do my water on the needle. And what are we not sure of? What are we not sure of? But that's how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there's two possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which was good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the clitoris and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's no But then there's possibility three, the water hit the clitoris and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That's not secret. And if I both say, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of defeat the demonic argument, they fell flat, they both failed. And therefore, Halakha Lamaisa, what he taught originally, namely that cold will work. In other words, that we throw a ball against the wall, and that Ruben throws the ball against the wall with intention to kill shooting, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills shooting. Halakha Lamaisa, Ruben will be caught. Even with the intermediate walls, then it's still considered to be called. Because, what I said, it's not, I'm not talking about still similar cases. Haman, the capture the Kabe, the Ashkelon bit Ketanaya, so she does. Ruben ties up his friend Shimon. Ties up his friend Shimon. And goes ahead and afterwards releases right to the same time of by a dam of water. And afterwards he pours a hole in the dam. He pours a hole in the dam, and the water comes and drowns Shimon. That's how the hope. Very much as Giri begins in the kite, you have considered the arrows of the book of the senior succession for Giri began as another expression for your koach. So this is considered to be the koach of Ruben, and therefore Ruben is hired for killing Shimon. So let's see 1 second. How do you need a koach? Which is only assuming that the koach means future force. Which means if there is an immediacy, then when Ruben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the water comes directly out immediately, and Shimon is right there. Shimon is right there. However, Babakov, she found the Amru. Let's say again, Ruben ties Shimon off, like half a mile away from the dam. And we know that over time, the dam water will come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force, and therefore there will not be liability in that particular case. So this is very important. Okay, so there goes that. Come on, Papa. You don't have to turn them on. Ruben throws a stone upward. Listen to this. But how come it's stuck? Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. The harga, it kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Chayit, Shimon is Chayit, Ruben is Chayit, Ruben is Chayit. And what's that? It's very interesting. What is he doing?
When it's on tire, even its tires when it's stone, it doesn't come down straight down. It's only tires when the stone kind of comes down and a little bit towards the side. But if the stone was to come directly down, you would not see tires. Now listen to this. Imagine, I am not that actually that but my time off. What do you do that? You should have called curtain. Because it's his car. But what's interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? Let's go gravity. Let's go gravity. Gravity is not the car of using it. But when the stone comes down a little bit at the angle it comes back, that's moving. That's what moving can do. Even doesn't contribute to gravity. Moving contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So it was my time to call over. He's called Paul, K-Z-O-L. Also, let's use this thing. They have also a light shot, it's a moving car, which is just moving to go upward and upward and upward. So it's I'm touching that up 7 years ago. The last combo, K-Z-O-L. And if it's not his car, then ultimately I'm actually saying, no call, K-Z-O-L.
Did it just end?
And ultimately I should just fall like
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you got my goal.
What are your thoughts on that?
Frankly, I think that I like something like this to be a bullet train. I think Japan's been able to show extreme speed and durability and safety in the bullet train. But I understand that there's a lot of freight that runs through this, and bullet trains aren't that efficient for freight.
It's way too curvy. Like you won't be able to get up to speed. It's way too curvy.
Okay, I mean, nobody says that you have to go, like the speed of sound or whatever these things do. It's not that fast, but like 180 kilometers per second. What about just 60 kilometers per or 60 miles per hour?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if these magnetic trains are better at not like taking corners faster, but because of the curves, like just regular trains are not able to go super. Like I don't know if the maximum. I'd guess it depends on what section you are. If you're at a curve, you gotta slow down.
I didn't understand why aren't they using the train tracks anymore?
Like why the train company is no longer using.
Yeah, Canadian National.
Yeah, I don't know the details to why they're shutting it down. I'm guessing somehow there's a lack of demand, but I really don't have the answer.
Okay, but
all I know is they're shutting it down. The service down. That's a known fact.
It's like they're shutting it down, but they say that there's still a need for like shipping stuff, right?
In the video, yes, they did say that, and that is a good point. Because where the hell?
Like,
where the hell is stuff come from if there's no demand to send it on train now?
Exactly. So I didn't really understand that. If you have people who need to be moved, then perhaps I mean, it doesn't have to be bullet trains, but just electric trains that don't move extremely fast, but are just run on electricity. And if it's cargo, then it should be like freight trains. If you don't have any cargo that needs to run anymore, then go back to passenger trains. The thing that I don't like about that is it's still rubber on concrete, and that is extremely inefficient because that means you're going to have wear and tear on the vehicles. Trains don't have nearly that much wear and tear. Like rubber on concrete is a lot of wear and tear, especially when it's going in the same direction 99% of the entire route. I don't know how much of a fan I am of that, What I am a fan of is whatever that.
What do you mean? Like, doesn't the car normally, like, you're driving to a destination, you're heading in the same direction until you turn around. What is the direction have to wear?
It's like you don't need the durability or the agility of a car to be able to turn. Like when you're going in just one direction, rails are far more efficient. Like you don't need the ability to turn because you're on rails and it's going in one direction. The thing that makes the tire important is that last mile issue. And I think it's cool that they came up with those ramps that like go right to the business. That's cool. But additionally, this isn't a very populated area. I know that there's like ski lodges and stuff like that, but
Vancouver is a very populated area.
But that was not Vancouver. That was not Vancouver. That was Squamish to Whistler. They didn't talk about Vancouver.
No, it would also run.
Well, but that's a
Vancouver to Whistler, there would be like a public transportation method to get there that isn't just a private car.
I mean, Whistler, Canada.
Which currently does not exist.
I understand.
I guess they have buses there, but those usually not.
Right. Okay, but the population of Whistler, Canada is. Dude, are you fucking? It's 13,000 people. It's 13,000 people.
Vancouver, Canada is 13,000.
No. Whistler is 13,000 people. That's nothing. That's nothing. So you're basically.
People are not. This isn't built to take the Whistler built to take Vancouver people to Whistler.
Okay, but I mean it's just basically a little bit more efficient. I mean, there's already ways to do it. You can take the road, and I understand that on Thursday or Friday morning or whatever and Sunday night, but like I mean frankly like you guys don't know what fucking traffic is. Try living in LA where at 3 a.m. you'll get into a fucking traffic jam.
So your solution is just stop bitching about traffic?
Well, that's the thing. You have no problems. Like this isn't a problem. It really isn't. It's like you like now that I mean, I'm thinking Whistler's going to be hundreds of thousands of people. It's 13,000 people. This is a joke. And there's nothing there except skiing. This is a glorified trail to get people to ski in Whistler is what it is. Because there's nothing there. I'm thinking like there's an industry. There aren't industries there aside from skiing and maybe lumber. That's it. There's nothing there. Dog, dude, STFU on that. That's skiing or whatever. That's like the warm weather version of skiing. This isn't a big issue. It's just not. Now, what would I advise instead? I would make it a bike trail.
Yeah, but you know how far of a bike that is?
With an electric bike, you could probably do it. It's only a 3 degree grade.
I know, it's still like 40 kilometers.
Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's perfect. Dude, an electric bike's range. Yo, dog, what's an electric bike's range?
I don't know if you're not going to get there and back.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're up there fucking skiing, you let your bike charge.
What am I skis now on the bike in winter?
Dude, well, that's a... Hold on. If it's winter, wait. If it's winter... Wait, hold on. If it's winter, I understand. Then take the fucking then take the bus or take the. I mean, really, what you need is just a better train there. That's what you need. Not like whatever that guy's proposing, which is like electric vehicles and all kinds of. Just get a better train. You already have the tracks. Then you don't have to put concrete down. Just have a good train from Vancouver to Whistler.
Something happened to this human, something happened to this individual.
Right, I think they might, like as that video stated, like in order to actually do that costs billions of dollars.
Dude, not as much as fucking making it a road.
No, the road uses like cheap concrete to make the road over the tracks.
Hold on. Okay, fine. But do you know how much upkeep it is on all those individual cars? Versus a train where the upkeep is minimal and it's safer.
Why do you think trains are less maintenance? They still have suspension. They still have components that are
in comparison to vehicles like car vehicles. Compare train upkeep versus car upkeep, but not just one car, like the equivalent amount of population moving. Okay, when comparing trains to cars for moving large populations, trains are significantly more efficient and cost-effective per passenger mile, especially at scale. Passenger capacity and efficiency. A single train can carry 1,000 people, while a typical car carries 4 to 5 people. Even with only 20% occupancy, a train moves far more people per unit of infrastructure than an equivalent number of cars. High-speed rail can move 12,000 people per hour on a single track, far exceeding road capacity under real-world conditions. Maintenance and operating costs. While individual car maintenance may seem lower, trains drastically reduce per passenger cost when scaled. A light rail vehicle carries about 100 passengers with one operator. In contrast, moving the same number of people by car would require 25 times more vehicles and drivers, multiplying labor, maintenance, and infrastructure demands. Infrastructure impact. Roads require vast land, constant repair, and extensive parking. Trains use less space per passenger and generate far less wear on surfaces due to steel-on-steel rolling friction, which is far more efficient than rubber on asphalt. That's what I was talking about. Rubber on asphalt is really inefficient. This reduces long-term maintenance costs for cities. Energy and emissions. Trains, especially electric ones, are 50% to 80% more energy efficient than cars per passenger kilometer. On clear grids, so that's France's nuclear-powered rail, emissions drop to 22 grams of CO2 per mile, far below even fully occupied electric cars. Life cycle longevity. Trains last 30 to 40 years, while cars average 12 to 13 years. Like everything here is saying this should trick rail from Vancouver to Whistler. I know that guy came up with like a nice like 3D video, but it's just very inefficient.
I mean, that was not trains to like bus.
Perhaps so. I've seen this issue in the United States, like freight rail isn't used as much, and we have it where like I think that they should turn. We should have a coast to coast bike highway. And you may say, but who would travel coast to coast on a bike? You wouldn't, but you would travel in parts and like pieces. So like if you want to go from Los Angeles to Riverside, or from perhaps like Jacksonville to Tallahassee, and you could stop on the way, just like we have like coast to coast highways. We have, the reason why I say this is because we have some areas of the United States that are abandoned railroad tracks, and there's nothing there, like except abandoned railroad tracks. But so turn those railroad tracks into a coast to coast bike system. I think could work because it's like if not, you run into the issue that guy talks about where people will parcel it off and it's too expensive ever to do again. I think that was a good point that he made. All right, now back to Bappa. You have to understand his nicknames. He has Brendan, Brandon. You're like, why is it Brandon? Because a lot of times he goes on different shows and people just mess up his name and they call him Brandon. So everybody calls him Brandon. There's Brendan, Brandon, Bappa. If you're like, why Bappa? Because he says, whoa, 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 Bubba, to a lot of people. But then sometimes he messes it up and it says, whoa, 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 Bappa. And it's just kind of, or it's become like Brendan Papa. It's just this like portmanteau of the two. So he's called Bubba, Bappa. He's also called. He has a ton of names. But in case you're wondering, like, who the fuck is Bappa? That's who Bappa is, and he has this is really a funny fucking thing with his roommate. He has a roommate that he got into it with, but we're just gonna watch remember I was saying all these people who get really successful after they leave Brendan Schaub? Theo Vaughn, once he left Brendan Schaub, starts getting like JD Vance, like the vice president on his podcast. He interviews Donald Trump. Like he actually gets really popular. But that didn't happen until he left Brendan Schaub. Like there's this theory that Brendan keeps everybody down around him, and that there's some legitimacy in that. And he puts everyone down. No one's better than he is. And if you're like, okay, well, where? Yeah. If you're like, okay, where? It's a great way to put it. All right. I want to find his. Here it is. So here's Brendan just being Brendan, and like you're gonna notice, you're gonna be like, why do they always have like a different studio? They've had like, I mean, this has been going since 2012, so they've been going like 14 years, and they whenever their ratings are low, they change their studios. They're like always trying to find the reason why people aren't watching. So I have sent you the link. You're gonna be like, this is 13 minutes long, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but it's worth every fucking second. So you tell me when you hit go.
Man, 13.
Doug, I just watched a fucking 13-minute long video to go to a fucking road to nowhere. 13,000 people. There are 13,000 people, like, arguably in like my neighborhood and the neighboring neighborhood. Like that's not that big of a population. Okay. I mean, I understand that traffic's bad on Thursday night and Sunday night. Try it when it's bad at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're in a fucking bumper to bumper traffic for 2.5 hours. You're like, what the fuck happened? And there's like an accident where like 3 people died. Like it can get really bad. All right, let me know when you hit play.
I just started.
Yes, the one was a lot of sky. The church of the church and if the owner is the shaper, you know, if the owner is not liable. The church is the shaper, the owner is liable. If the owner is the shaper and the church kills somebody's contract, which you can have also make sense because the owner is considered to have actually dead. Night time was to visit America, I started Sakel, the guy that I love you much. The Bible says, the shark will be stoned and also his owner will be put to death. Correct, the creator, they were done by the demons, but he was actually shot. sakel. What kind of a gamba of Yumas? What kind of a actually sakel? Those are essentially it's a combination. Wherever the owner can be put to death, that's when the shah can be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shah is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a trade-off, the owner can't be put to death. So because the owner can't be put to death, the shah can't be put to death either. Rashi says, no, if you do shah trade banana, shah pater. Even if the owner is totally fine, but the shah is a trade-off, you also can't put the shah to death. Why not? My timer. Even the even violent of the proceeding, shah not be pater, because essentially the Rashi does it like this. Any case where the owner himself will be pater, right? The shah will also be pater under similar circumstances. So since the owner would be pater if he is a trade-off. So therefore, halacha l'meisa, the owner will also be pater. Since the owner will also be pater, so if the shah is a trade-off, the shah will also be pater. Okay, you got it. Since the Lord said, so I'm not going to have to think of that you know, all that's not like the Singapore always the people not to decide to not like pater. So that's another again back in the Mishnah. What happened in the Mishnah? We have a different between so what happens if Ruben takes the snake? He holds the snake's mouth open and he takes the snake's fangs and he plunges it into the snake's hand. So what's the halacha? So in that case again, that you need to hold that you're chayiv, and the Chacham said that you're pater. Now what's the logic? The Gemara says. Shavaka says like this. According to the Gemara, we have to say as follows: that in the snake, the poison, the venom is already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there, and therefore Allah essentially when Ruben comes, Ruben is directly killing Shimon by inserting the fangs of the snake into the Shimon's hand, and therefore again, not just decided. Ultimately, again, Ruben is going to be chayiv, right? He's liable to death by the headache. The Nachash pater, but ultimately again, the Nachash is pater. Don't get into the Nachash. Why? Because the Nachash is like a sword. The Nachash didn't do anything because the venom is just already right there. It's already present. It's already present. You're going to come to Nachash. Oh, that's Nachash reaction. No, not true. A snake decided to produce its own venom, and therefore, even though we didn't take in the teeth of the snake and plunging it into the hands of humans, it's the snake that produces the venom, and therefore it's the snake that's killing humans, not Ruben. And therefore, again, halacha l'meisa, and therefore the Gemara says, the aras nachas sheyatzmo v'machli v'fikach nachas b'skila v'machli pater. Therefore, halacha l'meisa, again, the snake is going to be executed, but ultimately, again, Ruben is technically pater. So I say, by the way, the way that I'm not asking is halacha l'meisa. Ultimately, like the Chachamim, that you don't use the venom of being there on the picture of the fangs of the snake, and therefore you use this case, even though Ruben himself is taking the snake and putting it into the hands of Shimon, we view that as the snake killing Shimon, not Ruben, and therefore technically speaking, the snake is viable, but Shimon is not, and therefore Shimon will not be executed again on based off on a technicality. They will say, obviously very bad, but when I say again, that's how the Mishnah. Hamakis Chavero. Being the Evan, being the Egros, Zamdur the Misas. What's the interesting thing over there? Moving its Shimon, right, either with the stones or with his fist. Now what happens is, like, Shimon doesn't die immediately. But David says, okay, Ruben definitely delivered a death blow. In other words, he definitely injured him enough that he's going to die as a result of this injury. Then what happens? The Hekel Menashaya, well, the Achim can hit the mace. Then what occurs? Then Shimon Bar had a quicker recovery, but he got a little bit better, but then ultimately he succumbed to his wounds. So what's the in this case? So again, Ruben injured Shimon, and David saw that this was an injury that definitely could result in death. Then what ends up happening? Like Shimon has a sticker to his name, right? But then ultimately he dies. So what's the halacha? Now what's the only thing he dies? He definitely gets hit by a bus, right? In other words, he died, I literally, he says, as a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. Right? In the middle there, it was this little bit of an affair. So what's the halacha? The Gemara says, Chai Kama says, ultimately, again, Ruben should be chayiv for killing Shimon. But in Nehemiah over Pater Sakalai Mudavar, and Nehemiah says, no, he's Pater. Why? Like that doesn't mean get some good. So good that what? So good that maybe Shimon's death wasn't solely the result of the injury he sustained from the days. since he did have a little bit of this in the floor shilling. Okay, so as you got some of from this Halish Bakos on the Shantel, so the Pasuk says, Ruben injures Shimon, and then what happens? Shimon goes ahead and gets back up. He walks outside Amish Anto. And the Gemara says that Amish Anto means of his own strength. So what's that like? 78, Minikama Kafir. And therefore again, Ruben does not have liability. If he's not that tall, Shazema Halik for sure is very high. He's going to have. So say, I just don't have to tell me that if Allah remains the Shimon recovered, that Ruben is not killed. Isn't that obvious? If Ruben is the Shimon, very good Shimon, she's very badly injured. But then Bob Hashard, Shimon goes ahead and he's up and about and he's walking in the marketplace and he goes to listen. So those two things don't execute Ruben. How does it execute? If Shimon's there walking around the marketplace, of course you don't execute Ruben. What's going on? Okay, here we go. Hello. Is that something going to be so? The heck of the Shahaya. Or the Akakar hit the Nazi Shimon Chakra. I don't know what the word said, but some people as follows. The Peter Peter Shimon. And Dave can say this was the type of injury that could have caused Shimon's death. But then Shimon had to stick on the floor, and as a result of that, the floor, what happens? Bucky has a little bit of blood, and then afterwards, he succumbs to his injury that really is popular. Really is popular. It says in the Gemara, but the person is teaching me is, if after the injury, you stick on the floor, the lower of his healing, even if Shimon subsequently succumbs to his injuries, really is going to be popular. Gemara says, Rabbanon, how is it not I'm not in my dust today. So okay, that's the kind of comment. What do Rabbanon do with this stuff? Rabbanon should also. He's like, no, what he thinks like this. I want to say, any piece of injury, right? The really injury is Shimon. And now, again, we're not sure what's going to happen. Shimon, when the guy's being recovered, basically incarcerates Ruben until we see what happens with Shimon. Right? That's how the fuck. Incarcerate Ruben until we see what's going to happen with Shimon. Doesn't depend on how we should know it. We need to be telling you that incarceration. Listen, we said it 20 times before. When you do the legal system, there is no concept of incarceration. There's no jail. There's no jail in Jewish penal code. Why? Because Chazal understood. Chazal understood a long time ago that punishments are meant to be rehabilitated. That's the goal, right? Either rehabilitated or they provide atonement. So either they allow you to come back a functional member of society, or ultimately you can't come back to society or execute you, but the punishment atones for your sin. So in that light, locking someone up in a cell and keeping them for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effects on a person. I think this is not a condition. No longer is right from the beginning of time. That's why there's no purpose of incarceration. First time you find incarceration is when you don't know what to do with the person. So for example, the word suggests that you injure Shimon, is the injury going to result in death or not? You got to hold them, you got to hold them and figure out what to do. So you might be scared of Kenya. How do you say, we're going to Kenya or not because of incarceration? No, it's in Makoshish. So it's in the case of Makoshish, right? Makoshish was the guy who gathered wood and chopped wood on Shabbos. Chopped wood on Shabbos. He publicly desecrated Shabbos. Remember again, the Pasuk says by Yechillah Mishmar, they incarcerated him. So they didn't know what to do with him. So they really got incarceration. Rabbanan had to look in Makoshish. Why was Rabbanan also not in Makoshish? The Gemara says Makoshish, Bartolomew, Moshe, Mohammed, Yazak, Kavli, the man. No, Makoshish was different. Usually incarcerated Makoshish, they knew that they were going to execute him. What didn't they know? What didn't they know? How to execute him. Now, Kubi Hai, the Lord Yadir, Ibak, Talohu, Ilabak, Talohu. That's different than in this case. In this case, when we get injured Shimon, we don't know what to do with you. Right? Is it a murder? Is it not a murder? It's a different kind of incarceration. I'm going to say, we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up again with this city of incarceration tomorrow, which is really quite interesting. We'll say, excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where you end, but it's about where you began. Right? So you get where you began, and we'll say, and again, with no right, tremendous accomplishment there. Go ahead, everyone. You know the details. Yeah. Let's have a great day, everyone. Go ahead, everyone.
Shop sounds Shop is German. It's a German. So German. Also, Hitler's right man for a long time was a Shop. Really? Any relation? I don't think so. Okay, I have to check the 21.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin now taking all of our responses for this morning here to take our.
What does that mean? What does that mean for your driving? Think of a horse.
Angle chemical sponsor for Touching Pay 5785 the Pilsner Papa. We're dedicating all the Shurim and Russians this year in the schools of the Surah novels for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Stephen Terry Zinn in memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. Also, with that, let us begin with a lot ahead of us in Yom Hashem. Today's daf is Ayin Ches 78. We are picking up on daf Ayin Gyro days 77b, about 15 lines down from the top. The Martin says, Amarava. We'll see some very interesting things over here. Notice this chorus. Zarat Islam Koso, the Chazal Achareh Bahar Bechayv. Listen to this case. Literally translated, someone throws, thrower is usually defined as a rock. Someone throws a rock at a wall, and ultimately, again, it springs back and kills someone. One is tied. Okay, so what's the detail? So this is actually very interesting. You look at Rashi. Rashi is right across to the left. Zarat Islam Koso. He has intention to kill his friend. Now, what's the case? The so Rashi points out that we're talking about a case of intentionality. Ultimately, again, so Reuben is throwing the rock at the wall with the intention that he ricochets off the wall in order to go ahead and kill Shimon. So such an act, again, even though the stone is ricocheting off the wall, halacha l'maaseh is considered to be the cause of the vein, and therefore again it's going to be tied. So the Gemara says, kind of enough. So again, to further define this, he goes, Elu, Amisachashim Bekadra. What are we talking about here? This is a case of those who go ahead and play a game. What do they play with the ball? Shahar Gobination, Naharagin, the Shogun Golden. They kill someone in
hilarious.
So unintentionally, ultimately, again, go. So what take a look at Rashi, one more Rashi. It was common for children to go and take the wall, throw it against the wall with immense force.
He's doing some goofy stuff like no human social. I feel like he's from that
after the thrower,
he doesn't seem like super arrogant, like
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said that. I know I said no more, but just bear with me. One more thing I want to show you. If you're going to say that, I understand what you're saying. And no, you have to watch this. You absolutely have to. I'll even watch. Dude, no, not 13 minutes. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, I found it.
Whatever, it's a game. Yeah, whatever it is. You throw the ball.
It's 14 minutes.
None of you are correct. So again, you're throwing the ball against the wall.
Oh, fuck, man. I got shit to do, dog. Dude, I'll summarize it. It goes like this. It goes like this. Brendan is playing at the University of Colorado as a football player. He is living with a roommate. He doesn't respect the roommate and ends up eating all the roommate's food. So the next time the roommate goes to the store, puts the roommate's name on all of the different food so that Brendan knows that it's not his. Brendan sees this as threatening and eats all of the roommate's food that has the roommate's name all over it. And basically says, what are you going to do about it? The roommate tells his mother. The mother calls Brendan and says, look, you need to not eat all his food. You need to buy him the food back. Brendan says, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Hangs up on it. All right. So then,
I want to call it a secondary force because that would be a little bit dangerous to use that. But there is a secondary presence.
Just so
right?
long, I'm thinking.
Thrower. Ruben is throwing the ball directly at Shimon and hitting him. There's a wall.
You're gonna stop the AI summary.
Kind of idea over here is I would have thought that the presence of the wall essentially makes it that this is no longer the koach of Ruben. Kamash Maban, even with the wall, is still considered to be the koach of Ruben.
Okay, so
if there's intentionality, Ruben will be chayiv as a
Brendan
and if it's the show, will be chayiv almost. Incredible.
gets pissed off at the guy's mom, hangs up on him. Brendan had a parking spot that he was using, and it was in the lease with the roommate that the roommate got it 50% of the time. But Brendan said, "Look, you don't have a car, so why should you get the parking spot?" The roommate says, "Look, I don't care that I don't have a spot. If you're going to eat my food, then I'm going to take my 50% of this parking spot. So I'm going to use it half of the days, and I'll park my bicycle there." Brandon says, "Yeah, okay, whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want." Brendan then gets his car broken into, not by the roommate, just by some random person. And comes in and said, "That's it. We're done. I'm fucking pissed off. My car's broken into, and I don't have the I'm not putting up with your shit anymore. That's it. Either you go or I go." The roommate says, "That's not how it's going to... pardon me. Brendan says, "We're going to fight right now. And we're just going to work this out like men." The roommate says, "I'm not going to fight you." Brendan says, "We're going to fight. I'm sick of your shit." And then takes a big loogie and spits in the roommate's face. The roommate says, "I'm not going to fight you." Brendan, they get into an altercation. Brendan picks the roommate up and throws him through a glass door. And the next day, Brendan goes to football practice and tells everybody on the team that basically he whooped this guy's ass, that he tells a good story. And everybody was like, "Oh, yeah, good job," all this other stuff. The roommate, who was also on the football team, says to the football coach, "Hey, this guy threw me through a glass plane, like a sliding glass door, and I'm making you aware of it." They do an investigation. The football coach sits Brendan down and says, and Brendan thinks that he's going to lose his scholarship and all this other stuff, or his position on the team. I don't think he was scholarship, but instead the coach is like, "We need more people like you," and didn't punish him at all. And so Brendan tells this story on the podcast where basically he sounds like a dick. And so then the next day happens. Oh, dude, that was good. The next day happens. The next day occurs, and they get some people who are fans of the show, and they say, "Look, we normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff. But in this case, it seems like he was the asshole in this situation." And Brendan's like, "Yeah, whatever, just move on." And I think if you watch it, I know it's like I said, it's like 15 minutes, but it shows him to be a complete dick to people.
goes less than Daled Amos, then that's again.
That's like how many years ago?
Oh, it's a long time ago. It was like 2008.
Whenever something happens, ultimately again the thrower will be Potter.
Yeah. I mean,
That
there's all. Nobody's
is a
perfect.
manifestation of the intent.
I am.
Okay, that was it. And now we get to the consequence, which the Gemara says. Amalei. Sorry. Good. The Memra.
Boy, so you are I can't wait till you actually get to know Brendan Schaub, and I'll see that you're an apologist.
I mean, he did one bad thing like 30 years ago.
And that ball goes and kills.
No. He,
For the rest of his life.
no. I'm not saying that. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, but you will. You'll learn. This guy, he's not nice to people.
Killing someone.
That's
like, for example, again, we'll see.
Listen to this fucking apologist, kids. Listen to this fucking apologist who's down by 6.
Even though the sun's going to rise and kill Shimon
what the fuck is
It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
Because the death force is not there. It's not his koach. It's not his koach. He incites the dog against Shimon.
Oh, is that true?
Is considered to be
They love that. They absolutely love that.
Is that really considered to be Ruben's koach? After all, listen to this. 1 minute. There's always the kasha. Very interesting piece here. Hamakadesh v'nafol kiddush al yodo o al hatzad the achakas nofel v'shokes puzzle. So it's a very interesting piece here. Paraduma. How do you create parad? Remember again. How do you create paraduma concoction? You take the red apple. You go ahead and you slaughter it. You burn it. You create ash. You then mix that ash with spring water. Mayim chayim. Right? You go ahead and afterwards, you take that, you mix it, then you sprinkle it. That wasn't interesting enough. The halacha is the ash has to be applied or has to be added with the koach of the individual. Right? If the ash drops in by itself, it doesn't come in with the koach of the individual, then the entire concoction is legal. We'll get back in just a moment. Hamikadesh, first of the intermediate, why was it Rashi Hamikadesh? Mechatas be'efer nesinas efer alamayim. Kari Kiddush, Kiddush sounds good. So now what happened in this case over here? In this case, right, we'll call him Ruben, has the ash. The ash goes ahead and falls out of his hand, and what happens? It hits against his hand and falls into the water. Or for that matter, again, it falls on the side of the utensil with the water and then falls in afterwards. What's the halacha? Puzzle. The concoction is puzzle. Why? Because apparently this is considered to be a lack of kocho. So what do you see from here? That when something comes out of your hand, hits something else, and then goes into the final destination, that's not your koach. Therefore, using that logic,
Yahweh was good.
The ball ricochets off the wall and kills what should be the halacha. That also should not be his koach. That shouldn't be his koach. George Gemara Tzacham what's the case over here? Bishop says. If you look at Rashi says over here, Bishop says, first white line, and the first white line, lo nitzaz mikoach nefila rishona, ela me'atzim okazer l'shasas miyad l'shokes. Shoses, kimo, ma'im shoses. What's the case over here? You can imagine the case over here is where the ash falls out of the hands of Ruvain, falls onto the sides of the kli, stops. Then, a moment or two later, slips in. Okay, that's the very first. Because at that, when the ash itself comes to rest, even just momentarily, on the side of the kli, and the koach of Ruvain ends, and then the rest of it trickles in afterwards. It's very different than the sensation of dynamic activity. The ball leaves Ruvain's hand, it hits the wall, it ricochets immediately. So Ruvain's koach never stops. So it's a very interesting distinction.
Not really.
There's an intervening wall.
You're doing really well. I'm not able to pull away. Even though I've had some big words. Silty, six, Zed.
Sits on the side of the utensil, just for a moment, right? You can see it. Falls on the utensil, and then just like a second later, slips in. That's no longer my koach. That's no longer my koach. We'll say tremendous hospital in that also. You know, the whole avoda of life.
Oh, look at
It's
this.
like
Look at this
perpetual
play.
growth, perpetual movement.
Look at this fucking play.
Because as long as I'm always going, it's my koach. It's my koach. Right? So even if it's a little bit slower at times, a little bit faster at times, but as long as I'm always growing, I'm always moving, it's my initial koach. The moment kind of you stop for a moment, that's the moment where your koach ends. The moment where your koach ends, some stuff moves this way, stuff moves that way, but it's no longer your koach. Incredible. Somewhere goes by there. Gemara says, good. Mishnah says, Tashma, another case. Malchat shahayin is suna ala cheres. Very interesting case. You have a needle. Now the needle is ritually impure. You, let's say, came in contact with a mace, right? So now you want to go ahead and purify it. How do you purify it? You sprinkle on some water, para aduma. Okay. So now what happens? My shahayin is suna ala cheres. Behiza ala. So what do you have? So interesting in the case where I have the tummy needle that is sitting on an earthenware vessel. So now what happens? Behiza ala. You sprinkle the waters of the para aduma on the needle. Safek ala mechat, hiza, safek ala cheres, hiza, right? Umitza ala haza. So puzzle. So now you sprinkle the water. Now we're not sure again, did the water go on the needle, or perhaps the water hit the klicheres, the earthenware utensil, and then splashed back on the needle. What's the halacha? Puzzle. Ultimately, again, it's puzzle. They're both saying that based on what we learned, that actually should work. Why? Because even if the water even if the water splashed back off the klicheres onto the needle, that should still be what? That should still be what? My car. And if I throw the ball against the wall and the ball goes and kills
What do you want me to do
the same
about
idea. But yet over here we see that it's possible. So you see over here that when there is an intervening factor, it's no longer kol. To which the Gemara says no. Not mitzvah, which means splash back, but matzah. Matzah means I both say that ultimately, again, what we're not sure, if you look at Rashi over here, Rashi matzah itmar, lav lashon mitzvah dehava taza. It's not mitzvah, which means splashing back. Ella lashon mitzvah. What's the case over here? The case over here is where we find para aduma water on the needle. But what are we not sure of? We're not sure how it got there. Did it get there somehow because there are three possibilities. Possibility one is that the water landed directly on the needle, which we're good to go. Possibility two is that the water hit the klicheres and splashed back on the needle, which would also be okay, because that's kofo. But then there's possibility three. What's possibility three? The water hit the klicheres and what? Trickled back onto the needle. That would just not be good. Therefore, these two attempted approaches, both by Paraduma, to kind of diffuse the Gemara's argument, both fell flat. They both failed. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, what we thought originally, namely that kocho will work. In other words, that when you throw a ball against the wall, and that right, Reuben throws the ball against the wall with intention to kill Shimon, and the ball ricochets off the wall and kills Shimon, halacha l'maisa, Reuben will be chayiv, even though there's an intervening wall that is still considered to be kocho. Incredible. Let's go back there. So Itmar, Amra Papa, still similar to this is Haman the Katzi Lechavrei, the Ashkare Bitka Demayo. Listen to this. Reuben ties up his friend Shimon. And he goes ahead and afterwards releases, right? Let's say he ties him up by a dam of water. And then afterwards he bores a hole in the dam.
I like how you keep struggling to put down a word. It's like interesting. It's really interesting. Oh, whoa. Whoa.
Healing today is another expression for. So this is the car of faith.
I think no way.
The only
way that build up
there is an immediacy that when Reuben goes ahead and makes the hole in the dam, the water comes gushing out immediately, and Shimon is right there. However, let's say again, Reuben ties Shimon up, away half a mile away from the dam. But we know that over time, the dam water is going to come and kill Shimon. That's called secondary force. and therefore again there will not be liability in that particular case. So it's very important. Okay, so Mary goes like, Papa, Zarak Charlemagne, it's an interesting case. Zarak Charlemagne, Reuben throws a stone upward. Now the stone does not come directly down. Instead, the stone kind of falls to the side a little bit. Vaharga, it kills Shimon. What's the halacha? Shimon is chayiv. Sorry, Reuben is chayiv. Now, this is very interesting. We'll say now, what do you see from this case? Reuben is chayiv. Listen to this case. We'll explain this moment. When is Reuben chayiv? Reuben is chayiv when the stone doesn't come down straight down.
No way.
It's only chayiv when the stone
No
comes
way.
down
No way.
A little bit towards the side. But if the stone were to come directly down,
No way. No way. No way. Oh, that was good.
Because it's his koach. But as we'll say, interestingly enough, the fact that the stone didn't come straight down. So when the stone comes straight down, what is that called? That's called gravity. Gravity is not the koach of Reuben. But when the stone comes down a little bit at an arc, right, at an angle that comes down, that's Reuben. That's what Reuben contributes. Reuben doesn't contribute to gravity. Reuben contributes to the movement of the stone to a different location. So the Gemara says, "My time is the koho. Ikoho tezel el." What says? This is interesting. If halach l'maisa, if it's Reuben's koach, it should just continue to go upward and upward and upward. To which ayin chesed medalach 78a the last koho tezel esachas. And if it's not his koach, then ultimately it actually says below koho tezel esachas. Tipom yad connect the below with studding. And ultimately it should just fall right down. To which the Gemara says, "You're right."
How many letters are left? Does it say?
So this is not a typical case.
Dude, there's so much of this board that hasn't been used.
Diminished koach. Rashi says over here, koach pashu. Ina koach chazak.
Yeah, maybe
strong koach. Elaksas koach. Yeshkan. V'haydelo azla le'al mishum she'ala koach chozek hazrika. V'eben chozeres la'aretz. Aval adayin holach sim mitzas koach. So it says, right. So ina chinami. Real koach is where the item continues on its way because of your koach. So obviously this is a diminished koach. Why? Because again, Reuben's intent was to throw it up. Obviously, Reuben's koach is coming to an end because it's coming back down. But his koach is still felt. Why? Because it's not coming straight down, which would not be Reuben's koach. Or rather, it would just be gravity, but it's moving somewhere else. It's coming down somewhere else. So the fact that it's coming down a little bit at an angle, at an arc, that's Reuben's koach. But again, not a full-blown koach, but rather a koach sas. A little bit of a koach. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, it turns out, by the way, that you begin to see that so far, it seems like we have three categories of koach, right? There's what we would call direct koach, which is, Reuben throws an object at Shimon and kills him, okay? Or Reuben holds Shimon down in the water and kills him. There's almost like we'll call it an indirect koach, which is Reuben throwing the ball against the wall with intention that it ricochets off and kills Shimon, and then there's almost what we call diminished koach, indirect, diminished. Diminished koach, Reuben throws it up with the intention that it's going to come down over here. So again, when it comes down at an angle, at an arc, that's diminished koach. Incredible. So what's the interesting case here? He koach Adam Basar Maklos in Mace. Listen to this. So 10 people come along and they hit Reuben. They hit Reuben with maklos, with staffs, and he dies. Now, whether they did this so ultimately, again, whether they hit him at once, or they did it one after the other, they are pater. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says like this.
That's when you use a fucking S. That was a bad use of an S.
So Karma holds
Yeah.
whether they go ahead and
I shouldn't have done that.
whether they
Probably,
or they hit one after
didn't
the
have
other.
the greatest time.
Because his joint responsibility will be here. You can't point the finger at one particular individual. Sarah says no. If they go ahead and they do it,
This is just pure dominance.
One after the other. The last guy who hits Reuben, he's going to be chayiv. Why? Because one thing is clear. he's the one who actively hastened the death of Reuben. Moses, remember, again in halacha, there is culpability for hastening death. Hastening death is tantamount to bloodshed itself. So therefore, the last guy who goes ahead and hits Reuben, he's going to be chayiv for going ahead and killing Reuben. Already open on. This is very interesting. Both the Tanakama and the Reuben B'Seira darshan the same pasuk. This is fascinating. Listen to this. V'ish kiyake kol nefesh adam. This is fascinating. So the pasuk is, if a person, listen to the lashon, the ish, a man, kiyake.
That's bullshit. I have a word,
will kill the entirety of a nefesh. So what does that mean? So the Gemara says, Rabbanan Sabri, kol nefesh, adika kol nefesh. There's only responsibility of what?
You're up, big man. And you need a big fucking word.
One person has to take the entire life.
J-Lo should be a word.
Why? What is J-Lo?
Therefore, there can't be responsibility.
That's a proper noun, dog.
Kol nefesh means any amount of nefesh. If you take any amount of nefesh, there's also
Still what?
So that
I would like to play a word.
I would too. I would an acronym.
One of many, you're not chayiv. That is going to say it up. Kol nefesh.
Baby, are you saying that you think that you'd use?
This is very interesting. Let's talk about
There'd be a lot of
everyone agrees that if you kill a
anything.
treifa,
You make an acronym of it.
Well, popular acronyms.
who's a treifa? Now, if you look at Rashi, just now, Rashi says over here, Hakomodim Mahorig is a treifa. Keep going.
You played Pyrex the other day.
Yeah, I thought it was too. But
Who has
it's a
some type
material.
of fatal injury.
It's a material, dog. It's a material.
Okay, very, very. We're going to come with all different terms. So that's a treifa. So Rashi's example is, his esophagus or his windpipe is cut. Or he has some type of hole.
Doug, we're just seeing pure dominance here.
From which he's imminently going to die. So listen to this. So
I don't think I can find the last letter.
And listen, why are you cutting the treifa? Right? Because in halacha, a treifa is considered to be as if he is dead.
If I place down my tile, then I get my
Yep.
Kill a treifa.
What letter you have? I'll help you.
The goal says Bidei Shemayim. The goal says Shemayim.
You can play an I.
You have a goal says Bidei Shemayim. Now, what's a goal says Bidei Shemayim? What's a goal says? A goal says is someone who is dying.
Good
But
job.
interestingly enough, goal says doesn't have to
All right.
be that someone has an internal injury.
Back to Brendan Schaub trivia.
Someone is
No, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you.
very ill. Just dying.
All right, I'm good for now.
Sometimes
I got shit I gotta do.
So the person is-
I had some people messaging me on Twitter for some fucking reason. They want me to come with their stuff. But I've got some other shit I gotta do before then. So, my friend, until then, spend your 15 minutes, 15 hours sleeping, big dog. And I'll see you soon, God willing, okay? But I want you to review everything, and I'm going to quiz you on Brendan Schaub trivia next time I see you, okay?
Some type of illness, something
Not even close. I'm going to just be honest with you. Not even close. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know William Montgomery's type of car.
These are major topics in end of life.
Volvo.
What color Volvo, dog? What color Volvo?
So the Gemara says,
Incorrect. Guess again, Mr. I know William Montgomery, but I don't. Incorrect. Guess again. You are 0 for 3, son.
Who, let's say, was injured, has an injury, but not a treifa injury. But nevertheless, dying was.
All right. Where do you go to school?
Status. So the Gemara says, one opinion says,
Doug, you are dog shit. What color is it?
is like a treifa.
Is it Tennessee or no? Tennessee or no?
Why does
What color did you think it is?
Tennessee or
What's the other one?
There's no injury. No one did anything to the person. That's the definition of a gozes.
It escapes me. I don't know about
But that gozes something happened. Someone did something wrong. The one who compares
What the fuck does low power mode have to do with your phone? Or with answering this question? Why? Oh, so you can text him?
Treifa is someone who's injured in a fatal way. Something happened to this man, something happened to this individual. There's a very
Okay, what color do you think it is?
And that's why again there's liability.
Orange.
Tani relationships. Listen, we have Tana ultimately again.
Now, what if I were to say to you, his dog's name is Gator?
No, that's not true.
His dog's name is Gator. I follow this fucking dog on Instagram. Oh, okay, yeah. No doubt about that. And I'm not losing credit for that. I follow that fucking dog on Instagram. No, you and I both know. You and I both know that you are not being fair. Of course, his last name's Montgomery. That's his fucking.
Let's see what we deliver
Yeah, I do. I know that. I know all of that.
That's what ladies hide and
the first time I ever
How tall was it?
multiple stores.
I want an exact amount of stories.
It was like 15 stores.
It was like 7 stories, Doug. How about you get it right? Incorrect. All right. How about this one, B? Where did William Montgomery do comedy before Los Angeles?
Oh, we'll say, watch this. What happens if a trait?
Everyone knows.
Doug, you need me to ask you this fucking question again? Where did William Montgomery do comedy before Los Angeles? That's incorrect. Guess again. Doug, I want not only a city, I want the name of the comedy club. Doug, not only do I want the city, I want the name of the comedy club. The answer is Denver, and the name of the comedy club is the Comedy Works. Get your shit together and get it correct. You think you're a fucking William Montgomery fan. Dog, you don't even know who he is. No, I'm not. I'm fucking live on the stream. No, I'm not. I just restarted my stream.
You have to act. You have to act.
You can literally look at any of my streams. I did not look it up. I know that. He worked there for a little bit. They had some overlap with Sam Talent.
My problem, if you see it, it is your problem. If you see
even know who signed William Montgomery baseball
someone doing something terrible. The guy's a trainer. He's halachically good as that. I got it. You still have to do something. Now listen, if you see something,
three guesses.
I'm not. I've really restarting my streams. It's at like very close to 12 hours, 11 hours, 43 minutes. Okay, is it a baseball player?
If you wanted me to see it, it's because he wants me to do something about it. Now it's true. I can't necessarily fix every single problem, but I could somehow be.
Do you know the name of the team?
If you see it,
or if you hear it,
Yeah,
it's
of course.
like,
Anyone
you saw this guy Ruben, he's a treifa, kill Shimon, God, if he's a treifa, you still have to try to do something. Incredible. But listen to this.
All right.
But let's say Ruben kills Shimon. So Ruben kills Shimon.
William Montgomery.
So now what happens? They bring Ruben the treifa. Ruben the treifa to Beis Din. So what's the halacha? Ruben's going to be pater.
Do you know the position of the plate? Do you know the plate?
No. You didn't give me any.
You have to have the ability to be made into Asian sword. Now, what happens ultimately against Asian sword is reciprocal punishment. It's not going to work over here. Why?
I would say if you're gonna give me 3 guesses, the first guess I would make is Ken Griffey Jr. The second guess I would make is
but if a treifa himself sodomizes someone else, then what's halacha? If he doesn't,
do you know the team?
Not in the presence of Beis.
Yeah.
He's not the first one that I will say. So the presence of Beis is going to be chayiv. Why? Because once again, I will say, how can Beis not take action if they
you know the team?
Something terrible happen in their presence. Shalom b'fnei Beis and pater. But not in the presence of Beis, their pater, I should say Ruben's pater, the treifa's pater. Why?
And it was signed, right? Of course.
Witnesses are not going to be believed to testify vis-a-vis.
Would you know this player without knowing William Montgomery?
Why not? Why not? Because he testified about a dead man. So because it's not a dead man, therefore, again, there's no hazama possibility. Therefore, one second. Hasulam, in case. Why do you need both the
Mark
case
McGuire.
of sodomizing, right, and the case of murder, the same soul?
How did you know that?
I'm fucking smart. Really, the reason why I figured that is he's from Memphis, and Mark McGuire played in St. Louis.
That's the Kiddush over here.
It's actually not.
Oh, I was like, darn. Okay, that was cool. All right. So it's not either of those two.
When you sodomize a corpse. So if you don't know, it's okay, by the way, right?
Well, he might have had a glove that was signed by Ken Griffey Jr., and he might have had a glove that was signed by Mark McGuire. You're saying that he had another glove signed by.
There's no liability for that. So I read a thought that sodomizing a treifa is like sodomizing a corpse. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no chiyuv there. Kamashwan the mishum hanohu, but is there no? Kamashwan know that as much as treifa is halachically considered dead, but technically speaking, it is still considered to be relations with a human being, and therefore, again, there's liability for that.
You wouldn't know who this baseball player was without William Montgomery, would you?
Well, listen to this. Witnesses who testified about a treifa and were then made into Eidim Zolomon are not put to death, which is what we just said before. Eidei treifa was moved. Now listen to this. So witnesses who testify about
you really would,
and then are found out to be liars are not put to death because again, testifying about a dead man.
Oh,
witnesses who themselves are treifas.
Derek Jeter.
Right? Witnesses that themselves are treifas who testify and then found to be liars can be put to death.
Man, okay, hold on. I can name every fucking Yankee. All right.
Witnesses who are treifas cannot be made Eidim Zolomon. Why?
Well, Roger Clemens, but there's an overlap there. Roger Clemens, Mariano Rivera, Randy Johnson, Bernie Williams, did I say Mariano Rivera? None of those guys?
Well, in order for witnesses to make Zolomon,
Oh, A-Rod?
But the Zolomon witnesses about Zolomon. Why? Because the witnesses that they're testifying about themselves are considered dead. So
Paul O'Neill,
the witnesses who make Zolomon cannot themselves make it to
Scott Brocious, Chuck Knobloch, Joe Girardi.
Shard tray for shard type. What happens if Ruben has a shard? The Ruben's shard is a treifa. It's a treifa, right? Ultimately, again, a Ruben's treifa shard.
kill someone.
I said that twice.
The owner is
Yeah.
again, the owner is not liable.
I don't think so.
I did. I even said, wait, did I already say that? Mariano Rivera. Look, I go back to my streams, dog. I'm going back to my streams. I want to see how many times I fucking said it.
Pasuk says the shark will be stoned and also is.
All right.
I
I did say it. And if I didn't say it, I know I said it.
So essentially, it's a combination. Wherever the owner could be put to death, that's when the shar can be executed. But if the owner can't be put to death, then the shar is not executed. And therefore, in this case, if the owner is a shrefa, the owner can't be put to death. If the owner can't be put to death, the shar can't be put to death. Even if the owner is totally fine, but the shar is a treifa, you also can't put the shar to death. Why not? My time.
Hold on. I just said it once.
Because essentially, Rabash is going to say like this: any case where the owner himself would be potter, like the shar would also be potter under similar circumstances.
I said it twice, dude. I did say it twice.
The owner would be potter
So you weren't even paying attention.
if he is a treifa. The owner will also
You didn't even say yes or no, and then you said I didn't name it. All right. So what did he get from his previous employer?
What did he get in the mail previous
What happened in the Mishnah?
Was it a check?
What happens if Ruben takes a snake? He holds the
A check
snake's
for
mouth
what?
and he takes the snake's fangs.
So it was a
and he
check.
plunges it into Shimon's
A
hands.
check for what?
So in that case, again, in that case,
I mean, I answered the question correctly, and he got a check.
We said that you're puzzled. Now, what's the logic? Gemara says. Shavaka says like this. You have to say this correctly.
No, I remember he got a check.
It's already on the tip of the fangs. It's already there. And therefore, again, I saw essentially when Ruben comes, Ruben is directly.
I want to say
by inserting the fangs of the
it
snake.
was something like this. I remember him telling a story because I am his biggest fan. It was something along the lines of,
by the heading, but ultimately, again,
I want to say it was like during COVID, he was working at the storage place, and they, it was something like he was going to quit and move, and he didn't, or they sent him like back pay or something. But I don't know if that was exactly it. It was they, and so he moved up. He drove to Austin after quitting that job. It was a storage place, I believe, that paid him, and it was like he was going to take unemployment or something, but they ended up paying him. It was for back pay.
Lemon Paskins ultimately like that in this case, even though
Exactly. It was back pay. Exactly right.
Obviously very bad.
So I got that right. And I don't know why you wouldn't just be like, yeah, it was back pay. They weren't doing things correctly, and they owed him money. That's what that would be.
Either with a stone or with
Here you are. I'm like, you're like asking me like what check number it fucking was, and of course it's Gator Montgomery. Are you following Gator Montgomery on Instagram? No.
Then what happens? The hate killed the national.
Dog, I don't want to call him. I am his biggest fan. Why do I want to connect with him? Dog, here we go. Next question. I mean, I think I've said this like 1,000 times, but
Like Shimon has a
Okay, name two things that William Montgomery likes at Arby's.
Literally, we see as a result, ultimately, again, of these injuries. But again, in the middle there, it was this little bit of a
Dude, no. Two menu items, dog. No, dog, come on. Quit fucking around. Name two menu items, and they're not value meals, dog. If you're gonna come over here and give me shit for fucking not knowing the check number of his back pay and not including the last name of his dog, who I follow on Instagram, you've got to do better than number one and number two, because that's wrong. That's simply wrong. He mentioned this on the second most recent Kill Tony episode, or so, maybe within the last 10. He mentioned two things by name that he likes to get at Arby's. Doug, get the fuck out of here with Whopper. That's not even at Arby's. Arby's doesn't have Whoppers. Neither do I, but I know what he fucking orders there, dog. You listen to me, and you listen to me well, okay? And if you have to fucking get a tattoo of this on the inside your eyelids so you don't forget it, then do it, okay? He likes the steak bites, and he likes Jamocha shakes. You're welcome. You're welcome. And that's why I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan. I mean, if you consider that even, you got your ass whooped. You had to name 15 different fucking colors of his car, which is obviously a silver Volvo. You still don't know where he went to. You still don't know. No. I know. It was your fourth fucking guess. It was your fourth fucking guess.
Yeah, well, when you got
Doug, how do you know that William Montgomery doesn't have a signed glove by Derek Jeter and Ken Griffey Jr. and Mark McGuire? You don't know that. That's the answer to that. Okay, I got another one for you. What has William Montgomery recently been purchasing on eBay? Here is a clue.
Someone up in a cell and keeping it for prolonged amounts of time has zero rehabilitative effect.
In order to ship it, it is rolled. Generally, when you ship this item, it is rolled. It is rolled, meaning when you ship it, you don't ship it normal, you ship it rolled. Oh, you think he's been buying T-shirts on eBay? He has not, and T-shirts aren't shipped rolled.
Okay, well,
Look, Doc, he's always buying T-shirts, dog. He's always buying T-shirts. He's always buying T-shirts. Okay, here is a clue. He says that the thing that he bought recently, these things, he's been buying them. He bought like 16 of them, and they smell, and he doesn't like their smell. And I will also give you another clue that these things that he's been buying that are rolled are larger than he is.
Excellent job. Excellent job. Just remember, sometimes it's not about where it ends, but it's about where we begin.
Dog, get the fuck out of here with that. No, he's been buying Oriental rugs on eBay. Yeah, everybody knows that, dog. He talked about it with Tony. Tony! Yeah, you want to consider yourself a fucking William Montgomery fan and you don't even know he likes Oriental rugs?
I don't know my source information.
Doug, that I would, and I do, because I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan ever. Give me another fucking question. Yeah, I do.
I'll give you one. Okay. Explain what William Montgomery would do to get himself amped up for a dip at the dish. Explain that to me. Go on. Explain that. Because I'd love to hear that any true William Montgomery fan would know.
As we all know,
Stage is yours.
oh, it's not something that normally you would think of.
No regular human would do that. No.
Well, I bet a good guess is it involves. I mean,